Bang bang bang. The sounds of fierce combat exploded through the air. With a miserable scream, Gai Nuo was blasted away by a burst of Yuanqi. Damn that King Vegeta, he cursed inwardly. Didn't he say this mission would be completely effortless? How can the natives here be this powerful? Gai Nuo dodged the natives' relentless attacks while frantically searching for a way out. In truth, Gai Nuo was deeply frustrated. Others who transmigrated all seemed to gain cheat-like powers or mysterious systems, yet he had nothing at all. Worse still, when he was born, his combat power was zero, a fact that had even left the Scion King Vegeta utterly astonished. Ordinarily, every Scion was born with at least some degree of combat power, yet Gai Nuo did not possess even the slightest trace of strength. Even the lowest-ranked warriors had measurable power levels. King Vegeta gazed at Gai Nuo floating in the cultivation tank, his brows knitting together. He turned to the attendant guarding the nursery and commanded, "Throw away this Scion, who cannot even compare to a lower-class warrior." On Planet Vegeta, such scenes were commonplace. Any lower-class warrior without parents would be mercilessly discarded. In the eyes of many Scions, family bonds were nothing but an illusion. Just as the nursery attendant was about to throw little Gai Nuo away, a figure stepped into the cultivation room and said, "My king, please allow me to take Gai Nuo with me. I am willing to raise him and watch him grow." King Vegeta regarded the man who had come to see him and replied, "Bumu, you had better think this through. You are an elite warrior. Why would you choose to raise someone who cannot even be counted among the lower-class fighters?" Bumu answered, "My king, if not for Gai Nuo's parents, I might never have returned alive. It was his parents who gave us another chance at survival. I cannot simply sit by and watch Gai Nuo be discarded." Gai Nuo's parents had gone out on a mission with Bumu and several others. 5 left, but only 3 returned because at the critical moment Gai Nuo's parents chose to self-destruct, sacrificing themselves to preserve Bumu and the rest. Seeing the resolve in Bumu's expression, King Vegeta understood that his mind was made up. "Very well," the king said to Bumu. "Since your heart is set on this, you may take Gai Nuo away." Hearing King Vegeta's consent, Bumu was overjoyed. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, my king." King Vegeta waved his hand, signaling dismissal. Bumu walked to Gai Nuo's cultivation tank, hefted it onto his shoulder, and strode out of the nursery. When Bumu arrived at his home, his wife was already waiting at the door. Her name was Tasha. "You brought Gai Nuo back," Tasha said, delighted. "That's wonderful." "The king agreed to my request," Bumu replied. Bumu and Tasha went into the room together. Bumu set the cultivation tank he was carrying beside another smaller tank. Inside that smaller tank floated their daughter, named Laiya. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. In the training room, a small immature boy was repeatedly swinging his fists and legs punch after kick over and over again. This boy was Gai Nuo. Sweat had drenched his small body. He finally stopped, slowly closed his eyes, and tried to sense the condition within his body. Then Gai Nuo slammed his fist into the ground, lowered his head, and shouted, "Why? Why is it that I still cannot feel any chi within my body? Why? Why do other transmigrators all have their own cheat-like powers while I have nothing at all?" It has already been 5 full years. For 5 years I've trained without pause, and my physique has grown stronger and stronger, yet I still cannot sense even a trace of chi inside me. Gai Nuo was still grumbling when Laiya walked in. Seeing his expression, she immediately understood that her older brother Gai Nuo still had not managed to sense the existence of chi. Laiya came up to him and said, "Brother Gai Nuo, I believe you will definitely be able to sense chi one day." Gai Nuo lifted his head, and upon seeing Laiya, replaced his gloom with his trademark smile. "It's fine, Laiya," he said. "I'm already used to it." "Oh right, why were you looking for me?" he asked. Laiya replied, "Father wants you to come home." "All right, I understand." Gai Nuo immediately stood up, took Laiya by the hand, and headed in the direction of their home. Upon returning home, Gai Nuo saw the expressions on Bumu and Tasha's faces and knew at once that something was about to happen. "Father, mother, you were looking for me," he called. Seeing Gai Nuo return, Bumu turned to Tasha and said, "Tasha, you tell him." Gai Nuo said, "Father, mother, whatever it is, just say it." Bumu said, "The king is looking for you. King Vegeta wants to see me." "For what?" Gai Nuo asked. Bumu replied, "You are 5 years old this year. We Scions begin undertaking missions at the age of 5, so the king is likely summoning you to assign a mission." "So that's how it is," Gai Nuo said. He turned to Tasha and Bumu and added, "It's all right, father, mother. I'll go see the king right away." Gai Nuo then traveled in a space pod to this planet. However, the natives here were far from powerless. On the contrary, in Gai Nuo's eyes, their strength was extraordinarily formidable. Thunderous booms echoed again and again as Gai Nuo continually dodged the incoming ki blasts. While evading, he shouted, "You're hitting way too hard, aren't you? I came here to carry out a mission, but I hadn't even attacked you before you started firing at me," he protested. The native roared back, "You damned Scion, I will annihilate you." Throughout the universe, nearly everyone knew that Scions were incredibly brutal, a race renowned as warriors born for battle. They served under the cosmic emperor Fully Sa. In truth, Fully Sa merely kept the Scions tightly controlled at his side. To put it plainly, the Scions were nothing more than his enforcers, driven and commanded entirely at his whim. Another ki blast sent Gai Nuo flying. As he tumbled through the air, he shouted angrily, "I can't even sense chi yet. If I could feel chi within me, would you still dare to be this arrogant?" The native unleashed several more ki blasts in rapid succession. Under the continuous bombardment, Gai Nuo began coughing up fresh blood. Just my luck, he thought bitterly. Looks like I'm finished this time. Another massive ki blast struck him. Gai Nuo spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems there's no escaping death today, he thought. A gigantic ki blast hurtled toward him, and Gai Nuo closed his eyes. At that very moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Life-threatening danger to host detected. System activating automatically. Ding. Scanning host's body. Requirements met. Reward ancient Saiyan Bloodline. Gai Nuo felt an incredibly powerful force merging into his body. With a tremendous boom, dust and smoke billowed up as the ki blast gouged a deep crater into the ground. The native laughed wildly. Huh. At last I've destroyed that damned Scion. As the smoke cleared, a lone figure slowly rose into the air. It was Gai Nuo. He had finally sensed the presence of chi. At this moment, he felt as though he could shatter the entire planet with a single punch. Gai Nuo looked at the native and said, "I'll use you to test the power of this ancient Saiyan bloodline." He extended his palm, and an energy sphere instantly formed in his hand. The energy sphere shot out at extreme speed, and the native was obliterated on impact, reduced to nothing but dust on this planet. The energy blast engulfed the native, whose body disintegrated into the dust of the planet. After killing the native, Gai Nuo's energy projectile streaked toward the mountain behind at extreme speed. With a thunderous boom, the entire peak was razed to the ground. Staring at the scene before him, Gai Nuo spoke in astonishment. Could this be the use of chi? How overwhelming. Then he burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. Chi finally exists within my body. I can finally sense the presence of chi. This mighty sensation makes me utterly intoxicated, Gai Nuo exulted. At that moment, the voice of the system rang out. Host, do not be overly elated. Your strength is still very weak. This universe is incomparably vast. You are but a single grain of dust within it. You must not become arrogant or conceited, the system continued. Hearing this, Gai Nuo immediately halted his wild laughter. Right. I must not grow proud just because my combat strength has temporarily increased. I still have to work hard, he muttered to himself. Right now I still can't defeat King Vegeta of Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta's battle power is 100,000. Even after fusing the bloodline of the ancient Scions, my current combat strength is only 10,000. There is still a considerable gap between us, he reflected. Speaking of which, what exactly is this ancient Scion bloodline? He wondered. All I know is that in Dragon Ball, the most formidable bloodline is that of the legendary Super Saiyan. That bloodline is exceedingly powerful. Take Broly, for example. Even if he lies there doing nothing, the chi within his body surges upward endlessly. I wonder how this ancient Scion bloodline compares, he mused. As Gai Nuo spoke, the system's voice resounded again. Host, do not mention that trash bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan in the same breath as the ancient Scion bloodline. The two are in no way comparable. The ancient Scion bloodline is immensely powerful. If the host can develop it to its utmost limit, you will become the most powerful existence in this world, the system declared. Hearing this, Gai Nuo's heartbeat instantly quickened. To become the strongest existence in this world, would even the supreme ruler of the universe, you no longer be my match? He said, excitement thick in his voice. It can be understood that way, the system replied. Damn, is it really like that? This ancient Scion bloodline is simply too terrifyingly strong, Gai Nuo exclaimed. Host, you have already fused the ancient Scion bloodline. If there is nothing else, this system will now enter dormancy. Please do not disturb me without cause, the system announced. Gai Nuo said, may I raise one small request? What other question does the host have? The system asked. Gai Nuo replied, can you conceal my chi? I don't wish to be too ostentatious, he added. That is possible, no problem. The issue has been resolved. When there is a mission, the system will automatically notify you. The system is now entering dormancy, the voice replied. Gai Nuo immediately felt the chi within his body being completely concealed. Good. Next I'll begin cultivating, he said to himself. Gai Nuo's body erupted into motion. With a sharp swish, he found a cave and temporarily settled there. My mission is basically completed. Since I still have time, I must seize every moment to cultivate, he thought. Unknowingly, a month passed in ceaseless training. Gai Nuo was cultivating at that very moment, his fists and legs lashing out as his figure shifted constantly in midair. Suddenly, a dense energy sphere rapidly condensed in his hand. He hurled it out, and with a booming crash, the blast gouged a massive crater into the ground. Looking at his handiwork, Gai Nuo shook his head. Still not good enough. Over this past month, the chi in my body has been constantly rising, but my control over it is still far too crude. It seems I must go to Earth, he concluded. There are master-level figures there whose use of chi has reached a state of consummate perfection, such as Master Turtle Hermit Master Korin and Mr. Popo Servant of the Deity. Their understanding of chi is truly unfathomable, he thought. The Scion's training is far too simple and brutal. Their use of chi is even more superficial. They simply relish ceaseless bombardment, using massive barges to solve their enemies. That is what suits Scion temperament. But this also causes an enormous drain on stamina, making sustained combat impossible. The endurance of their battle power is far too short, he analyzed. Gai Nuo floated into the air, once more suddenly flaring his chi. Fierce winds howled sand, and stones whirled wildly as he unleashed his aura without restraint. By rough estimation, his current combat strength had reached 20,000. Terrifying. In just 1 month, it has risen to 20,000. This ancient Saiyan bloodline is truly formidable, he marveled. Gai Nuo spread his palm, power rapidly gathering within his hand. He continuously compressed the chi from his entire body into his palm, intending to test the true extent of his ultimate attack. The energy sphere swelled quickly, then Gai Nuo compressed it back down to the smallest point. Suddenly, the ki blast shot toward the ground. With a thunderous detonation, the planet's surface was torn open, volcanoes erupted, and the seas roared in upheaval. Seems I went a bit overboard this time, he muttered. His ki blast had pierced straight through the planet's core. Gai Nuo shot toward his spaceship, slipped inside, and his fingers flew over the controls, locking onto Planet Vegeta's coordinates. With a tap on the launch command, the vessel surged up into space. 1 minute after Gai Nuo departed, the entire planet exploded in a blinding flare. Watching its destruction from his ship, he felt lingering fear in his heart. His throat bobbed as he swallowed unconsciously. The destruction of a planet is far too terrifying. With my current strength, I still cannot survive in a vacuum, he realized. Even so, he gained a new understanding of his combat power. After a week of travel, Gai Nuo finally arrived at Planet Vegeta. Seeing the familiar world before him, a different kind of emotion surged in his heart, for here lived his father, mother, and younger sister. His family resided on this planet. Although Scions were said to have little notion of familial affection, Gai Nuo's family was an exception. The ship finally descended at the docking bay. Seeing that someone had returned from a mission, the Scions present all wanted to catch a glimpse of the warrior's face. The hatch opened, and Gai Nuo stepped out from within. The onlookers stared, eyes widening as if they were seeing things. They blinked hard and looked again. It was indeed Gai Nuo. Impossible flashed through their minds in unison. This Scion, who did not even qualify as a lower-class warrior, had actually come back alive. Scion missions were always a matter of 9 deaths for every life. The fact that Gai Nuo could return meant his strength must have increased. They activated their scouters, which displayed a battle power of 10. No way, they thought. With such a meager battle power, he had still returned alive. Although it was an improvement over the 0 he once had, it was hardly much of an increase at all. Truly strange, was the only conclusion they could reach. Gai Nuo, however, paid no attention to what they thought. He went straight to the mission registration office, reported that he had completed his task, and then ran toward his home. He dared not fly lest he arouse King Vegeta's suspicions. For now he had to accumulate strength and must not act rashly. As long as his strength surpassed that of King Vegeta, he would no longer need to hide. He would personally challenge King Vegeta and become the new king of the Scions. The news of Gai Nuo's return spread throughout the entire Vegeta planet. What they did not expect was that Gai Nuo, who could not sense chi, returned unscathed, which was quite unbelievable. For Scions, executing missions is often perilous. Only those with sufficient strength would return unharmed, just like the elite warriors or high-ranking fighters who possess absolute power. They could perfectly complete the mission. Gai Nuo's parents, Bumu and Tasha, were overjoyed to learn that their son had returned, and they hurriedly prepared a meal waiting for him to come home. Before long, Gai Nuo's voice rang out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Bumu, Tasha, and Laiya quickly rushed out of their rooms, looking at Gai Nuo, who wore a smile on his face. The weight in their hearts finally lifted. Gai Nuo approached Bumu and Tasha, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Tasha pulled Gai Nuo into her embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she said, "My little Gai Nuo has finally returned." Though Gai Nuo was not their biological child, after 5 years of nurturing, Bumu and Tasha had long regarded him as their own. Gai Nuo said, "Mom, don't cry. I'm back safe and sound. Look, I went on a mission and came back even stronger." Gai Nuo flexed his muscles. Seeing her son like this, Tasha laughed out loud. She turned him around, checking for injuries, and said, "Not a scratch on you, truly, my good son." Gai Nuo turned his gaze to Bumu, saying, "Dad, I'm back." Bumu looked at Gai Nuo, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Indeed, you've grown stronger and a bit taller. Among men, there aren't many words, as sometimes a single glance conveys understanding." At that moment, a voice piped up, "I want my Gai Nuo brother too. But as soon as he returns, he runs into Dad and Mom's arms and ignores me." Laiya was annoyed. Upon hearing this, Gai Nuo quickly walked over to Laiya and said, "Of course I know my sister Laiya cares about me. How could I ignore you?" Look, Sister Layla, what did I bring back for you? Gai Nuo revealed a colorful stone that emitted a spectrum of light. Seeing the stone in Gai Nuo's hand, Layla exclaimed, "What a beautiful stone! Is Gai Nuo brother giving this stone to me?" Gai Nuo nodded. Layla took the stone, her face lighting up with a smile as she said, "I knew Gai Nuo brother was the best to me." Bumu and Tasha, seeing that Gai Nuo had made Layla happy, said to her, "Layla, why don't you call Gai Nuo brother in for dinner?" "All right. Come on, Gai Nuo brother, Mom made a big feast for you. Let's hurry." With that, Layla grabbed Gai Nuo's hand and pulled him towards the house. Bumu and Tasha watched the two little ones go in. Tasha said, "I really hope Gai Nuo grows up quickly, that way our Layla can marry him." Bumu replied, "You're quite anxious. Gai Nuo is only 5 years old, and you're thinking about marrying off our daughter already." Tasha said, "I feel that Gai Nuo will become the most powerful warrior among Scions in the future." Tasha asked, "Can you sense Gai Nuo's chi?" Bumu replied, "I can sense it, it's weak, but there is indeed a presence of chi." That's right. Gai Nuo didn't have chi in his body before, but now he does, which means he will become stronger and stronger. Bumu said, "But Gai Nuo's chi is very weak right now." Tasha countered, "So what if it's weak? Don't you know that a Scion from Vegeta planet was once a low-level warrior, but became a high-level warrior through hard work?" Bumu remarked, "You're talking about Bardock." Tasha replied, "Yes, Bardock. This shows that with effort, a low-level warrior can also become a high-level warrior. We have all seen Gai Nuo's efforts, so we must have faith in him. Now let's hurry inside. Our little Gai Nuo must be enjoying his meal right now." Bumu and Tasha entered the house to find that all the food on the table had been devoured. They were stunned, wondering how these two little ones could eat so much. Layla angrily said, "Dad, Mom, did you know? Brother finished all the food on the table, and I didn't get any." "What? Gai Nuo finished all the food by himself?" Bumu and Tasha exclaimed. "That's right. Gai Nuo brother ate everything by himself." Layla responded. Gai Nuo patted his round belly and said, "I don't know why my appetite has become so big. It might be because chi has appeared in my body. With increased physical activity, my appetite also increased." Bumu and Tasha nodded, concluding that this must be the only possibility. However, Gai Nuo knew that this was due to his ancient Saiyan bloodline. He hadn't expected to eat so much. While eating, he felt his body required a lot of energy, but he hadn't anticipated his current appetite. "It's okay if it's good to eat. He'll go prepare another feast," Tasha said. That day in the training room, two figures continuously clashed, with white sonic boom circles appearing repeatedly and the sound of punches echoing. This was Layla and Gai Nuo sparring with each other. Layla felt quite frustrated, not expecting her brother Gai Nuo to become so strong after completing a mission, able to fight on par with her. Previously, she could easily overpower Gai Nuo. Before long, a figure flew out. It was Layla. Gai Nuo swiftly darted to the ground and caught Layla. "No more fighting, Gai Nuo brother. We've been battling for so long, and you aren't even out of breath." Gai Nuo replied, "This level of training isn't enough to tire me out." Layla rolled her eyes and said, "Gai Nuo brother, how did you become so powerful? Now I'm not even your opponent anymore." Gai Nuo said, "Perhaps I'm a genius." Layla retorted, "I don't believe you." Gai Nuo had not expected that the ancient Saiyan bloodline was so extraordinary. At first, he wasn't Layla's match in their sparring, but as time passed, his combat skills improved continuously. Indeed, improving oneself through battle is the best way for a Scion to cultivate. At this moment, Bumu walked in and said, "Layla, Gai Nuo the king wants to see you in the palace." On the way, Gai Nuo asked, "What does King Vegeta want with us?" Bumu said, "I don't know, we'll find out when we get there." They arrived at the palace and saw King Vegeta sitting on the throne. Bumu said, "Your Majesty, I have brought Layla and Gai Nuo." King Vegeta said, "Gai Nuo, I heard your combat power can now rival Layla's, thus I am assigning you and Layla this next mission. Your task is to conquer the planet Rad with a duration of 5 years. After 5 years, I want to see this planet become our Scion territory." Gai Nuo and Layla replied, "Yes, we obey your Majesty's orders." Gai Nuo's heart soared with joy. He could finally leave Vegeta planet. Gai Nuo and Layla boarded a spaceship and set off towards their target planet. Gino and Laiya boarded the spaceship and set off towards Planet Rad. After half a month of flight, they finally arrived at Planet Rad. Laiya said, "King Vegeta really is something. He wants us to conquer such a trash planet. The strongest combat power on this planet doesn't even exceed 2,000 battle power. What is there to conquer?" Laiya looked at the information about Planet Rad in her hands. Gino said, "Since King Vegeta has given us 5 years to conquer this planet, it means that the ultimate combat power here must be more than 2,000. If it's above 2,000, then I must fight well this time. I have always lost to you during our sparring. This time, I must let it all out." Gino looked at Laiya's combative nature and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, Scions are all warriors. Since Gino merged with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, he found himself becoming more combative as well. When he was on planet Vegeta, he often sought out Scions of similar strength to spar with. At first, he was not their match, but as the battles progressed, Gino kept growing stronger, and eventually, he would defeat these Scions. This was great for Geno, but these fighters refused to spar with him anymore. Thus he had to turn to Laiya for practice. Geno's learning ability was exceptional, and after just a few rounds of combat with Laiya, he was able to match her, ultimately leading Laiya to be defeated by him. The spaceship finally reached Planet Rad, and Geno and Laiya opened the hatch. Geno said, Laiya, let's hide the spaceship first before we check out the situation on this planet. Let's not act recklessly. Laiya nodded, and they found a cave to hide the spaceship. Laiya activated the energy detector, and a beeping sound rang out. She said to Geno, brother Geno, there is energy detected over there, and the battle power is not low. Shall we check it out? Geno nodded. He then flew toward the location indicated by the energy detector. Laiya was surprised to see that Geno could actually fly now. Because during their time on planet Vegeta, Laiya had never seen Geno fly. When Geno arrived at Planet Rad, he no longer hid his presence, as there was no need to. Even if he revealed his battle power in front of Laiya, it didn't matter, as she was his sister, and there was nothing to conceal from her. Laiya caught up with Geno and said, brother Geno, you can fly now. I didn't know that, as you never flew on planet Vegeta. Geno replied, Laiya, I didn't reveal myself on planet Vegeta because King Vegeta is a narrow-minded person. He would not allow anyone who poses a threat to be around him. That's why I didn't expose myself. Laiya asked, what is your battle power now? Geno said, just check it with the energy detector. Laiya pointed the energy detector at Geno, and the numbers on it rapidly increased, beeping continuously until it stopped at 2300. Laiya's throat involuntarily moved, and she stammered, brother Geno, your battle power is astonishingly high, 2300. That's simply too strong. I didn't expect your battle power to surpass both Dad and Mom. Dad and Mom's battle power barely reaches 2000, yet you have exceeded that. You're only 5 years old and already have such high battle power. Will you surpass King Vegeta in a few years? Surpassing King Vegeta is certain, but we cannot set King Vegeta as our goal. In front of those strong fighters, King Vegeta is just a nobody like Frieza. Frieza could easily annihilate King Vegeta with a flick of his hand. So Laiya, we must train hard. Our fate is in our own hands. We cannot allow others to control us. Listening to Geno's words, Laiya felt as if her brother had changed, becoming more thoughtful. Laiya said, all right, I will become stronger with you, brother Geno. Yes, let's grow stronger together, Geno replied. They flew to the location where the energy was detected and discovered the natives of this planet engaged in battle. Two creatures resembling long-beaked ducks were fighting fiercely, fighting mercilessly against their own kind. Geno and Laiya found a high ground to sit and observe the battle, and the two natives didn't notice the arrival of the strangers. They were still fighting relentlessly. Geno said, Laiya, let's rest for a while. Let them fight a bit more and see how the Rad people battle. Laiya said, their battle is quite brutal. It's not any less than ours as Scions. Do you think we Scions are that brutal? We are not cold-blooded animals. Look at how they attack. They go for lethal moves, aiming to kill their opponent. There's no mercy in their strikes. Just as Geno was speaking, one of the natives conjured a massive energy ball in his palm and directly eliminated his opponent. Geno glanced at the native and said to Laiya, do you want to take this one, or should I? Let's quickly take care of this native and go find others. Laiya hurriedly replied, of course I'll take this one. With your battle power so high you wouldn't even be interested in such an opponent. Let me handle it. All right, then hurry up. I sense strong fighters approaching us, Geno said. I'll take care of him right away. Laiya swiftly moved in front of the native and struck a punch at its belly. The native spat blood and slowly fell to the ground. How is this guy so weak? I barely used any strength. Geno remarked, this native only has a battle power of 300. With your battle power over 3000, it's no surprise he couldn't withstand your punch. Sai, too weak. I didn't even warm up. Don't worry, the ones to warm you up are coming. Not long after, several natives with decent battle power appeared in front of Geno and Laiya. They had a battle power of over 2000, but for Laiya that was enough to warm up. The natives asked, who are you and why have you come to our planet? Geno replied, we're here to liberate you. What a joke. A little kid who hasn't even grown all his teeth dares to say such bold words. Just as he finished speaking, the Rad native felt as if his insides were shattered. Good, Geno struck out and finished off the one spouting nonsense with a single punch. Looking at the Rad native lying motionless on the ground, he shook his hand and said, so much unnecessary talk. Laiya, the rest are yours. The remaining Rad natives, seeing their leader taken down by a single punch, were frightened and turned to flee. Laiya saw this and said, trying to escape, I haven't said you can go yet. Laiya quickly chased after them, and several energy blasts took down the remaining ones. Laiya swiftly dealt with the remaining foes, and Gai Nuo said, all right, Laiya, we should go find the true master now. All right, brother Gai Nuo, let's hurry. Having said that, Gai Nuo and Laiya quickly flew towards a direction where their energy detector indicated a Rad star person with a combat power exceeding 10,000. Before long, they arrived at the location. Gai Nuo looked down and saw that a castle had been established in that area. The castle was built quite roughly similar to the houses of their Scion kind. Laiya remarked, the people of this planet seem to enjoy themselves quite a bit, huh? I believe the people of this planet like us Scions are ruled by a king. Do you see that, Laiya? The castle has guards, doesn't it resemble our King Vegeta's castle? Upon hearing this, Laiya replied, it does look somewhat similar. Well, in that case, let's get to work, said Gai Nuo as a ki blast appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to throw it down, he was stopped by Laiya. Laiya said, with your combat power so strong, if you throw that down, there won't be a single remnant left of the people inside. What would we have left to play with? Let me handle it. All right then. You take over. Gai Nuo halted his actions. Laiya directly threw out a ki blast, and with a loud explosion the castle below was reduced to ruins. Gai Nuo and Laiya floated in the air, watching the dirt-covered people emerge from the rubble. Those Radstar people who could survive under the energy wave must be the top-tier combatants of this planet. At that moment, the king of the Radstar people shot out from the wreckage and quickly flew in front of Gai Nuo and Laiya. His face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, you two outsiders are still alive. I thought my guards could kill you. Gai Nuo retorted, you thought too highly of yourself. With those scraps of yours you think you can take us down. Dream on. Very well, since you haven't died, this king will personally take care of you. Gai Nuo said, Laiya, leave this guy to me, you handle the others. Laiya responded, no way, I want to fight him. The others do not interest me. Those weaklings are yours to deal with. Just as Gai Nuo was about to speak, Laiya charged towards the Radstar King. Gai Nuo hurriedly shouted, Laiya, be careful. But Laiya and the Radstar King were already locked in battle. The Radstar King's subordinates tried to help, but were blocked by Gai Nuo. Don't disturb their fight. One of the Radstar people said, who do you think you are? Get lost, or we'll take you down. Gai Nuo replied, I really like that answer. This left the Radstar person in front of Gai Nuo confused. What do you mean? Just the literal meaning. I can just take you down directly. Why bother talking so much? One Radstar person laughed. Haha, did you hear that? This guy actually thinks he can take us down. Hey, are you out of your mind? We said we would take you down, yet you want to take us down instead. Gai Nuo asked, what's wrong with that? Don't be delusional. You, a kid who hasn't even grown hair, think you can take us down. That's just laughable. Why do you always judge others' combat power by their age? I remember the last person who said that to me is already dead, so you better obediently die. Gai Nuo's body moved swiftly, appearing in front of several people in the blink of an eye. So fast, when did that happen? Before they could react, Gai Nuo's fist struck them. Several bodies flew backward at high speed. They crashed straight into the wall behind them. Seizing this opportunity, Gai Nuo approached them and launched several ki blasts at them. Then Gai Nuo flew towards the area where Laiya was fighting. Following that, loud explosions resonated as those Radstar people were obliterated in the blasts. With those Radstar people eliminated, the Radstar King also noticed the situation here and suddenly froze for a moment. Laiya seized the opportunity, quickly arriving above the Radstar King, and with both hands clasped together, she struck down, slamming the Radstar King into the ground. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? That's truly seeking death. She then unleashed several powerful waves into the pit. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds echoed as the Radstar King, covered in dust, was clearly not eliminated by that wave of attack. Laiya panted, you still didn't die? You have quite the life. The Radstar King, furious, exclaimed, bastards. I will kill both of you, you are utterly unforgivable. Then the Radstar King unleashed his energy. Gai Nuo saw the Radstar King's power surge and quickly shouted, Laiya, get away. Gai Nuo dashed towards Laiya's direction. Before Laiya could fully comprehend what Gai Nuo said, the Radstar King's attack was upon them. A massive fist was crashing towards her. Laiya hurriedly raised her arms to block the attack, but the Radstar King's power was too overwhelming. She was sent flying backward, directly smashing through the wall behind her. She immediately spat out blood. The Radstar King attempted to deliver another punch, but Gai Nuo appeared in front of Laiya, effortlessly blocking the powerful fist with his palm. Seeing his attack easily thwarted, the Radstar King hesitated. But would Gai Nuo let him escape so easily? Gai Nuo clenched his palm tightly around the Radstar King's fist. The Radstar King struggled to pull his fist away, but Gai Nuo remained unyielding. What? You think you can just run away after injuring someone? Let me return the favor. Gai Nuo gripped the Radstar King's fist with his right hand, while his left hand formed a fist and struck the Radstar King's abdomen. The Radstar King was hit so hard that Bal burst forth, his eyes bulging as a colorless liquid streamed from his mouth. Not bad being able to take my punch. Now brace yourself for what's next. Gai Nuo seized the Radstar King's body, drove his knee into him, and sent the Radstar King flying away. The Radstar King's body arced through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Gai Nuo turned around and said to Laiya, I told you to be careful. How does it feel to suffer now? Laiya grinned and said, I got careless this time. I didn't expect this guy's power to surge so much all of a sudden. Remember this lesson today, Laiya. Never show mercy to your enemies. I understand, Laiya replied. Alright, let me check if that guy is dead. Gai Nuo approached the barely alive Rad Star King and sent him off to the netherworld with a ki blast. Now that's settled, let's see if there are any other natives around. Gai Nuo activated the energy detector and found no energy waves remaining on the planet, indicating that he and Laiya had completed their mission. Gai Nuo approached Laiya and picked her up, saying, "You should rest and heal. Once you're better, it'll take you to a nice place." "Really? Where to?" Laiya asked. "To Earth," Gai Nuo replied. Laiya's head was spinning. What kind of planet is Earth? Why have I never heard of it before? Zeno said, Earth is located in the distant northern galaxy at coordinates 4032, green, planet 877. This planet is considered a low-level planet of little value, which is why Frieza hasn't sent us to conquer it. A low-level planet? Then why are we going there? Can our strength really increase on such a planet? Of course, Laiya. Don't underestimate this low-level planet. The martial arts masters here have mastered the cultivation of chi to an extraordinary level. Our Scion training is too barbaric, and we cannot utilize chi to its fullest potential, which consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, we need to learn to control the chi within us. Alright, since Brother Zeno said, so once my injuries heal, let's go to Earth. Sure, you focus on recovering. He'll go find us something to eat. After finishing his words, Zeno flew out. Before long, he returned with a giant fish slung over his shoulder and quickly set a fire to cook it. Laiya was still recovering, but suddenly she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma and walked out. Seeing Zeno busy grilling the fish, Laiya approached him. Zeno, noticing her, said, "Laiya, sit down for a bit. The fish will be ready soon, or we'll eat together." "Brother Zeno, I didn't expect you to know how to grill fish. I've never seen you do that on Vegeta." Zeno replied, "At home my dad and mom do the cooking. Why would I join in?" Saying this, Zeno tore off a large piece of fish and came to Laiya, saying, "Try the fish I grilled. This is my first time cooking fish, so I don't know how it tastes." Laiya didn't care about anything else and opened her mouth wide, taking a big bite. She was already very hungry and didn't care about anything else. With her mouth filled with fish, Laiya exclaimed after the first bite, "It's delicious. I didn't expect Brother Zeno's grilled fish to taste so good." Seeing Laiya enjoying the fish so much, Zeno also tore off a large piece of fish and brought it to his mouth, mumbling, "Not bad, it's tolerable." However, his hands were still moving quickly. In no time, both Zeno and Laiya had finished the giant fish completely. The two lay on the ground, patting their full bellies. Ah, how comfortable. Besides, fighting, good food is what brings me joy. It seems that Scions have a strong fondness for food. Laiya said yes. Being able to enjoy delicious food is indeed a pleasure. After saying this, Laiya's snoring began. Seeing that Laiya was truly sleepy, Zeno picked her up and carried her into the cave, placing her in a resting spot before stepping out. Zeno gazed at the starry sky and said, "I need to quickly increase my strength. My future opponents will only become stronger, and my current combat power is not even a fraction of theirs. Frieza, the androids, Cell, the gods of destruction, and the angels are all formidable opponents. Especially the gods of destruction, they are truly cosmic-level adversaries. In the face of a god of destruction, Frieza is like a mere insect subject to whatever torment they wish to inflict." As these thoughts crossed Zeno's mind, his hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Alright, let's get to work. Diligent training is essential. Zeno assessed his combat power and summarized, "Today's battle increased the chi within me, but not by much. It seems that I can only rapidly improve my combat power through fighting." Zeno stood up and began his training, throwing punches and kicks forward, his body twisting and turning continuously, changing his attacks in the air. At times he punched, at other times he kicked and kneed. Zeno's movements became increasingly swift, and soon a gust of wind swirled around him, generated by his actions. Zeno stopped training, and the wind gradually dissipated with his motion. His training stirred Laiya from her deep slumber. Laiya sleepily walked out of the cave and saw Zeno training. She asked, "Brother Zeno, why aren't you resting? Aren't you tired?" "It's nothing. I'm not really tired." "Laiya, you should hurry and sleep." Laiya replied, "But I'm already awake. Since you're training, how can I let you do it alone, without an opponent?" "He'll be your opponent, Brother Zeno." Before she could finish her sentence, Laiya charged at Zeno, throwing a punch towards his face. Zeno extended his palm to block her fist. "Not bad. You even learned how to sneak attack," Laiya said. "I learned this from following you, Brother Zeno. How about it? Were you surprised by my sudden attack? You think you can scare me like that? Laiya, you still need to train hard." But before Zeno could finish speaking, Laiya executed a side kick aimed at his waist, and Zeno swiftly dodged her attack. "Alright, since that's the case, I will attack as well." Zeno suddenly appeared before Laiya, his fist lunging towards her. Seeing the fist coming at her, Laiya hurriedly raised her arm to block. However, the force from Zeno's punch caused Laiya to stagger back. Embracing the Scion spirit of battle, Laiya charged at Zeno. Suddenly, the sounds of their fight echoed through the sky, with white shockwaves appearing repeatedly and the sounds of impact resonating constantly. After sparring for a while, Geno and Laiya stopped fighting. Geno said, "Let's rest for a bit. Today's training ends here. We need to prepare to head to Earth tomorrow." "All right then, let's rest." The next day, Geno and Laiya boarded the spaceship, set the coordinates for Earth, and set off. It takes 6 months to travel from Rad to Earth. During this time, Laiya and Geno can enter a state of slumber. Once they arrive at Earth, the spaceship will alert them to wake up. After 6 months of flight, they finally arrived at Earth. As they opened the hatch, Laiya and Geno stepped out looking at the planet before them. Laiya exclaimed, "So this is Earth." Activating the energy detector, it registered a combat power of 5. Laiya remarked, "As expected, it's a low-level planet with a combat power of only 5. Brother Geno, where did you say the martial arts masters are?" Geno replied, "Follow me." At the moment Geno and Laiya arrived on Earth, the deity sensed their presence. However, it was unclear what their intentions were. Geno and Laiya arrived on a small island and saw an old man with a bald head leisurely lying under a sunshade sunbathing. "Isn't this the old turtle hermit from Dragon Ball?" The turtle hermit also sensed Geno's presence and immediately stood up, becoming cautious as he felt a massive chi emanating from Geno. "Who are you? What brings you here?" the turtle hermit asked. Geno responded, "We are Scions from the universe, and we came here to seek guidance from the master on how to better utilize the chi within us." "Oh, so that's how it is," the turtle hermit said. Seeing that Gai Nuo and Laiya bore him no ill will, the turtle sage relaxed his vigilance. He said to Gai Nuo, "You claim to be a Scion from the universe. What kind of race is a Scion? I have never heard of it. We Earthlings have lived on this planet and have never ventured into the universe. How do you know about Earth?" Gai Nuo replied, "That's a secret. Do I have to tell you that I am a time traveler and know the plot of Dragon Ball? We come to Earth with no malicious intent, so please, turtle sage, do not be so nervous." In the divine temple of the sky, the god heard Gai Nuo's words and said to Bobo, "Do you know about the universe? And what are Scions?" "I don't know, God. I'm just your servant, and I've always stayed on Earth without stepping outside." It seems these two Scions mean no harm to our Earth. If they wanted to destroy this planet, we would be powerless, for I can sense a tremendous aura from them. Bobo sensed it too. He said in a dull tone, "You say you came to Earth to better master your chi, right?" The turtle sage asked. "Yes, we traveled from a distant place to Earth because we heard that the training of Earthlings revolves around chi. Great masters like you, turtle sage, have reached an extraordinary level of mastery over chi." Gai Nuo praised the turtle sage. Listening to Gai Nuo's compliments, the sage's little mustache perked up. He didn't expect that he, the turtle sage, would have such a great reputation in the universe. That is certainly true. Who in the universe does not know of the turtle sage's fame? Laiya looked at her brother Gai Nuo, her eyes nearly popping out. Her brother was weaving tales one after another without a hint of embarrassment. Gai Nuo seemed to sense Laiya's gaze, cleared his throat, and said to the turtle sage, "Please teach us how to cultivate chi." "All right, since you have traveled so far to Earth, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Also, do not call me turtle sage anymore. My name is Wu Tian, so just call me Teacher Wu Tian." "Okay, Teacher Wu Tian, let us start our chi cultivation." Laiya said, "Gai Nuo, brother, is this old man trustworthy? Can he really teach us? Look, his battle power is not even higher than ours." Laiya, don't speak carelessly. One cannot measure a person solely by their battle power. As a master-level figure, Teacher Wu Tian is more than qualified to teach us how to cultivate chi. Do not speak recklessly. Gai Nuo clasped his hands to Wu Tian and said, "Teacher Wu Tian, please forgive my sister for her lack of manners." Wu Tian smiled and said, "It's all right, it's all right. Your sister is quite straightforward." Wu Tian said to Laiya, "That's right, little girl. The chi within you and your brother is far greater than mine, but your ability to utilize chi is indeed quite rough. You speak so well, then show us a demonstration." "Let me tell you, old man, we Scions only worship the strong. It's not enough to just talk your way through." "How would you like me to prove it, little girl?" Wu Tian said. "All right, you said our utilization of chi is too crude, right? As long as you can defeat me in a chi wave duel, then I will believe that you are a capable old man. What do you think?" Laiya insisted. "Don't be reckless. Your chi is so strong. What if you hurt Teacher Wu Tian?" Teacher Wu Tian said, "It's fine. It's just a wave after all. Although my chi may not be as abundant as yours, I am quite confident in my mastery over it. Come on, little girl." Laiya extended her palm, and a chi blast appeared in her hand, while Teacher Wu Tian opposite her clasped his hands together and unleashed his signature move, the Kamehameha. The two chi waves collided, causing the ocean around the turtle sage's island to explode. As the duel continued, Laiya gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Teacher Wu Tian unleashed another wave of attack. The Kamehameha directly hit Laiya, sending her flying. Laiya's body fell directly into the sea. Gai Nuo hurriedly flew to where Laiya had fallen. Teacher Wu Tian said, "Don't worry, that little girl is fine. I am very measured in my strikes and won't hurt her." Sure enough, after a while a figure shot out from the sea. Laiya swam to Teacher Wu Tian's side, bowed slightly, and said, "Old man, I keep my word. You and I concede." Wu Tian nodded. "All right, since that is the case, let's begin our cultivation. You two sit here first. Use your hearts to feel the chi within you, then let the chi flow through your body slowly. This way, when you are fighting, you can mobilize the chi within your body, and your stamina consumption will become slower and slower." Gai Nuo and Laiya began their training under the Turtle Sage, and a month passed. One day on the Turtle Sage's island, two figures moved swiftly, and the sounds of battle echoed. It was Laiya and Gai Nuo fighting. After more than a month of training, they had mastered the utilization of chi perfectly. In the sky above the island, teacher Wu Tian observed Laiya and Gai Nuo sparring, the sound of their clashes ringing out intermittently. Suddenly, a figure shot up from the sea, nearly colliding with the Turtle Sage. It was Laiya, who had been knocked away by Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo approached Laiya. She said to him, "Gai Nuo, brother, let's stop. You win every time we spar. It's no fun at all." Gai Nuo said, "Laiya, you still need to work hard." Through this month of training, Gai Nuo's chi had increased to 100, while Laiya's growth was even more impressive, rising from 3000 to 9000. This boost in battle power made Gai Nuo quite envious. Gai Nuo often remarked, "Laiya, how can your battle power increase so quickly? No wonder you are an elite warrior." Laiya laughed, "Of course. I feel that if I train a bit more, I can surpass Gai Nuo, brother." Gai Nuo said, "Then you need to work hard." I will work hard, Gai Nuo, brother," Laiya responded. At that moment, Wu Tian said to Gai Nuo, "Gai Nuo, I have never seen talents like you before. In just a month's time, you can master chi to such a level. I am envious of your talent." Laiya said, "Old man, you can't envy this. We Scions grow stronger through battle. Growing stronger in battle, your race is truly born for combat. You are right. We Scions are known throughout the universe as a warrior race. No wonder I have nothing more to teach you. You may leave now." Gai Nuo said, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher Wu Tian. Until we meet again." After saying this, Gai Nuo flew away. "Old man, I'm leaving too. Goodbye." Laiya followed Gai Nuo, disappearing from Wu Tian's sight. Gino bid farewell to Master Wu Tian and flew directly towards the residence of Immortal Carlin, with Laiya closely following behind. At that moment, Immortal Carlin was also paying attention to Gino and Laiya. Seeing them approaching, he scratched his head with his paw and repeatedly muttered, "Don't come here, don't come here." Unexpectedly, with a whoosh, Gino and Laiya had already arrived before him. Gino greeted, "Hello, Immortal Carlin. I believe you should know the purpose of my visit, right?" Leaning on his cane and puffing out his belly, Immortal Carlin replied to Gino, "I know why you're here. I've seen it in the water mirror. That kid Wu Tian's training seems decent, but there are still flaws. Indeed, one peak is higher than another. In Immortal Carlin's eyes, Master Wu Tian's cultivation method is still imperfect. So please, Immortal Carlin, guide us." "I can guide you, but I have conditions." Upon hearing this, Laiya became angry and said to Immortal Carlin, "You little kitty, making demands of us is too much." Hearing himself being called a kitty, Immortal Carlin immediately fluffed up, responding to Laiya, "I am Immortal Carlin, not some kitty. If you don't want to learn, I won't stop you." "You little kitty have quite the temper," Gino quickly said to Laiya. "Laiya, do not be rude. What are your conditions? Speak up." "There's no special condition. It's just that I've run out of salmon lately. If you can bring me salmon, then I'll teach you." Before Immortal Carlin could say another word, Gino's figure had already disappeared. He flew rapidly to an unknown lake, casually unleashing an energy blast. With a boom, the lake became filled with various kinds of fish. Without hesitation, Gino took out a bag and stuffed all the fish inside. His figure swiftly flew back towards Carlin Tower. Immortal Carlin was still watching through the water mirror. Gino appeared before Immortal Carlin carrying a large bag of fish. While others use energy blasts to attack enemies, you actually use them to blow up fish. You truly are a peculiar one. Isn't this more efficient? Gino handed the bag to Immortal Carlin, who quickly opened it, took out a fish, and tossed it into his mouth, relishing the taste. Indeed, cats love fish. After finishing the fish, Immortal Carlin said, "Seeing your sincerity, I'll teach you." As he spoke, he took out a bell and hung it on his cane, telling Gino, "As long as you can grab this bell without it ringing, then you pass." Laiya said, "I thought there would be some special training. Just this. Watch me." Immortal Carlin replied, "Then you go first." Laiya immediately accelerated and rushed towards Immortal Carlin. Just as she was about to snatch the bell, Immortal Carlin slightly leaned to avoid her attack. Gino observed closely from the side. The slight movement of Immortal Carlin's body was minimal, so the bell did not ring. "Although your energy is immense, the moment you make your move, I can predict how you will attack." A master can discern an opponent's attack path from their movements, so you still have a long way to go. Laiya furiously retorted, "I don't believe it. Let me try again." "All right, come on," Immortal Carlin said. After several attempts, Laiya still couldn't touch the bell and eventually exhausted her stamina. She slumped down on the ground. Immortal Carlin saw Laiya exhausted and said, "Do you still think this is easy?" Laiya gasped, "And no. It's not easy. At this point, Geno stepped forward and said to Immortal Carlin, "Let me try." Immortal Carlin looked at Geno and said, "All right, go ahead and try." Geno closed his eyes, placing himself in a very relaxed state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and instantly appeared before Immortal Carlin, reaching out to snatch the bell, but it rang. Such a maneuver startled Immortal Carlin. What kind of monster is this? To snatch the bell on the first try? Although it rang, and he didn't pass, it was still quite impressive. Immortal Carlin straightened himself and said, "Though you grabbed the bell, since it rang, it doesn't count as passing. Come on, continue." Geno threw the bell back to Immortal Carlin. The next round of training began. Laiya observed Geno closely and discovered that he had minimized his energy. In contrast, she had raised her energy to the maximum, making it easier for Immortal Carlin to predict her direction. So that's how it is. Immortal Carlin became increasingly astonished. This kid was getting faster each time, with movements becoming lighter. At this rate, in a few days, he would easily snatch the bell from Carlin's hand. Seeing this, Immortal Carlin said, "All right, today's training ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. Geno, our dinner is gone. Go get us dinner." Upon hearing this, Geno understood he was craving fish. No wonder training stopped. Without a second thought, Geno flew down to the ground. Before long, he returned with a bag full of fish. Immortal Carlin dove into the fish bag, without hesitation starting his feast. 5 days passed in this manner, and during that time Geno and Laiya could easily snatch the bell from Immortal Carlin's hands without making a sound. Immortal Carlin looked at the two in front of him, utterly speechless. Where did these monsters come from? They had mastered energy manipulation so effortlessly. All right, you two have graduated. I have nothing more to teach you. You may leave." Geno said, "Thank you very much, Immortal Carlin, for these past few days. This is a gift for you." Geno took out a large bag filled with fish. Immortal Carlin's appetite suddenly surged at the sight of the food. He jumped right into the fish bag. Then he said, "You little rascal are quite thoughtful. All right, I'll accept this." Geno said, "Immortal Carlin, that little bean in your jar looks nice. Can you give me some?" Immortal Carlin was currently preoccupied with the fish and waved his hand casually, saying, "Sure, take as many as you want. These are my little creations. They aren't valuable." "Not valuable. These are life-saving celestial beings. You dare say they aren't valuable? Then I'll gladly accept your offer." Immortal Carlin said, "Go ahead and take them." Take them. Take them." Geno, being unreserved, poured dozens of jars of celestial beans into his cloth bag. Afterward, he bid farewell to Immortal Carlin. Geno shot up into the sky at high speed. Indeed, his target was the Celestial Hall. This startled Immortal Carlin. This kid actually knows about the Celestial Hall. However, it should be fine. This kid only wants to enhance his strength. Then he continued to eat his delicious fish. Gai Nuo and Laiya arrived at the Hall of the Celestial God, where the Celestial God and Bo had long been awaiting their arrival. The Celestial God said, "Welcome, distant guests, to my Earth. I am the Celestial God of Earth. How may I assist you?" Gai Nuo glanced over and saw an alien with green skin, 2 antennae protruding from its head, and a thick-lipped black-skinned figure standing before them. Gai Nuo immediately said, "I apologize for the intrusion. We have traveled a great distance to Earth to learn the mastery of Qi. We hope the Celestial God can impart your wisdom to us." "No problem at all. Our Earth is very hospitable except for those who harbor hostility towards it," the Celestial God replied. "Rest assured, Celestial God, we come only to learn, not to invade," Gai Nuo stated. "I certainly understand that. If you were hostile, our warriors of Earth would not stand idly by. Even if we are not your match. I am well aware, Earth's warriors show no mercy to invaders." "Then let us begin our training," Gai Nuo said. "Bobo, their training is in your hands," the Celestial God said to Mr. Bobo beside him. "Understood, Celestial God. Oh, I will teach them diligently." Bobo replied. "Yes, I trust Bobo." The Celestial God leaned on his staff and walked into his hall. Bobo said to Gai Nuo, "You two follow me." They arrived at an open space. Bobo said to Gai Nuo and Laiya, "The cultivation of Qi has already been taught to you by Wu Tian and Ka Lin, so I will not cover that again. What I will teach you is how to fight perfectly." Upon hearing the mention of fighting, Gai Nuo and Laiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Laiya said to Bobo, "Mr. Bobo, doesn't fighting relate to the size of Qi?" Today it was surprising to see Laiya actively seek guidance from others. Bobo replied, "The amount of Qi within your body is related to fighting, but not to fighting techniques. How about this? You two attack me together. You will understand once you feel it for yourselves." Laiya and Gai Nuo exchanged glances and launched an attack at Bobo. Laiya unleashed her Qi to the maximum, causing the entire hall of the Celestial God to tremble. Once her Qi was fully released, Laiya charged towards Bobo. Laiya threw a punch aimed at Bobo's face. Just as her fist neared Bobo's cheek, he swiftly leaned to the side to evade her attack. Seeing Laiya's assault, Gai Nuo thought, as expected, Scions prefer to resolve matters with brute force. In contrast to Laiya, Gai Nuo reduced his Qi to the minimum and also attacked Bobo, but instead of directly confronting him, he sidestepped and threw a punch at Bo's side as he approached. Gai Nuo's attack was small in range, but immense in power. As he punched out, Bo attempted to dodge, but found he could not escape, and had to block Gai Nuo's attack with his arm. At the moment of contact between Bo's arm and Gai Nuo's fist, a tremendous force erupted from Gai Nuo's punch, sending Bo flying backward. Gai Nuo seized the opportunity to pursue, quickly reaching behind Bo, aiming to deliver another punch, but Bo skillfully slapped Gai Nuo's fist aside and landed steadily on the ground. Then Bo launched an attack against Gai Nuo. Bo's speed was astonishingly fast, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Gai Nuo. Not having time to react, Gai Nuo received a punch to his stomach, causing his eyes to bulge and a clear liquid to spray from his mouth. Gai Nuo's body was sent flying, crashing into the door of the Hall of the Celestial God, which fell with a thud. Having defeated Gai Nuo, Bo swiftly appeared behind Laiya and kicked her away as well. Emerging from the rubble, Gai Nuo rubbed his stomach and said, "Tisk, that hurts. Mr. Bo is indeed formidable. I have never been attacked like that since I began my training." "Truly, there is always someone stronger," Laiya remarked. Laiya also emerged from the debris, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Mr. Bo is indeed impressive. He has shown both me and Gai Nuo a great deal." Bo asked, "So how about it? Are you coming again?" Gai Nuo and Laiya replied in unison, "Of course, we are eager to have a formidable opponent like Mr. Bo. Mr. Bo, we can attack now." Bo nodded slightly. Gai Nuo and Laiya attacked Mr. Bo together. Their cooperation was seamless. At first, they were continually knocked back by Bo. However, they were incredibly resilient, charging toward Bo again. In this back-and-forth manner, the number of times Gai Nuo and Laiya were knocked back steadily decreased. Gai Nuo and Laiya were also learning and growing constantly in battle. This training mode continued for over an hour, and in the end, Gai Nuo and Laiya were defeated by Bo when they could no longer sustain themselves. During this hour of combat, Gai Nuo and Laiya's stamina rapidly drained, while Mr. Bo remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Of course, due to his dark skin, it was impossible to tell if he was flushed. Mr. Bo said, "All right, let's conclude today's training here. Review the events of our battle and see what you've gained. I need to prepare a meal for the Celestial God now." "Excuse me." With that, Bo walked straight into the Hall of the Celestial God. Watching Mr. Bo's figure disappear, Laiya gasped, "Gai Nuo, I never expected that such a low-level planet could have such a master." Gai Nuo replied, "So how about it? Was it not a mistake to come here?" "Not just a mistake, it's an incredible gain," Laiya responded. Gai Nuo said, "Laiya, if we complete Mr. Bo's training, I believe our combat strength will increase significantly." On the second day, Gai Nuo and Laiya continued to battle with Bo. Bo blocked their attacks and told them in combat one must achieve the greatest damage with the smallest attack. The posture of combat should be as free as the wind, as swift as lightning. Upon hearing this, Gai Nuo quickly gathered himself, closed his eyes, and Laiya, seeing Gai Nuo's state, seemed to understand something and closed her eyes as well. Bo watched their expressions, and a smile unexpectedly appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. Fortunately, at that moment, Gai Nuo and Laiya had not opened their eyes, otherwise they would have been shocked to see Bo's smile. Bo did not disturb them, standing quietly before them. After standing quietly for a moment, Gai Nuo and Laiya opened their eyes simultaneously. If observed closely, the aura of Gai Nuo and Laiya had become increasingly solid. Gai Nuo said, "Mr. Bo, I am going to strike." "Me too," Laiya replied. "All right, come at me." Bo waved them over. Gai Nuo and Laiya instantly launched their attacks, appearing before Bo in the blink of an eye. Without any unnecessary movements, they threw a punch directly at Bo's face. Bo did not expect that these two seemed to have unlocked something, as both their speed and the force of their attacks had risen to a new level. Bo quickly retaliated with a double punch, colliding with Gai Nuo and Laiya's fists. The moment their fists met, the surrounding air trembled violently. Then Gai Nuo, Laiya, and Bo continued their battle with sounds of impacts echoing through the air and white sound waves flashing around them. The intense fighting caused the entire Heavenly God Palace to tremble. The Heavenly God emerged from the palace, and upon seeing such a terrifying scene, cold sweat began to bead on his greenish cheeks. The Heavenly God murmured, "If these two have hostility towards Earth, then Earth is truly doomed. Fortunately, they are not here to conquer it." The battle continued, with Bo constantly defending against Gai Nuo and Laiya's attacks, while also offering guidance, saying, "Gai Nuo, you don't need to throw that punch, it's a waste of energy." "Laiya, what are you doing? Your punches are not fast enough, speed it up. The force isn't sufficient, add more power. Your speed is too slow and your strength is too weak, your movements are too exaggerated. You need to dodge more swiftly." Under such guidance, Gai Nuo and Laiya's strength was rapidly increasing, and a month passed just like that. One day, Gai Nuo and Laiya were sparring with Bo, and due to a minor mistake on Bo's part, Gai Nuo and Laiya managed to send him flying. This was the first time Gai Nuo and Laiya had sent Bobo flying since they began training with him. Bobo quickly flew backward, and at the critical moment the heavenly god stepped in and pointed at Bobo. A star-shaped object appeared behind Bobo, blocking him as he flew backward. Bobo stood on the ground and cupped his hands towards the heavenly god, saying, "Thank you, heavenly god. No need for formalities, it's the least I could do." Then Bobo approached Gai Nuo and Laiya and said, "There is nothing more I can teach you. Bobo's task is complete." Gai Nuo and Laiya expressed their gratitude to Bobo. The heavenly god said, "You two are truly geniuses. In just a month you have defeated Mr. Bobo. This is indeed commendable." Gai Nuo remarked, "It's all thanks to Mr. Bobo's teachings." The heavenly god replied, "You are too humble. A genius is a genius. The humans of Earth lack your level of insight. Your combat talent is astonishing. Now that you have completed your training, are you planning to return to your own planet?" the heavenly god asked. "We do plan to return, but before we go we have one last request that we hope the heavenly god will grant." "Speak then. What is it?" "I know there is a place in the heavenly god palace where 1 year of training inside equals 1 day outside." Upon hearing this, Laiya asked, "Is there really such a place?" "That sounds like a miraculous place." Laiya's gaze drifted towards the heavenly god. The heavenly god was taken aback, not expecting that she knew about the time chamber. The heavenly god said, "Indeed, there is such a place called the time chamber. Training inside yields remarkable results. Bobo, take them to the time chamber," the heavenly god instructed. "Understood, heavenly god. You two follow me." After thanking the heavenly god, Gai Nuo and Laiya followed Bobo toward the time chamber. They entered the heavenly god palace and opened a door. Bobo pushed the door open and said to Gai Nuo and Laiya, "You may enter. Remember, you can only stay inside for 2 years. 2 years in there equals 2 days outside. If you exceed 2 days, you will never be able to leave, understood?" Laiya hurriedly asked, "What are we supposed to eat?" "There is plenty of water and food inside to last you 2 years. Now go in." Gai Nuo and Laiya walked directly into the time chamber. They followed the corridor down until they reached the interior of the time chamber. As soon as they entered, Laiya exclaimed, "It's so hot in here. It feels so dull." Gai Nuo replied, "That's right, strong individuals grow amidst solitude and loneliness. Laiya, we must seize this time. We only have 2 years. All right, let's begin our training." Gai Nuo and Laiya unleashed their energy. Instantly, the entire time chamber began to shake. After a while, it stabilized. Gai Nuo and Laiya began sparring using all the techniques they had learned during this time. Their exchanges caused the heat within the time chamber to circulate even more rapidly. Outside, the heavenly god said to Bobo, "Bobo, what level do you think Gai Nuo will reach after he comes out of the time chamber?" Bobo didn't know, but he felt that Gai Nuo's strength would become incredibly powerful. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had almost passed outside, and Bobo and the heavenly god waited at the entrance of the time chamber for Gai Nuo and Laiya. Suddenly, the door to the time chamber opened, and Gai Nuo and Laiya walked out. As they stepped out, the heavenly god felt that the aura around Gai Nuo and Laiya had vanished. Only Bobo's gaze flickered slightly before his expression returned to normal. The heavenly god approached Gai Nuo, looking at him and Laiya with curiosity. "What's wrong, heavenly god? Is something off?" Gai Nuo asked. "Something is definitely off. Oh, where is the aura around you and Laiya? I can't sense its presence at all." Gai Nuo replied, "It's the materialization of chi, just like transforming from gas to liquid. Now the chi within Laiya and me exists in every cell of our bodies. As soon as we start to fight, the chi will be automatically utilized." "Is it really that impressive? I didn't expect chi could be used this way." Laiya said, "This is a concept my brother Gai Nuo came up with." The heavenly god remarked, "Gai Nuo, you truly are a genius. I wonder how much your strength has increased now." "Oh, it seems the heavenly god is intentionally testing us." Laiya showed the heavenly god the results of our training. "All right, heavenly god, you better brace yourself." After saying this, Laiya began to unleash her chi. Huh. The entire heavenly god palace, no, the whole West City trembled under this surge of energy. Sweat poured down the heavenly god's forehead. During the 2 years in the time chamber, Laiya's combat power reached 500. Then Laiya retracted her chi. The heavenly god turned his gaze towards Gai Nuo, who said, "I don't need to show mine, heavenly god." Laiya said, "Brother Gai Nuo, why don't you also demonstrate your training results for the heavenly god?" Upon hearing Laiya's words, the heavenly god nodded vigorously at Gai Nuo. "Fine. Then, heavenly god, you should keep your distance." The heavenly god quickly backed away into the heavenly god palace. Gai Nuo began to unleash his chi. With a roar, the energy from him swept through the entire sky, causing the wind and clouds to change dark clouds gathering overhead. After 2 years of training in the time chamber, Gai Nuo's combat power reached 2 million. The rapid growth of his combat power made Laiya envious. Gai Nuo's aura was felt by everyone on Earth, causing the entire planet to tremble. On the island, the turtle hermit sensed this energy and remarked, I never expected that this Gai Nuo would reach such a level. It seems I also need to train hard. Below the sanctuary, the immortal Korin was directly knocked over by Gai Nuo's aura. This is simply too strong. Is he a monster? In the heavenly temple, the deity trembled at the sight of Gai Nuo, questioning if this was the result of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Unconsciously swallowing, he said this. This is simply unbelievable strength. Ever since Gai Nuo's combat power broke through the 1 million mark, the energy within him surged continuously. Even without training, his internal energy kept rising. Could this be the true power of the ancient Saiyan bloodline? Gai Nuo retracted his aura as the deity slowly stepped out from behind the sanctuary. If it weren't for the sanctuary blocking most of Gai Nuo's aura, the deity felt he would have been blown away by its intensity. The deity approached Gai Nuo and said, I never expected your strength to become so formidable. It truly puts pressure on me. Gai Nuo chuckled. You flatter me, deity. In this vast universe, I am but a minuscule speck of dust, hardly worth mentioning. A truly powerful individual could destroy a planet with just a flick of their finger. How could my current strength be worthy of mention? The deity exclaimed in shock. Really? Are there really such formidable beings in the universe? Of course. Therefore, my task now is to continuously strengthen myself. That is the most important thing. It seems we also need to cultivate a group of practitioners on Earth. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, one day our Earth will be at the mercy of others. Alright, deity, my and Laiya's mission on Earth has been completed. We should return to our own planet, so let's bid farewell. Oh, you are leaving for your planet so soon. Well then, I wish you a safe journey. Goodbye, deity Mr. Bobo. Goodbye. The deity waved while Mr. Bobo nodded dumbly. Gai Nuo and Laiya flew away, arriving at the Capsule Corporation, which would later become the home of the world's future richest person, Bulma. Gai Nuo and Laiya flew up, observing the buildings beneath them as they searched for the Capsule Corporation's logo. Suddenly, Gai Nuo spotted an oval-shaped building. Isn't that Dr. Brief's Capsule Corporation? As Gai Nuo and Laiya were about to enter, they were blocked by a security guard at the door who asked, May I ask who you are looking for? We are looking for Dr. Brief. Please inform him, Gai Nuo said. The guard replied, Do you have an appointment? Dr. Brief requires an appointment to be seen. I'm sorry, we do not have an appointment. Please inform him that distant relatives have come to visit Dr. Brief. Alright, please wait here for a moment while I go inform him. Shortly after, a man with glasses, a hint of white whiskers, wearing a white coat, and exuding a warm aura approached Gai Nuo and Laiya. Dr. Brief looked at Gai Nuo and Laiya and said, I don't seem to have relatives like you. Besides, you see, we look nothing alike. You have tails, and we do not. It's impossible for me to have such relatives. Gai Nuo introduced himself, saying, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gai Nuo, and this is Laiya. We lied about being your relatives just to meet you. I hope you can forgive us. The guard exclaimed, You tricked me. You are simply too despicable. Gai Nuo chuckled. My young brother, I apologize. Oh, we only resorted to this tactic because we wanted to see Dr. Brief. So what do you need from me? Dr. Brief inquired. I would like you to install a gravity system on our spaceship, specifically a gravity chamber within the ship for training purposes. Upon hearing the words spaceship, Dr. Brief became excited and hurriedly said, A spaceship? Where is it? Let me see it quickly. Oh, I've never seen a spaceship before. Alright, Dr. Brief, please take my hand, and I will take you to our spaceship. Laiya, please wait here for a moment. As soon as Gai Nuo placed his hand on Dr. Brief's, he flew up and swiftly headed toward his spaceship. The guard, witnessing this, unconsciously swallowed and said, He can actually fly. What kind of monster is this? Isn't flying normal? People from our planet can fly. Not only can we fly, Laiya replied, we can also do this. Laiya pointed her finger, and a beam of light appeared at her fingertip, directly creating a pit in front of the guard, which continued to emit black smoke. Seeing this, the guard was terrified and immediately collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Gai Nuo returned with the spaceship. Seeing Laiya scaring the guard, he quickly said, Laiya, stop playing around and come over here. Gai Nuo approached the guard and said, Don't mind it, my sister just loves to play. We have no intention of harming you. Gai Nuo helped the guard up, quickly calming his emotions. He set down the spaceship, and Dr. Brief emerged, his face filled with excitement. So this is a spaceship. It truly is completely different from our Earth's technology. Gai Nuo asked, Can you install the gravity chamber? Dr. Brief pondered for a moment, then said, I can, but you'll need to give me some time. Sure, no problem. Gai Nuo replied. Gai Nuo said, However, I can give Dr. Brief a suggestion. How about inventing a retractable device? For example, if the spaceship is too large, you can install a device on it. One press of this device, and the spaceship will shrink to the size of a capsule. What do you think of my idea? That's a good idea. I've been thinking about something like that too. It seems we are on the same wavelength. But right now the priority is to get your gravity chamber done. Thus Gai Nuo and Laiya settled in Dr. Brief's home. During this time, Gai Nuo also met the future indispensable protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Bulma. However, at this time, Bulma was just a few months old little baby, and after a day of training, Gai Nuo and Laiya would play with Bulma, saving Mrs. Brief a lot of trouble. One day, Mrs. Brief said, Gai Nuo, your gravity chamber is ready. My husband wants you to visit the company. So soon. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Brief. We shall say goodbye now. Here you must take good care of little Bulma. Yes, I will. Laiya, let's go. Gai Nuo and Laiya flew towards Dr. Brief's company. Geno and Laiya arrived at Dr. Brisford's company and saw him inspecting the spaceship. Upon noticing Geno, Dr. Brisford hurriedly said, Geno, I've already completed your gravity chamber. Come take a look. Geno said, indeed, you are the most outstanding scientist on Earth. You've set up the gravity chamber so quickly, I thought it would take a few more days. Dr. Brisford replied, don't tease me. As an Earth scientist, I am nothing compared to the top scientists in the universe. You should take a look at the gravity chamber. Here is the activation device. Currently, the maximum gravity is 200 times Earth's gravity. This is the limit of Earth's technology. Dr. Brisford explained as Geno entered the spaceship and was confronted with a massive gravity chamber. This is the bathing area, this is the music room, and here is the dining area. You can eat here after your training. This is the complete setup of the gravity chamber. Is there anything else you want to add? No, this is already great. I am very satisfied with this gravity chamber. Thank you, Dr. Brisford. I should be the one thanking you. You have introduced me to the technology of the universe, and I have learned a lot of scientific knowledge from your spaceship. This is mutual assistance. Geno said, in that case, we shall take our leave. We have already delayed a long time on Earth. It is time to depart. Goodbye, Dr. Brisford. All right. Goodbye. I know you will leave, but Geno, will you come back to Earth in the future? Yes, Dr. Brisford, I will come to Earth often in the future. Geno and Laiya stepped into the spaceship, closed the hatch, waved goodbye to Dr. Brisford, pressed the activation button, and the spaceship swiftly transformed into a streak of light heading into the universe. Watching as Geno and Laiya left, Dr. Brisford entered his laboratory. He intended to invent a universal capsule. In the temple, the deity spoke to Bobo. Bobo, do you think Geno will protect our Earth in the future? Bobo replied, deity, Bobo doesn't know, but Bobo knows that Geno is a good person. Hearing this, the deity nodded. Inside the spaceship, Laiya asked, Geno, where shall we go next? Our next training location is Planet Namek. Set the spaceship's coordinates to Planet Namek. We will rapidly increase our combat power there. Laiya, I'm going to the gravity chamber to train. What about you? Of course I want to train too. All right then, let's go together. Geno and Laiya walked to the gravity chamber together, and Geno said, let's start with 20 times the gravity. As soon as he pressed the gravity device, Geno and Laiya felt as though a great mountain pressed down upon them. After a while, Geno adapted to the gravitational pressure, but Laiya had not yet adjusted. Geno began to walk around the gravity chamber, then started running, followed by throwing punches and kicks as he started his training. Laiya watched Geno's extraordinary physique and said, what a freak. He adapted to 20 times the gravity so quickly. Laiya was still struggling to adapt to 20 times the gravity, but no matter how hard she tried, she ultimately succumbed to the pressure. Geno approached her, helped her up, and said, Laiya, you should go out first. How about you wait until I finish training before coming back in? Let's do that. You should start training with 15 times the gravity. Once you adapt to that, then you can move on to 20 times. Do not rush, as that could harm your body. Hearing Geno's words, Laiya pondered for a moment, then replied, all right. I truly cannot handle 20 times the gravity right now, but I will catch up to you soon. Geno said, of course I know my sister Laiya will catch up quickly. She is an elite warrior. Geno, you aren't even considered a lower-level warrior. You will definitely catch up to me, even surpass me. I have always believed in your strength. All right, hurry and go. If the gravity presses you too much longer, I fear your body won't be able to handle it. Come on, I'll help you. Laiya replied defiantly, if I can walk out by myself. If I can't withstand this little pressure, how can I surpass you? Yes. Laiya is the best. Geno said, you don't need to say that. All right, focus on your training. I'll step out first. Watching Laiya exit the gravity training chamber, Geno began to unleash his energy, causing the entire gravity chamber to tremble. Laiya, stepping out, felt Geno's presence and instinctively took a step back. What a monster. How did I not realize how powerful Geno was before? But Laiya was completely unaware that the current Geno was no longer the same Geno, who couldn't even sense energy. He was now a Scion with the bloodline of the ancient Scions. Geno continuously poured out sweat in the gravity chamber, where punches and kicks filled the air. He kept throwing punches and kicks until his energy was exhausted. Then he went to the control switch and turned off the gravity release device. At that moment, as the gravity disappeared, Geno stumbled and nearly fell. Wow, I feel so light. Geno sensed the energy within himself, which had increased exponentially. He realized that his combat power had reached 5 million. Is this the terrifying power of the ancient Saiyan bloodline? The greater the pressure, the faster the energy increases, and the stronger the combat power becomes. It seems I will need an even larger gravity chamber in the future. As soon as Geno exited the gravity chamber, Laiya immediately entered. She didn't want the gap between them to widen any further. Thus, Geno and Laiya continued their training in the gravity chamber, gradually adapting to different levels of gravity, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. On this day in the gravity chamber, the two figures clashed continuously. As they sparred, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed throughout the chamber. Suddenly, Geno punched Laiya, sending her flying. Laiya hurriedly said, "No more fighting. No more fighting. Every time it's Geno winning. This is too boring." Geno approached Laiya and asked, "Laiya, what is your current base combat power?" "Why do you ask that? Tell me your base combat power, and I will make you stronger than me. How about it? Are you interested?" Geno is just lying again," Laiya said. "I'm really not lying this time. Quickly tell me your base combat power," she replied. "My current base combat power is 3 million, but no matter how hard I try, my combat power seems to be stuck at this point." "That's right, Laiya. I want to help you transform into a Super Saiyan. However, your current base combat power is good, but it's not enough. You need to work even harder." "Super Saiyan? What is a Super Saiyan? Is this transformation really powerful?" "Of course. Transforming into a Super Saiyan will directly boost your power to over 100 million. So powerful. I want to transform. Then let's continue training." Ever since Gai Nuo told Laiya about the Super Saiyans, she has been full of energy, practicing diligently every day and occasionally seeking Gai Nuo for sparring. To be honest, Gai Nuo regretted telling Laiya about the Super Saiyans. If he had known it would be like this, he would have preferred not to tell her at all. This was tough for Gai Nuo, as he couldn't train on his own anymore. However, it wasn't all bad. Practicing with Laiya every day was also increasing his combat power, albeit at a slow pace. But as his combat power continued to grow, Gai Nuo felt very happy. Gai Nuo and Laiya had adapted to the 50 times gravity. The gravity chamber no longer posed any pressure on them. Now with the gravity set to maximum, they could constantly battle within it, as if walking on flat ground. After adapting to the 50 times gravity, Laiya's combat power reached 6 million, while Gai Nuo's increased to 12 million. This made Laiya quite unhappy, but the thought of her potential transformation into a Super Saiyan brought her joy. Gai Nuo was also curious as to why Laiya couldn't transform even though her combat power had reached 3 million. That day, the system's voice announced ding, as it detected the host's distress and activated automatically. "May I ask why the host is feeling troubled?" "How timely. System, I want to ask, doesn't a combat power of 3 million allow one to transform into a Super Saiyan? But why can't Laiya transform?" "System, although Laiya's combat power has reached 3 million, the glass cells within her body have not undergone transformation." "Glass cells? What are glass cells? Does the inability for a Scion to transform into a Super Saiyan have something to do with these glass cells?" "System, of course. When a Scion's combat power reaches 3 million, if their glass cells fill their body, only one opportunity is needed to transform into a Super Saiyan." "One opportunity? Oh, I see. It's anger. Anger is a crucial reason for a Scion's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Now can you check how many glass cells Laiya currently has in her body?" "System, Laiya's glass cells have now reached 70 of her body. She needs another 30 to transform into a Super Saiyan." "Alright, I understand. May I ask, since I possess the bloodline of ancient Scions, can I transform into a Super Saiyan?" "System, yes." Upon hearing this, Gai Nuo jumped up, but the next words from the system doused his excitement. "System, the bloodline of ancient Scions can transform into a Super Saiyan, but it is not called a Super Saiyan, it is called an ancient Super Saiyan. To transform into an ancient Super Saiyan, the host's base combat power must reach 100 million. Hearing this, Gai Nuo's expression immediately drooped. 100 million base combat power. The requirements for transforming into an ancient Super Saiyan are too high. System, the transformation of ancient Scions is divided into Ancient Scion Level 1, Ancient Super Saiyan Level 2, Ancient Super Saiyan Level 3, Ancient Super Saiyan Level 4, Ancient Super Saiyan Level 5, Ancient Super Saiyan Level 6, and the normalized Ancient Super Saiyan Level 7 transformation. When the host can reach the normalized Ancient Super Saiyan level, he should have already become the pinnacle figure in this world. This is good news. Once I reach the normalized Ancient Super Saiyan level, he'll be able to challenge the Omni King. System, then the host should work hard. This system will now sleep. Please do not disturb unless necessary. I didn't expect a system to have such a temper. System, what are you talking about, host? I'm not asleep yet. Oh, then you should rest quickly. I won't disturb you any longer. Gai Nuo yielded. The system fell silent. It seems like his journey is still long. He still has a lot of ground to cover. I need to work hard. I still have over 80 million to reach 100 million in combat power. I must quickly improve my base combat power. After more than half a year, the spaceship finally landed on Namek. When Gai Nuo arrived on Namek, the inhabitants sensed him as they too could perceive energy. As the hatch opened, Gai Nuo and Laiya stepped out of the spaceship. They saw greenhouses, green trees, and green Namekians. Truly a place nurtures its own inhabitants. No wonder Piccolo is a green guy. Gai Nuo and Laiya stepped out of the ship, their bodies floating as they sensed everything around them. Laiya said, "This planet is so beautiful. If only our Scion planet were here too. We Scions are not suited to live on such a beautiful planet. You know how warlike we are. If we lived on a planet like this, it would surely be destroyed by us." Gai Nuo said, "That's true. Scions are naturally warlike. Just look at these people. Each one has a happy smile as if they have no worries. The Namekians love peace. They never invade other planets. They are very kind to their kin. You make it sound like we Scions are so evil. We're just warlike. Every time we take on a mission, it's King Vegeta who assigns the tasks. We can't refuse, so we invade other planets. We're not bad by nature. However, in the universe, we Scions have a notorious reputation." Just as Laiya was about to speak, a person resembling a deity approached her and said, "Who are you, and what brings you to our Namek?" Gai Nuo said, "We are here to find your elder. Please inform him. Finding our elder isn't something you can just do. You should leave quickly." At that moment, another person appeared and said to Gai Nuo, "A distant guest, our elder requests your presence." "What are you doing, Naru?" Gai Nuo cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." The Namekian replied, "It was the elder who sent me to find you. Please follow me." "Also, the elder knows I am coming." "The elder is omnipotent," Naru said. Gai Nuo and Laiya followed Naru to a tall green building. "The elder is inside. Please go in." Gai Nuo and Laiya walked in and saw a tall Namekian sitting there, his massive body taking up 2/3 of the room. Gai Nuo said, "Sorry to disturb you, elder. Elder, I wish to have my potential developed. I wonder if you would be willing to help." "Of course," the elder said. "Come stand before me." Gai Nuo pushed Laiya to stand before the elder and said, "Elder, please activate my sister's potential first." The elder nodded. Laiya stood before the elder as his large hand rested on her head. Soon Laiya's energy began to rise. When Laiya's combat power grew to 10 million, the elder's hand left her head. "Her potential has been activated. Now, let me activate yours." "Then I must trouble you, elder," Gai Nuo said. Gai Nuo approached the Grand Elder, who placed his hand on Gai Nuo's head. However, after 5 minutes, Gai Nuo's combat power showed no signs of improvement. Sweat began to bead on the Grand Elder's forehead, and eventually he withdrew his hand. He addressed Gai Nuo, "Your potential is simply too immense. I cannot awaken your potential. Can't you?" Gai Nuo had already prepared himself, suspecting that his potential was too great for the Grand Elder to awaken. Sure enough, it came to pass. However, the next words brought hope to Gai Nuo. "Although I cannot awaken your potential, the dragon can. The dragon of Namek can awaken your potential." "Really? That would be wonderful." At this point, Nailu chimed in, "Grand Elder, the dragon is the guardian of Namek and should only be summoned in times of necessity, correct?" "I know what I'm doing. Just follow my instructions." Seeing the Grand Elder's resolve, Nailu bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, I will go collect the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon." After a while, Nailu entered the Grand Elder's chamber and said, "Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls have been gathered, and we can summon the dragon now." The Grand Elder nodded. Gai Nuo and Laiya exited the Grand Elder's chamber to find a glass sphere before them about the size of a human head, orange in color, with 1 to 7 stars adorning its surface. "So this is the Dragon Ball," Laiya remarked. It was Gai Nuo's first time seeing a Dragon Ball. He had not encountered them on Earth, and he was surprised to find one on Namek. Compared to the Dragon Balls he had seen on screen in his past life, seeing one in person was far more visually striking. Nyla said to Gai Nuo, "I will summon the dragon now." Nyla began chanting in the language of Namek. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, the sky darkened, and lightning flickered in the air as the dragon appeared. A dragon combining elements of both Eastern and Western styles hovered in the sky above Namek. Nyla told Gai Nuo, "You may make 3 wishes." "Can I truly make 3 wishes?" Gai Nuo asked. "Yes, the mighty Shinran Purunga can grant 3 wishes," Nyla replied. "Well then, my first wish is to awaken the potential within my body." Nylu spoke a command to the dragon Purunga. Purunga's gaze swept over Gai Nuo, then a flash of light emanated from the dragon's eyes. Gai Nuo felt an explosive surge of energy within him, halting only when his combat power reached a baseline of 100 million. After awakening Gai Nuo's inner energy, the dragon spoke something to Nylu, and then transformed into 7 streams of light, flying off in all directions. This startled Gai Nuo. Wasn't it said there were 3 wishes? Why did it leave after fulfilling just 1? Nylu approached Gai Nuo and explained, "The dragon said your potential is too powerful. The Dragon Lord could only awaken a small fraction, and this little bit consumed the energy for 3 wishes, so the dragon simply flew away as 7 streams of light. So that's how it is. No wonder the dragon vanished after granting 1 wish. Well, it's fine. Although not all my potential was awakened, at least a bit was, and my energy has increased. I am content. Let's return to the Grand Elder's residence. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's chamber, Gai Nuo cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for using the dragon to awaken my potential." The Grand Elder replied, "I apologize for not being able to awaken your full potential. This is already quite good, Grand Elder. Shall we begin our training? We still have to rely on ourselves, taking it step by step. It can't be achieved overnight, can it?" Gai Nuo remarked. The Grand Elder responded, "You really are quite easygoing, aren't you? Grand Elder, we have intruded upon Namek, and you have helped us so much. In the future, if there's anything we can assist with, Laiya, and I will not hesitate to help." The Grand Elder said, "I have only one request. When Namek faces grave danger, you may come here to help us through the crisis." "No problem, Grand Elder, please rest assured. I, Gai Nuo, am a man of my word. I will certainly help you through challenges when the time comes. But how can I contact you? How will I know when Namek is in a critical moment? I can teach you a special method of contact. No matter how far apart we are, as long as Namek is in trouble, I will contact you as soon as possible. This is a unique method of contact exclusive to Namek, known only to the Grand Elder. Come closer, and I will tell you." Gai Nuo leaned closer to the Grand Elder, who whispered something into his ear. Gai Nuo nodded and returned to his position. "Well, since that's settled, Laiya, and I will take our leave. In the future, if Namek has matters to address, just notify me at once, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder nodded to Gai Nuo and said to Nailu by his side, "Nyla, see the guests off." "Yes," Nailu replied. Nailu accompanied Gai Nuo and Laiya to their spaceship and said to Gai Nuo, "Please keep your promise." Gai Nuo replied, "Nyla, don't worry. I will keep my promise. You should also train hard. I hope you can contribute to Namek when the time comes." Nyla said, "Fighting for my planet is my unshakable responsibility. I will strive to train." "Yes, I know you will." "Well, then we shall take our leave. I hope that when we meet again, your strength will amaze me." Gai Nuo and Laiya boarded the spaceship, activated it, and the ship transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the sky. Nailu approached the Grand Elder and asked, "Grand Elder, why do you spare no effort in assisting them?" The Grand Elder replied, "Nyla, you know, as the Grand Elder, I have some unique perceptions. I sense that at some point in the future Namek will face a calamity, and in that time a savior will emerge to help us through the crisis. That person is Gai Nuo, and his companions, right?" Nailu inquired. The Grand Elder shook his head. "It's a vague memory, but I can be certain that it is a Scion. Didn't you notice? Gai Nuo and Laiya are Scions. Scions, the ones who invade other planets everywhere. Then why do you help them? Don't you see that Gai Nuo and Laiya are different from other Scions? Their hearts are kind, devoid of the bloodlust and malice that other Scions possess. That is why I choose to help them." Inside the spaceship, Gai Nuo and Laiya conversed with Laiya, asking, "Brother Gai Nuo, where shall we go next?" "Our next destination is Yardrat." "Good, set the spaceship's coordinates to Yardrat, and let's depart." Geno and Laiya boarded the spaceship, heading towards the next planet. On the way, Leia's curiosity began to spark as she asked Geno, "Brother Geno, what did the Elder of Namek whisper to you?" "Still so secretive." Geno replied, "Since it was a whisper, I obviously can't tell you. If you won't say it, I don't want to hear it anyway." However, driven by curiosity, Laiya kept pestering Geno, wanting him to reveal what the Elder of Namek had said to him. "If hard methods won't work, then let's try a softer approach. Brother Geno, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone, okay?" Brother Geno. Unable to withstand Leia's persistent coaxing, Geno said to her, all right, I'll tell you, okay? Just don't shake my arm anymore." Really? Okay, I won't shake it anymore." Geno truly had no way to deal with his little sister. "The Elder of Namek told me I should go to the planet Yardrat to learn a secret technique. This technique allows a person to instantly reach another place, which is why I need to set the ship's course to the planet Yardrat." "What's the name of this secret technique?" "This technique is called instant transmission. For example, if you can sense the energy of any person on Earth while on planet Vegeta, you can instantly teleport to Earth." "Wow, is it really that powerful? I want to learn this technique," Laiya exclaimed. "This technique relies on talent. It's not something you can just learn if you want to." Geno said, "If I don't believe it. With my intelligence, I can definitely learn this technique." "All right, then I wish my sister Laiya could master instant transmission." The spaceship continued to fly, when suddenly both Geno and Laiya sensed an enormous malevolent aura. Geno said, "Laiya, can you sense it?" "Of course I can sense it. This aura is extremely vast and very evil. I feel that we Scions are somewhat evil, but the energy of the Scions also contains malice, unlike this aura, which is purely evil. It's like..." Laiya pondered for a long time. Suddenly both Geno and Laiya spoke at the same time. "It's the demon race. This is the aura of the demon race." Yes, that's right. This is purely the aura of the demon race. I've heard my dad say that the aura of the demon race is extremely evil and every demon is exceptionally powerful. Brother Gino, look. A spaceship is flying towards us. Gino looked out of the spaceship's window and indeed saw a massive spaceship approaching them. Gino said, "It's fine, let's continue our journey. It's best if they don't provoke us. If they do, we won't hold back." Laiya nodded. However, things took an unexpected turn as the system's voice sounded. System ding. Demon race aura detected. The host must eliminate all demons on this spaceship. Rewards soul-devouring technique. Soul-devouring technique, what is that? The system explained the soul-devouring technique allows the host to consume all energies, including demonic energy, malevolent energy, divine power, destructive power, etc. Using the consumed energy to enhance one's base combat power, the host can also master the ancient Super Saiyan transformation more quickly. Why was it really that powerful? Gino said, "Well, since that's the case, there's no need to avoid it. Laiya, pilot our spaceship directly towards the demon spaceship." Huh. Why are we flying towards them? Didn't they say they wouldn't provoke us, so shouldn't we just fly away? I have my reasons. Gino said, "All right. I also want to make a big scene." Laiya piloted the spaceship quickly approaching the demon spaceship. On the demon spaceship. Report to the general, we have detected a spaceship heading towards our demon spaceship. Oh, since this is the case, our demon race has roamed the northern galaxy for so many years, no one has dared to intercept our spaceship. Let me see who has the audacity to intercept my spaceship, Ankyra. This demon Ankyra is one of the subordinates of the Slag, the king of the planet Slag, another major power in the universe. Slag is a Namekian, but he was sent to planet Slag by his parents when he was young. When Slag was born, he possessed tremendous combat power and an evil heart. After being sent to planet Slag, Slag unified the planet with his powerful strength, self-proclaimed as king, and called himself the Emperor of the universe. Slag is exceedingly evil. After unifying planet Slag, he treats his subordinates with extreme brutality. His subordinates are often ruthlessly killed by Slag for the slightest mistakes. This Ankyra is one of Slag's subordinates. Opening the hatch, Ankyra shouted towards Gino and Laiya, "Who are you? How dare you intercept my divine spaceship? Do you want to die? If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly, or it'll turn you to dust." Hearing this, Gino said, "What a big tone. Let's go, Laiya, and see this demon who wants to turn us to dust." Gino opened the hatch and looked at Ankyra, saying, "You're not very tall, but your tone is quite big, huh?" Upon hearing this, Ankyra exploded with rage and said to Gino, "Our demon race has roamed the northern galaxy unchecked for so many years. Even the Frieza force has to give way to us. How dare you disrespect us? If that's the case, then you can die." Saying this, Ankyra shot a blast of energy directly at Gino. Gino immediately stood in front of Laiya, extending a hand to block Ankyra's energy blast, which startled Ankyra. Then Gino forcefully flicked his finger, and Ankyra's energy blast was crushed. Ankyra panicked. Someone who could easily crush his energy blast must be far stronger than him, and Ankyra began to reconsider his intentions. Gino watched Ankyra's actions and said, "You attacked me and still want to leave? No way." Gino quickly approached Ankyra and threw a punch which pierced through Ankyra's body, killing him with a single blow. Seeing Gino explode Ankyra with a punch, Ankyra's subordinates trembled and said, "Why you killed General Ankyra? Lord Slag won't spare you." Slag, the one who calls himself the Emperor of the universe. Yes, that's right, Lord Slag. So what about Slag? If you provoke me, even if he's the Emperor of the universe, I will destroy him. Laiya, the rest is up to you. Why do you always leave these little minions to me? Fine. They'll take care of them. Gino returned to his spaceship. Brother Gino, I have invented my own attack move. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate it for you. Laiya soared into the air, arms outstretched, shouting, "Star exploding obliteration." Two massive shockwaves erupted from Laiya's hands, obliterating the demon spaceship into cosmic dust. On planet Slag, in the Slag Palace. Report to King Slag, the starship of Ankyra has disappeared. Oh, is that so? It seems it was destroyed by someone. Can we locate where it disappeared? The subordinate replied, yes. Good, then I'll go personally. Prepare the ship, and let's set off. Having defeated Ankyla, Gano successfully acquired the soul-devouring technique as a reward from the system. Since obtaining this technique, Gano's cultivation has progressed remarkably, advancing by leaps and bounds. Gano continuously practiced in the gravity chamber. When his stamina was exhausted, he would directly use the soul-devouring technique to consume the chi from the universe, accepting anything that came his way. After a month of travel, Gano and Laiya finally arrived at the Yardrat star. Upon opening the hatch, they both took a deep breath. Wow, how refreshing. The air here is so clean. While we traveled through the universe, the air we breathed was incredibly polluted, and we couldn't survive in the vacuum. So this time we need to see if there are any techniques on Yardrat star that allow us to survive in the air. Gano said, all right. But it depends on whether Yardrat star has such techniques. As Gano and Laiya were still talking, a person from Yardrat Star approached them and said, "You are Scions from the universe, right? Are you here to learn our techniques?" Laiya whispered to Gano, "Brother Gano, how does he know our purpose for coming here?" "I don't know," Gano replied. While Gano and Laiya were still in shock, the Yardrat Star inhabitant added, "Aren't you going to say something?" Gano thought if that's the case, it would be better to admit it openly. "Yes, that's right. We came here to learn the techniques of your planet." "Good, then follow me." "What's going on? Is it really this straightforward?" Gano and Laiya didn't think too much and followed the inhabitant of Yardrat Star, unsure of where they were headed. As they walked, they reached a square building. The Yardrat Star inhabitant said, "Please wait here for a moment. The sage will be here shortly." Gano cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your trouble." Before long, an old man with a goatee appeared before Gano and Laiya. The old man said, "You are Laiya, and you must be Gano, right?" This shocked Gano and Laiya. They hadn't even spoken yet, and the sage could immediately call out their names. "No need to panic. This is a technique from our Yardrat Star that allows us to predict certain events." "I see. It seems the techniques of Yardrat Star are indeed extraordinary." The sage with the goatee said, "I am the sage of Yardrat Star, and I can lead you to our ancestral land to learn our techniques." Gano asked, "Sage, we have never met before. Why do you not ask us why you want to take us to learn your clan's techniques? Aren't you afraid we might be bad people?" "I already mentioned it, didn't I? I can predict certain future events. Although they may be vague, these events will definitely occur. Moreover, if you were bad people, I would be able to see it at a glance. What I see is that the savior of our planet is among you too, but I cannot see who specifically it is." "Are you saying we will save your planet in the future?" "Yes, that is correct. This is my prediction." "Aren't you afraid your prediction might be inaccurate?" "The techniques of our Yardrat Star will not go wrong. You have visited planet Namek, seen the Elder there, and encountered members of the demon tribe on your way here, whom you swiftly eliminated." Gano and Laiya exchanged glances, realizing that the sage's words were not off by a bit. "Is this also part of your prediction?" Gano asked. The sage nodded. "All right, we believe you. Please take us to your ancestral land." The sage replied, "Please follow me." Gano and Laiya followed the sage into a cave. The sage said, "This is our ancestral land. I hope you can find suitable techniques for yourselves." Gano and Laiya cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, sage. You may carry on." "I won't disturb you," the sage said as he exited the ancestral land. Gano looked at the drawings on the cave walls and said, "These must be the techniques of Yardrat Star. Laiya, let's practice diligently." "Yes, let's hurry and practice. I can't wait any longer." Gano and Laiya began searching for techniques suitable for themselves. Gano found 3 techniques, one called the tortoise breath technique, another called the profound weight technique, and the last one was the instant movement he had long desired. Once mastered, the tortoise breath technique allows one to survive in a vacuum. This is a life-saving skill. If he encounters a powerful enemy that he cannot defeat, he can retreat into the vacuum, as most races in the universe can't survive there. Of course, some races can survive, such as the Ice Demon tribe. The profound weight technique acts as a natural gravity chamber. After mastering it, Gano wouldn't need a gravity chamber to practice anymore. He could apply gravity to himself anytime and anywhere. This technique could also be used on others. For instance, when an enemy charges at him, he could apply gravity on them to disrupt their balance, allowing Gano to attack. Thus, Gano and Laiya began their training in the techniques. Gano recalled that Sun Wukong took 2 years to learn instant movement. He wondered how long it would take him to master these 3 techniques. Training commenced, and time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. One day, Gano opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in another part of Yardrat Star. In another instant, he was on an unknown planet. Truly, instant movement is incredibly fast. After 2 years of learning, I finally mastered all 3 techniques. Efforts do pay off. Gano looked at the unfamiliar planet, realizing he needed to practice instant movement diligently. "Let me sense Laiya's chi." With a whoosh, Gano's figure vanished. On Yardrat Star, Laiya was sparring with a warrior from Yardrat Star. As Laiya threw a punch, just as she was about to strike her opponent, Gano suddenly appeared before her. However, she couldn't control her strength, and with a loud bang, Laiya opened her eyes to find her fist resting in Gano's palm. Gano said, "What's wrong? You don't recognize your brother Gano anymore." Laiya replied, "Who knew you would suddenly appear in our sparring area?" "That's true. It seems I still haven't mastered instant movement completely." At this moment, the sage approached Gano and said, "You are truly a genius. You have learned 3 techniques from our Yardrat Star in just 2 years. That is quite impressive. The fastest learners among us Yardrat Star inhabitants typically master 2 techniques in 2 years. Wow, so Brother Gano has learned 3 techniques. I've only learned 1. No wonder Brother Gano is always practicing. It turns out he has mastered 3 techniques." Gano said to the sage, "You flatter me too much." "This is not flattery, it is merely a statement of fact." Laiya said, "What are you two doing? Have you considered the feelings of someone who has only mastered 1 secret technique? It's truly excessive." Gai Nuo hurriedly said, All right, Laiya, please don't be angry. I won't say anything more. By the way, wise one, you mentioned that your planet will face a disaster in the future. Do you know what kind of disaster it is? It seems to be an invasion, but I don't know which race is invading. They exterminated all the people on our Yardrat planet and planted a tree on it. This tree rapidly absorbed all the energy from our planet, and just when the planet was about to be destroyed, the savior appeared. As he spoke, the wise one looked intently at Laiya and Gai Nuo, causing them both to feel a chill run down their spines. Gai Nuo thought to himself, please don't look at me like that. It reminds me of the same-sex encounters before my journey across time. Their gazes were just like that. Gai Nuo quickly cleared his throat and said, wise one, since that's the case, I'll eliminate this hidden danger for you. I still need some time to cultivate with you. Once I master teleportation, I will leave with Laiya to find those who pose a threat to your planet. Good, then hurry up and cultivate, said the wise one. Half a year passed and Gai Nuo had completely mastered teleportation. His combat power had also grown to a terrifying level over these 2 years, reaching 500 million. If Gai Nuo wasn't mistaken, it wouldn't be long before he transformed into an ancient Super Saiyan at level 1. Laiya's combat power had also increased to 50 million. Gai Nuo asked the system, and it said Laiya's level cells are about to fill her body, she just needs a moment of anger to transform into a Super Saiyan. What a double blessing indeed. Gai Nuo and Laiya bid farewell to the Yardrat people and the wise one, embarking on their journey to find the invaders threatening Yardrat. As Gai Nuo and Laiya sat in the spaceship, Laiya asked Brother Gai Nuo, how do we find those invaders? The universe is so vast, we can't search planet by planet, can we? While Laiya was still speaking, Gai Nuo sensed that there were people fighting on a planet not far from their spaceship. From the aura, it seemed to be 2 powerful beings engaged in battle. Laiya urged the spaceship to approach that planet. There are people fighting, let's go check it out. Upon hearing about the battle, Laiya instantly became spirited and hurriedly piloted the spaceship toward that planet. Before long, their spaceship landed on the planet, and Gai Nuo and Laiya flew toward the source of the battle. Upon reaching the battlefield, Gai Nuo and Laiya saw 2 beings from the universe fighting, or rather slaughtering each other. Their moves were particularly ruthless, the kind that could defeat an opponent with a single strike. One of the fighters emanated an aura that felt familiar to Gai Nuo. Laiya said, why does the aura of that frog person feel the same as the aura of the demon race we encountered last time? Gai Nuo replied, no wonder this aura feels so familiar. It turns out to be from the demon race. What a narrow road for enemies. So are you going to strike, or shall I? Gai Nuo said, of course I will take action. Last time it was you who acted, this time it's my turn, Laiya replied. All right, you go ahead. Laiya shouted directly at the 2 combatants, stop fighting. Don't you see we have guests? Both fighters halted simultaneously and turned to look at Laiya. The 2 were so engrossed in their battle that they didn't even notice anyone approaching. They couldn't even perceive Gai Nuo and Laiya, because having learned from their time on Earth, they had perfected their control over their inner chi, allowing not a single trace to leak out, thus making it impossible for the 2 to notice them. Who dares to meddle in matters concerning Lord Kishu? The frog person asked. Get lost, or I'll turn you into dust. Why do demon race members always threaten to turn others into cosmic dust? I remember the last person who said that is already dead, Gai Nuo replied. The last person? Could it be Angira? You killed Angira. Yes, that demon named Angira, too much nonsense, and I killed him, the frog replied. Well, Gai Nuo said. Indeed it's you. Looks like this time I can not only obtain the spiritual fruit, but also take revenge for Angira. As long as I bring your heads back to King Shalag, he will reward me handsomely. Another one who talks too much. Laiya, quickly eliminate him, my ears are getting calloused from all this chatter. Laiya stepped forward and said, I was hoping to play with you for a while. But it seems there's no time for that now. Are you ready to die? The frog laughed heartily. You think you can make me die? What a huge joke. You with no combat power actually dare to threaten me. Gai Nuo shook his head, realizing that the energy detector from Frieza's army was harmful to both others and themselves. The frog continued to laugh, but Laiya's fist had already struck hard against the frog's stomach, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. As the frog's body was still flying backward, Laiya swiftly moved behind him and unleashed a ki blast that made him disappear from the planet. After eliminating the enemy, Laiya turned to the native and asked, that person just now said there are spiritual fruits here. What are spiritual fruits? Tell me, are you here to seize the spiritual fruits as well? The native stammered. The native understood well that someone who could kill Lord Kishu with a single strike must possess incredible strength, otherwise how could they possibly defeat a general under Sherlag? We are not here to seize the spiritual fruits. We just want to know why Lord Kishu wants to seize the spiritual fruits. Gai Nuo stated. Hearing this, the native breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, because spiritual fruits can enhance a person's divinity, help with cultivation, and achieve rapid progress. So Lord Sherlag is seizing the spiritual fruits for cultivation purposes. Yes, our planet has only this one spiritual fruit left. You could say it hasn't even grown yet, it's merely a seed. This seed can only grow better on our planet. If planted on other planets, the spiritual fruit seed will rapidly absorb the energy of the entire planet, leaving it barren and ultimately leading to its demise. Upon hearing this, Gai Nuo recalled the wise one's words about a tree absorbing all the energy from the Yardrat planet. It seemed to be this spiritual fruit seed. The moment Laiya eliminated Kishu, Sherlag's subordinates reported Kishu's death to him, prompting Sherlag to urge his subordinates to accelerate as his spaceship sped toward the planet where Gai Nuo was. Gai Nuo still wanted to ask about the spiritual fruit seed, but a massive aura instantly enveloped the entire planet. It seemed that Sherlag had arrived. Since the main character was here, they should go take a look. Hey, keep the spiritual fruit seed safe, but don't let it fall into the hands of Sherlag's subordinates. The native hurriedly nodded and took the spiritual fruit seed, fleeing toward the distance. Gai Nuo and Laiya also flew toward Sherlag's direction. A massive spaceship suddenly descended before Gano and Laiya, and a multitude of demons began to pour out from the spacecraft, rushing towards Laiya and Gano. As the number of demons increased, Laiya and Gano found themselves surrounded. The demons each wore fierce expressions as if they intended to devour Gano and Laiya alive. Gano observed their expressions and said to Laiya, "Laiya, look at them, they seem as if we owe them money. But as far as I know, we haven't borrowed money from anyone recently, have we?" Laiya replied, "No, we don't owe anyone money. But we owe a debt of gratitude, and that must be repaid. I understand that, but it shouldn't concern them, right?" While Laiya and Gano continued their conversation, suddenly a group of demons knelt towards the spaceship, indicating that the main figure had arrived. In unison, the demons exclaimed, "We greet the Demon King." Then a figure floated out from the spaceship. Laiya's jaw dropped at the sight, while Gano remained relatively unfazed. Laiya exclaimed, "Isn't that a Namekian?" Indeed, he was a Namekian, but for some reason this Namekian had turned exceptionally malevolent, showing none of the kindness, warmth, or gentleness typically associated with his kind. At that moment, Shrag spoke up, "So you two little brats are the ones who killed my demon generals." His nostrils flared as he spoke, wearing an expression of arrogant superiority. Seeing Shrag's pompous demeanor, Gano retorted sharply, "Those two trash can be called generals. You must be joking." Shrag noticed that Gano was unafraid of him and burst into laughter, his anger flaring as he said, "Good, good, good. You dare to mock me? Then prepare to be wiped out by me." Gano declared, "If we are to fight, then let us fight. Why all the chatter?" Laiya added, "Are we fighting or not? If not, you should quickly return from whence you came. Stop wasting our time here. Such arrogant little brats, you will die a miserable death." Gano asked Laiya, "Do you choose the Demon King or the little brats?" "Is that even a question? Of course I choose the Demon King. I want to see what abilities this guy has to be called the Emperor of the Universe." With that, Laiya charged towards Shrag, instantly appearing in front of him and delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Shrag was struck in the face and sent flying, crashing through a mountain. System defeated. Shrag. Reward 0. 1 seconds of flash time. Why did the task pop up now? I was planning to finish off Shrag. It seems I can't kill him now. Oh well, let Laiya practice her skills. Laiya and Shrag were already engaged in battle. Gano looked at the other insignificant demons, cracking his knuckles as he said, "Although I can't fight to my heart's content, I can at least warm up." At that moment, 3 demons appeared before Gano, declaring, "Since Demon King Shrag already has an opponent, you shall be our opponent." Gano assessed the 3 before him, realizing they were much stronger than the other demons. They were likely the so-called demon generals. "Who are you? If you want to be my opponent, state your names. I do not kill unnamed ghosts." "You really are audacious. Listen, well, we are 3 of the 5 demon generals under Demon King Shrag. 2 of them have already been killed by you. Knowing that 2 of us have fallen, why do you 3 still seek death? Kid, don't be too arrogant. We 3 are not like those 2 trash. Of our combat power far exceeds theirs. Can't you tell?" Gano carefully sensed their power and confirmed that the 3 were indeed stronger than the previous 2 demons. However, to Gano, they were all the same. "Listen, well, kid, I am Doladebo, I am Jigu, and I am Big Eyes. You will be killed by us 3 demon generals." Gano pointed at one of them and asked, "So you are Jigu. What about Kixu?" "Kixu is my brother, but that waste has already been killed by you, so good riddance. If one is inferior, they deserve to die." Gano then glanced at another, noting his large eyes. No wonder he was called Big Eyes. Gano stretched lazily and said to them, "I know your names now, so it's time for you to meet the King of Hell." Before he finished speaking, Gano struck, appearing behind Jigu and delivering a punch, saying, "You are right, if one is inferior, they should be killed. So die." Gano's punch penetrated Jiga's body, who didn't have time to react and was killed instantly. Gano then approached Doladebo, kicking out. Doladebo hurriedly tried to block the attack with his arm, but Gano's strike was beyond his capability to withstand. With a crack, Doladebo's arm was broken and Gano propelled him away with immense force. Doladebo's body crashed into a mountain, blood spewing from his mouth as he convulsed, ultimately dying. Seeing Gano's overwhelming strength, Big Eyes attempted to flee, but Gano pursued and unleashed a powerful shockwave that reduced Big Eyes to dust. Having defeated the 3 demon generals, the remaining lesser demons were swept away by Gano's massive wave. Gano turned his gaze towards Laiya and Shrag's battle. Laiya was struggling while Shrag gradually adapted to her attacks. Shrag began to counterattack, launching a blast of energy at Laiya. Laiya deflected the blast with a slap, but it was a feint as Shrag swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Laiya somewhat bewildered. Shrag's assault continued, and Laiya felt increasingly constrained. She swept a leg, and Shrag blocked with his arm, creating some distance between them. Damn it. You really infuriate me. Oh, I am so angry right now. You are too infuriating. Suddenly Laiya's hair began to stand on end, turning gradually golden. Laiya continued to unleash her energy, exclaiming, "This is simply unforgivable." With a sudden burst of power, her hair and eyebrows turned golden, her eyes became light green, and golden flames erupted around her. She had finally succeeded. Laiya's Super Saiyan transformation had emerged. Her expression turned cold as she addressed Shrag. "Next, it is your time to die." Shrag was completely unaware of the power of a Super Saiyan. He taunted Laiya, "Don't think that transforming makes you my opponent." With that, Shrag charged at Laiya, but in an instant he was sent flying backward. Laiya's swift strike sent Sherlag flying back. Sherlag was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Laiya's attack, while Gano, observing closely, saw Laiya instantly flash in front of Sherlag at the moment of his attack, landing a punch to Sherlag's abdomen before returning to her original position, causing Sherlag to fly away. Laiya's speed was so astonishing that Sherlag mistakenly believed she could attack him from her original spot. Sherlag's body was embedded in the mountainside, and in anger he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why has she become so powerful?" Sherlag looked at Laiya, the warrior radiating a golden aura, and felt a sense of dread. "I refuse to believe this." Sherlag unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Laiya, all of which struck her. Finally, he executed his ultimate technique, the super energy wave, aimed at Laiya, enveloping her in a cloud of smoke. "Haha, let's see you be arrogant now. I've finally taken you down, haven't I?" As the smoke cleared, Laiya stood upright, showing no signs of injury. The golden aura around Laiya intensified, and she said to Sherlag, "If your attacks are merely this feeble, then you might as well meet the King of Hell." Sherlag was truly frightened now. If his ultimate move couldn't defeat her, what should he do? Suddenly, he spotted Gano, and an idea struck him. He quickly approached Gano from behind, swiftly subduing him, gripping Gano's neck with his fingers, and said to Laiya, "Your companion is now in my grasp. You'd better behave yourself." Upon seeing Sherlag daring to threaten Gano, Laiya's face displayed a look of amusement. When Sherlag approached her, Gano had considered attacking him, but ultimately decided against it, remembering his task was to defeat Sherlag, not kill him. He merely wanted to observe how Sherlag would react when cornered, only to find that he resorted to using him as a hostage. Looking at Laiya's expression, Sherlag said, "What kind of expression is that? Your companion is in my hands, who I advise you to be obedient." Laiya replied, "Then go ahead and kill him." Hearing this, Gano's face darkened, and he said to Laiya, "Laiya, I am your brother. Your brother is now in the enemy's hands, yet instead of trying to save me, you're encouraging the enemy to kill me. Is this how a sister behaves?" Upon learning that Gano was Laiya's brother, Sherlag gained confidence and said, "So you're that little girl's brother. It seems I've caught the right person. Little girl, this is your brother. You should be careful. Otherwise, with a flick of my finger, your brother will die." Laiya, relishing the drama, said, "Then hurry up and do it. Finish off the guy in your hands, and let's continue fighting. I haven't had enough fun yet. How could I just let this go? Hurry up and attack." Seeing Laiya urge him to finish off Gano, Sherlag asked, "Is this your sister? You seem unconcerned about your own safety, urging me to take care of you quickly." Gano replied her, "She's not my biological sister, but she's like one to me. Do you know why she isn't worried about my safety and even wants you to finish me off?" "I don't know," Sherlag said. "Well, let me give you the answer. My strength is formidable as well." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gano erupted in anger, his powerful aura instantly sending Sherlag flying. With Gano's aura propelling Sherlag away, he quickly turned and sped towards Sherlag, whose body was still unsteady from being knocked back. Gano's fist struck him. Gano was mindful of his strength. He struck Sherlag squarely in the face, deforming it with the force of his punch. With a scream, Sherlag flew away once again. As Sherlag was sent flying, Gano closely followed, continuously pummeling Sherlag while saying, "How could you be so foolish to threaten me? I can't believe you even thought of that." Gano darted beneath Sherlag's body and swept his leg out, sending Sherlag soaring into space. Gano said, "This kick is to teach you a lesson." He then flashed above Sherlag, bringing his hands together and delivering a hammering blow that sent Sherlag crashing back to the ground, saying, "This punch is to make you realize you need to think when you act." Finally, Gano's figure landed on the ground, unleashing a wave of energy at Sherlag. A series of anguished cries erupted as Sherlag was engulfed by Gano's energy wave. Laiya reverted from her Super Saiyan form and approached Gano asking, "Gano brother, you wouldn't have killed this guy, would you?" "I haven't had enough fun yet." Gano replied, "Don't worry. This move won't take Sherlag's life, but will severely injure him." "Oh, that's fine. It's not easy to find an opponent like this. We should take our time." Gano said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. It seems we're on the same wavelength." Sherlag's body was blasted into space by Gano, but as a Namekian, he possessed regenerative abilities. Using the last bit of energy he had left, he made his way back to his home planet Sherlag Star. With a fierce expression, he declared, "I will return for revenge." Laiya noticed Sherlag's energy gradually fading and said to Gano, "Gano brother, Sherlag is escaping. Should we pursue him?" "No need. Laiya, do you know? You can't clean out all the wool in one go. We should take it little by little, or else this little sheep will lose its value. When the wool grows back, we'll go again. That way it'll be more fun." Gano said, "Exactly, you're thinking ahead, brother Gano." Gano said to Laiya, "Laiya, how do you find the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Isn't it incredibly powerful?" Laiya replied, "The Super Saiyan transformation is indeed powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy. When transformed, one must quickly end the battle, or else if the energy is depleted, one could be in danger." Yes, that is indeed the downside of being a Super Saiyan. If only that flaw could be resolved. "Gano brother, do you know what secret technique I learned on Yardrat?" "What? Is it related to stamina?" Gano asked, looking at Laiya. "Yes, it is stamina related. This technique can triple my physical capabilities. It's called the breathing technique. With my unique breathing, my stamina is 3 times that of others." "That's amazing. Hee Laiya, why don't you teach me this technique, and I'll teach you the 3 techniques I learned." Laiya replied, "Sure." At that moment, the system's reward was issued. System reward 0. 1 seconds of instant transmission technique. Please accept host. Accepting it, Gano thought to himself. A unique aura entered Gano's body, and he felt a slight understanding of time. So this is instant transmission technique. Gino, having received the Shanshigang technique, wished to experience its power. He said to Laiya, "Laiya, transform into a Super Saiyan and let me test your strength." Laiya replied, "Gino brother, once I transform into a Super Saiyan, you won't be my opponent anymore. My base battle power is 50 million, and transforming into a Super Saiyan increases it by 50 times, reaching to 5 billion. Are you sure you want to test this?" Gino nodded and said to Laiya, "Laiya, even though you've transformed into a Super Saiyan, I might not lose to you. If I don't, then let's give it a try." Laiya, feeling stubborn, said, "A test is a test. I'm not afraid of you. But if I end up beating you, don't complain. What do you think of me, Gino? If I lose, I'll admit it openly. How could I complain? Just come at me." "All right, watch this." "Huh." Instantly, a golden aura erupted around Laiya, her hair and eyebrows turning golden and her eyes becoming light green. "Gino brother, I'm about to attack. Are you ready?" "I've been ready for a long time." In the blink of an eye, Laiya was before Gino, throwing a punch at him. However, her fist passed right through him, and Laiya exclaimed, "It's an illusion. I didn't hit you." She threw another punch, but it passed through Gino's body again, still failing to hit him. Laiya's gaze continued to search for Gino. She sensed his aura surrounding her, yet none of her attacks landed. Gino struck, landing a punch directly on Laiya's abdomen, causing her to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Laiya threw a punch at Gino, but again she missed. Laiya perceived everything around her when suddenly a sweeping kick struck her calf. Caught off guard, she was then attacked on her abdomen, waist, chin, and arms, while her own attacks continued to miss. "No more fighting. I can't hit you, Gino brother. It's just a waste of energy." Gino approached Laiya and said, "So how's it going? I'm still your brother, right? Although your battle power is greater than mine, if you can't hit me, it's like hitting a sponge with a hammer. Futile." "Gino brother, I clearly hit you every time, yet I only struck your illusion." "How to explain this?" "Actually, you did hit me, but you struck my projection in this dimension. My true self exists in another dimension. This is a technique called Shanshigang. It allows me to store time, enabling me to attack from another dimension. It can also pause time for 0.1 seconds. Think about it, for a master 0.1 seconds can be lethal. Wow, that's impressive. Gino brother, can you teach me?" I can't teach you this. You need a certain understanding of time to cultivate this technique. Have you ever learned about time, Laiya?" Actually, this is just Genos made-up nonsense to fool Laiya. He couldn't possibly say it was a reward from the system. Understanding time. That's too profound, I won't learn it. But you must teach me those 3 secret techniques, Gino brother. "Sure, no problem. You teach me your breathing technique, and I'll teach you instant transmission Xuanzhong technique and return to rest technique." "All right, let's get started," Laiya said. Just as Gino was about to teach Laiya instant transmission, a native from this planet approached him and said, "You saved our planet. Here is a seed of the spiritual fruit for you." Gino replied, "Did you not say this was the last spiritual fruit? Why are you giving it to me?" The native said, compared to you saving our planet, this is negligible. What good is a spiritual fruit seed if the planet is gone? But this seed needs to absorb the planet's energy to grow. What use is it for me to hold it? The native replied, this seed can absorb not only planetary energy, but also demonic energy, primordial energy, and so on. As long as there's enough energy, it can grow quickly into a towering tree, which will bear spiritual fruit. You can then consume the spiritual fruit to cultivate and even preserve your youth and enhance your divinity. Geno asked, what do you mean by divinity? The native responded, I'm not sure either, but it is said that the spiritual fruit is formed from the blood of a fallen god, which is why it has such powerful effects. Alright, since you say so, it indicates that this spiritual fruit seed is indeed a treasure. They'll accept it, then we'll take our leave. The native saw Geno off as he left his planet. In the spaceship, Geno looked at the seed of the spiritual fruit in his hand, thinking for a long time. It seemed the danger of Planet Yardrat had been resolved, but where should he plant this seed? Laiya, noticing Geno's deep thoughts, said to him, Geno, brother, are you thinking about which planet to plant the spiritual fruit seed on? Yes, this spiritual fruit seed is said to be a good thing, but it is also an evil seed, as it grows by absorbing enormous energy. Any planet it touches will face destruction. Laiya said, didn't that person just say? The spiritual fruit seed can also absorb demonic energy. Geno, brother, have you forgotten about our little lamb? His planet would be the perfect planting ground, right? Geno slapped his thigh and exclaimed, oh right. How could I forget about the little lamb? His planet is just right for planting the spiritual fruit seed. I was just being stubborn. Laiya said, Geno, brother, given that we've been on this mission and also practicing, it must have been over 3 years now, right? Vegeta gave us 5 years, we still have 2 years left. Where should we cultivate during those 2 years? Geno replied, there's no need to find a special planet for cultivation anymore. We can train anytime and anywhere now. As long as you learn the 3 secret techniques I taught you, we can find any planet near Planet Vegeta to cultivate. Is it really that amazing? It seems Geno, brother's secret techniques are impressive. Your secret techniques are not bad either. Now Laiya set the spaceship to autopilot. He'll teach you my 3 secret techniques, and you teach me your breathing technique. Alright, I'll get on it right away. Once the spaceship is ready, Geno and Laiya began their training in secret techniques. It would take nearly a year to travel from the current planet to Planet Vegeta, giving them plenty of time to train. Geno taught Laiya the secrets of instant transmission and the nuances of turtle breathing technique. Laiya also shared the unique aspects of her breathing technique with Geno. The two, being geniuses, quickly mastered the training methods of the secret techniques. Geno and Laiya returned to Planet Vegeta after completing their mission early, shocking all the Scions on the planet. They were the first team to return from a mission and had completed it ahead of schedule. In just 4 years, they accomplished what others found difficult to achieve in 5 years, setting a new record for the Scions. The best team in terms of mission completion was the one led by Laiya's father, which included Laiya's parents and the warrior Bardock. Bardock was originally a high-ranking warrior, but after Geno's parents perished during a mission, Boom incorporated Bardock into his own team. Bardock progressed rapidly within Boom's elite team, showing potential that surpassed even Boom and other elite warriors, which astonished them. Laiya's parents completed their mission in 4 years and 8 months, a time that already shocked King Vegeta, but Geno and others finished the mission in a mere 4 years, breaking their parents' record, which was truly astonishing. Geno and Laiya arrived at the mission reporting station and informed the registering Scion that they had completed their mission, then they flew back to their home. As they swiftly flew past Planet Vegeta, those Scions who previously looked down on Geno thought to themselves, who would have imagined that Geno, after undertaking 2 missions, could even sense energy? Just look at his speed, his combat power must be quite impressive now. But who knew that Geno was now at a peak that they could only look up to, appearing to him like an elephant observing ants. Geno and Laiya quickly returned home, slowly descending to the ground. Together, they called out, Dad, Mom, we are back from our mission. We have completed it. Come out quickly and see us. Boom and Tasha responded and came to the door, having heard someone calling Dad, Mom. However, they were unsure if it was indeed their children. After listening carefully for a moment, Tasha said, Boom, I heard Geno and Laiya's voices. Did you hear them? Boom replied, are you going crazy wanting to hear our son and daughter? They are still on a mission. How could they return so quickly? It seems you are imagining things. No, listen carefully, it is definitely Geno and Laiya's voices. Boom put down what he was holding and perked up his ears to listen closely. Sure enough, someone was calling for them. Boom said, yes, it's definitely Geno and Laiya's voices. You were not mistaken. Quickly, let's go out and see. Boom and Tasha came to the door and saw Geno and Laiya standing together, grinning at them. Boom exclaimed, is that really Geno and Laiya? I must be seeing things. No, you are not seeing things. It's really Geno and Laiya. They have returned. Geno said, Dad, Mom, your beloved son and daughter are back and you left us standing outside. Laiya chimed in, exactly. You don't even believe your own children have returned. Are you really the parents who love us the most? Upon hearing this, Boom and Tasha were convinced. This must be our son and daughter. These two often talk to us like this. Tasha nudged Boom, saying, did you not hear our son and daughter say anything? Hurry and let them in. Why are we just standing here? Boom replied, oh right. I'm so excited I didn't expect this. Gai Nuo and Laiya returned home so quickly after completing their mission. Boom approached Gai Nuo, examining him from head to toe. He then turned to Laiya, looking her over as well, and said, it seems both of you are fine. The mission must have gone very smoothly, right? Of course. I am the daughter of an elite warrior, Laiya proudly declared. Upon hearing this, Boom burst into laughter, saying, that's right, my daughter is definitely the strongest. Tasha walked over to Boom and pinched him sharply at the waist. Boom grimaced, his face morphing into an expression that was hard to describe. Tasha said, what are you showing off for? Why are our son and daughter just standing here? Hurry and let them inside. Both Gai Nuo and Laiya chuckled secretly at Boom's expression. Boom said, dear, please let go. Don't act like this in front of the kids. Can't you let me, the head of the family, show some concern for our son and daughter? Now that we've shown our concern, let's go inside. Tasha said, okay, let's hurry inside. If we don't, your mother is going to get angry. Gai Nuo said, Dad, how could that be? Mom has such a good temper. How could she possibly get angry? Right, Mom? Seeing Gai Nuo's gaze, Tasha instantly smiled with a maternal expression and replied, yes. My little Gai Nuo is right. My temper is the best. How could I get angry for no reason? Laiya asked, Mom, are you happy that I and Gai Nuo returned? Of course I am. You two returning so quickly from your mission has surprised me. All right, let's head inside. Later you can slowly tell me about everything that has happened over the past few years. Okay, let's go inside. Once we're in, I will slowly tell you and my dad everything that Gai Nuo and I have experienced over the past few years. After entering, Laiya eagerly began recounting all the events to Boom and Tasha. When Laiya spoke of the dangers they faced, Boom and Tasha's hearts tightened. They could only relax when the danger had passed. When Laiya recounted the amusing events, she gestured animatedly, vividly describing everything that had happened, making Boom and Tasha realize that their daughter had such a lovely side. Finally, when she talked about the fierce battle against Slag, her expression became proud as she proclaimed that she had driven Slag away, her demeanor conveying, see how strong I am. Quick, praise me. Praise me. Boom and Tasha displayed expressions of disbelief at the revelation that Laiya had actually defeated Slag, the Demon King, known to be on par with Frieza. Boom said, Laiya, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Gai Nuo. Boom and Tasha turned their gaze to Gai Nuo, who confirmed it's indeed true. Laiya drove Slag away. That means Laiya's strength is now greater than that of a king, Boom remarked. Laiya corrected him, saying, not greater than a king. In my eyes, a king is inconsequential. Gai Nuo followed up on Laiya's words, stating that's indeed the case. As they spoke, Boom and Tasha were left stunned, wondering how Laiya and Gai Nuo had trained to become so powerful over these years. How did they become this strong? Gai Nuo observed his parents' expressions and slowly said, no matter how much Laiya and I change, we are still your children. Yes, Gai Nuo is right. Gai Nuo and Laiya will always be our children, Boom affirmed. Now that our son and daughter are hungry, Dad, Mom, aren't you going to prepare a feast for us? How could I forget that? Boom hurriedly said, let's go make dinner for Gai Nuo and Laiya. Watching his parents walk into the kitchen, Gai Nuo remarked, there's no place like home, it feels so welcoming. After a while, Boom and Tasha brought out a variety of food. Looking at the bountiful spread on the table, Gai Nuo said, Dad, Mom, can Leo and I start eating? Hurry up and eat. All of this is prepared for you and Leo. If there's not enough, there's more. Gai Nuo and Leo began to devour the food, and Tasha watched her children with immense joy in her heart. Her son and daughter had grown up and become powerful. She truly felt happy for them. Tasha said, Gai Nuo, it must be very tiring to go out on missions these past few years. Gai Nuo replied, it's not too bad. Not very tiring. Leo and I finished our mission in a very short time after arriving at our destination, and then we began to travel across various planets. Though we call it travel, it's actually cultivation. We kept cultivating and encountered some strange people and events, but those experiences helped Leo and me grow. You have indeed grown. You are taller now, and your body has become stronger. If I calculate the time, you are already 10 years old this year, Tasha said. Mom, why do you only say that Gai Nuo has grown up? Leo has grown up too. Yes. My Leo has grown taller and more beautiful. That's more like it, Leo said. After saying this, Leo kept stuffing food into her mouth. Gai Nuo was also continuously consuming the food on the table. However, Tasha's next sentence nearly made Gai Nuo choke on his food. Tasha said, Gai Nuo, you are already 10 years old now. Leo is also 10 years old this year, right? Yes. What's wrong, Mom? I remember I'm a few months older than Leo. Gai Nuo continued eating. Tasha said, then you and Leo should get married. Upon hearing this, Gai Nuo nearly choked on his food. He immediately hit his chest with his fist, and Tasha handed him a glass of water, which he quickly drank. I feel much better now, Gai Nuo said. Mom, Leo and I are only 10 years old. Getting married at such a young age is too early, right? Tasha said, what's early about it? I was only 12 when I married your dad. You and Leo are only 2 years earlier than us. But we are still kids. How can we get married? Besides, if we get married, will Leo and I have children? We are all kids. How can we take care of children? Tasha said, you little rascal, don't you want to marry Leo? You and Leo grew up together as childhood friends. Look, Leo has no objections, yet you have a ton of excuses. Gai Nuo looked at Leo and saw her face turning bright red. Leo noticed Gai Nuo's gaze and covered her face with a big bowl. Leo actually knew from a young age that Gai Nuo was not born to their parents. Gai Nuo was the son of their parents' comrade who sacrificed his life to save them. He was the only child left. So their parents brought Gai Nuo back and raised him as their own. As time passed, they found that Gai Nuo was a very good child, and gradually their parents began to raise him as their son. So she could marry Gai Nuo. Bum noticed Gai Nuo's embarrassment and said to Tasha, Gai Nuo is not wrong. He and Leo are still young. How could they possibly get married at such a young age? Moreover, for us, Scion's marriage must be reported to the king. You can't just say you want to get married. Let's wait until Gai Nuo and Leo grow a few more years. Gai Nuo said, Mom, how about this? When Leo and I turn 18, we will get married. What do you think? Upon hearing Gai Nuo say this, Tasha replied, all right then, when you and Leo are 18, you can get married. But you mustn't go back on your word. Gai Nuo said, I definitely won't go back on my word then. Tasha looked at Leo and said to her, Leo, Gai Nuo said he will marry you when you turn 18. What do you think? Leo's cheeks turned even redder, but she still nodded. All right, since Leo agrees, then I have nothing more to say. You all continue eating. Your dad and I will go discuss some matters. Now only Gai Nuo and Leo were left in the room, and the atmosphere became exceptionally awkward. Originally, they were talking happily, but now there was nothing to say. Leo was the first to speak, saying, Gai Nuo, actually Mom was just joking earlier. Don't take it too seriously. The matter of us getting married can be taken slowly. In the end, Leo's voice became as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Gai Nuo replied, since I have said this, I will definitely keep my promise. All right, you don't need to be so shy. After all, we grew up together as childhood friends. We were meant to be a pair, right? Isn't that right? Leo said, who is shy? You are clearly the one who is shy, okay? I'm not shy at all. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I want to go to the commercial street and walk around. After so many years of cultivation outside, I miss the snacks at the commercial street. Then let's go together. Gai Nuo said, okay, let's go. After saying this, Gai Nuo grabbed Leo's hand. At first, Leo was a bit resistant, but Gai Nuo firmly held her small hand. What's wrong? Didn't you say you weren't shy? Why are you afraid to hold hands? Who is shy? If I hold hands, then who is afraid of what? Actually, it's strange that when two familiar people do not break through the last layer of awkwardness, everything is quite good. There's no awkwardness, no shyness. But at the moment that barrier is broken, suddenly a gap appears between the two familiar people. This is how it is in reality, and it is vividly reflected in Gai Nuo and Leo. Gai Nuo and Leo arrived at the commercial street of Vegeta, where there were many stalls selling snacks. Once there, Leo hurriedly let go of Gai Nuo's hand, ran to a snack stall, and randomly pointed at her favorite snacks. Gai Nuo approached Leo and said, ordering so much, can you finish it all? Of course. I'm a foodie, Leo said. Leo kept stuffing the prepared snacks into her mouth, while Gai Nuo took care of the payment. Indeed, males are naturally adept in this area, Leo said as she took out a skewer of snacks and stuffed it into Gai Nuo's mouth. Gai Nuo mumbled something with his mouth full, then removed the snack from his mouth and said to Leo, what if you suddenly choke me? Haha, Gai Nuo, you can still choke. Gai Nuo wanted to say something, but as he looked past Leo's body, he saw a shadow, and immediately the words stuck in his throat. Oh no, how did this guy come to Vegeta? Leo noticed Gai Nuo's expression and followed his gaze only to see a gaunt figure dressed in Egyptian pharaoh attire standing not far from them. Gai Nuo silently thought, everyone please do not provoke this divine being. He is the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus. Geno addressed the Zephyr people. May I ask if you Zephyr have a king? Please let your king come out, do I wish to speak with him. The Zephyr replied, we Zephyr do not have a king, we are renowned for our technology. Therefore the most powerful person on our planet is Dr. Laiya. Well then please go tell Dr. Laiya that the cosmic wanderer requests to see him. The Zephyr saw no malice in Geno, so he went to report to Dr. Laiya. Geno, brother, why waste words with him? We Scions want a planet, we can just start taking it by force and eliminate these Zephyr. Laiya, ever since you awakened as a Super Saiyan, you've become increasingly warlike. Why do you always want to resort to violence? Should we learn to be civilized? Upon hearing this, Laiya shot Geno a look as if to say, figure it out for yourself. If Scions were civilized, would we still be Scions? What kind of expression is that? Am I wrong in what I said? We Scions are inherently warlike. You expect us to be more civilized. If Scions could become civilized, then everyone in the universe would be civilized. What does Gino want to say? At that moment, a bespectacled Ziffuer with a small mustache approached Gino and said, "You are the Cosmic Wanderer." Doesn't seem like it, does it? Gino thought to himself, this guy is indeed the smartest person on Ziffuer. He immediately saw that Gino and Laiya did not resemble Cosmic Wanderers. Our planet was destroyed by a great villain in the universe. The few survivors from our planet are now homeless. We are slightly stronger, so we came out to find a new home for our people. My sister and I searched many places, and this planet is the best we found. It has ample oxygen for our family to survive, so we came here. I see, said Dr. Laiya. How many people from your planet are still alive? We Ziffuer are not numerous either. Can we live together on this planet? Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. What was your name again? Oh, I am Dr. Laiya. Right, thank you, Dr. Laiya. Then we will go to bring our people over now. Yes, you can go and bring them. Thank you very much. Gino and Laiya used instant transmission to leave Ziffuer planet. As they were leaving, someone beside Dr. Laiya asked, "Doctor, are we really going to let these outsiders come and live with us, Ziffuer?" Of course not. I can sense a strong energy fluctuation from these two cosmic beings. My experiment is at a critical moment and requires powerful cells. Our strong Ziffuer can no longer provide me with experimental data. These two have come just in time. What a perfect gift. Ha ha ha. Dr. Laiya laughed wickedly. The Ziffuer beside him trembled slightly, knowing that Dr. Laiya was a madman who, in pursuit of his ideals, did not hesitate to use his own kind for live experiments, causing the Ziffuer population to dwindle. When they arrive, treat them well. Use the strongest drugs to make them lose consciousness. Only then can I conduct my live experiments. Yes, Dr. Laiya. Dr. Laiya entered his laboratory, walking towards the room inside. He opened the laboratory's glass window and said to the people inside, "Laiya, you said my experiment cannot succeed, but today 2 beings from the universe have arrived, and their energy is so powerful. If I can turn them into live specimens, I can definitely create the most powerful warriors. Then we Ziffuer will be the overlords of the universe." Laiya's older brother is also a top scientist. However, from the beginning, Laiya opposed live experiments. His younger brother Laiya, driven by ambition, conducted experiments on living people, drastically reducing the Ziffuer population. Laiya, stop it. It's not too late to stop now. Don't be so stubborn. Don't think about becoming the overlord of the galaxy. No, I will succeed. How could I possibly give up? If those 2 cosmic beings come to our planet again, I will surely succeed. My dear brother, just watch me become the overlord of the galaxy. Ha 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 ha. Laiya laughed maniacally as he left the laboratory. Gino and Laiya were still on Ziffuer planet, but Laiya did not understand the use of chi and could not sense its existence. When Gino vanished, he thought they had left Ziffuer. When Dr. Laiya appeared, Gino and Laiya sensed the evil aura emanating from him. This impression was deeply engraved in their minds, as even the little lamb they raised had an evil aura, although it was nothing compared to Laiya. Gino and Laiya floated high above Ziffuer planet, clearly hearing everything Dr. Laiya said to the Ziffuer beside him. This guy is truly despicable, wanting to use us Scions for experiments. Just wait and see, I will eliminate him. Gino quickly grabbed Laiya and said to her, "Take the thief, take the traitor. He wants to use us for experiments, so let's use him to establish our authority. If we want to live well on this planet, then this planet must belong to us Scions. The Ziffuer can only serve us. If they do not cooperate, then we will eliminate them." So Gino had long made plans, yet he spoke with such righteousness, claiming to want to be a civilized person. Ahaha. Let's hurry and bring Mom and Dad back. After speaking, Gino took Laiya directly to the temporary planet where Bum and Tasha were staying. "Dad, Mom, we're back." Upon hearing Gino's voice, all the Scions exited their tents. Bum approached Gino and said, "Have you found a suitable planet for us to live on?" Gino nodded and said to everyone, "Everyone listen to me. Once we reach this planet, we all need to perform a play. What's going on? We need to act." Gino explained the situation of the Ziffuer and also expressed his intentions. Once everyone understood, they said to Gino, "All right, let's do it. If they want to use us Scions for experiments, there will be a price to pay. All right, everyone hold hands and form a circle. I will take you to our new home." In the blink of an eye, all the Scions arrived at Ziffuer planet. "Wow, what a beautiful planet. This is much better than our Vegeta planet," many Scions exclaimed. They were all admiring the beautiful scenery when a Ziffuer approached them and said, "On behalf of the doctor, we welcome you." Hearing this, Gai Nuo hurriedly said, "As long as you are satisfied, that's enough." But Beerus shifted his tone and replied, "What a pity. You won't be able to enjoy such delicious food in the future." Gai Nuo asked, "Why is that?" Beerus replied, "Because I am going to destroy planet Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Gai Nuo and Laiya's eyes widened in shock. After all the effort, it turns out it was all in vain. Gai Nuo mustered his courage and asked, May I ask, why do you want to destroy planet Vegeta? Oh, this. It is because your King Vegeta has offended me. I asked him to give me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, but he kept the best pillow for himself and gave me the second best. This is a great disrespect to a god, so I decided to destroy planet Vegeta. However, your earlier performance pleased me greatly, especially your barbecue, which satisfied me, so I no longer wish to destroy planet Vegeta. Ah, this is truly a dilemma, Beerus said while holding his head and shaking it. Hey, Whis, come up with a win-win solution for me. Whis said, this is Lord Beerus' own decision, while I am powerless to influence his thoughts. At this moment, Gai Nuo said, my lords, I have a compromise, and would you like to hear it? Quickly, let's hear it, Beerus replied. Gai Nuo suggested, how about this? Since King Vegeta has shown disrespect to Lord Beerus, we have no objections if Lord Beerus wishes to destroy planet Vegeta. But could you allow me to take a few people away from this planet first? Then you can proceed with the destruction, is that okay? They say Scions have no family ties. I didn't expect you to have someone you care about. Fine, I won't interfere with how many people you want to take, but King Vegeta and planet Vegeta must be destroyed. I promise I will only take those important to me. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Alright, I will give you 1 month. After 1 month, planet Vegeta will be destroyed. After finishing his speech, was transformed with Beerus into a streak of light and flew away. Gai Nuo sighed in relief, realizing that planet Vegeta still could not escape its fate of destruction. Laiya said, Gai Nuo, brother, what is a god of destruction? Are they very powerful? Laiya, the god of destruction, is the pinnacle of strength in this universe. To them, our planet Vegeta is insignificant. With just a flick of their fingers, they could turn our planet to dust. So powerful. That damned King Vegeta actually dared to provoke the god of destruction. Isn't that courting death? And now planet Vegeta is to be destroyed along with it. Alright, Laiya, our parents should be back soon. Let's wait for them and then tell them this news. Okay. Before long, Bum and Tasha returned, but they were accompanied by 2 Scions. Bum saw Gai Nuo, and Laiya came up to them and introduced, this is Uncle Bardock, and this is Aunt Jine. The child in Aunt Ginna's arms is named Kakarot. Gai Nuo thought to himself, the destined child has finally made his appearance. Gai Nuo and Laiya hurriedly greeted Bardock and Jine, saying, hello, Uncle Bardock. Hello, Aunt Jine. Bardock said, Bum, so these are your daughter and son. Good, they are indeed elite. After the greetings, Bum said, we need to discuss the upcoming mission. Gai Nuo, Laiya, you two go play for a while. Gai Nuo wanted to speak, but opened his mouth without saying anything. Bum and the others went inside to discuss the mission. That night, Bardock and Jine left. Gai Nuo and Laiya approached Bum and Tasha, and before Gai Nuo could speak, Bum said, Gai Nuo, Laiya, we are going out on a mission. You two will have to cook for yourselves for the next few days. Gai Nuo asked, how many days will you be gone? 3 days. We will be back in 3 days. Okay, when you return, I have something to tell you. Alright, we will talk when we get back. Bum and Tasha set off. Laiya said, Gai Nuo, brother, the god of destruction, Beerus only gave us 1 month. Why are you still letting Mom and Dad go on a mission? Gai Nuo replied, it's nothing, just 3 days. We can do some things in these 3 days. Laiya, go find out if there's a Scion named Broly who is about to be exiled by King Vegeta. Okay, I will go right away. After saying this, Laiya vanished, evidently becoming much more adept at instant transmission. An hour later, Laiya appeared in front of Gai Nuo and said, there is indeed a little Scion named Broly born who was in the same incubation chamber as Kakarot, but their battle powers are worlds apart. Broly's battle power at birth was 1/0, while Kakarot's was 5. When King Vegeta saw Broly's extraordinary talent, he planned to exile Broly. His father Paragus even went to King Vegeta about this, but in a fit of rage, King Vegeta exiled Paragus as well. How foolish to be on the brink of death and still think about his throne is truly tragic. Laiya used instant transmission to find a planet nearby planet Vegeta and settle Broly and his father there first. Okay, I will go now, Laiya said, vanishing in an instant. 3 days later, Bum returned, but Bardock was injured, having been struck by the illusion demon fist. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, he went straight home. That night, Gai Nuo and Laiya told Bum and Tasha about the god of destruction, Beerus, wanting to destroy planet Vegeta, and both were shocked by the news. Bum said, can the destruction of planet Vegeta really be done? Gai Nuo replied, Dad, don't doubt the power of the god of destruction. With just a snap of his fingers, he could reduce our planet Vegeta to cosmic dust. So powerful. Do we really have to leave planet Vegeta? This is our home. We must leave Mom and Dad. You can tell those you trust, oh, we will leave together. But this information must not leak out. Those willing to leave can go, and those who do not want to leave can stay, oh, we won't force anyone. But remember, it must be those you trust. That Lord said that King Vegeta and planet Vegeta must be destroyed. Tasha nodded and said, okay, I will mobilize those I trust with your dad. Gai Nuo nodded. The next day, Bardock came to their home and said to Bum, I have a feeling that Frieza is going to strike against us. Let's band together to resist Frieza. Uncle Bardock, we are not a match for Frieza, and he is also sent by others to destroy our planet Vegeta, so we cannot stop this matter. Bardock said, as a Scion, how can we flee without a fight? I for one will fight to the end. After saying this, Bardock left. A month passed quickly. On this day, Gai Nuo and Laiya used instant teleportation to transfer the Scions who wished to leave to a planet near planet Vegeta. Before long, everyone saw the Cosmic Emperor Frieza leading his army toward planet Vegeta. Watching the mighty procession, the Scions on Gai Nuo's planet kept swallowing nervously. Feeling Frieza's overwhelming aura, everyone lost their fighting spirit. When Gai Nuo brought these people out, he destroyed Frieza's tracking devices so Frieza could not locate them. Soon they saw a massive energy ball heading toward planet Vegeta. Seeing this, Gai Nuo said to Laiya, Laiya, go save Aunt Gina, and I will rescue Uncle Bardock. Alright, after speaking, the two of them vanished. In truth, Gai Nuo did not want to save Bardock. For him, only Bumu Ta Sha and Laiya were important. The survival or demise of other Scions had nothing to do with him. However, just as Frieza's enormous energy ball was about to strike planet Vegeta, the system issued him a mission. System Ding detected that the parents of the destined child in the Dragon Ball world are about to perish. Mission assigned. The mission content is save the parents of the destined child. Reward God's instant teleportation. Is God's instant teleportation the same as Jebit God's? System yes, and it can teleport even further than Jebit God's. As long as the host has a map of the Dragon Ball world and focuses on a location, the host can teleport there. Wow, is it that powerful? If I have a map of 12 universes, can I teleport anywhere in those 12 universes? System, that's right. Well, in that case, I must save the parents of the destined child. On planet Vegeta, Bardock watched as the massive energy ball approached his planet. He suddenly unleashed his energy, pushing it to the maximum, but alas, his strength was too weak, and the energy ball continued to bear down on Bardock, speeding toward planet Vegeta. Just as Bardock was about to be engulfed by the energy ball, a hand lifted the massive energy ball. It did not descend even a fraction. Gai Nuo wrapped his arm around Bardock's waist and teleported out of the energy ball's attack range. Gai Nuo brought Bardock to the planet where the fleeing Scions were. After a few seconds, Laiya arrived on this planet with Gina. Bardock and Gina were safe, but planet Vegeta was transformed into fireworks by Frieza's energy wave. At the moment Bardock and Gina were saved, the system's reward was already delivered. System reward has been distributed, please accept it, host. Gai Nuo thought to himself, accept reward. A peculiar sensation entered his body. Gai Nuo knew he had acquired God's instant teleportation. With a thought, Gai Nuo arrived on Earth, then moved to Namek, then to Yardrat, and then appeared before everyone. Everyone was puzzled earlier. Where did Gai Nuo go? Before long, Gai Nuo appeared before them again. Watching Gai Nuo suddenly disappear and then reappear, everyone found his technique particularly intriguing. However, this technique cannot be learned, it is a divine skill. The moment Gai Nuo appeared, Bardock approached him and said, you clearly have the ability to save planet Vegeta, why do you turn a blind eye? Gai Nuo was very displeased with Bardock's attitude. Although you are the father of the destined child in the Dragon Ball world, strength dictates authority, and clearly you, Bardock, do not possess such strength yet. Gai Nuo said, Bardock, I treat you with courtesy because you are my parents' comrade. If it were anyone else speaking to me like this, I bet that person would have completely vanished from my sight by now. Moreover, I believe that knowing something is impossible, yet still attempting it is foolish. You, Bardock, clearly know that all of us Scions combined are no match for Frieza, yet you insist on confronting him. Do you think that is bravery? Wrong, that is foolishness. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as we Scions are alive, we will have the chance to take revenge. Furthermore, do you know that the destruction of planet Vegeta was the idea of the God of destruction? Frieza is very wary of us Scions, which is why he took this opportunity to destroy planet Vegeta. Because King Vegeta offended the God of destruction, do you think the will of the gods can be disobeyed at will? Even Frieza has to crawl like a dog before the God of destruction, and do you think my current strength can contend with the God of destruction? God of destruction, what is that? Laiya said, the God of destruction is the most powerful deity in this universe. Frieza is strong, right? A single finger of the God of destruction can eliminate Frieza. Gai Nuo said, this time I was able to bring so many Scions out because the God of destruction showed mercy. Otherwise, how do you think we could stand here safely? So don't showcase your ignorance as if it makes you great. I tell you, the universe is vast, and there are many powerful beings. We are currently very weak, so we can only preserve our strength. Bardock was left speechless by Gai Nuo's words. Gina stepped forward and said, Bardock, Gai Nuo saved us out of kindness. If it weren't for Gai Nuo, we would have been destroyed by Frieza's energy blast long ago. Bumu said, that's right. Now is not the time to dwell on this issue. Where should we settle down with so many of us? Gai Nuo said, you all stay on this planet for a while. Laiya and I will go to other star systems to see if there are any suitable planets for us Scions to inhabit. All right, you go search. We'll stay here for a while, Bumu said. Dad, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Gai Nuo picked up Laiya and directly used the divine technique of instant teleportation. They arrived on a planet. Looking at this planet, Gai Nuo said, the oxygen is too sparse, it's not suitable for Scions to live on. Laiya nodded in agreement. Gai Nuo then went to another planet, but was still dissatisfied, continuing to search for suitable planets one by one. One day they arrived at a planet abundant in oxygen, lush with greenery and dense with trees. Isn't this the ideal home? Laiya, this is the one. I think this planet is great. Laiya looked at the green planet and was also very satisfied. Let's settle on this planet. At that moment, a native approached Gai Nuo and the others and said, Who are you? What brings you to our Zephyr planet? Oh, so this is Zephyr planet. So you are Zephyr people then? Gai Nuo looked at the Zephyr person in front of him, who was even shorter than himself. That's right, this is our planet. We hope you will leave. The Zephyr person said. Geno addressed the Zephyr people. May I ask if you Zephyr have a king? Please let your king come out, do I wish to speak with him. The Zephyr replied, We Zephyr do not have a king, we are renowned for our technology. Therefore the most powerful person on our planet is Dr. Laiya. Well then please go tell Dr. Laiya that the Cosmic Wanderer requests to see him. The Zephyr saw no malice in Geno, so he went to report to Dr. Laiya. Geno, brother, why waste words with him? We Scions want a planet, we can just start taking it by force and eliminate these Zephyr. Laiya, ever since you awakened as a Super Saiyan, you've become increasingly warlike. Why do you always want to resort to violence? Should we learn to be civilized? Upon hearing this, Laiya shot Geno a look as if to say, figure it out for yourself. If Scions were civilized, would we still be Scions? What kind of expression is that? Am I wrong in what I said? We Scions are inherently warlike. You expect us to be more civilized. If Scions could become civilized, then everyone in the universe would be civilized. What does Geno want to say? At that moment, a bespectacled Zephyr with a small mustache approached Geno and said, You are the Cosmic Wanderer. Doesn't seem like it, does it? Geno thought to himself, this guy is indeed the smartest person on Zephyr. He immediately saw that Geno and Laiya did not resemble Cosmic Wanderers. Our planet was destroyed by a great villain in the universe. The few survivors from our planet are now homeless. We are slightly stronger, so we came out to find a new home for our people. My sister and I searched many places, and this planet is the best we found. It has ample oxygen for our family to survive, so we came here. I see, said Dr. Laiya. How many people from your planet are still alive? We Zephyr are not numerous either. Can we live together on this planet? Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. What was your name again? Oh, I am Dr. Laiya. Right, thank you, Dr. Laiya. Then we will go to bring our people over now. Yes, you can go and bring them. Thank you very much. Geno and Laiya used instant transmission to leave Zephyr planet. As they were leaving, someone beside Dr. Laiya asked, Doctor, are we really going to let these outsiders come and live with us Zephyr? Of course not. I can sense a strong energy fluctuation from these two cosmic beings. My experiment is at a critical moment and requires powerful cells. Our strong Zephyr can no longer provide me with experimental data. These two have come just in time, what a perfect gift. Ha ha ha. Dr. Laiya laughed wickedly. The Zephyr beside him trembled slightly, knowing that Dr. Laiya was a madman who, in pursuit of his ideals, did not hesitate to use his own kind for live experiments, causing the Zephyr population to dwindle. When they arrive, treat them well. Use the strongest drugs to make them lose consciousness. Only then can I conduct my live experiments. Yes, Dr. Laiya. Dr. Laiya entered his laboratory, walking towards the room inside. He opened the laboratory's glass window and said to the people inside, Laiya, you said my experiment cannot succeed, but today two beings from the universe have arrived, and their energy is so powerful. If I can turn them into live specimens, I can definitely create the most powerful warriors. Then we Zephyr will be the overlords of the universe. Laiya's older brother is also a top scientist. However, from the beginning, Laiya opposed live experiments. His younger brother Laiya, driven by ambition, conducted experiments on living people, drastically reducing the Zephyr population. Laiya, stop it. It's not too late to stop now. Don't be so stubborn and don't think about becoming the overlord of the galaxy. No, I will succeed. How could I possibly give up? If those two cosmic beings come to our planet again, I will surely succeed. My dear brother, just watch me become the overlord of the galaxy. Ha 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 ha. Laiya laughed maniacally as he left the laboratory. Geno and Laiya were still on Zephyr planet, but Laiya did not understand the use of chi and could not sense its existence. When Geno vanished, he thought they had left Zephyr. When Dr. Laiya appeared, Geno and Laiya sensed the evil aura emanating from him. This impression was deeply engraved in their minds, as even the little lamb they raised had an evil aura, although it was nothing compared to Laiya. Geno and Laiya floated high above Zephyr planet, clearly hearing everything Dr. Laiya said to the Zephyr beside him. This guy is truly despicable, wanting to use us Scions for experiments. Just wait and see, I will eliminate him. Geno quickly grabbed Laiya and said to her, take the thief, take the traitor. He wants to use us for experiments, so let's use him to establish our authority. If we want to live well on this planet, then this planet must belong to us Scions. The Zephyr can only serve us. If they do not cooperate, then we will eliminate them. So Geno had long made plans, yet he spoke with such righteousness, claiming to want to be a civilized person. Ahaha. Let's hurry and bring Mom and Dad back. After speaking, Geno took Laiya directly to the temporary planet where Bum and Tasha were staying. Dad, Mom, we're back. Upon hearing Geno's voice, all the Scions exited their tents. Bum approached Geno and said, have you found a suitable planet for us to live on? Geno nodded and said to everyone, everyone listen to me. Once we reach this planet, we all need to perform a play. What's going on? We need to act. Geno explained the situation of the Zephyr and also expressed his intentions. Once everyone understood, they said to Geno, all right, let's do it. If they want to use us Scions for experiments, there will be a price to pay. All right, everyone hold hands and form a circle. I will take you to our new home. In the blink of an eye, all the Scions arrived at Zephyr planet. Wow, what a beautiful planet. This is much better than our Vegeta planet, many Scions exclaimed. They were all admiring the beautiful scenery when a Zephyr approached them and said, on behalf of the doctor, we welcome you. Hearing the Zephyr person say this, Geno addressed all the Scions. Since this is our first time on this planet, we should abide by their rules, shouldn't we? Yes, we should follow the rules. All the Scions chimed in. Geno said to this person, please lead the way. May I ask your name? Ami. My name is Isawa, just call me Isawa. Isawa, nice name. So Isawa, how many Zephyr people are there in total? We Zephyr people are known for our technology, so we lack combat power, which is why we are often attacked by many cosmic pirates. This has led to a sharp decline in our Zephyr population. We have been constantly relocating our planet. Since we arrived in the northern galaxy, our lives have only stabilized for a few years. However, it is strange that even without the attacks from cosmic pirates, the number of Zephyr people continues to decrease. It's truly puzzling. Now there are only a few thousand of us left. Do all of you thousands of people understand science and technology? Of course, we Zephyr people receive scientific education from birth until adulthood. So on our Zephyr planet, all Zephyr people understand science and technology, though there is a distinction between how much one knows. Is Dr. Laiya the most knowledgeable in science and technology on your Zephyr planet? Geno asked. No, the one who knows the most about science and technology on our Zephyr planet is Dr. Laiya's brother Laiya. He is the most top-notch scientist on our planet. Laiya can only rank second, but Dr. Laiya hasn't appeared for several years. No one knows where he has gone. Upon hearing this, Geno's heart stirred. He hadn't expected there to be another top scientist. He felt he was not mistaken. There was indeed another powerful presence on this planet right within Dr. Laiya's laboratory. Laiya, you go handle something. Geno approached Laiya and whispered a sentence to her. Laiya nodded and then disappeared. This startled Isawa. A person disappearing into thin air left them, who understood science, utterly amazed. Isawa said, where did that person go? Oh, you mean her? She's busy with something. Let's hurry to eat. We are all starving from our journey. All right, then follow me. Isawa said. Upon arriving at the dining area, everyone saw a 10-meter-long, 5-meter-wide table laden with food. Scions are indeed gluttonous and combative. Many people unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Isawa said, this is all prepared for you, please enjoy it. Thank you so much, Isawa. No problem, it's what I should do. Now please eat. Everyone looked at Geno. In fact, after Geno saved them, his shadow had been imprinted in their hearts, and they unconsciously regarded Geno as the new king of the Scions. Seeing everyone staring at him, Geno hurriedly said, why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and eat. With so much delicious food, isn't it a waste not to eat? Everyone dug in. Hearing Geno's words, all the people pounced on the table like hungry wolves, grabbing food with their hands. Isawa observed how savage they were while eating and instinctively turned his head away. Geno looked at Ijuo's expression and said, everyone is famished, please don't mind. It's okay, I understand. It seems you haven't eaten for many days. Yes, it has been many days. If it weren't for your Zephyr people taking us in, we would still be wandering in space. It's not easy for anyone, is it? You eat first, we'll go get you some more dishes. I see this isn't enough for you. Then I'll trouble you with that, Geno said to Isa. No need to be so polite, from now on we'll be like family. After saying this, Isawa left. It seems this Isawa still doesn't know Laiya's ambition. At this moment, Bumu, with a large chicken leg stuffed in his mouth, came in front of Geno and said, Geno, is it time? Can we pretend to faint now? Geno said, Dad, there's no rush, first eat. Only after eating well can we perform right. Yes, 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 he eat. Saying this, he directly grabbed a roasted pig and started munching. After a while, Isoa returned and had the chef bring out a table full of dishes. The host said to Gai Nuo, you eat first, I'll go invite Dr. Laiya. Alright then, go ahead. As Isoa went out, Laiya returned and said to Gai Nuo, brother Gai Nuo, you were right. There is someone in Laiya's laboratory. That person should be Laiya's brother Laiya. He is being kept locked up in the laboratory by Laiya. Gai Nuo sensed someone approaching from a kilometer away and said to Laiya, go rescue Laiya. Laiya is about to arrive. You can take the opportunity to save Laiya. Alright, I'll go right now. With a flash, Laiya vanished without a trace. Gai Nuo said to everyone, alright, everyone has eaten enough. It's time for the performance. Everyone fall down and remember to feel as if you are about to faint. Everyone fell to the ground in disarray, and Gai Nuo also fell down. Before long, Laiya arrived. Isoa saw everyone lying on the ground and said to Laiya, they were all fine when I left. Why are they all on the ground now? I'll go see what happened. Laiya said, no need. Ew, I made them all faint. How could they possibly stand up? What? You made them all faint? When? Wait, what are you doing, making them faint? You don't need to worry about that. Sila, take these people into my laboratory. In the laboratory, Laiya, are you experimenting on living people? Didn't Laiya say that living people shouldn't be used for experiments? What do you know? This is called scientific dedication. Experiments need specimens, of course. Otherwise, how could I possibly succeed? Enough of the nonsense, I saw. If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother's assistant, I would have long made you a living specimen. What? Could it be that the decrease in our Zypher population is caused by your living experiments? Laiya said, dedicating oneself to science is their honor. You should feel proud of them. You madman, do you know that your actions will lead our Zypher people to extinction? Laiya. Yes, Isoa is right. You deserve to die for your ambition, actually turning against your own kind. This is truly unforgivable. How is this possible? How could you wake up so quickly? The drug I used is enough to put a dinosaur to sleep for 7 days. You think you can make me faint with this mediocre drug? Dream on, Gai Nuo said. Then how did you faint? If I didn't faint, how could I catch you in the act? You really think you can use us Scions for experiments? You have no idea how terrifying Scions can be to you. Upon hearing Gai Nuo claim to be a Scion, Laiya's expression instantly became awkward, for he had always been curious about the outside world and knew well that Scions were notably brutal and exceptionally warlike. People in the universe referred to the Scions as a warrior race. So you are a Scion? What a miscalculation. Weren't you supposed to be annihilated by Frieza? How could there still be so many Scions? Of course it is, because our strength has grown. Haha, well, I do enjoy powerful Scions, as it allows me to create the most perfect warriors. Since Gai Nuo awakened, all the Scions lying on the ground gradually stood up, as they had originally intended to play a little longer. Seeing Dr. Laiya's demeanor, Gai Nuo assumed he had gone mad. Don't you understand the situation? It is you who are surrounded by us, not the other way around. Dr. Laiya said, since you Scions are called a warrior race, let me see just how powerful your combat abilities are. As he spoke, Dr. Laiya took out a remote control. Initially, he intended to turn you into living specimens before perfecting my work, but it seems that is no longer necessary. With the press of a button, Gai Nuo felt an immense aura emerge from the planet Zifura, reminiscent of the aura that Sherlag had once given him. Suddenly, a cosmic being wearing a helmet appeared swiftly beside Dr. Laiya. Dr. Laiya caressed the cosmic wanderer and said, my dear, now you no longer need to hold back. You can unleash your might and enjoy the slaughter. Do you see them? That group of Scions is your target. Gai Nuo said, I see you are quite confident. So you have a backup plan. Dr. Laiya replied, this is my creation, though the technology is not yet perfected. Therefore, I still cannot control it perfectly, but it will suffice to deal with you Scions. Rinyu, go and kill them. Dr. Laiya pressed a button on the remote, and the creature he referred to as Rinyu charged towards Gai Nuo and the others. Just as Gai Nuo was about to make a move, Bardock stopped him, saying, last time was my fault. Let me take this opportunity. I will defeat this creature. Gai Nuo saw the intense battle spirit in Bardock's eyes and said, all right, then I leave it to you. Gai Nuo stepped aside and Bardock charged directly towards Rinyu. At the moment of collision, ripples erupted centered around them, and the aura spread outwards. Dr. Laiya was directly blown away by the immense aura. Gai Nuo was quick and pulled Dr. Laiya back. Dr. Laiya muttered a thanks, but when he turned around and saw Gai Nuo, his face instantly turned a shade of liver. Gai Nuo pressed one hand on Dr. Laiya while saying, watch closely, we Scions grow stronger with every battle. In our eyes, your creation is merely a slightly stronger ant. Bardock unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Rinyu, leaving him in disarray. Bardock kicked Rinyu straight into the woods. Rinyu's body flew backward, repeatedly crashing into numerous towering trees before finally stopping. Impossible, how could I be so weak? I am the strongest warrior. I am Dr. Laiya's greatest creation. I cannot fail. Rinyu unleashed a powerful aura, now stronger than before. Seeing this, Bardock did not back down and erupted with his own tremendous aura to counter. Rinyu launched an energy ball towards Bardock, who swatted it away with a single hand and rapidly dashed towards Rinyu, saying, "You don't use an energy ball like that, it should be used this way." Bardock's body flickered, rapidly appearing before Rinyu, delivering a fierce shockwave. The powerful shockwave shattered Rinyu's helmet, sending him hurtling into space. "Then let me send you off with this move." Bardock clasped his hands together quickly, gathering a massive amount of energy, unleashing an enormous shockwave towards Rinyu. "Behold my super large energy cannon." The energy wave surged towards Rinyu, who screamed in the shockwave before completely falling silent as it obliterated him and shot off into space. Having dealt with Dr. Laiya's creation, Bardock approached Gai Nuo and said, "I've taken care of him. Hope I didn't bring shame to the Scions." Gai Nuo replied, "Very good, very Scion-like. You should recover your strength first. I will have a good talk with Dr. Laiya." At this moment, Dr. Laiya was completely numb, unable to fathom that his most prized creation was so easily defeated. "Dr. Laiya, let's have a proper conversation now." Gai Nuo's voice pulled Dr. Laiya back to the real world. "Since you want to use us Scions for live experiments, it indicates that you must have many specimens in your laboratory. Let's go show us around." Dr. Laiya trembled as he said, "I think it's better not to look. Those things in my lab are not yet assembled." "Well, then we must see it. By the way, ISO, inform all Zephyr people about Dr. Laiya's creations." ISO initially wanted to say never mind, but seeing Gai Nuo's gaze, he could not voice his thoughts. "All right, I will go right away." Gai Nuo held Dr. Laiya with one hand and walked towards the laboratory. All the Scions followed closely behind, equally curious about what this scientist had concocted. Arriving at the entrance of Dr. Laiya's laboratory, Gai Nuo unleashed an energy ball that blasted the door open. They first saw Laiya and Laiya standing at the entrance. Many Zephyr people greeted Dr. Laiya, but upon seeing his haggard appearance, their expressions showed anger. At that moment, Laiya helped Dr. Laiya towards Gai Nuo and said, "Dr. Laiya is starving, and with Dr. Laiya conducting those disgusting experiments daily, it has taken a toll on his spirit. ISO, let Dr. Laiya rest for a while." ISO hurried over to support Dr. Laiya, but the sight before him filled him with rage. ISO saw his companions dismembered, one of whom was Dr. Laiya's son, their bodies connected to oxygen machines. ISO shouted, "Laiya, you beast, you even spare your own son. Are you even human?" ISO charged at Laiya, throwing punches and kicks. Laiya protected his head with his arm and said to ISO, "I am willing to sacrifice my own son for the sake of science, but what about you? None of you are willing to let your loved ones make sacrifices for science." ISO kept pounding Laiya, saying, "Science, huh? Sacrifice, huh? I will make you beast have a daydream of conducting live experiments." Laiya is beyond saving. Gai Nuo unleashed an energy ball that obliterated all the live experiments and then punched Laiya to death. Addressing everyone, he declared, "I do not oppose your scientific experiments, but you cannot conduct them on living beings. From now on, the Zephyr people will only serve us, and Zephyr planet will be renamed Scion Planet." Gai Nuo said, "From now on, the planet Zephyr will be renamed Planet Saiya. We Scions are now the new masters of Planet Saiya. Moreover, we Scions will never tolerate the cosmic pirates who invade our planet. The primary task when encountering cosmic pirates is to eliminate them mercilessly. So rest assured, with us around, the cosmic pirates will not dare to harass the Zephyr people. From now on, the Zephyr people will be our allies. You provide the scientific technology, and we provide the military support." Gai Nuo looked at Laiya and said, "Dr. Laiya, do you think my arrangement is appropriate? Do you have anything to add?" Laiya said, "No, your arrangement is very well done." Laiya was still recovering from the earlier scene. He knew Gai Nuo was powerful, but he did not realize that he could easily destroy all of Laiya's experimental samples. The overwhelming military power left Laiya in shock. Everything Gai Nuo arranged was beyond question. That earlier display was Gai Nuo's show of strength. Therefore, Laiya followed Gai Nuo's orders without question. He supported whatever Gai Nuo said. Laiya thought to himself, this isn't bad. The Scions have powerful military might to protect the defenseless Zephyr people, while the Zephyr people happen to understand science and technology, which is exactly what Gai Nuo and his team need. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, isn't it? Good. Since Dr. Laiya has nothing more to say, let's have a celebratory event on Planet Saiya today. Let's consider this the first collaboration between the Scions and the Zephyr people. I think it's good, Dr. Laiya said. Now everyone go prepare. Tonight we will have a feast, and everyone can eat and play to their heart's content. The Scions present jumped up joyfully. Since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they hadn't had a proper meal. The Scions have two great hobbies. The first is fighting, and the second is eating. As the sky darkened, everyone lit bonfires. The Scions and Zephyr people sang and danced together, surrounding the bonfire, everyone displaying expressions of joy. Gai Nuo and Laiya sat together enjoying a hearty meal. Gai Nuo said, "Laiya, you see, Scions are actually very kind, aren't they? Our requirements as Scions are very simple: to have food to eat, a place to live, and to enjoy life together. Isn't that good?" Why resort to fighting and killing? Laiya replied to Gai Nuo, there is a combative instinct within Scions, something you cannot change. Haven't you noticed? When you fight, you become reckless, almost like a madman, pushing the Scion's combative nature to its extreme. Really? How come I haven't noticed this myself? You would be surprised. I still vividly remember how you fought against Mr. Bobo on Earth. Mr. Bobo severely injured you, yet you acted as if you felt nothing, recklessly charging at him until you were utterly exhausted. But after each serious injury, you would recover quickly, and once healed, your fighting power would increase significantly. Didn't you notice this? Laiya said to Gai Nuo. Really? I don't recall that at all. I only knew that at that time I just wanted to master the methods of attack and energy manipulation as quickly as possible without considering my own body. Perhaps, as you said, Scions have a combative gene. Anyway, during that spar with Mr. Bobo, I felt an inexplicable thrill. Even when Mr. Bobo injured me, it was a mix of pain and pleasure. So you see, the Scion's combative nature is ingrained in their bones. If Scions were not combative, would they still be called Scions? With a mouthful of massive dinosaur meat, Gai Nuo spoke somewhat unclearly as Laiya only heard Gai Nuo say, perhaps, as you said, if Scions were not combative, they wouldn't be Scions. While Laiya and Gai Nuo were still talking, Bardock came before Gai Nuo and said, I apologize to you. Over the past few days, I have thought a lot about what you said. You are right. Only by living can we have the chance for revenge. You still care about this matter. I forgot about it long ago. Let's not bring this up again. Our current task is to become strong enough that others cannot dictate to us. Yes, we must become very strong enough to confront all enemies, strong enough to defeat even the God of Destruction. Wanting to defeat the God of Destruction is premature for you now. We'll first defeat Frieza. Our first goal is to defeat Frieza, so he sees the Scions in a new light. Rest assured, I will defeat Frieza sooner or later, Bardock said. Then you need to train hard. Defeating Frieza is not easy, but everything depends on our efforts. As long as we have that determination, we will surely defeat Frieza. After Bardock finished talking with Gai Nuo, he left and walked towards his wife, speaking to her. At this moment, Gai Nuo's parents came before him and said, Gai Nuo, you are now the leader of our Scions, so you are now the new king of the Scions. Yes, I have asked all the surviving Scions, and they all agree that you should be our new king. Come on, don't joke around, Dad, Mom. What qualifications do I have to be the king of the Scions? Why not? Scions revere the strong. The former King Vegeta was the highest combat power among us, which is why he was the king. And your combat power far exceeds that of King Vegeta. You have saved so many Scions, and we all support you as our new king, so do not refuse. While speaking, Bu and Tasha performed a royal salute to Gai Nuo, which startled him. Just as he was about to help his parents up, all the Scions came behind his parents and performed a unified royal salute addressing him, Long live my king. Laiya also came to the center of the group and said, Long live my king. Seeing this scene, Dr. Laiya also came to the center and said to Gai Nuo, the current planet Saiyan indeed needs a leader, and that person can only be you. I like a bow to the Scion king. I also bow to the Scion king. All the Zifura people said in unison, we bow to the king of planet Saiyan. Gai Nuo thought to himself, it seems that even if I don't want to be king, I must be king. This reminds me of a story from my past life. It seems to be called the Yellow Robe. Gai Nuo said, since everyone holds me, Gai Nuo, in such esteem, I will be the king of planet Saiyan. There is no need for formalities. Do everyone please rise. Upon hearing Gai Nuo agree to become the king of planet Saiyan, everyone straightened their postures. Gino saw everyone standing upright and addressed all the people, since you all want me to be the king, I shall establish a few rules. As the saying goes, no rules, no standards. First rule, Scions must not bully the Zephyrians at will. Second rule, Scions battles must not damage the houses where they live. Third rule, Zephyrians must use scientific technology responsibly and not misuse it. Everyone must remember these rules. Anyone who violates them will face punishment. We remember the king's rules, everyone said in unison. All right, then go back. You have all worked hard today, so return and rest early. Dr. Laiya, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. What does the king have to instruct me? Laiya asked. Gino replied, it makes me uncomfortable when you call me king. Let's change it to something else. Laiya pondered for a moment and said to Gino, then let's call you Lord Gino. Fine. Let's stick with that from now on. Laiya, I want you to use scientific technology to establish a gravity chamber, one suitable for Scion training. Can we build it with our current technology? Laiya said, how many gravity chambers does Lord Gino want to establish? What gravity setting should the chambers have? How large should the space be? And do you need any additional decorations? Gino thought for a moment and decided the gravity setting for the chamber should be based on Earth's gravity from planet Scion with a gravity of 500 times. Given the current strength of the Scions, 500 times gravity should be sufficient for the present stage. As for the space, let it primarily accommodate 5 people. Additionally, it would be best if there was a shower available after training followed by enjoying some delicious food. That would be ideal. Moreover, it would be best if each Scion had a gravity chamber in their home. Alright, we just arrived here and still have no place to live, so let's include the construction of houses as well. Alright, I understand. Does Lord Zeno have any other requests? No, that's all. If Laiya encounters any difficulties, feel free to tell me. Currently, our planet's technology can accomplish these basic constructions. Can our current technology detect the universe? This currently does not meet such high requirements, but I believe if we have ample time we can create instruments to detect the universe. Alright then, let's leave it at that for now. Laiya, our Scion planet, does not have an infrared system. If someone approaches, the infrared system can detect it and trigger an alarm, allowing us to react immediately to attack any invading enemies. Upon hearing this, Laiya said to Zeno, that is indeed a good idea. I will immediately research such technology to provide our Scion planet with this alarm system. It's truly a brilliant suggestion. Oh, we don't have that yet. Alright, then you can start your research. Good, I will head down now. By the way, Lord Zeno, is there anything else? Zeno asked. Can I have ISO come to assist me? He was my assistant before and knows most of my ideas and thoughts, making implementation faster. Sure, no problem. I will have ISO help you. Thank you, Lord Zeno. After saying this, Laiya directly returned to his home. The next day, Zeno gathered all the Scions and instructed them to assist the Zephyrians. The Zephyrians provided technology, while the Scions contributed labor. 3 months passed, and soon the Scion houses were built in a short time. Among them, the most splendid house belonged to Zeno, the new Scion king. When his house was completed, Zeno marveled at the efficiency of the Zephyrians, surprised that they had managed to build the house so quickly. Zeno walked towards his house, gazing at the aesthetically pleasing structure, and said, Laiya, is this a house or a castle? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? I just wanted a place to live, and you went and made me a castle, which is really unnecessary. Laiya replied, Lord Zeno, as the king of the Scion planet, your house should certainly be distinctive. Otherwise, if guests come to our planet, they would not know who the leader is. At a glance, if all the houses were identical, how would others view our Scion planet? However, with this castle, it presents a different narrative. Your castle will be the first thing they see, and they will know you are our king. Because only your house is unique and comparable to the others. Zeno thought for a moment, and said to Laiya, you have worked hard. Laiya replied, it is only right to devote myself to Lord Zeno. I didn't expect you, an old man, to also learn to say flattering things like others. Lord Zeno, I did not mean to flatter you. I am speaking the truth. Well, I will accept your kindness. By the way, how is the construction of the Scion gravity chambers coming along? Report to Lord Zeno. With the joint efforts of the Scions and Zephyrians, all the residences of the Scions on our planet have been completed. The gravity chambers are 90 complete, only a bit more is needed for total completion. Good, completing such a massive project in just 3 months is already quite fast. However, the remaining gravity chambers must be completed quickly. If we want the Scion planet to survive in the universe, a strong military force is essential for security. Once the gravity chambers are completed, I will have all Scions engage in training. If they do not train, their strength will decline, and we will be helpless when powerful enemies arrive. Lord Zeno is right. I will ensure they complete the final construction of the gravity chambers promptly so that the Scions can start training as soon as possible. Lord Zeno, please take a look at your house. I will not disturb you any further. Zeno waved his hand and said, go ahead and busy yourself. I will check out your masterpiece. Laiya bid farewell to Zeno and went to continue the unfinished construction of the gravity chambers. After another month, all the gravity chambers were completed. On this day, Zeno gathered all the Scions together and said to them, starting today, I will train you alongside Laiya for 6 months. I hope you will complete my training during these 6 months. Upon hearing this, all the Scions were excited. They knew that Zeno's strength was immense and that it was closely related to his training. Now that Zeno was going to train them, they believed that if they persevered through the training for 6 months, their strength would surely grow even stronger. Gai Nuo mentioned the need to train them, and their hearts were filled with joy, especially the warrior Bardock, who showed the most excitement. Bardock exclaimed, the king will personally lead our training. That's fantastic. When do we start training? Seeing Bardock's expression, Gai Nuo thought to himself, he truly is a martial enthusiast. Later on, Kakarot also became devoted to martial arts, likely inheriting Bardock's advantage. Although Bardock was a low-ranking warrior, he gradually became a high-ranking warrior through his own efforts. Thus, talent does not determine ultimate achievement. Only through continuous effort can one become the person standing at the pinnacle. Gai Nuo said, training starts now. Everyone has a gravity chamber at home. Return home and set the gravity to 20 times Earth's gravity. Adapting to the gravity inside is the first step. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood why each of them had a gravity chamber at home. So that was the reason. It seems the king is indeed farsighted. After giving a slight bow to Gai Nuo, Bardock hurried back home, and seeing Bardock's anxious demeanor, Gai Nuo shook his head. After all the Scions returned, Laiya appeared next to Gano and said, Brother Gano, the gravitational pull on planet Saiyan is 10 times that of Earth. Our previous spaceship was calibrated to Earth's gravity, but the current gravity chamber is based on Saiya's gravity. Can they handle such weight? No, Gano replied. But there is one person who can endure such gravity. Oh, who is it? Is it Dad or Mom? Gano shook his head. Isn't it them? Dad and Mom are elite warriors. Who else could withstand such gravitational pressure? Gano slowly said, the warrior Bardock. Bardock, you mean he can withstand the gravitational pressure? Yes, it's Bardock. Laiya, his current strength isn't impressive, but as time goes on his training speed will increase, and he might catch up to you. Impossible. How could Bardock catch up to me? I can already transform into a Super Saiyan, and he has a long way to go to achieve that. His base combat power hasn't even reached the threshold. How could he possibly catch up to me? Laiya, don't be blindly confident anything is possible. Bardock's pursuit of strength surpasses that of all Scions, and his fervor is etched into his bones. So we must work hard. We can't let others surpass us, otherwise where would that leave me as the king of the Scions? Laiya covered her mouth and laughed. So Brother Gano is also afraid sometimes. Why are you so reluctant to part with the throne of the Scions? How could I be attached to such matters? My goal is to become the most powerful being in the universe. These worldly concerns are but fleeting moments. Once I reach a certain level of strength, I will relinquish the throne and pursue new heights. I know Brother Gano wouldn't covet such things. Oh, I was just joking with you. Brother Gano sensed this. Most people can't withstand 20 times the gravitational pressure. Oh, you were right. Bardock indeed managed to withstand 20 times the gravitational pressure. Gano and Laiya sensed Bardock's energy together. At that moment inside Bardock's home in the gravity chamber, he was drenched in sweat. His body was bent under the gravitational pressure, but he held firm. Now Bardock's face was flushed as he exerted all his strength to resist the immense weight. Gradually he straightened his waist and finally stood upright. Laiya sensed everything about Bardock. It seemed that Bardock was indeed formidable. He managed to withstand such immense pressure. She recalled her first experience with gravity training, where she was nearly incapacitated by the weight, nowhere near adapting like Bardock could in such a short time. Brother Gano was right. Although I can now transform into a Super Saiyan, I cannot avoid being surpassed by those who come after me. I need to work hard. Ever since arriving on planet Saiyan, I haven't trained much during this time. Bardock straightened his body and began to walk forward step by step. As time passed, the frequency of his steps quickened, and he started punching and kicking. Gano sensed Bardock's situation and said, it seems Bardock has adapted to the 20 times gravitational pressure. Laiya, while others are training, we should train too. Planet Saiyan isn't suitable for our cultivation. Let's go somewhere else. Sure. I haven't trained much since coming to Planet Saiyan. Brother Gano, let's hurry. Let's go. Just as the words fell, Gano and Laiya vanished from the spot. They arrived on a desolate planet. There Gano and Laiya activated the gravity technique. Gano set the gravity to 100 times, while Laiya set it to 70 times, not wanting to be crushed under the weight. It would be too embarrassing. As Gano and Laiya activated the gravity technique, the ground beneath them cracked open, unable to withstand such immense pressure. The pressure weighed down on Gano's back. After sensing it, Gano found that 100 times the gravitational pressure was manageable and just right for training, so he began to train. He started with running and jumping to warm up, then began practicing punch and kick attacks. Laiya looked at Gano and thought, what a freak. He can handle 100 times the gravitational pressure so easily, while 70 times already feels unbearable for me. As expected, Brother Gano is still so formidable. I should just focus on adapting to this 70 times gravitational pressure. Laiya began to walk forward, and with each step, deep footprints appeared beneath her feet. This immense pressure caused the cells in Laiya's body to continuously transform, moving towards the full power of Super Saiyan Level 1. On this planet, unbeknownst to them, a day's time quietly passed. When Gano finally stopped training, the sky had already shifted from day to night. It's already night, it seems we should head back. Laiya, let's go. Gano turned and saw Laiya leaning against a large rock asleep. It seemed she had worn herself out today. Gano directly picked up Laiya and used instant transmission to return to planet Saiyan. Gano placed Laiya in his room, laid her on the bed, and then went to find Dr. Rika. He wanted Dr. Rika to study the magical beans to see if they could cultivate them using technology. Gino quickly arrived at Laika's laboratory. Seeing Gino, Laika hurriedly approached him and said, Lord Gino, is there something you need at this late hour? Gino took out a celestial bean and said to Dr. Laika, do you think this celestial bean can be cultivated using scientific technology? Laika took the celestial bean in hand, examined it, and replied to Gino, I can give it a try. Rest assured, Lord Gino, I will do my utmost. Gino nodded and said to Laika, I trust you to handle this. Here, I'll give you another celestial bean as a reward. This bean has the effect that no matter how severely you are injured, as long as your heart isn't pierced, eating one will restore you to full vitality. Is it really that powerful? Laiya asked. Yes, that is the power of the celestial bean, which makes it a very precious item. I had no idea it was that amazing. Lord Zeno, I need to experience its effects personally to understand it better, and then I can cultivate it according to its properties, Laiya said. Zeno asked, are you sure you want to test the effects of the celestial bean? Laiya nodded. All right. I will comply with your request, Zeno said. Laiya was taken aback, wondering how to fulfill this condition. Just as he was thinking, Laiya suddenly felt a severe blow to his abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was Zeno's strike executed so quickly that Laiya didn't see it coming and was gravely injured. Laiya felt his life force rapidly fading away. Zeno picked up the celestial bean from Laiya's hand and fed it to him. In an instant, Laiya became lively again. He exclaimed, Lord Zeno, did you just attack me? Zeno candidly replied, yes. I merely gave you a light punch, but I didn't expect your body to be so fragile that it nearly killed you. Is it truly that Lord Zeno's strength is overwhelming? How could my small frame withstand such a punch? But I didn't even see you attack. How did I fall? Not seeing the attack is normal. It's because your strength can't comprehend my attack. My punch was so fast that it's beyond the naked eye to perceive. So have you felt the effects of the celestial bean? Just a moment ago you were on the verge of death, and now you are lively again. That's the power of the celestial bean. Yes, Lord Zeno, I felt it and experienced the effects of the celestial bean. But can you give me a few more? Oh, rest assured, I am not greedy for the celestial beans. I want to use scientific technology to analyze and observe the principles of their composition, Laiya explained. Don't worry, just a few celestial beans. Experiments require specimens, right? Here, take these. Zeno directly handed Laiya 10 celestial beans. I only have one request, to cultivate something with the same effects as the celestial beans. All right, I will make sure to cultivate them. You can rest assured, Lord Zeno. After giving his instructions, Zeno left Laiya's laboratory. Back in his castle, he looked at Laiya, who was sleeping on his bed, shook his head, and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. It seems this little girl is indeed tired. I might as well wash up myself. After finishing his shower, Zeno quietly entered his side room, being careful not to wake Laiya. He slept soundly until dawn, and after waking up proceeded to wash up. Then he stepped out of the side room. Upon seeing Laiya still asleep, Zeno approached her to wake her up. Laiya, wake up quickly. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Laiya sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and said, Brother Zeno, it's still early, isn't it? Can I rest a little longer? Get up quickly, but still early. If we want to become strong, we must be more diligent than others. If we slack off, others will surpass us quickly. There are many strong beings in the universe, and we must work harder. Upon hearing that someone might surpass her, Laiya was indignant. How could anyone surpass her? In this world, apart from Brother Zeno, no other Scion should be able to surpass her. Absolutely not. Laiya hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, and came before Zeno saying, Brother Zeno, I don't want to be surpassed by anyone. Let's go train right now. Zeno and Laiya exited the castle. Zeno sensed the energy of the Scions on planet Saya. He felt that the energy of all the Scions had greatly increased, but what surprised him even more was that Bardock could now withstand 30 times the gravity. Laiya sensed Bardock's energy. Laiya sensed it and exclaimed, Bardock is impressive. In such a short time, he has adapted from 20 times the gravity to 30 times. It's truly incredible. See, I told you Bardock shouldn't be underestimated. Let's go train as well. Zeno and Laiya instantaneously transported to the barren planet where they first arrived, beginning their arduous training. Time always flies quickly. A month passed and Zeno and Laiya trained on this planet for a month. At this moment, Laiya erupted with golden energy, facing Zeno, who was also radiating energy. Although Laiya had transformed into a Super Saiyan, in terms of energy, Zeno's was vastly greater than hers. The energy waves continuously burst forth, causing the barren planet to tremble under the pressure of their energies. Laiya charged at Zeno, quickly appearing before him. She crouched down and threw an uppercut. Seeing her punch coming, Zeno extended a hand to block her attack. Laiya continued to exert force and attack relentlessly, but her tightly woven attacks were all blocked by Zeno with one hand. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, Laiya executed a side kick. Zeno pivoted his body to evade her strike. Then Laiya launched an energy blast at Zeno. With a swift motion, Zeno swatted the blast aside. The blast exploded, shattering distant mountaintops into debris. Watch me take you down with this move. Laiya unleashed her energy, shouting, Star Explosion Annihilation. This was Laiya's ultimate move. Oh wow, she's bringing out the big moves. Well then you can experience my newly developed attack technique. Zeno quickly gathered energy in both hands, and 2 energy spheres appeared in his palms. Then he shouted, Taste my attack explosive strike. The 2 energy spheres fused rapidly and shot toward Laiya's Star Explosion Annihilation. To Laiya's shock, her star explosion annihilation shattered on contact with Genos' explosive strike. As she stood stunned, Geno instantaneously moved in front of her and wrapped his arms around her waist, vanishing from the scene. Gano saved Laiya in a critical situation, and they arrived at a planet not far from the Desolate One. Gano's explosive strike directly destroyed the desolate planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. Laiya, who was beside Gano, saw the planet explode into fireworks in the distance. Her throat involuntarily constricted, and the sound of her swallowing echoed. It was Laiya swallowing her saliva. Gano delivered a sharp knock on Leia's head and said to her, "You didn't even think to dodge when the attack came. Do you know how dangerous it was at that moment?" Laiya snapped back to reality from Gano's knock and replied, "Brother Gano, your attack was just too fierce. My ultimate move is simply ineffective against your ultimate move. It crumbles at a touch. Don't change the subject. I'm talking about why you didn't dodge when the attack came. Don't you have instant teleportation? In that situation, you could have easily used instant teleportation to escape my attack's range." Laiya said, "Brother Gano, I was stunned by your attack at that moment, so I forgot about that. I won't make the same mistake again. You're still thinking about the future. There is no future. Do you know that if I hadn't reacted quickly just now, you would have turned to cosmic dust like that planet?" Seeing that Gano was getting a bit angry, Laiya decided to act cute and said to him, "Brother Gano, don't be angry, okay? I know I was wrong. I promise I won't make such mistakes again." "Oh wait, no, there won't be a next time. There absolutely won't be a next time. So please don't be angry, okay? Brother Gano." Laiya shook Gano's arm, her incessant cuteness quickly winning him over. After spending so many years together, she certainly knew Gano's soft spot, so she hit the nail on the head. Indeed, not long after, Gano said, all right, stop shaking so much. If you keep shaking, my arm will fall off." Seeing Gano no longer angry, Laiya also wore a joyful expression. "By the way, Brother Gano, your attack was really too fierce. My attack had no comparability to yours. Your ultimate move utterly crushed mine. You are simply amazing. It might be because my energy is greater than yours. The concentration of my energy sphere is higher than yours, which is why my ultimate move overwhelmed yours. So that's how it is. Brother Gano, you are truly incredible. I find it strange. You are clearly at normal levels, yet your energy level is higher than my Super Saiyan levels. Are you really that extraordinary?" Gano chuckled and said, "Perhaps my talent is just too powerful. I can't exactly say that I have ancient Saiyan blood, can I? Both of your parents are elite Saions, and your bloodline is just ordinary. Who would believe you if you claimed to have ancient Saiyan blood? However, there are exceptions, such as the legendary Super Saiyan Broly and the first son of King Vegeta named Reg, who was born with a fighting power of 5/0, shocking King Vegeta. But under Frieza's rule, such Saions would never be allowed to exist, so King Vegeta exiled his son to a remote planet where Reg lived for decades. What King Vegeta didn't know was that his eldest son possessed a trace of ancient Saiyan blood." Thinking of this, Gano said to Laiya, "Laiya, do you remember the last time I asked you to settle Paragus and his son on a livable planet? Do you remember which planet it was?" "Oh, you mean that father and son pair? If you hadn't mentioned them, I would have forgotten. They are on a planet not far from Planet Vegeta. That planet has giant animals and oxygen, although it can't compare to our Scion planet. But it is still livable. They can fully survive on that planet." "All right, then take me to that planet now." "Where are we going?" "Right, you said you had great use for saving that father and son. You don't want to train them to become elite warriors, do you?" Gano said, "It's not about that father and son, but about that little Scion Broly. I have no interest in training his father. I am interested in Broly. Broly, the little guy who was born with a base power of 10000. Of course, otherwise why would I save them? I don't care about Paragus's life or death, but I am very interested in this little guy. All right, since you are so interested, I will take you there." Laiya pointed to her forehead, sensing Broly's energy. "Brother Gano, give me your hand." "Oh, I'll take you there right now." Gano placed his hand on Laiya's, and with a whoosh they vanished from that planet. They arrived on an unnamed planet, and upon seeing it, Gano said, "It's not bad. Surviving 2 Scions is no problem at all." Gano sensed for a moment and said to Laiya, "Laiya, there's a presence over there. Let's go. That should be Broly's energy." Okay." Laiya nodded. They instantly arrived at the site where the energy was erupting. At that moment, Gano saw a young Scion fighting a dinosaur. This Scion was radiating a violent aura, completely ignoring the dinosaur's attacks, opting to directly confront them. Broly unleashed a green energy wave towards the dinosaur. When Broly's attack reached the dinosaur swung its massive tail, directly dispersing Broly's attack. Broly climbed up, reaching for the dinosaur's tail, and with his immense strength lifted the dinosaur. He spun around for an unknown number of times, and when he released, the dinosaur shot forward like a cannonball into a mountain. The massive body toppled several mountains, leaving the dinosaur dazed and seeing stars. Seizing the opportunity, Broly reached the dinosaur's abdomen and punched through it. The dinosaur's eyes turned hollow, gradually losing its breath. Seeing that he had taken down the creature before him, Broly carried the massive dinosaur and walked in one direction. Gano said to Laiya, "So Laiya, what do you think of this little guy?" "Not bad. At a young age he knows how to use his intelligence to fight. He's quite capable." "I'm not talking about that. Did you feel the aura he emitted during battle?" "I felt it was filled with a violent energy. It feels like this little guy exists solely for destruction." "Yes, if this little guy can't control the energy within him, as he grows older his power will only increase, and at that time it would be a disaster for the universe." "So Brother Gano's intention is to have this little guy train with us, so he can learn to control his energy." "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Well, since Brother Zeno has decided, let's keep this little guy by our side. I believe that now, apart from you and me, it would be difficult for anyone else to subdue this little creature." Zeno said, "Alright, let's get to it. Let's go to Broly." Zeno and Laiya flew towards Broly's direction. Before long, they saw Broly carrying a dinosaur on his shoulder, heading towards his residence. Zeno and Laiya appeared in front of Broly, which startled him. Seeing Zeno and Laiya, Broly asked, "Who are you?" He then began to prepare to unleash his energy. Observing this, Zeno activated the bloodline within him, unleashing a powerful pressure that bore down on Broly. The violent aura emanating from Broly dissipated upon encountering Gena's pressure. Broly instantly sensed a tremendous pressure weighing down on him. He felt his bloodline being firmly suppressed, as if a subject faced a king. The pressure from the bloodline made Broly cease his aggression. Seeing that Broly had calmed down, Zeno said to him, "Don't be nervous. We are also Scions, just like you." Zeno and Laiya then swayed their tails. Upon seeing Zeno and Laiya's tails, Broly relaxed slightly. Zeno inquired, "So Broly, are there any other people on this planet besides you?" Broly replied, "The natives of this planet have been wiped out by me. Originally my father and I lived together, but on the night of the full moon, I seemed to have transformed into a great ape. When I awoke, my father was gone. It seems that during his transformation into a great ape, Broly lost his consciousness and accidentally killed his father. However, this was fine. Zeno came for Broly, and his father held little significance for him. Normally on the night of the full moon, all Scions would transform into great apes and wreak havoc. However, this was limited to lower-level warriors. Elite warriors like Laiya retained their consciousness even when transformed. Broly likely could not control the energy within him, which led to his loss of consciousness during the transformation, causing indiscriminate destruction and ultimately resulting in the death of his father Paragus. "So you are alone now, huh?" "That's right," Broly replied. "Alright, then come with us. We can not only help you become stronger, but also help you perfectly control the energy within you. What do you think? Think it over." Upon hearing that he could perfectly master his energy, Broly was intrigued. The massive energy within him was unmanageable, turning him into a killing machine during battles. Only through slaughter could he vent his pent-up rage. Now he finally has a chance to control his energy perfectly, which excited him immensely. "You can help me control my energy," Broly stated. "Of course, but the premise is that you have to stay by our side, so we can teach you how to control your energy anytime and anywhere." "Alright, since you can help me control my energy, I will go with you." "Good, you've made a wise choice," Zeno said. "But wait for me a moment, I just took down this big guy, and he's my lunch. I'm really hungry. After I eat, I'll go with you." Zeno looked at the giant creature on Broly's shoulder and said, "In that case, we might as well join you for a meal. We haven't eaten either." "Alright, let's eat together." Zeno walked in front of Broly, effortlessly lifting the giant creature on his shoulder, and said, "Let's go." "That's faster." Watching Zeno lift such a massive creature with one hand, Broly murmured, "So powerful, it's as if that giant is just a toy in his hands." Zeno strode forward holding the dinosaur, while Laiya approached Broly and said, "Brother, it's no surprise. Anything that happens around him is not unusual. You seem a bit slow to adapt to new things. Once you are with us, you will understand what kind of monster he is. The violent energy within you is merely a bit more energy in his eyes. However, compared to others of his level, your energy exceeds that of the vast majority of Scions." After Laiya finished speaking, she walked ahead. Upon reaching Broly's dwelling, Zeno dropped the dinosaur and said to Broly, "It seems you don't have any cooking facilities here. Laiya, go find some branches. We will have barbecue." Hearing that Zeno wanted to make barbecue, Laiya quickly replied, "Alright, I'll go right away." In the blink of an eye, Laiya disappeared from the spot, leaving Broly in shock. Zeno explained, "No need to be curious. It's just a secret technique." In the midst of their conversation, Laiya appeared before Broly holding a large bundle of dry branches. "Brother Zeno, do you think these branches are good?" Zeno looked at the dry wood in Laiya's hands and said, "Enough, I'll make the barbecue." "Alright, I'll get the fire going." When it comes to barbecue, Laiya remembers Gena's cooking well. Even the god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis praised his barbecue skills as exceptional. Hearing this new term, Broly blankly asked, "Barbecue, what is barbecue? Is it delicious?" Laiya said, "Brother Broly, Gena's barbecue skills are truly exceptional. Even the god of destruction and Angel Whis in this universe rave about his barbecue. You're a lucky guy. Many Scions on our Scion planet have never tasted Brother Gena's barbecue. Who would have thought you'd receive such treatment on your first meeting? I must say you're quite fortunate." While Laiya and Broly were conversing, Genu had already placed the meat on the fire to roast. Soon the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing Broly and Laiya's conversation to stop. They hurried to Genu's side, watching the barbecue in his hands, saliva unconsciously dripping down. Genu looked at Laiya and Broly and said, "Stay back a little, your saliva is about to drip on my barbecue. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Today you can both enjoy this barbecue." Genu's barbecue was ready, and he directly handed it to Laiya and Broly, who both showed satisfied expressions as they ate. Under the consumption of 3 big eaters, Broly's battle power diminished slowly. Eventually, the 3 of them lay back on the ground, patting their bulging bellies, gazing at the sky, feeling quite content. After Gai Nuo and the others had a hearty meal, they left the planet. Broly followed closely behind Gai Nuo, occasionally glancing back as they departed the planet. After all having lived here for a long time, he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. "Let's go. The place I'm taking you to is dozens of times better than here. The scenery is pleasant and beautiful, a rare spot, and it is where we Scions reside," Gai Nuo said to Broly. "All right, let's go." Broly looked at Gai Nuo and Laiya. "Broly, give me your hand." Broly placed his hand in Gai Nuo's palm, while Laiya naturally rested her hand on Gai Nuo's shoulder. Gai Nuo activated instant transmission, and they arrived at Planet Saiyan. As Broly was still adjusting, they had already arrived at Planet Saiyan. Upon seeing such a beautiful place, a smile appeared on Broly's face. After all, Broly was still young, just a child, and children are always curious, aren't they? He looked around, touching this and that. At the moment Gai Nuo appeared, the Scions on Planet Saiyan sensed the aura emanating from Gai Nuo and Laiya. However, the unfamiliar aura of Broly created a sense of oppression among everyone. The bloodline of a Super Saiyan is naturally stronger than that of ordinary Scions, so Broly's presence exerted an invisible pressure. The first to appear before Gai Nuo and Laiya was Bardock. Indeed, Bardock was a martial arts genius. In a short time, his combat power had already surged to 100, a level unimaginable to him before, comparable to the old King Vegeta. He had reached this thanks to Gai Nuo's gravity training. Bardock approached Gai Nuo and said, "My king, you have returned." Gai Nuo nodded. Soon all the Scions gathered before Gai Nuo. Seeing that everyone's power had increased brought great comfort to Gai Nuo. Even his father and mother had seen their combat power rise to 700, while his mother's had increased to 500. He remembered that when they first left planet Vegeta, their combat power barely reached 300, and now it had significantly improved. Bu approached Gai Nuo and gave a slight bow. Gai Nuo symbolically nodded, maintaining a sense of decorum in front of all the Scions. Bu asked Gai Nuo, "My king, who is that kid?" Bu pointed at Broly. Gai Nuo replied, "This kid is Paragus' son." "Dad, don't you remember?" Paragus, "Oh, I remember now." Paragus' son was born with a base combat power of 100, which worried King Vegeta greatly, leading to Paragus being exiled to a remote planet. Was he not exiled? This is something the Scions from planet Vegeta have all seen. Oh, it can't be wrong. That's right, he was indeed exiled, but I had Laiya settle them on an inconspicuous planet because I saw potential in this little guy's combat power. Bu looked at Broly and sensed a powerful, violent aura from him. Bu remarked, "This kid is quite strong, stronger than all of us." Gai Nuo said, "This little guy is called Broly. His current combat power should be around 100. Among you, I estimate only Bardock can match him." Bardock's combat power reached 100 after a month of gravity training. Gai Nuo confirmed, "That's correct. Bardock's combat power has now reached 100. I knew it. Bardock was a talented Scion. From the beginning, I could tell he had potential. At first, his combat power wasn't very strong, but as he participated in more missions, Bardock's strength skyrocketed, and gradually, he became our team's main attacker. Who would have thought? He has now surpassed me. It seems I haven't exerted myself to the fullest. I need to work hard on my training, or this kid will leave me behind, and when he sees me in the future, he might look down on me." "It seems, Dad, you are also someone who strives for strength." "This is true. All Scions pursue power, and I am no exception." Gai Nuo raised his voice and addressed all the Scions. "From now on, Broly will be one of us Scions. We must treat Broly like family. Is that understood?" All the Scions responded to Gai Nuo, "Understood, my king." At this moment, Bardock looked at Broly with intense interest, clearly eager to spar with him. "If that's the case, then I will facilitate this." Gai Nuo said, "Broly, come here for a moment." Broly approached Gai Nuo and asked, "What is it, brother Gai Nuo? Is there something you need?" Since Broly had tasted Gai Nuo's barbecue, he had been calling him brother Gai Nuo while following Laiya. He thought this brother was quite nice. Gai Nuo didn't mind what Broly called him, it was all the same to him. "Broly, how about you have a spar with that uncle?" "Sure, but I can't control my power. What if I lose control?" Gai Nuo said, "Broly, remember the key to controlling your power lies in your heart. If you believe you can control it, then you will be able to manage the power within you." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Then Broly said to Bardock, "Uncle, brother Gai Nuo said I should have a match with you. How about we spar a bit?" Bardock was eager for this. To encounter an opponent with comparable strength made his heart race with excitement. Bardock said, let's go to the arena. The entire population of Planet Saiyan was captivated by the impending battle between Bardock and Broly. In the arena, the two faced each other from afar. Broly unleashed his energy in an instant, rushing to Bardock with incredible speed. He threw a punch, but Bardock blocked it with his arm. However, Broly's strength was immense, and he sent Bardock sliding backward with a single blow. This kid is impressive. Now it's my turn to attack. Bardock also unleashed his energy and approached Broly, sweeping a leg toward him. Broly raised a hand to block Bardock's attack, then transformed his hand into a claw, seizing Bardock's ankle and using his strength to throw him away. Bardock's body traced a shadow in the air. He unleashed his energy again, no longer hiding his power. His combat power surged to 1-0, shocking those low-level Saiyans. Bardock said, kid, you're quite strong. Now you better be ready. Bardock launched an energy blast toward Broly. Seeing Bardock's energy increase, Broly also began to unleash his energy. However, his energy exploded too high and he couldn't control the violent aura within him. Broly's eyes turned white, his hair flew wildly as he charged directly at Bardock, smashing through Bardock's energy blast. Gai Nuo, seeing this situation, appeared behind Broly in an instant and knocked him unconscious with a chop. Gai Nuo said, let's call it a day for now. Everyone can disperse now. Indeed, everyone was looking forward to the exciting showdown between Broly and Bardock, but now Jinnu had called it off, and no one had any objections. The others were unaware that Broly could not control the chi within him, so they felt no sense of crisis. If Broly fell into madness, he would not distinguish between friend and foe. His mind would be filled with thoughts of slaughter, believing that only through constant killing could he unleash the power within him. Seeing Broly's eyes turn white, Jinnu realized that Broly was already out of control, so he promptly halted Broly's attack, otherwise Bardock might have been killed by him. Watching Jinnu lift Broly, Bardock felt disheartened. Jinnu noticed Bardock's expression and said to him, when Broly can control his chi, I will arrange a match between you two. Upon hearing this, Bardock's face transformed into one of joy. He replied, great. I will wait for that day. Don't worry. That day would come soon. Jinnu carried Broly towards his castle, with Laiya following behind, watching as they entered. Everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms to train. Jinnu placed Broly on his bed and said to Laiya, it seems Broly will need some time to control his chi. I was too impatient about this matter. Laiya responded, brother Jinnu, Broly is still young and cannot control his chi right now. This is understandable. You shouldn't be too anxious. Remember, we learned to guide our chi's flow on Earth. You could try that method. Indeed. Jinnu smacked his thigh and exclaimed, how did I forget that method? Back on Earth, our chi was chaotic, but Master Wutian taught us to guide it. After a period of training, our chi became smooth and orderly, and during battles, we became more adept. I can teach this training method to Broly, no, not just Broly, but to all Saiyans. Exactly. We can teach all Saiyans to master chi cultivation. Jinnu said, Laiya, I didn't expect you to be so clever. How did I not notice that before? How did I not realize how strong you were? Back then you couldn't even sense your chi, but after completing a mission, chi appeared within you, and you became exceptionally powerful. It's truly perplexing. Perhaps I awakened my inner potential during the mission, Jinnu said. Really? Laiya stared at Jinnu, clearly skeptical. Yes. That mission was extremely dangerous, and I was severely injured. You know that Saiyans become stronger after each injury. It was when I was near death that I sensed the existence of chi. Hearing that Jinnu almost perished during his last mission, Laiya hurriedly said, so you were in such danger during your last solo mission. Quickly show me if you have any hidden injuries. I'm fine, Laiya. Although it was dangerous, didn't I benefit from it? Actually, what Jinnu referred to as a benefit was acquiring the bloodline power of ancient Saiyans, a fact Laiya was unaware of. Yes, it was only through nearly dying that I sensed the existence of chi. Jinnu and Laiya were still conversing when Broly woke up, rubbing his head and saying, my head hurts so much. He shook his head vigorously. You're awake, Broly. Broly turned his gaze to Jinnu and asked, brother Jinnu, did I lose control again? Yes, you did lose control, but you didn't do anything too serious. I stopped you in time. Can I not control the chi within me? Broly felt a bit discouraged. How can you not control it? Starting today, they'll teach you how to train and control your chi. Really? That's great. Let's get started right away, brother Jinnu. Jinnu turned to Laiya and said, Laiya, inform everyone to come out for new training. Okay, I'm on it. As soon as Laiya's words fell, she vanished. Get up, why are you still lying on my bed? Jinnu walked towards the door. Broly hurriedly got out of bed and chased after him. Jinnu stepped out of his castle and arrived at the training ground, addressing all the Saiyans. Today, I will teach you chi cultivation. Even though you all have chi, take a moment to sense it. Isn't your chi within chaotic? Everyone sensed it, and Bu said yes. Although we have a vast amount of chi, there is no order to it. It is all very chaotic. Exactly. If your chi is too chaotic, your stamina will deplete quickly during battles. As Scions, we advocate violence, so when facing enemies we tend to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, which makes such battles utterly meaningless. Therefore, mastering your chi is especially important. Now everyone sit cross-legged like me. Sense the chi within you, and let it flow smoothly through your body from head to toe, from left to right. Everyone followed Gina's method and slowly sensed their chi. As time passed, their chi became more stable, indicating that this training was indeed effective. Jinnu observed Broly's condition and saw that the violent chi within him was gradually calming down. To achieve what you desire, you must put in the corresponding effort. Success is not achieved overnight. One day, 3 months later, all the Scions stood in the training ground. They stood as if they were ordinary people. Their chi contained, making one wonder if Scions had transformed. Had they really changed their temperament? The once combative and irritable Scions seemed to have lost their former sharpness. Jinnu was quite satisfied with this effect. It seemed everyone had gained a new understanding of chi. Especially Bardock and Broly, whose chi was restrained to an extreme. If measured with a power detector, their combat power would read as 0, and they couldn't even beat a weakling. However, if you thought this way, you would be gravely mistaken. Jinnu said to them, "It seems everyone has now mastered the chi within them, so next is combat training." Upon hearing about combat training, Broly and Bardock's eyes sparkled with excitement. Combat, I believe everyone can do it, but your combat skills are too crude. If you encounter a master, your flaws in technique will be easily exploited, and you will be defeated in one blow. Hearing that their combat skills had numerous flaws, some faces displayed disbelief, saying, "One, we Scions have been training since birth. Our fighting techniques are already quite mature. How can you say they are full of flaws?" All right. It seems everyone is skeptical. Words are not enough to prove it. Bardock, Broly stepped forward. As Gina's voice fell, Bardock and Broly had already stood up. "Now I give you a task, which is to use all your attacking methods to strike Laiya, as long as your attacks are effective. Then it shows that your combat skills are indeed quite mature. What do you think, Broly, Bardock?" Bardock and Broly exchanged glances and nodded at each other. "Laiya, go down and play with them." Laiya jumped directly onto the training ground. Bardock and Broly also landed on the training ground. "Then I will signal with my hand." Jinnu raised his hand and said, "The match starts now." Bardock and Broly erupted with energy and charged toward Laiya, who stood in the center of the training ground. Observing their attacks, Laiya shook her head. In the instant of their energy burst, she had already discerned their attacking intentions as Bardock and Broly launched powerful punches at her. Just as Bardock and Broly's fists were about to hit Laiya, her body flickered slightly and they brushed past her side. Seeing their attack miss, Bardock used his waist strength to turn around, his fist following closely. Broly executed a leg sweep directly aimed at Laiya. "This move is acceptable, but unfortunately it's too slow," Laiya commented. As she quickly punched, the sounds of impact echoed, sending Bardock and Broly flying. Bardock performed a fish leap, straightening his body and adopting an attacking stance once again. Broly floated in the air, preparing for his ultimate move. One attacks from the ground, while the other from the air. A good idea, but without sufficient strength, no strategy will be of any use. As Laiya's words fell, she vanished and reappeared above Broly. Bardock hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, Broly, you haven't reacted yet." Laiya clasped her hands together and struck down, smashing Broly into the ground. After dealing with Broly, Laiya approached Bardock. Due to her incredible speed, Bardock couldn't block her attack. Her elbow strike reached his abdomen, and the overwhelming force caused Bardock to spit out a colorless liquid, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Broly crawled out of the pit, gasping for breath. Laiya observed him standing and said, "Indeed, your physique is indeed formidable, able to stand after my heavy blow. However, in battle there must be winners and losers, so like Bardock, you should also lie down." As soon as she finished speaking, Laiya appeared before Broly in the blink of an eye and struck, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing the outcome, determined Jinnu immediately shouted, "The result is clear, everyone has witnessed it, Laiya wins decisively." All the watching Scions felt a slight sense of loss at seeing their strongest warrior so easily defeated by Laiya. Jinnu, noticing their expressions, shouted, "Everyone lift your heads. Look at your pathetic appearances. You call yourselves elites. You can't handle such a minor setback. I tell you, you should be grateful that Bardock and Broly are fighting Laiya. If it were against an enemy, they would have already become corpses. I arranged for Bardock and Broly to fight Laiya not for your entertainment, but to identify the issues in your combat. Scions enjoy using overwhelming power to strike down foes, but no matter how strong your power is, if your attacks miss, it's all in vain." Though Bardock and Broly's attacks were fierce, did you see their attacks having any effect on Laiya? Clearly no, they were merely releasing their energy, without connecting any hits. This is futile effort. Such attacks consume a lot of energy, and when your energy is exhausted, that will be your moment of demise. Hearing Gina's words, all the Scions broke out in cold sweat, realizing the truth in his words. If their attacks were ineffective, only death awaited them. Laiya, come here. Gai Nuo took out 2 sins of beans and handed them to Laiya, instructing her to give them to Bardock and Broly. Once consumed, Bardock and Broly became revitalized. Bardock and Broly consciously stood in line. Gai Nuo asked, "Is there anyone who still claims their combat skills are mature?" Everyone fell silent. Alright, it seems everyone acknowledges that their combat skills need improvement. From now on, combat training will be our primary focus. Now I will take you all to a place. Hold hands and form a circle. Everyone complied, and Gai Nuo activated instant transmission to arrive at a barren planet. Everyone was curious about where this place was. Gai Nuo said, "From now until the end of the 6-month training period, everyone will train here, and your opponents will be Laiya and me." Alright, enough talk, let's start training now. Training requires a proper environment. Gai Nuo directly employed a gravity technique, suddenly increasing the gravity around them significantly, causing many to stumble. Only a few managed to stand firm, including Bardock, Broly, Butasha, and a few elite warriors. My requirement is that under 100 times the gravity, everyone must freely execute their attacking techniques, while also enduring sudden attacks from Laiya and me. Right now, I am releasing 50 times the gravity, and most of you are still not accustomed to it. Get used to it before training. Everyone was moving their feet with great difficulty, feeling it was incredibly hard. Under such heavy pressure to execute attacking techniques was a daunting challenge. Gai Nuo, brother, isn't this training a bit too hasty? They aren't adapted to 50 times the gravity yet, and still have to attack us. This is too difficult. To gain strength, one must endure training that is more arduous than others. Don't worry. 50 times the gravity is nothing. We also didn't come from 20, 30, or 50 times to now 100 times. Don't worry. Scions continuously surpass their limits, believe that they can do it. Scions grow stronger when they face formidable opponents. If we can endure, they can too. Laiya, training cannot be taken lightly. If it is half-hearted today, we will regret it when we face enemies in the future. Yes, brother Gai Nuo is right. Training must not be based on deception. Everyone is diligently moving their feet, and gradually they feel their pace quickening until eventually they can run and jump. Seeing this, Gai Nuo said, "It seems they have adapted to this pressure. Good, it looks like everyone is ready. Next we will pair up for combat training. Laiya and I will observe your battles and provide guidance." Everyone has found their opponents, and naturally Bardock has chosen Broly. Ever since Broly learned to control the energy within him, Bardock has frequently sought to spar with Broly, but he has never won a single match. Bardock exclaimed, "Broly, come on. Our duel isn't over yet." "Alright, let's do this." Bardock and Broly unleashed their energy and charged at each other. Bardock and Broly each threw a powerful punch, and with a resounding bang, a strong gust of energy erupted between them, sending everyone around them flying. Everyone complained, "Can't these two keep it down? How are we supposed to train like this?" One person remarked, "You don't know them. When they fight, they go all out. Even though it's sparring, they always end up bruised and battered." True side. Whatever, let's continue training. Where's Wong? He should be watching us. Wong is personally guiding our training, and we must not miss this opportunity. I believe that after this training, I will definitely become an elite warrior. Someone nearby scoffed, "You think you can become an elite warrior? I will be the one to achieve that." What, not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and fight. And so the battle began anew. Gai Nuo watched with satisfaction, wanting everyone to develop a sense of competitiveness so that their combat power could continuously grow. The clash between Bardock and Broly continued with the sound of collisions echoing. The Scions cherished the thrill of fist meeting flesh, but Gai Nuo demanded that their fighting be simple and swift without unnecessary movements. Gai Nuo's voice rang out, "Broly, what are you doing? Can't you see there's an opening on Bardock's left side? Attack him there." Hearing Gai Nuo's voice, Broly altered his attack style, throwing a punch at Bardock's face. Bardock attempted to block it with his arm, but Broly feigned, and then delivered a swift kick to Bardock's left side, sending him flying. Watching Bardock being kicked away, Broly said, "Brother Gai Nuo is indeed impressive." He spotted Bardock's flaw in an instant. While Broly was momentarily stunned, Bardock seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing behind Broly, and said, "You dare to be distracted while fighting me." With that, he struck with an elbow, sending Broly flying forward. Gai Nuo quickly cheered, "Well done, Bardock. In battle, you must not lose focus. Teach Broly a lesson and show him that a fight requires unwavering attention." Bardock watched Broly fly forward, swiftly moving to block his path with a half-formed stance, and said, "Kamehameha, here it comes." A white energy wave shot from Bardock's palm. Seeing Bardock unleash the Kamehameha, Broly decided to reveal his true strength as well. He surged with energy, halting his forward momentum, and released an energy attack from his palm, declaring, "Watch my super wave attack." In an instant, a green energy wave surged toward Bardock. The two energy waves collided, initiating a contest of power as Bardock and Broly continuously released energy from their bodies, striving to overpower each other's waves. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, Gano stepped into the center of the two energy waves, and his body melded into the energy using his hands to directly separate Bardock and Broly's energy waves. Gano unleashed the devouring spirit technique, absorbing Bardock and Broly's energy waves into his body, feeling his base combat strength increase slightly. Witnessing Gano's actions, everyone was astonished. Such a powerful energy attack was so easily neutralized. Gano said attacking with energy waves is meaningless. My goal is for you to inflict damage on your opponent, not to rely solely on energy blasts or wave contests. Alright, you two come and attack me together. Since I became king, I haven't had a chance to fight, so let me show you what I can do. You two can attack me, I will point out your shortcomings. Bardock and Broly began to attack Gano together. They approached Gano and threw a punch. Gano observed their attacks and said, too slow, lacking power. Let me show you what a real attack feels like. With that, Gano's eyes widened, and he activated instant transmission, attacking Broly and Bardock with dozens of punches. Their bodies bent under the assault, spitting out blood. In fact, Gano had held back, wanting Broly and Bardock to experience the power of a true attack. In that moment of being attacked, Broly and Bardock could only think one thing: these punches are so heavy, Gano is so strong. Everyone else was bewildered. Gano stood still, without moving, yet Broly and Bardock were already gravely injured. The only explanation was that Gano was too strong and his attack speed was so fast that they couldn't even see it. Now let's have everyone come up and spar with me. This is how Gano's intense training sessions were. They survived until the end of the training period. On this day, everyone stood in a serious line waiting for Gano to speak, for today marked the end of their training. The 6-month training period had concluded. Gano looked at the people standing below, feeling very satisfied. After enduring Gano and Laiya's rigorous training and guidance, their combat skills and thinking had greatly improved, and everyone's combat power had soared to 5,000, something they had never dared to imagine before. And even more impressive were Broly and Bardock. Broly's combat power soared to 3 million, while Bardock reached 1.6 million. Boom and Tasha's combat power were 1.3 million and 1.1 million respectively. It seems Broly's legendary physique has been triggered, growing from 1.0 to 3 million. The increase in Broly's combat power shocked everyone. I am very pleased that everyone has endured this training. This is the nature of the Scions. We Scions constantly break our limits. Alright, the training is officially over. Let's all go home. Laiya heard Gai Nuo's words and piloted the spaceship closer to the Sherlag planet. Gai Nuo exited the spacecraft, extending his right index finger, where a terrifying sphere of energy materialized. Seeing this situation, Bardock remarked, the king looks just like Frieza did when he destroyed planet Vegeta. He wouldn't directly annihilate Sherlag, would he? Don't worry. Brother Gai Nuo knows what he's doing. He won't destroy Sherlag directly. This planet still holds great value for him. With a slight lowering of his finger, the massive energy sphere descended toward the Sherlag planet. At the moment the energy blast collided with Sherlag, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave toward Gai Nuo and his spacecraft. Laiya and the others felt the ship violently tremble under the impact of the airflow. In stark contrast, Gai Nuo stood unmoved amidst the violent rush of air. Bardock gazed at Gai Nuo's figure and said, how strong is the king now? He stands perfectly still against such a powerful gale. Laiya commented, I don't know. Regardless, with my strongest energy attack, Brother Gai Nuo could easily obliterate it with just his fist. I feel my energy attack could easily destroy an entire planet. Broly said with a serious expression, I can sense a vast amount of energy within Brother Gai Nuo. This power possesses immense destructive force. Compared to him, my strength feels trivial. Sherlag's planet was directly reduced by 1/5 in area from Gai Nuo's energy blast. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Sherlag, followed by a furious roar. Who dares to attack my Sherlag planet? Sherlag quickly flew toward Gai Nuo, exclaiming, you did this. You destroyed my Sherlag planet. Gai Nuo replied, yes, it was me. You certainly have a strong constitution. Such a powerful attack didn't kill you. Sherlag, I'm specifically here to find you. Upon hearing Gai Nuo call his name directly, Sherlag said, you know me, but I have no recollection of you. You truly forget easily, don't you? I remember beating you quite thoroughly back then. I didn't expect you to forget me so soon. It's quite heart-wrenching. I guess I need to remind you of our beautiful memories together. As he spoke, Gai Nuo unleashed his instant transmission, delivering dozens of punches in a matter of seconds, sending Sherlag flying into the mountain of his planet, embedding his body within. What just happened? Did the king attack? How did Sherlag fly away on his own? Bardock questioned. Yes, Brother Gai Nuo has already attacked. It's just that with our current strength, we cannot perceive the direction or frequency of his strikes. It's possible that Brother Gai Nuo has already attacked dozens of times just now. Sherlag's body suddenly burst forth, scattering the debris that had buried him as he charged toward Gai Nuo, saying, I remember now. You're the guy who was with that little girl radiating golden energy. Oh, King Sherlag finally remembers. Umph. If that little girl with the golden aura were here, I might be frightened. But since you came alone, you're just asking for death. Ever since she injured me, I've been back on Sherlag Planet. I've been training desperately to avenge that punch. My strength is no longer what it used to be. Today I intend to collect some interest from you. Oh, it seems you've greatly increased your strength returning to your lair. However, as you wish, that little girl you mentioned is here with me. Like a King Sherlag wants to see you, as shouldn't you show him some respect? As soon as he finished speaking, Laiya Bardock and Broly appeared beside Gai Nuo. Seeing Laiya, Sherlag exclaimed, "You, how did you also come to Sherlag Planet? I heard Brother Gai Nuo say you wanted to see me, so I came. Shouldn't you be happy to see me? I still remember clearly how I severely injured you with a single punch back then. Fine, you guys are tough. But don't forget, this is my Sherlag territory. I've ruled here for so many years. Do you think I could have survived without some means of self-preservation? On Sherlag Planet, I am invincible. Even Frieza, when he came here, gained nothing and had to leave defeated. It seems King Sherlag is quite confident. Do you want to see King Sherlag's secret weapon?" "Sure, I would love to see it." Laiya said. "Sherlag, quickly show us your secret weapon." Actually, Sherlag doesn't really have any secret weapon. He just wants to scare Gai Nuo and the others, but can Gai Nuo be easily intimidated? I tell you, once my ultimate weapon is unleashed, you will all turn to dust. You should hurry and escape while I haven't shown it yet. Gai Nuo said, "We have seen so little, now we finally have a chance to see King Sherlag's ultimate weapon. Of course, we must seize this opportunity to broaden our horizons. Otherwise, we will be labeled as country bumpkins when we go out, and that would be so embarrassing." Yes, Brother Gai Nuo is right. King Sherlag, please satisfy our curiosity. At this moment, Broly made a heart-wrenching comment that left Gai Nuo and the others impressed by his eloquence. "Hey, Uncle Sherlag, are you feeling embarrassed? But I don't see your face turning red. Maybe your face is too green, glowing so much that the sunlight reflects off it. This is the first time I've seen someone's face glow like that. You are the first person to do so." Gai Nuo, Laiya, and Bardock couldn't contain their laughter and burst out. "I never expected Broly could joke about someone's face. Broly, you're incredibly talented," Laiya remarked. "What are you laughing at? What I said is true. That uncle's face is indeed green. Look, he should be very angry now, but his face isn't turning red, which shows that his skin is too thick to show his anger." Huh. Broly speaks with conviction and reason, and his harmless expression only made Gai Nuo and the others laugh even louder. "Damn it. How dare you mock me, King Sherlag? This is outrageous." Sherlag, enraged, charged towards Broly. Laiya quickly intervened, blocking Sherlag's attack. She said, "If you want to fight, then I'll fight alongside you." With that, Laiya instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The person next to Jim said, "Scions, those who call themselves the warrior race, weren't their planet destroyed by King Frieza? How can there still be Scions in the universe?" Zeno said, "Thanks to Frieza, we Scions have not been completely wiped out. As for you lot, if I didn't come looking for you, you come knocking on my door. What do you think I'm going to do? Eliminate you? Should I eliminate you? Ha, just kidding. You Scions are merely a pack of dogs raised by King Frieza. As dogs, you should have the awareness of dogs. Don't think that just because you escaped Frieza's grasp you can do as you please." Before Jim's companion could finish his sentence, Zeno extended his right index finger, and a beam of light pierced through his chest. You. This person fell directly to the ground. Zeno dug at his ear with his fingers, saying, "What a nuisance, so chattery." Seeing his capable subordinate easily taken out by Zeno, Jim's gaze towards Zeno turned fearful. You killed Jim. How could you kill Jim?" Zeno said, "Not only do I want to eliminate him, but I also want to eliminate you. So do you have any last words?" "No, you can't. I am a capable general under King Frieza. You cannot kill me. If I die, King Frieza will not spare you Scions." "Frieza, I'm so scared. If Frieza is really that powerful, let him come find me. But you won't see such a scenario again. Just go in peace." As he spoke, Zeno launched an attack, and an energy blast engulfed Jim, sending him to hell. "As for the rest of these small fries, I'll leave them to you. I'm not interested in them." Laiya said, "These little fish and shrimp are of no interest to me." Broly, Bardock, it's your turn." Bardock said, "I'm actually interested in Frieza's Ginyu Force. These people aren't worth my effort. They're too weak, I don't want to waste my time." Broly said, "Dad, Mama, leave them to you. Don't let a single one escape. Don't worry." Boom and Tasha replied, "We've been trained well." Boom shouted, "Brothers and sisters, when we were on Vegeta, these Frieza's lackeys bullied us a lot. Now we have the strength to deal with them. It's time for revenge and to settle our grievances. Let's go." The remaining members of Frieza's army saw the Scions approaching with intense killing intent and felt a bit scared. One person said, "Why, you Scions don't come any closer. We are very formidable." Boom said, "Then let's see just how formidable you are. Brothers, charge." All the Scions charged at them, and soon not a single member of Frieza's army was left alive, all eliminated by the Scions of Planet Scion. "Laiya, go bring Laiya here. I want Laiya to study the spaceships of Frieza's army." "Alright, I'll go right now." Before long, Laiya returned with Laiya in front of Zeno. Like I said, King, I heard there are spaceships for me to study. Let me see what makes Frieza's army's spaceships so advanced. I can learn their scientific technology. It seems that the more formidable a person, the more humble they are. The science and technology of the Zypher people are top-notch in the universe, yet Laiya still has a thirst for knowledge, not feeling ashamed to learn from Frieza's technology. Geno said this is their spaceship. Dr. Laiya, I have an idea. What do you think? Your Majesty, feel free to share your brilliant ideas. Geno said, Laiya, can you use Frieza's spaceship to detect the movements of their headquarters ship? I have a great use for it. Laiya pondered for a moment and said this idea can be realized. I will modify their spaceship technology to counter-detect the movements of their headquarters and can also scout their action routes. Good, that's best. Then Dr. Laiya, this task is entrusted to you. Once you complete this task, I will take you to experience what it means to create a diversion. I want to use Frieza's spaceship as a cover to do some interesting things. By the way, using Frieza's name, is he not known as the Emperor of the Universe? I will make his name even more resounding. Hehe. Looking at Geno's mischievous expression, Laiya said, Geno, brother, are you planning to use Frieza's name to do bad things? What do you mean bad things? I'm just openly making Frieza's name even more prominent. Hearing such an interesting matter, Laiya said, good, then I'll start researching Frieza's spaceship and then install counter-detection technology. A month has passed since taking care of Jim and his group. One day, Laiya excitedly ran to Geno's castle to report the good news. King, the spaceship has been modified and the counter-detection technology has been installed. We can set off now. Good, finally done. Let's go take a look. Geno and the others arrived beside the modified spaceship. Looking at the new spaceship, Geno said, Laiya, you've done a great job with this modification. It's very imposing, resembling the ship of the Emperor of the Universe. Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Broly, Bardock, Laiya, let's board the spaceship. This time I want Frieza to know just how formidable I am. Laiya, you installed the new counter-detection technology, so you will pilot the spaceship. Geno turned to Boom and Tasha and said, Dad, Mom, we leave the house to you. None of us can go out, otherwise it will be troublesome if Planet Scion encounters danger. Boom said, all right, you can go out with peace of mind. I know you're going out for a new mission, which is bound to be dangerous. While we may not be able to help you much, you can rest assured that the house is in our care. Good, then we are leaving. Geno said to Bardock, do you want to say goodbye to the family? No need, I've already explained everything to Jine. Then let's board. We're setting off. Geno and the others entered the spaceship and Geno said, Laiya, we are leaving. We must activate Planet Scion's defense system. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already arranged for ISO. As soon as we leave Planet Scion, he will activate the defense system. Good, then our first target planet is the Slag Planet. Laiya, locate the Slag Planet and prepare to depart. Laiya's fingers swiftly pressed the buttons, and a minute later Laiya said, Your Majesty, tracking of the Slag Planet is successful. We can set off now. Good, then let us sail to our first stop, the Slag Planet. The spaceship zoomed through the universe, leaving a trail of light as it swiftly moved towards the target planet. On the Sherlag planet, Gai Nuo, are you going to find Sherlag? Yes. Didn't I tell you last time? Shearing the sheep slowly is the fun part. I estimate our little fat sheep has grown enough, and it's time to shear. All right. Last time I didn't have enough fun, and this time I hope Sherlag can bring me more joy. Otherwise it would be too boring and make Sherlag seem unqualified. After all, he is the demon king of Sherlag planet. Can he truly be a demon king like this? Whether he can bring us joy will be known once we reach the target planet. Anyway, this time we are going to shear the sheep. I not only want to shear Sherlag's wool, but I also want Sherlag's magic star. It seems Gai Nuo wants to directly slaughter this sheep and cook it, leaving no room for escape. In fact, Sherlag should have seen this coming. He would face such a day sooner or later. Bardock heard Gai Nuo and Laiya talking about shearing wool and immediately became interested. He hurriedly approached Gai Nuo and Laiya and asked, Your Majesty, what are you and Laiya discussing about shearing wool? What does this have to do with our mission? Of course it matters. This shearing wool is just a small episode of Sherlag, is merely a tool for our amusement this time. Upon hearing the name Sherlag, Bardock murmured it to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at Gai Nuo and Laiya. Your Majesty, are you referring to Sherlag, who is known as the Cosmic Emperor alongside Frieza? Yes, that's the one. What's the matter, Bardock? Do you have any questions? Your Majesty, knowing that Sherlag and Frieza are both called Cosmic Emperors shows that his battle power is formidable, at least on par with, or even surpassing Frieza. Frieza merely moved a finger and obliterated planet Vegeta. The scene still lingers vividly in my mind. That sense of helplessness is hard to forget. Frieza is already extraordinarily powerful. Our current strength pales in comparison to Frieza, let alone Sherlag, who is even stronger than Frieza. Laiya noticed Bardock's worried expression and said to him, Bardock, the Frieza of the past was like an insurmountable peak for us Scions, but now it's different. As long as our strength is formidable enough, Frieza is no longer something to fear. Hearing Laiya's words, Bardock's expression turned shocked, and he stammered, Could it be? Could it be that Your Majesty's strength has surpassed Frieza? No, you're mistaken. It's not that I've surpassed Frieza, but Frieza is no longer impressive in front of Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo's current battle power is such that even if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I would not be his match. Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? How should I explain it to you? A Super Saiyan is a unique transformation mode that only we Scions can achieve. Once we reach Sherlag Planet, you'll see it when I transform. At this moment, Broly also approached Laiya and asked Sister Laiya, can any Scion transform into a Super Saiyan? It depends on the person. Only those Scions who train hard, possess talent, and have perseverance can transform into Super Saiyans. Can I transform into a Super Saiyan? Broly asked. Of course you can. Not only can you transform into a Super Saiyan, but your Super Saiyan form is even more powerful than that of ordinary Scions. Really? Am I that powerful? Broly said foolishly. Your Majesty, can I transform into a Super Saiyan? Bardock asked. Yes, your talent and perseverance indicate that you already have the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock said, good, then I must transform into a Super Saiyan during this mission. Bardock clenched his fist tightly to show his determination. At this moment, Laiya said, Your Majesty, we will reach Sherlag Planet in one more day. Do you want to rest or? Gai Nuo looked at Broly and Bardock and said, it's up to you. Will it be rest or? Of course it's training. What do we need to rest for? I need to seize the time to train. I want to transform into a Super Saiyan. Broly said, I certainly need to train as well. Since Broly wants to transform into a Super Saiyan, I can't fall behind. Bardock said, all right then, let's go train. Laiya opened the gravity chamber. Okay, Your Majesty. Laiya's fingers moved swiftly and the gravity chamber opened. Gai Nuo and the others entered the gravity chamber. Scions truly live up to their reputation as warriors, already training again so soon. Laiya murmured. A day passed unknowingly in training, and Gai Nuo and the others finally arrived at Sherlag Planet. As the door of the gravity chamber opened, Bardock and Broly emerged with tattered clothes covered in dirt and with blue marks on their faces. In contrast, Gai Nuo and Laiya appeared neat with rosy complexions and high spirits, suggesting that Bardock and Broly had once again been bested by Gai Nuo and Laiya. Gai Nuo, Laiya, you two went too hard, right? Look at how badly you beat me. If you had been a bit rougher, I would have ended up looking like a pig's head. Exactly, you're right. Bardock fully agreed with Broly's point. This was just sparring. If it had been a real fight, you two would have long become the souls of my and Gai Nuo's subordinates. I have been quite merciful already. Sister Laiya, you speak so righteously. If I could beat you, I would have. What do you want to do? Laiya's gaze fixed directly on Broly. Broly instantly felt a chill directed at him. Nothing, Sister Laiya. How could I dare to do anything to you? Your strength is formidable, and you are good-looking. I believe you wouldn't hold a grudge against my careless words, right? Laiya said, although your description of me is not wrong at all, I am someone who is very particular about details. You little brat, you've gone too far and dare to have an opinion about me. Look out. Broly hurriedly ran outside and shouted to Gai Nuo, elder brother, quickly stop Sister Laiya. She wants to kill her little brother. Before Broly could finish his sentence, a loud slap was heard. Oh my, but that hurts. Ah, stop hitting me, Sister Laiya, I know I was wrong. Stop hitting. If you hit my butt again, it will blossom. Alright, you two, stop fussing. We have arrived at Sherlag Planet. Oh, let's get down to business. Upon hearing Gai Nuo speak, Laiya ceased her punishment of Broly. Consider yourself lucky. This time, I will let you off. Laiya released Broly's arm and walked over to Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo handed Bardock and Broly a small bag of senza beans and said to them, these are senza beans. If you get seriously injured, as long as you're not dead, one bean can instantly heal your injuries. I'm giving each of you a small bag to take good care of them. These are life-saving items. You two quickly eat one, and then we need to get to work. Bardock and Broly each ate a senza bean, and their injuries immediately healed completely. Laiya, bring the ship closer to Sherlag Planet. I want to send them a big gift. Laiya heard Gai Nuo's words and piloted the spaceship closer to the Sherlag Planet. Gai Nuo exited the spacecraft, extending his right index finger, where a terrifying sphere of energy materialized. Seeing this situation, Bardock remarked, the king looks just like Frieza did when he destroyed planet Vegeta. He wouldn't directly annihilate Sherlag, would he? Don't worry. Brother Gai Nuo knows what he's doing. He won't destroy Sherlag directly. This planet still holds great value for him. With a slight lowering of his finger, the massive energy sphere descended toward the Sherlag Planet. At the moment the energy blast collided with Sherlag, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave toward Gai Nuo and his spacecraft. Laiya and the others felt the ship violently tremble under the impact of the airflow. In stark contrast, Gai Nuo stood unmoved amidst the violent rush of air. Bardock gazed at Gai Nuo's figure and said, how strong is the king now? He stands perfectly still against such a powerful gale. Laiya commented, I don't know. Regardless, with my strongest energy attack, Brother Gai Nuo could easily obliterate it with just his fist. I feel my energy attack could easily destroy an entire planet. Broly said with a serious expression. I can sense a vast amount of energy within Brother Gai Nuo. This power possesses immense destructive force. Compared to him, my strength feels trivial. Sherlag's planet was directly reduced by 1/5 in area from Jinuo's energy blast. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Sherlag, followed by a furious roar. Who dares to attack my Sherlag planet? Sherlag quickly flew toward Gai Nuo, exclaiming, you did this. You destroyed my Sherlag planet. Gai Nuo replied, yes, it was me. You certainly have a strong constitution. Such a powerful attack didn't kill you. Sherlag, I'm specifically here to find you. Upon hearing Gai Nuo call his name directly, Sherlag said, you know me, but I have no recollection of you. You truly forget easily, don't you? I remember beating you quite thoroughly back then. I didn't expect you to forget me so soon. It's quite heart-wrenching. I guess I need to remind you of our beautiful memories together. As he spoke, Gai Nuo unleashed his instant transmission, delivering dozens of punches in a matter of seconds, sending Sherlag flying into the mountain of his planet, embedding his body within. What just happened? Did the king attack? How did Sherlag fly away on his own? Bardock questioned. Yes, Brother Gai Nuo has already attacked. It's just that with our current strength, we cannot perceive the direction or frequency of his strikes. It's possible that Brother Gai Nuo has already attacked dozens of times just now. Sherlag's body suddenly burst forth, scattering the debris that had buried him as he charged toward Gai Nuo, saying, I remember now. You're the guy who was with that little girl radiating golden energy. Oh, King Sherlag finally remembers. If that little girl with the golden aura were here, I might be frightened. But since you came alone, you're just asking for death. Ever since she injured me, I've been back on Sherlag planet. I've been training desperately to avenge that punch. My strength is no longer what it used to be. Today I intend to collect some interest from you. Oh, it seems you've greatly increased your strength returning to your lair. However, as you wish, that little girl you mentioned is here with me. Like a King, Sherlag wants to see you. Shouldn't you show him some respect? As soon as he finished speaking, Laiya, Bardock and Broly appeared beside Gai Nuo. Seeing Laiya, Sherlag exclaimed, you. How did you also come to Sherlag planet? I heard Brother Gai Nuo say you wanted to see me, so I came. Shouldn't you be happy to see me? I still remember clearly how I severely injured you with a single punch back then. Fine, you guys are tough. But don't forget, this is my Sherlag territory. I've ruled here for so many years. Do you think I could have survived without some means of self-preservation? On Sherlag planet, I am invincible. Even Frieza, when he came here, gained nothing and had to leave defeated. It seems King Sherlag is quite confident. Do you want to see King Sherlag's secret weapon? Sure, I would love to see it. Laiya said, Sherlag, quickly show us your secret weapon. Actually, Sherlag doesn't really have any secret weapon. He just wants to scare Gai Nuo and the others, but can Gai Nuo be easily intimidated? I tell you, once my ultimate weapon is unleashed, you will all turn to dust. You should hurry and escape while I haven't shown it yet. Gai Nuo said, we have seen so little, now we finally have a chance to see King Sherlag's ultimate weapon. Of course, we must seize this opportunity to broaden our horizons. Otherwise, we will be labeled as country bumpkins when we go out, and that would be so embarrassing. Yes, Brother Gai Nuo is right. King Sherlag, please satisfy our curiosity. At this moment, Broly made a heart-wrenching comment that left Gai Nuo and the others impressed by his eloquence. Hey, Uncle Sherlag, are you feeling embarrassed? But I don't see your face turning red. Maybe your face is too green, glowing so much that the sunlight reflects off it. This is the first time I've seen someone's face glow like that. You are the first person to do so. Gai Nuo, Laiya, and Bardock couldn't contain their laughter and burst out. I never expected Broly could joke about someone's face. Broly, you're incredibly talented, Laiya remarked. What are you laughing at? What I said is true. That uncle's face is indeed green. Look, he should be very angry now, but his face isn't turning red, which shows that his skin is too thick to show his anger. Huh. Broly speaks with conviction and reason, and his harmless expression only made Gai Nuo and the others laugh even louder. Damn it. How dare you mock me, King Sherlag? This is outrageous. Sherlag, enraged, charged towards Broly. Laiya quickly intervened, blocking Sherlag's attack. She said, if you want to fight, then I'll fight alongside you. With that, Laiya instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Laiya withstood Shilliger's attack and forcefully threw him away. Swiftly arriving before Shilliger, Laiya instantly powered up and transformed into a Super Saiyan. A figure emerged radiating a golden aura with hair standing on end, eyebrows and hair turning golden and eyes shifting to a light green, the expression of a cold and formidable warrior appearing before Broly and Bardock. Seeing Laiya's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Broly and Bardock became exceedingly excited, saying, this is what a completed Super Saiyan transformation looks like. Yes, this is a Super Saiyan. You too will be able to transform like this in the future, but only if your foundational combat power is sufficient. Then your cells must transform into glass cells, and combined with anger you can become a Super Saiyan. Shilliger's face revealed fear upon seeing Laiya become a Super Saiyan, for in this form Laiya was incredibly powerful. Back then when Laiya first transformed into a Super Saiyan, a single punch had severely injured him. This led him to spend 3 months merely recuperating on Sherlager planet. Truly once bitten by a snake, one fears a rope for 10 years. In this form, Laiya was Shillager's nightmare. However, Shillager's expression quickly returned to normal. Although Laiya was extremely powerful, he had also been diligently training over the past few months, and his combat power had significantly increased. You may be strong, but I, King Shillager, am not someone you can easily manipulate. Come on. Even if I die, I will die fighting. Seeing Shillager's resolution to fight valiantly, Gai Nuo said, Laiya, you can unleash your full power, but leave this Sherlager with a breath. He still has great use for me. Alright, since Brother Gai Nuo has said so, I will enjoy myself. Don't worry. I will leave this guy a breath. Hearing Laiya's words, Broly couldn't help but retract his neck, muttering, this Sherlager is in for a tough time. While Broly said this, Laiya had already charged at Shillager, quickly arriving in front of him and launching a punch towards Shillager's face. As Laiya's fist struck the air, trembled with ripples from the force. Watching Laiya's fist approaching, Sherlager immediately turned to flee. What's going on? Did I not say I would die fighting? How can this be happening? Gai Nuo and the others watched Shillager's actions, their heads hanging low. Bardock said, is this still the same cosmic emperor known alongside Frieza? Why is he fleeing without a fight? This is the intimidation that comes from power. When we were weak, these people could bully us at will, but now the roles have reversed. Our power has grown to the point where we can trample them at will. Strength is what truly matters. Seeing Sherlager trying to escape, Laiya said, you think you can run from me? Brother Gai Nuo said, I should have some fun. If you run away, how can I have my fun? Laiya pointed 2 fingers at her forehead and instantly moved to stand before Sherlager. Sherlager was shocked to see Laiya suddenly appear before him, thinking, what kind of technique is this? How can she appear in front of me in an instant? Sherlager quickly turned around, but Laiya swiftly kicked out, sending him crashing down onto Sherlager planet. The surface of Shillager's planet instantly cracked. Laiya's kick was powered with full strength. I felt pain just watching. I wonder if Sherlager feels the same. Broly said. Gai Nuo added, let's go. We need to get to Sherlager planet or we'll miss the exciting battle. Oh, damn it. Do you really think I, King Shillager, am made of clay? Sherlager instantly powered up and rushed towards Laiya, launching a furious barrage of attacks. Laiya extended her palm, and all of Shillager's attacks were completely blocked. Suddenly, an energy sphere appeared in Shillager's hand and was hurled fiercely at Laiya. Laiya swatted the energy sphere away, moving in front of Shillager, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his body. Sherlager quickly raised his arm to block Laiya's attack, but with a loud crack, his arm was shattered by the sheer force of Laiya's kick. With a cry of pain, Sherlager let out a shriek. He quickly distanced himself from Laiya. Covering his left arm with his right hand, the pain made cold sweat break out on Shillager's face. However, Laiya would not let such a good opportunity slip away. She would take advantage of his weakness. Tap, tap, tap. Laiya unleashed dozens of energy spheres, bombarding Sherlager. Sherlager dodged the energy sphere attacks, and Laiya seized the moment to move behind him and delivered an elbow strike to his back. Shillager's body shot through the air like a meteor, crashing towards the distance. Boom. Shillager's body collided with a mountain, and the tremendous impact shattered the entire peak. Shillager's body passed through the mountain, continuing to glide far away until he slammed into Sherlager planet, creating a large crater upon impact. Inside the crater, Sherlager gasped for breath, his entire body pressing down on his left arm, the pain causing him to gasp in shock. Damn it, this guy has become even stronger than before. What kind of monster is this? How can he be getting more powerful with each encounter? My combat power has increased so much, yet I still can't withstand a single blow from her. The last time I returned to Sherlager planet, I also trained hard, yet I still couldn't endure even one attack from her. Laiya hovered slowly in front of Shillager, who looked up at her and said, what do you want from me? Why not just kill me? That would be the end of it for me. But you don't kill me directly, and instead make me endure this torment, which is more painful than death. Laiya replied, if it weren't for Brother Gai Nuo asking me to spare your life, I would have killed you already. At this moment, Gai Nuo stepped forward, addressing Shillager. Shillager, I offer you 2 choices. First, to submit to me. Second, choose death. What do you say? I am still quite merciful. A demon like you should go straight to hell, but I am giving you a chance for redemption. If you choose to submit to me, you must be utterly loyal. If you choose death, then I will send you to hell right now. Saying this, Gai Nuo rapidly condensed a massive energy sphere in his hand. Sherlager looked at the energy sphere in Gai Nuo's hand and sensed a powerful force of destruction emanating from it. He believed that if he chose death, Gai Nuo would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. After pondering, Sherlager decided to submit. Living meant having a chance, surviving was the most important thing. Sherlager bowed to Gai Nuo and said, from today onwards I, Shillager, serve Lord Gai Nuo. Seeing Sherlager bowing to him in submission, Gai Nuo said to Shillager, since you have chosen to submit to me, I shall not be too stingy. With that, Jinnu tossed a celestial bean toward Sherlocker. Jinnu said, "This is a celestial bean that can quickly heal your injuries. You should consume it." Sherlocker stared at the celestial bean in his hand for quite some time without eating it. Noticing Schilliger's hesitation, Jinnu cast a cold glance at him. Sherlocker felt a strong killing intent rushing towards him. Following the source of the intent, he saw Jinnu's face turning a deep shade of iron. Sherlocker quickly knelt before Jinnu, trembling, as he said, "Lord Jinnu, I was overthinking things. I will eat this celestial bean right away." Sherlocker threw the celestial bean into his mouth and swallowed it without even chewing. Before long, Schilliger's severed arm had healed. Seeing his arm restored, Sherlocker joyfully exclaimed, "It's really healed. It seems I wasn't deceived." However, Jinnu's expression had turned cold. "It seems I have been too lenient with you, Sherlocker. Choosing to submit to me means you must obey my orders without question. Even if I command you to eat poison, you must do so without flinching. Your earlier doubts have made me wary of you. Since that is the case, let me show you how I make the people of our Scion planet willingly accept me as their king." As he spoke, Jinnu swiftly appeared before Schilliger, grabbing him by the collar. With a sudden burst of strength, Sherlocker felt himself being forcefully torn apart, his head being slammed down hard by Jinnu. "Oh!" Schilliger's screams echoed from the ground. Seeing this, Broly said, "Sister Laiya, I think you've been ruthless enough, but compared to brother Jinnu, you're still far behind." Laiya turned to Broly and asked, "What did you just say?" Broly, noticing Laia's gaze, quickly replied, "Nothing, I didn't say anything." Laiya snorted and said, "Brother Jinnu is very gentle with his own people, but he shows no mercy to his enemies. For some unknown reason, brother Jinnu has chosen to spare Schilliger's life, but to Jinnu, Sherlocker is just an outsider. Having just surrendered, doubting his master is something that needs to be taught a lesson." Jinnu slammed Schilliger's head against the ground, causing the earth to crack under the impact. Again and again, Schilliger's head bled green blood. Jinnu then tossed Sherlocker into the air, following up with a relentless barrage of attacks. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Sherlocker was bombarded by energy blasts, and soon a cloud of smoke surrounded him. Jinnu charged into the smoke, waving his hand to disperse it. Jinnu unleashed a flurry of strikes on Schilliger, the sounds of impact echoing continuously. Under Jinnu's attack, Sherlocker was sent flying backward. Jinnu executed a 360-degree flip, delivering a sweeping kick directly to Schilliger's face, sending him flying. A green shooting star streaked across the sky. That was Schilliger's figure, and with a thud, he was blasted into the forest. In the forest, the sounds of crashing echoed as Sherlocker was hurled backward, colliding with one massive tree after another. Finally, with a loud crash, he smashed into a mountainside, which collapsed, revealing a badly injured Sherlocker. Laiya, Broly, and Bardock flew to Schilliger's side. Laiya looked at Schilliger's pitiful state and said to Jinnu, "Brother Jinnu, he won't die, will he? Rest assured. My attacks, though heavy, avoided any fatal blows. Sherlocker only sustained superficial injuries. He'll be fine in a few days and won't die." "Brother Jinnu, are you sure that guy won't die? He looks like he's on his last breath," Broly said. "He won't die. Namekians have very strong vitality, so do not underestimate this guy." If it weren't for the new mission issued by the system while Laiya was attacking Schilliger, Jinnu would have had Laiya eliminate Sherlocker already. System ding. Mission: make Sherlocker submit to the host. Reward 0. 5 seconds of time pause ability. The reward will be automatically issued upon mission completion. Please receive it at your discretion. 0. 5 seconds of time pause ability can allow a master to kill an enemy hundreds of times within that brief moment, so Jinnu accepted this mission. Jinnu said, "Broly, Bardock, go find out how many demon clans are on this planet. Those willing to submit to me, bring them back. Those unwilling, eliminate them. Finally, I can stretch my legs a bit. Brother Jinnu, I'm off." Bardock respectfully saluted Jinnu before flying off in another direction. Bardock was now fully convinced. A powerful enemy like Sherlocker had no ability to fight back in the presence of their king and was thoroughly thrashed by Jinnu. Bardock secretly vowed to become as powerful as the king in the future. Shortly after, Broly returned with a large group of demon clans, and a minute later Bardock brought back another large group. Broly said, "Brother Jinnu, this is all the demon clans willing to submit from Schilliger's planet. The others who refused to submit were sent away with a single energy blast. Same here, those willing to submit are the ones you see, and those unwilling have been permanently removed from this world." Jinnu looked at the group of demon clans before him and said, "From today onwards, I am your master. Your king has chosen to serve me, which is why I have given you the chance to live." Jinnu held Sherlocker up, smiling, as he said, "Am I right, King Sherlocker?" Sherlocker looked at Jinnu's smile and felt that Jinnu was the true demon clan, cold-blooded, ruthless, and merciless. Sherlocker quickly escaped from Jinnu's grip and immediately knelt before him, saying, "Yes, I have pledged my loyalty to Lord Jinnu. From now on, I will follow Lord Jinnu's commands as my guiding principle. If Lord Jinnu sends me east, I will never go west. If Lord Jinnu commands me to die, I will never seek to survive." Hearing Shillager's words, Jinu thought to himself, it seems my earlier attack had some effect. I can train Sherlager well from now on. Very well, I accept your loyalty. The system's voice chimed ding. Rewards have been issued. Please receive them, host. Jinu thought to himself, receive. At last I have obtained the 0.5 seconds of time pause ability. Sherlag bowed to Jinu, and all the demons knelt before Jinu, saying, we are willing to submit to you, Lord Jinu. All right, everyone rise. You have made the right choice. From this day forward, your lives as demons come to an end. Now everyone board your spaceships and stand by in space. Sherlag said to Jinu, Lord Jinu, are you asking us to wait in space on our ships to destroy the Sherlag planet? Jinu took out a seed of the spiritual fruit, and Sherlag instinctively said, the seed of the spiritual fruit. Oh, so you know about the spiritual fruit seed. Then you must know how to use it, Jinu said. If this seed is planted on a planet, it will quickly germinate, absorb all the energy of that planet, and grow rapidly into a spiritual fruit tree. After 14 days of energy absorption, the spiritual fruit tree will bear spiritual fruits. It seems you know this very well, don't you? At that time, your subordinate was the one who stole the seed of the spiritual fruit. I believe he intended to seize it and present it to you, but unexpectedly I intercepted him. Do you feel very angry? Not at all, Lord Jinu, Sherlag replied. That's good. I see that your Sherlag planet is quite suitable for planting the spiritual fruit seed. Saying this, Jinu threw the seed into the soil. The seed of the spiritual fruit quickly burrowed into the soil and crazily absorbed the energy of the Sherlag planet. Jinu could clearly feel the energy of the Sherlag planet rapidly depleting. Laiya looked at the speed of energy depletion and said to Jinu, Brother Jinu, the energy is depleting too quickly. We can clearly sense the energy in this Sherlag planet is disappearing rapidly. Yes, it's a very obvious feeling, Jinu said. Shortly after, the seed of the spiritual fruit absorbed a certain amount of energy and began to break through the soil, sprouting and starting to grow. Jinu immediately reacted and said to the whispering demon soldiers, what are you still doing? Hurry up and board your spaceships and stand by in space. The demon soldiers instantly reacted, scattered, boarded their ships, and soared into space. Jinu, Laiya, Broly, Bardock, and Sherlag floated up, watching the growth speed of the spiritual fruit seed, which truly startled them. The seed of the spiritual fruit was growing rapidly. Its main trunk had already grown, then branched out, and green leaves sprouted with buds appearing on the branches, indicating that it was about to bear fruit. Sherlag said, Lord Jinu, we only need to wait 14 days to see the spiritual fruits on the spiritual fruit tree. Then let us wait for 14 days. During these days, we will stay on any planet around the Sherlag planet for 14 days. Sherlag, as the overlord of the southern galaxy, you should know which planets around the Sherlag planet are suitable for us to reside on. You designate a planet, and we will go there to rest. In fact, in the entire great galaxy, there are 4 major galaxies: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, each ruled by a powerful overlord. These are Frieza of the northern galaxy, King Cold of the eastern galaxy, Guldo of the western galaxy, and Sherlag of the southern galaxy. In fact, they are all just boasting. In the entire universe, there are thousands of such large galaxies. The southern galaxy of Sherlag is just the tip of the iceberg in the entire great galaxy. Sherlag, Frieza, King Cold, and Guldo can only be considered relatively powerful warriors and cannot be called cosmic emperors. This is merely their arrogance. Lord Jinu, there is a planet around the Sherlag planet suitable for us to rest on. That is the nearby planet Peta. All right, lead the way, and we will go to Peta to rest and patiently await the ripening of the spiritual fruits. All right, Lord Jinu, please follow me. Sherlag walked towards his spaceship, wanting Jinu to follow. Jinu said, I have my own spaceship. You just lead the way. Upon hearing this, Sherlag said to Jinu, then please follow my spaceship, Lord Jinu. Jinu nodded. Laiya said, Brother Jinu, are you not afraid that Sherlag will escape in the spaceship? Jinu replied, if he were a smart person, he wouldn't escape. To escape requires strength. Without strength, he can only obediently follow my orders. Brother Jinu is right. If Sherlag tries to escape, I will destroy him immediately. Don't worry. He won't escape. Let's board the spaceship. Jinu and the others boarded the spaceship, and Laiya ran to Gina's side, saying, My king, you have returned. Yes, Laiya, follow the spaceship in front of us. We will go to Peta to rest, stay there for more than a month, and then return. All right, my king, I will pilot the spaceship to follow the spaceship in front. Sherlag's spaceship led the way with Gina's spaceship following behind. With Sherlag's spaceship leading the way, the journey was smooth sailing. Nearby space pirates saw Sherlag's spaceship and instinctively avoided it. Jinu looked at this situation and said to Laiya and the others, It seems Sherlag does have some prestige in the southern galaxy. Just look at the space pirates around us. They originally wanted to rob us, but upon seeing Sherlag's spaceship, they retreated, not daring to provoke Sherlag. Brother Laiya, this is probably not prestige, but intimidation. Regardless of whether it is prestige or intimidation, as long as there is powerful strength, one can walk freely in the universe. That's right, strength is the most important. As long as one is strong enough, they can do as they please. Bardock said, so let's work hard to cultivate. More than a month passed quickly and Genu and the others returned to the Shurlag planet. Upon their return, Genu saw that the spiritual fruit tree had produced golden spiritual fruits. Is this the spiritual fruit? Yes, Lord Genu, this is the spiritual fruit. As long as one consumes it, their combat power can be rapidly enhanced, and they can also maintain eternal youth. Oh, maintaining eternal youth. The spiritual fruit has this effect too. It seems your main purpose in seizing the seed of the spiritual fruit was to maintain your youth, wasn't it? Now Shurlag looks quite old. No wonder he was so eager to obtain the spiritual fruit. Yes, Lord Genu, my purpose is indeed to maintain my youth. My body has aged, and if it weren't for the strong vitality of the Namekians, I might have died long ago. Don't worry. Since you are following me, I will solve this problem for you. Upon hearing this, Shurlag immediately knelt in gratitude, saying, Thank you very much, Lord Genu. There is no need for that. I require a powerful warrior, not an old man. Once I finish my current tasks, I will take you back to your homeland. My homeland? Where is that? I grew up on the Shurlag planet. You will understand in due time. Gai Nuo looked at the tree full of spiritual fruits and stepped forward to pluck one from the branches. Are you saying this spiritual fruit can be consumed just like that? Yes, my lord Gai Nuo, the spiritual fruit can be eaten directly. Gai Nuo opened his mouth and took a bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand. He felt that the moment the spiritual fruit entered his body, it was as if he was bathing in the ocean. His heart instantly became calm, his mind became ethereal, and his spirit seemed more solid than before. His fighting power was also increasing. Gai Nuo quickly finished one spiritual fruit. Feeling insatiable, he directly consumed dozens of them. This alarmed Shurlag. The spiritual fruit contains a large amount of spiritual power, and if too much is consumed, the user's spirit may collapse. Shurlag hurriedly said, My lord Gai Nuo, the spiritual fruit is indeed good, but one should only consume one at a time. If too many are ingested, the spiritual power within can overwhelm the user's brain. Upon hearing Shurlag's words, Laiya said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Gai Nuo, are you okay? Having consumed dozens of spiritual fruits, Gai Nuo felt light-headed. His spiritual power was more solidified, and he closed his eyes to perceive the effects the spiritual fruit had on him. His combat power continued to increase, but there was an ethereal feeling to it. It seemed that while the spiritual fruit enhanced his combat power, it lacked the solidity gained through personal cultivation. If one relied solely on the spiritual fruit to boost their combat strength, even if they attained peak power, they would still be defeated by their enemies. This illustrates the consequence of having insufficient foundational strength, relying on external forces for combat power. However, after consuming the spiritual fruit, his spiritual power continually solidified. Gai Nuo felt as though his spiritual power had undergone a sublimation. Indeed, it was a feeling of sublimation, and compared to his previous state, his current spiritual power seemed to reach another dimension. Yes, it was an increase in dimension. After experiencing the changes brought on by the spiritual fruit, Gai Nuo opened his eyes. Laiya, seeing Gai Nuo awake, watched the anxious expression on her face vanish without a trace. Gai Nuo, are you okay? Laiya asked. I'm fine. What's with all of you looking so worried? Shurlag remarked, Is it a miracle? It truly is a miracle. It seems my lord Gai Nuo is exceptional indeed. After consuming so many spiritual fruits, he remains unscathed. One cannot regard my lord with ordinary eyes. Is it true that too many spiritual fruits cannot be consumed? My lord, the spiritual fruit contains dense spiritual power. If consumed in excess, this concentrated spiritual power can shatter the user's soul. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I feel that my soul seems vastly different from before. It must be the effect of the spiritual fruit. After saying this, Gai Nuo looked at the Shurlag planet and said to Laiya and the others, It seems this spiritual fruit tree is not something that can be planted anywhere. Look at the Shurlag planet, it has turned desolate. This planet has become one devoid of life. It would be best not to plant this spiritual fruit tree. Laiya, Broly, Bardock, you go and pluck all the fruits from the tree. After that, I will destroy the Shurlag planet. I want this spiritual fruit tree to cease existing in this world. Shurlag hurriedly said, My lord Gai Nuo, there is really no need to destroy the spiritual fruit tree. Oh, and why is that? My lord Gai Nuo, I've heard the legend of this spiritual fruit tree. It is not an ordinary being, it is said to be a divine object from the divine realm. It seems it was once the divine tree of the divine realm, but after a great battle occurred, the spiritual fruit tree was destroyed. However, one seed fell into the universe, and people unknowingly discovered it and planted it. But who knew the seed's devouring power was terrifying enough to turn a planet into a dead star? However, the fruits produced by this seed can enhance the user's combat power and increase their spiritual power, thus being called spiritual fruits. I believe that ordinary planets cannot provide the energy the spiritual fruit tree requires, which is why it devoured all the energy, rendering the planet unable to regenerate. So you mean if we can find a suitable planet to plant the spiritual fruit tree, then the spiritual fruits can be consumed indefinitely? Yes, my lord Gai Nuo, that's exactly the idea, Sherlag replied. All right, I will keep one seed of the spiritual fruit. Laiya, Broly, Bardock, you go and gather all the spiritual fruits. Laiya and the others quickly set to work, and before long, all the spiritual fruits were harvested. Seeing Laiya and the others finish harvesting the spiritual fruits, Gai Nuo instantly appeared before the spiritual fruit tree, and in the blink of an eye, he held a seed of the spiritual fruit. All right, the task is complete. Gai Nuo flashed in front of Laiya and the others, his hand radiating light, and unleashed a massive shockwave that directly obliterated the Sherlag planet, turning the spiritual fruit tree into dust amidst the explosion. Gai Nuo took a spiritual fruit from Laiya's hand and tossed it to Sherlag, saying, "This is your reward. Your suggestion earlier was excellent." Seeing that Gai Nuo had rewarded him with a spiritual fruit, Sherlag immediately said, "Thank you, my lord Gai Nuo. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. I have never been stingy with those loyal to me. All right, Sherlag, do you have any enemies? As the overlord of the Southern Galaxy, I imagine you have quite a few enemies." Sherlag pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, my lord Gai Nuo, I am the overlord in the Southern Galaxy. However, there are 3 major overlords that I cannot shake off. Of course, in an unknown conversation, I would surely win, but the moment I attack any one of them, the other 2 will come to their aid, which prevents me from fully unleashing my strength." "So which faction do you hate the most?" Gai Nuo inquired. "Of course it's Frieza from the Northern Galaxy. This guy comes to trouble me for no reason, he's utterly despicable." "Very well, then we shall attack Frieza. From today onward your army will be called the Scion Legion. Your task is to attack Frieza's territory. I will back you up. Once the other 2 factions come to assist, we will handle them, allowing you to unleash your full strength." How does that sound? Sounds great. My lord Gai Nuo, as long as you can hold off the other 2 factions, I can deal with Frieza. All right, then gather all the members of the army. The Scion Legion is officially on the move. Sherlag was filled with excitement. He was inherently a warlike person driven by a desire for conquest, which made him exceptionally wicked. Now that he had Gai Nuo as his backing, he could unleash his full potential and engage in a fierce battle with Frieza. Gai Nuo had rewarded him with a spiritual fruit, and he believed that consuming it would significantly enhance his strength. "Sherlag, how long will it take to gather the troops?" Gai Nuo inquired. Reporting to Lord Gai Nuo, "It will take 3 days to assemble all the members of the Legion," Sherlag replied. "All right, I will give you 3 days. Assemble the Scion Legion members." "Yes," Sherlag obeys. "You should consume the spiritual fruit first," Gai Nuo added. "This will be immensely beneficial for you." "Understood, Lord Gai Nuo. Let us head to Planet Beta and wait for the Legion members." "Yes, that works too," Sherlag shouted. "Everyone board the spaceship and head to Planet Beta for a rest. Take this time to recuperate, and once the Legion members are gathered, we will follow Lord Gai Nuo to conquer the universe." All right. Upon hearing this news, everyone became exceptionally excited. It seems that Sherlag's subordinates were just as warlike and fond of conquest as the Scions. "Let's board the spaceship." Laiya and the others nodded in agreement. Gai Nuo and the others entered the spaceship. Gai Nuo said to Laiya, Broly, and Bardock, "You 3 can consume the spiritual fruit now. Remember to act according to your capacity, or do not be greedy." Sherlag also mentioned that this spiritual fruit has a significant impact on the soul, and consuming too much may overwhelm your spiritual consciousness. "I understand, brother Gai Nuo." Laiya, Broly, and Bardock each took 3 spiritual fruits to consume. Gai Nuo looked at the spiritual fruits Laiya placed before him. He took out one and approached Laiya, saying, "Laiya, this is a spiritual fruit for you." "Spiritual fruit? What is this?" Laiya asked, confused. "This fruit can enhance your spiritual power and also provide you with some basic combat strength." Lord Gai Nuo, can I use this spiritual fruit for research?" "Yes, that is your prerogative. However, this spiritual fruit is meant for you." As he spoke, Gai Nuo produced another spiritual fruit, saying, "This one is for you to consume." "I have said it before, this spiritual fruit is for your consumption. You can eat this one now, and the spaceship will switch to autopilot mode." "All right, Lord Gai Nuo. I will consume this spiritual fruit right away." After a while, Laiya and the others appeared before Gai Nuo, who noticed their spiritual powers had indeed enhanced. Broly said, "Brother Gai Nuo, after consuming the spiritual fruit, my mind feels clear, and I sense that I can better control the energy within me now. Indeed, it feels refreshing. After consuming the spiritual fruit, my strength has noticeably increased, yet I feel this combat power is still too weak. A sense of emptiness lingered within me," Laiya remarked. "I feel the same way," Bardock added, echoing Laiya's sentiments. Gai Nuo said, "After consuming the spiritual fruit, you must train to transform this fleeting combat power into your own strength. You 3 follow me. We will train in the gravity chamber. In the training, time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the door of the gravity chamber opened and Gai Nuo and the others emerged. Except for Gai Nuo, Laiya and the others looked disheveled. Gai Nuo let out a deep breath, saying, finally that sense of emptiness is gone. It feels wonderful. Brother Gai Nuo, you're truly amazing. Even under the combined assault of the three of us, you handled it with ease and gave us a thorough beating. Even my Super Saiyan 2 transformation combined with Bardock's Super Saiyan 1 transformation couldn't match your strength. Indeed, after consuming the spiritual fruit and training, Laiya can now transform into Super Saiyan 2. But even with that strength, she is still not enough to defeat Gai Nuo. Laiya, it seems you are not far from transforming into Super Saiyan 2. I estimate that after this conquest of the planet, you will be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Gai Nuo predicted. I think so too, Laiya agreed. King, I also feel that after this conquest, I might be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock said, yes, I can sense your energy too. Keep up the good work. I will, my king. You all can transform into Super Saiyans, but I can't transform into one. It's so frustrating, Broly said angrily. Gai Nuo approached Broly and said, Broly, your Super Saiyan transformation is a bit special. You are a on-sin 1,000 years Super Saiyan. In other words, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. If your transformation succeeds, I estimate that even combined Laiya and Bardock will not be your match. Really? Brother Gai Nuo? Broly asked. Yes, the legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years. So your transformation is not that easy. Don't rush. Training must be grounded and cannot be achieved overnight. As long as your foundational strength is solid, your transformation into a Super Saiyan will occur naturally. I believe in what you say, Brother Gai Nuo. Just then Laiya approached Gai Nuo and said, King Sherlag wants to see you outside the spaceship. It seems the Scion Legion has assembled. Let's go outside. Laiya and the others nodded. As Gai Nuo and the others exited the spaceship, Sherlag saw him and hurried over, bowing and saying, Lord Gai Nuo, the Scion Legion has assembled. Can we proceed to advance towards the northern galaxy? Gai Nuo looked at the bustling crowd and said to Sherlag, it seems you are not just a name as the overlord of the southern galaxy. It turns out you have such a powerful legion under your command. Lord Gai Nuo is too kind, Sherlag replied. All right, the Scion Legion will advance towards the northern galaxy. Just as this was said, someone rushed in reporting, Lord Gai Nuo, a group of cosmic pirate ships are heading towards us. Cosmic pirates. Gai Nuo turned to Sherlag and said, Sherlag, are you not the overlord of the southern galaxy? Why are these cosmic pirates not avoiding your ship? Why are they coming towards us? Sherlag replied, Lord Gai Nuo. Actually, among the 4 major galaxies of the east, southwest, and north, some cosmic pirates are stronger than we, the so-called overlords of the galaxies. Oh, is that so? Let's go see who dares to approach our spaceship, Gai Nuo stated as he floated into the air. He flew toward the pirate ship with Laiya and the others following closely behind. At this moment, the space pirates saw a figure blocking their ship's path. One of the space pirates aboard the ship said to the person on the throne, report, Lord Bella, there is a figure ahead blocking our ship's way. Oh, someone dares to block my way. They are simply asking for death. Let us go and see. Yes, Lord Bella. Bella stood up and approached the glass door of the ship, looking outside to see Gai Nuo suspended in the air blocking the ship's front. The others, including Laiya, quickly followed. Bella looked back along Gai Nuo's figure and saw Sherlag, then said, I was wondering who it was. So it's that guy Sherlag. Does he no longer want to live? Isn't it enough to be the overlord of the southern galaxy? We space pirates do not covet his territory. He is just asking for death. Bella said, open the hatch, I wish to go out. I want to see what audacity Sherlag has to dare to block my path. The hatch opened, and Bella flew out of the spaceship. He swiftly darted to Gai Nuo's front and addressed Sherlag behind him. Sherlag, do you wish to seek death? Daring to block my way? Bella completely dismissed Gai Nuo, believing that only Sherlag would have the audacity to obstruct him. However, he did not know that the person before him was already Sherlag's master with unfathomable strength. Sherlag, hearing the voice, came forward and saw Bella. He said to Bella, so it's you. Why are you not staying in the turbulence zone, but running into my southern galaxy? Oh, you've gained some courage. Dare to shout at me. In the turbulence zone, I can go wherever I please. Who dares to meddle in our affairs? Moreover, we are space pirates. As long as we wish to go anywhere in the universe, no one dares to stop us. What madness has possessed you this time, not yielding to my ship and blocking my way so brazenly? You truly are like a fly eager for a slap, rushing to find death. Hearing this, Sherlag also became furious and said to Bella, Bella, do not think that just because you have the Pirate King backing you, you can act recklessly in the universe. I tell you, there are many experts out there. Be careful you do not capsize in the gutter one day and drown. This is simply too amusing. Who in this universe does not give the Pirate King face? Even Frieza Gula and the king of the Frozen Demon clan have to respect the Pirate King. What are you sure Lagu to speak here? You sure Lagu are quite enraged. He said today, I will let you know the might of Sure Lagu. Take this. As he spoke, Sure Lagu charged at Bella. Good. You've truly gained some skill. Today I will let you know the power of space pirates. Bella directly unleashed his aura and with a roar hurled a punch at Sure Lagu. In an instant, Bella's massive fist was before Sure Lagu, who kicked out in response to the incoming punch. The punch and kick collided at that moment, sending a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from Bella and Sure Lagu. With a loud bang, Sure Lagu was pushed back by Bella's punch. Gai Nuo remarked, it seems Bella has some strength after all. No wonder he dares to order around Sure Lagu. Laiya said, this Bella is indeed somewhat stronger than Sure Lagu. It seems Sure Lagu is not Bella's match anymore. But that cannot be certain. Oh, perhaps Sure Lagu was not Bella's match before, but now he has devoured the spirit fruit, and his strength should have improved significantly. Defeating Bella may not be a trivial matter. However, he should be able to defeat Bella. Seeing that he only pushed Sure Lagu back a few meters with his punch, Bella found it hard to believe his own eyes. Previously, when Sure Lagu led his legion to conquer the southern galaxy, by chance his legion encountered Bella's squad. That time the two had a fierce battle. Sure Lagu was effortlessly defeated by Bella, and in a very short time Sure Lagu was left on the brink of death. Had it not been for the Pirate King being in a hurry, Sure Lagu might have been killed directly. That time Bella spared Sure Lagu, but today Sure Lagu actually withstood Bella's punch and remained unscathed. It seems Sure Lagu's strength has improved over the years. Bella said, Sure Lagu, did you not expect this? When we first met, you were no match for me in a single exchange. Now you can actually withstand my full-powered attack. It seems you have made great progress in strength over the years. How about this? Submit to me, and I will make you my second in command. In the Bella Legion outside of me, you will be a being above 1 and below 10,000. What do you say? Consider it. Sure Lagu did not expect that Bella would try to recruit him, but he knew that Bella was very greedy, taking all the benefits for himself and never giving a penny to his subordinates. However, since I have followed Gai Nuo, although I have not made any significant contributions, Gai Nuo gave me the precious spirit fruit without a second thought, albeit only one. But this one spirit fruit greatly increased my strength, which is why I have the power to confront Bella. Comparatively speaking, following Gai Nuo does have a future. Sure Lagu directly shouted, Bella, do not speak nonsense here. If you think you can make me Sure Lagu follow you, you are dreaming. I tell you, I am now Lord Gai Nuo's subordinate, so do not waste your efforts here. Come on, Bella, our battle has not ended yet. Continue. Lord Gai Nuo, who is he? You, the dignified overlord of the southern galaxy, actually follow an unknown nobody. Upon hearing this, Sure Lagu directly said, Bella, the might of Lord Gai Nuo is beyond your imagination. Come and die quickly. Good, good, good. Bella directly repeated the word good 3 times. It seems you truly want to seek death. Then I will grant you that. Bella's body flickered and appeared directly in front of Sure Lagu, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Sure Lagu's head. Just as he did so, Bella's ankle was swiftly caught by a large hand. Bella struggled to escape, but could not get free. Looking at the one holding his foot, Gai Nuo, he said, Kid, who are you to meddle in my affairs? Sure Lagu saw Gai Nuo and immediately bowed slightly. Lord Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo said, I originally wanted you to deal with this guy, but he is too arrogant, so I plan to take action myself. Yes, Lord Gai Nuo. Sure Lagu stepped aside. Gai Nuo looked at Bella and said to him, I am the nameless fellow you speak of. Now it is my turn to be your opponent. Then Gai Nuo directly ordered Laiya and the others, leave no space pirates alive. Upon hearing this, Laiya and the others swiftly took action. In less than 15 minutes, all the space pirates turned to dust in the universe except for Bella. Bella saw her subordinates being quickly eliminated by Laiya and the others. She wanted to help them confront Laiya, but Gai Nuo would not let Bella pass easily. Gai Nuo's massive hand exerted force, causing Bella's body to rise and fall with his movements. Gai Nuo gripped Bella and swung her around several times before throwing her harshly towards Payda Star. With a thud, Bella's body smashed into Payda Star, creating a deep pit. Gai Nuo looked at Bella in the pit and said, Bella, get up. I know you can't be defeated so easily. As he spoke, the entire pit began to tremble. Bella suddenly burst out from the pit. Bella's combat power surged to its maximum in an instant as she shouted at Gai Nuo, you scoundrel, you are simply unforgivable. You truly deserve to die. In that case, you shall die. You really infuriate me. Take this. With a whoosh, Bella's fist was right in front of Gai Nuo, who extended his palm to meet it. Witness my full force attack. I will strike, strike, strike. All of Bella's attacks were blocked by Gai Nuo's one hand. How is this possible? How could you be this strong? Bella exclaimed. How can this be impossible? Didn't Sure Lagu say that there are many powerful beings in this universe? In front of those true experts, I am merely a novice. I find it puzzling that you can't even break through my defenses, yet you claim that you cosmic pirates can go wherever you want in the universe. You are dreaming like a toad trying to hit the moon. Upon hearing this, Bella retorted, Kid, don't be too arrogant. Although you are powerful, you still don't measure up in front of our leader. You mean that Pirate King? Geno asked. Yes, our leader is indeed the Pirate King, a true powerhouse. Alright, if he comes here, I want to see the might of the Pirate King. Haha, you don't know, do you? We cosmic pirates have a mission in the Southern Galaxy. We are merely the vanguard, and our leader is right behind us. After wasting so much time here, he should be arriving soon. That will be your doom. Gano did not pay attention to Bella's mention of the Pirate King coming soon. He noted that Bella said their cosmic pirates had a mission this time in the Southern Galaxy. You say you have a mission? What mission? That's none of your business, kid. If you know what's good for you, step aside for this king, and I won't hold it against you. I'm asking what your mission is. Why are you talking nonsense with me? Alright, kid, since that's the case, I'll play with you a bit more. Unfortunately, I don't want to play anymore. Before Gano finished speaking, his body turned into a shadow, and then Gano's attack was right in front of Bella. Bella watched as Gano's attack approached in an instant and hurriedly raised her arm to block it. However, just as she was about to defend, Gano's fist struck her abdomen. Bella flew backward with a whoosh, spewing blood and leaving a crimson trail in the air. How is this possible? How could I be unable to withstand his attack? Bella's figure was still flying backward, but Gano had already arrived behind her and kicked her fiercely, sending Bella flying again. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it. Now you can go die? Bella was attacked by Gano from both sides, leaving her without the power to retaliate. Gano came beneath Bella again and delivered a knee strike, causing Bella to spit out blood once more. Bella's body shot up into the sky under Gano's barrage. Next, I will send you to hell. Gano's hands glowed brilliantly as he said, take this move. Watch my explosive strike. 2 golden waves of energy shot toward Bella. Seeing the energy wave coming from Gano, Bella shouted, no, I cannot die. But Gano's energy wave directly engulfed Bella's body. Bella was obliterated, reduced to dust. At the moment Bella was annihilated by Gano, a powerful aura quickly approached them. Laiya flashed in front of Gano and said, Brother Gano, a very strong entity is coming. Yes, I can feel it too. At that moment, Bardock, Broly, and Sherlag also arrived beside Gano. Brother Gano, a big guy is approaching. This opponent is very strong, Broly said. Indeed, this opponent is quite formidable. Sherlag, have the Scion Core leave immediately. The newcomer might be the Pirate King. Bella spoke of, you should let the others hide. Gano-sama, although our current strength is weak, none of us will flee, especially since we are not afraid of death, Sherlag stated. Upon hearing Sherlag's words, Gano replied, I didn't expect you to have such spirit. Very well, then let us see just how powerful the Pirate King in this universe truly is. A supermassive spaceship appeared before Gano and the others, a powerful aura approaching them. The strong waves of energy slammed against Gano and the others. Gano also emitted a powerful aura to counter it, and then a voice came from the spaceship addressing Gano. So it seems Bella has been taken down by you. Yes, that guy was taken down by me. The Pirate King, right? Since you are here, come out and meet me. Ha ha ha, after so many years someone actually wants to see me. Others tremble in fear at the mere mention of my name, yet you, kid, not only are unafraid, but you also asked to meet me. Very well. In that case, this king will satisfy your request. Suddenly a figure appeared before Gano and the others. What they first noticed was not his appearance but the tail behind him. Gano, Laiya, and the others exclaimed together, Scion. Oh, you recognize that I'm a Scion. Yes, I am indeed a Scion. My name is Dales. I wonder if you have heard of my name. Dales the evil Scion, Bardock said. Bardock, what is an evil Scion? Why do we have such a powerful Scion among us? He is an anomaly. When he was born, his combat power was extraordinarily strong, even exceeding Broly's by 4000. At that time, Planet Vegeta was not yet under King Vegeta's leadership. Thus, Dales has lived on Planet Vegeta all this time. As he grew up, he became increasingly combative. Although Scions are warlike, they are not bloodthirsty. Dales, however, is combative, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Every time he completed a mission, he would eliminate all the natives and enjoyed the sound of their wails. On every occupied planet, Dales would consume the natives as food. It was precisely for this reason that Dales was expelled from Planet Vegeta. Who would have thought that the Pirate King in the universe would actually be Dales? Hearing this, Dales said, I really owe it to Kess for expelling me from the Vegeta planet. Without his banishment, how could I have become the feared Pirate King I am today? Throughout the universe, all cosmic pirates fall under my command, granting me immense power to act with impunity across the cosmos. All formidable forces acknowledge my presence and yield to me. What of the frozen demon? That guy Kess is merely a coward deserving of being ruled by King Kurter. The former king of Vegeta planet was named Kess, and at that time the ruler of Vegeta was King Kurter, the father of Frieza. Since being expelled from Vegeta planet, I have engaged in relentless slaughter and battle throughout the universe. It was only upon arriving in the turbulent realm that I understood what true strength is. Thus I settled in the turbulent realm, a territory for the strong, where one must be powerful to survive. Thus I spent each day in the turbulent realm battling fiercely. For Science, only evil is true strength. In the turbulent realm, my wicked heart grew stronger and my malevolent energy increased, allowing me to quickly establish my foothold. After 10 years, I finally became the ruler of the turbulent realm, and I became the feared pirate king. Therefore, Scions need not suppress their inner ferocity. It is crucial to release their power freely. At this moment, Gai Nuo said, "Is this guy rambling on about his struggles to us? I wonder. Anyway, he speaks persuasively and eloquently, so let's just listen," said Laiya. Seeing Gai Nuo and the others whispering without paying attention to him, Dales became extremely furious and shouted, "You guys, am speaking here, and you're not listening. This is utterly unforgivable." His shout interrupted Gai Nuo and the others' conversation. Gai Nuo said, "Oh, it's finally over. I thought he would keep going." System ding, evil Scion Dales detected. Task eliminate Dales. Reward time travel. Wow, is this reward really that amazing? Is the system showing love? Since the system assigned a task, let's take down this guy. Gai Nuo said, "Pirate King, oh no, I should call him Dales. I want to ask you a question. Why are you here in the Southern Galaxy instead of being a good pirate king in the turbulent realm? I doubt you came to the Southern Galaxy just for a stroll, right? Kid, show some respect when speaking to me. When I was causing havoc on Vegeta planet, I bet your mother hadn't even conceived you yet. You dare to call me by my name. I know you're an elder, but you shouldn't rely on your age to bully me. I just want to know why you came to the Southern Galaxy and you give me this attitude. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a god of destruction." "God of destruction? What god of destruction?" Gai Nuo said, "You don't even know about the god of destruction. Yet you claim that everyone in the universe yields to you. You should take a good look in the mirror. How can you rule the turbulent realm like this? Let me give you some advice. Relinquish your position, and he'll take over as the new ruler of the turbulent realm." "Kid, you're seeking death. I initially wanted to spare you since we're both Scions, but since you are eager to die, don't blame me for not showing any camaraderie. No, please don't. I can't possibly bear the favor of the Pirate King. Let me tell you, Dales, in this universe, strong ones are as numerous as the stars. The so-called strong ones in the turbulent realm wouldn't last a single move against the god of destruction. The strongest being in this universe is the god of destruction, Beerus. Stop prancing around in your little turbulent realm. You're nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Go venture into the universe and you'll understand just how vast it truly is. Kid, don't spew nonsense. I, Dales, am the most powerful being in this universe. Let me show you the might of the Pirate King." Huh. Dales unleashed a furious aura and a powerful energy surged outward, with Gai Nuo and the others raising their arms to shield themselves from Dales' overwhelming presence. So this guy is this strong. No wonder the system would generously reward me with time travel skills. Dales' battle power must have exceeded 100 billion. Currently, Gai Nuo is no match for Dales, but wait. If his battle power exceeds 100 billion, shouldn't he be able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Why hasn't Dales transformed? Could it be due to his wicked heart? No matter the reason, my task is to eliminate this evil Scion. Gai Nuo's current base battle power is 3 billion, which pales in comparison to Dales' 100 billion. However, Gai Nuo's desire for strength has far surpassed his physical fear. Finally, I have a worthy opponent to fight against. How could I be afraid? My body is already filled with excitement. Gai Nuo said, "Laiya, you all should step back. Dales is not someone you can deal with right now." Cold sweat appeared on Laiya and the others as Dales unleashed his full aura, particularly evident in Shrag's reaction. Shrag stammered, "I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. My legs are trembling uncontrollably." Seeing Dales prepared for battle, Gai Nuo also unleashed all of his energy. Ah! With a loud bang, Gai Nuo's energy erupted like a water fountain into the air. "Come on, Dales, let's fight." Seeking death. In the blink of an eye, Dales appeared before Gai Nuo and delivered a powerful punch aimed at his face. Gai Nuo activated his flash technique, narrowly evading Dales' fist as it grazed his skin. "Oh, you can actually dodge my attack. It seems you do have some strength after all." Gai Nuo was also surprised. He hadn't expected Dales' punch to exceed the speed of his flash technique. He realized his strength was still too weak. If he were stronger, the flash technique would be even more formidable. "You dodged my punch, but can you evade this next attack?" As he spoke, Dales' figure had already reached behind Gai Nuo, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Gai Nuo flying. With a loud thud, Gai Nuo's body crashed to the surface of Planet Peta. The ground cracked open, and a large pit appeared before Laiya and the others. Dust rose. Laiya rushed to where Gai Nuo had been thrown and shouted anxiously, "Gai Nuo, are you okay?" As the smoke cleared, Gai Nuo appeared before them, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. This is truly overwhelming. It's the first time I've encountered such a formidable enemy, but that's what makes it exhilarating. Laiya noticed blood at the corner of Gai Nuo's mouth and hurriedly asked, Gai Nuo, are you hurt? Gai Nuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied to Laiya, it's nothing. Although I'm injured, my body is starting to feel invigorated. Laiya, you all step aside. I want to see just how powerful he is. As soon as he finished speaking, Gai Nuo floated past Laiya and flew towards Dales. Seeing Gai Nuo approaching, Dales said, Kid, can you handle this? You withstood a fierce blow from me and can still stand. I admit I underestimated you. No more chatter, Dales. Come, let us fight with all our might. Gai Nuo unleashed a burst of energy and charged straight at Dales, activating his flash step right before delivering a powerful punch. Dales blocked Gai Nuo's attack with his arm, but Gai Nuo's fist struck Dales' chin. With a loud bang, Dales was knocked back several meters by Gai Nuo's punch. Dales was still puzzled when Gai Nuo's attack came again. Gai Nuo launched a comprehensive assault, forcing Dales into a defensive position. Dales attempted to block Gai Nuo's attacks each time, but Gai Nuo always struck first, landing hits consistently. This kind of defense frustrated Dales greatly, and he unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending Gai Nuo flying. Dales said, Kid, don't get too cocky. He charged straight at Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo also chose to meet force with force. Come on, Dales, I've longed for this kind of battle for a long time. With a roar, Gai Nuo charged towards Dales. The two struck simultaneously, Gai Nuo sweeping with a leg while Dales launched a fist towards him. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their punches and kicks colliding echoed through the battleground. A white battle aura appeared continuously beneath their feet as they fought. Suddenly, Dales fired a wave of energy, hitting Gai Nuo directly. As smoke rose, everyone thought Gai Nuo had been defeated by Dales' energy wave, but Gai Nuo burst through the smoke and unleashed hundreds of energy blasts towards Dales. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat, boom, boom. The sound of Gai Nuo firing energy blasts filled the air as he employed the prince's strategy against Dales. Gai Nuo knew that such an attack wouldn't defeat Dales, saying, I'll use this move to finish you off. Watch this explosive strike. Gai Nuo's hands glowed brightly as two powerful energy waves surged towards Dales. Dales sensed the danger in the smoke and waved his hand, dispersing the fog to see Gai Nuo's massive energy wave. Dales thrust out his hands, declaring Supernova Shockwave. A black shockwave surged towards Gai Nuo's energy wave, and at the moment of collision, Laiya and the others felt the entire universe tremble. Bardock swallowed hard, saying, This is the battle between true powerhouses. It's simply spectacular. Is this truly the strength of Lord Gai Nuo? So powerful. Shalaga stammered. He's impressive indeed. But one day I will become this powerful too. Broly said angrily. Yes, we will also become such powerful beings. No, we will surpass them. Bardock replied. The powerful shockwave continued to ripple outward as Dales and Gai Nuo engaged in battle once more. Tat tat tat. Bang, bang. Dales landed an elbow strike on Gai Nuo, sending him flying. However, being a battle-hardened warrior, Gai Nuo bent his legs, raised his knee, and struck Dales' abdomen. Dales was hit by Gai Nuo's knee strike, causing him to spit blood. Blood flowed from the corner of Dales' mouth as they clashed again, both fighting desperately and trading injuries. As time passed, both of their stamina began to wane, but Gai Nuo's energy reserves far exceeded Dales'. Gai Nuo practiced the breathing technique from Planet Rad, which was taught by Laiya. They exchanged punches, creating distance between them. Dales gasped heavily, saying, You're quite the troublesome fellow. Your battle power is lower than mine, yet you can match me blow for blow. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. Gai Nuo replied blandly, If you have the ability, come and kill me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, Dales, although my battle power is not as high as yours, the one who will ultimately lose is you. How's your stamina holding up? I may have consumed some energy too, but nowhere near as much as you have. Therefore, I will be the final victor. Dales noticed this situation, but would not simply surrender. He declared, Before my stamina runs out, I will definitely take you down. Then come and try. Dales. As Gai Nuo and Dales continued to battle, Gai Nuo's strength was constantly increasing, which frustrated Dales greatly. At first, Gai Nuo was on the defensive, but as time passed, his fighting power surged. Eventually, he even reached a level where he could somewhat match Dales. No, this can't go on. I must end this battle quickly, Dales thought. But what can I do? Dales' gaze fell upon Laiya. When I sent Gai Nuo flying earlier, this little girl was the most concerned about him. It seems she has a special bond with Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo also sensed Dales' attention and hurriedly shouted to Laiya, Laiya, run. Dales is going to attack you. Realizing too late it was already too late. Dales flashed to Laiya's side and delivered a knee strike, sending her flying. Laiya's body left a bloody trail as she soared through the air. She crashed heavily into the surface of Planet Rad. Seeing Dales attacking Laiya, Broly launched an assault on Dales, shouting, How dare you ambush Sister Laiya? I will destroy you. Broly charged at Dales with a furious punch, while Bardock and Shalagu also attacked Dales. You fools are simply courting death. With a flash, Dales sent Broly, Bardock, and Shalago flying. Seeing Laiya severely injured and his friends wounded, Gai Nuo felt an intense rage. He said to Dales, "You are simply unforgivable." Roar. Ah! Gai Nuo's energy soared dramatically. Gai Nuo's hair began to turn a reddish-brown, standing upright with his eyebrows also changing to a reddish-brown. The energy surrounding Gai Nuo transformed into a reddish-brown pillar of light. The pillar shot up into the sky. Gai Nuo's ancient Super Saiyan transformation finally manifested at this moment. Could this be the transformation of a royal Super Saiyan? Bardock exclaimed. This must be Gai Nuo's Super Saiyan transformation. This is Lord Gai Nuo. His energy is simply overwhelming. Dales is doomed now. Dales was astonished upon witnessing Gai Nuo's transformation coupled with the powerful aura emanating from him, as Gai Nuo's energy had already surpassed his own. What is happening? How could he become so powerful? Dales wore an expression of disbelief, continuously muttering, why can an ordinary Scion unleash such a formidable aura? Is this the true potential of a Scion? No, I refuse to believe it. I am the mightiest Scion. Evil is the essence of a Scion. Gai Nuo looked at Dales' frenzied expression and chuckled. Dales, do you know what a Super Saiyan is? If King Kes has told you about this legend, then you should be familiar with this transformation. A Super Saiyan. Impossible. The super warriors among Scions, how could you possibly achieve such a transformation? Moreover, the legendary Scion has a golden aura while your aura is reddish-brown. This is not a Super Saiyan transformation. Indeed, the transformation of an ordinary Scion is characterized by a golden aura, but I am not an ordinary person. Someone like you will never become a Super Saiyan. The transformation requires a Scion with a heart of justice to succeed, while a villain like you can never transform into a Super Saiyan. Evil is the greatest obstacle for a Scion. Oh, only justice can make a Scion stronger. Dales retorted. Stop trying to mystify things. Even if you become a Super Saiyan, so what? I, the Pirate King, am the mightiest warrior in this universe. Gai Nuo replied, you really don't know what you're talking about. Now let me show you the power of a Super Saiyan. Dales, today is your day of demise. You dare to harm Laiya. That guarantees your death today. Do you think I, Dales, was raised in fear? Gai Nuo shook his head, his figure flickering as he appeared directly before Dales. Before Dales could react, Gai Nuo's fist struck his abdomen, causing a wave of intense pain to spread throughout his body. Dales' body crumpled like a boiled shrimp, spitting out sour fluid from his mouth. Dales was sent flying. Gai Nuo quickly moved behind him and kicked Dales in the waist, causing Dales' eyes to bulge out in that instant. The powerful attacks left Dales unable to react. At this moment, he was nothing but a punching bag as Gai Nuo's strikes repeatedly landed on him. Oh! Screams erupted from Dales' mouth. In the distance, Broly and Bardock watched in agony as Gai Nuo ruthlessly pummeled Dales. Broly exclaimed, good job, brother Gai Nuo. Eliminate this guy who dared to harm Sister Laiya. Alright, Sister Laiya, we were so caught up in the spectacle that we forgot about her. She's still in the pit. Bardock and the others realized this, and Shrag hurriedly said, quick, fetch Lord Gai Nuo's wife. Otherwise, when Lord Gai Nuo finishes with Dales and sees we have neglected his woman, our fate will surely be worse than Dales. They flew quickly to Planet Peta and found Laiya, who was barely breathing. Seeing this, Bardock quickly said, Broly, hurry and take out a senza bean to feed to Laiya. Broly took out a bag of senza beans, poured one out, and approached Laiya, saying, Sister Laiya, quickly eat the senza bean. Laiya slightly opened her mouth and swallowed the senza bean. The moment she did, she sprang up from the ground, shook her head, and looked at Broly and the others, asking, where is Dales? I need to teach this guy a lesson for daring to ambush me. Broly said, Sister Laiya, you don't need to intervene, just look at the sky. Laiya looked up and saw the reddish-brown figure in the sky, her gaze instantly captivated by Gai Nuo, who was relentlessly beating Dales. Laiya watched in awe as Gai Nuo displayed his might, stars sparkling in her eyes. So brother Gai Nuo is this powerful. But wait, why have I never seen this form of brother Gai Nuo before? Bardock said this might be the Super Saiyan transformation of the king. Brother Gai Nuo's Super Saiyan form is incredibly strong. The powerful aura radiating from Gai Nuo was palpable even from a distance. Broly then remarked, brother Gai Nuo is indeed strong. His current power should be enough to easily defeat Dales. Sister Laiya, just watch from the side. You won't be able to help by stepping in. Sister Laiya, don't worry. Dales is definitely going to die today. You didn't see brother Gai Nuo's expression when Dales injured you. He was furious. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, and it kept rising, resulting in brother Gai Nuo's Super Saiyan transformation. Sister Laiya, it seems you are very important to brother Gai Nuo. Otherwise, how could he be so angry upon seeing you hurt? Of course, brother Gai Nuo and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. You guys definitely can't compare. Yes. Brother Gai Nuo only has Sister Laiya in his heart. We are merely supporting characters for her. Upon hearing this, Laiya felt something was off and thought carefully. Realizing what was happening, she swiftly appeared beside Broly, tugging on his ear and saying, kid, not bad. Now you even know how to tease me. Broly winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy, saying, "No, no, no. Sister Laiya, I won't do it again. Please be gentle, you might tear my ear off." Hearing Broly's pleas, Laiya finally released her grip. At that moment, Bardock, who had been watching the battle in the sky, said, "The king is about to go all out. Dales is finished." In the sky, Gano gripped Dallas' left ankle tightly and forcefully swung him, sending Dales crashing into the mountain. Dallas' body shattered through several mountain ranges before coming to a stop. Dales coughed up blood, several of his teeth knocked out by Gano. Gano said, "Now I will send you to hell." With a deafening explosion, 2 reddish-brown energy waves shot out. Dales, seeing Gano's energy wave, exclaimed, "No, no. I am the king of the universe. I am the strongest. How could I be destroyed?" The energy waves engulfed Dales, and his body was reduced to dust. The system announced, "Ding. The host has completed the mission. Rewards are automatically distributed. Please collect them." Gano thought, "Accept the rewards." A strange sensation entered Gano's body, and he closed his eyes to feel this power. Is this the power of time and space? What a marvelous feeling. He felt as if he could merge into any space within the universe. Gano opened his eyes and saw strands of energy floating past him, which seemed to be the subtle energy of time and space. Geno acquired the ability to travel through time and space, thinking to himself, "Now that I possess the skill of time and space traversal, can I control time and space?" System, I would like to ask, with my time and space traversal skill, can I control time and space? System, the host has acquired the skill of time and space traversal, and of course you can control time and space. However, this ability is built upon a strong power, and with the host's current strength, you can only manipulate a mere wisp of time and space energy. Indeed, I can control the powers of time and space. Although it's only a little, it is already a formidable ability for Geno at this moment. Geno wanted to test this power of time and space. He reached out his hand towards Laiya and the others, and suddenly, as he clenched his fist, Laiya and the others felt as if a wall was pressing towards them. Within the space manipulated by Geno, Laiya, Broly, Bardock, and Shrag instantly drew closer together. Broly exclaimed, "What is this situation? Why do I feel like there's a wall pressing towards me?" Bardock said, "It's the same on my end. A wall is pressing towards me." Just as they were about to unleash their energy to break free from this spatial wall, the pressure vanished. Geno, suspended in the air, was sweating. While this spatial power is indeed not easy to master, it consumes too much mental energy. In just a short while, my mental energy has been greatly depleted. Geno quickly took out a mental fruit and devoured it eagerly. He felt his mental energy replenished, but it was still quite lacking. He directly took out dozens of mental fruits and began to consume them. When the spatial power dissipated, Laiya and the others noticed Geno in the air, wondering how he suddenly produced so many mental fruits. After swallowing dozens of mental fruits, Geno's mental energy was finally replenished. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his mental energy was nearly back to normal. It seems the system was right. With my current strength, I still cannot master the powers of time and space. Most importantly, manipulating the power of time and space requires an immense amount of mental energy. I was too reckless just now. If it weren't for the supplement of mental fruits, I would likely have become a fool. However, after manipulating the power of time and space, Geno discovered that his mental energy had been tempered, seemingly becoming more solid. Looking at it this way, I can practice manipulating the power of time and space from time to time, but I must not overdo it. I need to act within my limits. Geno transformed back from the ancient Super Saiyan form to his normal state and approached Laiya and the others, saying, "Let's return to Planet Saiyan." Laiya asked, "Why do we suddenly need to return to Planet Saiyan, brother Geno?" Geno replied, "I believe that with my current strength, I can protect you all in the future. However, after today's events, I have realized that there are always stronger individuals. There are always heights beyond heights. Our current strength is too weak. I want to return to Planet Saiyan and enable all Saions to transform into Super Saiyans. I aim to establish a powerful Super Saiyan army. Only by becoming strong ourselves is not true strength. Everyone must grow stronger together. However, brother Geno, not every Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan. It requires talent and effort." Laiya said, "I used to think that Saions must have talent to transform into Super Saions, but that's not the case. As long as we Saions have a righteous heart, the cells in our bodies will continue to grow. However, the current Saions have become aggressive and cruel, lacking a sense of justice, which is why so few Saions can transform into Super Saions. Laiya, the reason we can transform into Super Saions is partly because we have our own sense of justice in our hearts, which allows our cells to grow rapidly, enabling us to transform into Super Saions. Therefore, I want to change the mindset of the current Saions. I have decided to return to Planet Saiyan and guide all Saions in inner cultivation. Shrag, continue your reign as the overlord of the Southern Galaxy, but I must tell you one thing: you can seize the territories of the other 3 overlords and even go to war with them, but I have only one requirement: do not kill the innocent indiscriminately." Your evil heart needs to be restrained a bit. When the time comes, I will take you to a place and show you how pure evil can transform into a righteous person. Shrag said, Lord Zeno, this incident has also made me realize that there are always people stronger than oneself. I also need to calm down and train well. Let the others handle the cosmic battles. Only by becoming strong can one have the right to speak. Was I really just sitting in a well and gazing at the sky? Fine, since that's the case, then you can come with us to Planet Saiyan to train. Leave your army to someone you trust to manage. All right, Lord Zeno. Shrag flew towards his army, speaking to one of his men, seemingly giving some instructions. System Ding, the host has triggered a hidden mission. Cultivate 50 Scions with combat power exceeding 1 million within a year. Reward 10 doses of S-Cell serum. Wow, it really is true that what you think comes to fruition. Cultivating 50 Scions with combat power over 1 million within a year is quite a challenge for Zeno, but it is not impossible. Then the next task is to cultivate extraordinarily powerful Scions. Shrag, have you arranged everything? Shrag came over saying, Lord Zeno, everything is arranged. We can set off now. All right, board the spaceship. We are departing. Zeno and the others boarded their spaceship with Laiya piloting towards Planet Saiyan. Soon Zeno and the others finally returned to their planet. Looking at their home planet, Zeno said, finally back. Laiya land right next to the castle. As soon as they approached Planet Saiyan, alarms began to sound throughout the planet. Beep, beep, beep. Attention, a spaceship is approaching Planet Saiyan. The defense system of Planet Saiyan has been activated. The attack system is online. Boom and others awoke from their training, and all Scions flew towards the place where Zeno's spaceship was about to land. Boom said, it seems something is happening. Tasha, you take the women and children to hide in the defense cave. You should not get involved in the outside matters. Tasha replied, then you must be careful. Tasha knew that this was not the time to show off. Boom nodded. As the spaceship approached Planet Saiyan, Boom shouted loudly, who are you? What brings you to Planet Saiyan? Answer my question. If you do not respond, our attack system will target you. Zeno and the others on the spaceship heard this and said, I forgot that the defense system of Planet Saiyan can detect approaching spaceships. Zeno's spaceship soared above, shouting towards Planet Saiyan, I am the king of Planet Saiyan. Zeno. Please do not panic, everyone. The king has returned. Our king has returned. The entire Planet Saiyan erupted in excitement. Upon hearing Gai Nuo's voice, everyone on the Scion planet began to cheer. After many days, their king had returned. Bum said, quickly turn off the defense system and let the king's spaceship land. ISO hurried to the laboratory to disable the defense system. A massive spaceship appeared before everyone's eyes. The ship slowly descended beside Gai Nuo's castle. The hatch opened and Gai Nuo and his companions walked out of the spaceship. The moment Gai Nuo stepped out, everyone on the Scion planet knelt on one knee in salute. Bum led the way, saying, welcome back, king. All those kneeling echoed, welcome back, king. Gai Nuo said, everyone please rise. All stood up in response. They looked at Gai Nuo, waiting for him to address them. I have only one purpose for returning this time, and that is to make all Scion stronger. However, this process may be somewhat painful, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Bum said, as long as we can become stronger, no matter how difficult the challenges we face, we Scions can endure it. Yes, Bum is right. During Gai Nuo's absence, Bum had been managing all affairs on the Scion planet. He organized everything meticulously, and this fool people all referred to him as Lord Bum. Everyone felt that after Gai Nuo's departure, the Scion planet needed a leader, so they voluntarily followed Bum's commands. However, Bum told them on the Scion planet there is only one king, and that is Gai Nuo. You must not call me Lord Bum. But as time passed, everyone became accustomed to it, and could not change their way of speaking. When Gai Nuo heard this, he glanced at Bum, who said, King, there is only one king among the Scions, and they are just calling out in confusion. You need not take it too seriously. No, I think it's quite good. Since everyone recognizes you, it shows you have management talent in this area. I trust you with it. Gai Nuo announced to everyone, from today on, whenever I am away, all affairs on the Scion planet will be entirely managed by Bum. As Gai Nuo announced this, Bum felt extremely anxious. In fact, there was a clear hierarchy among the Scions. Even though Bum was Gai Nuo's adoptive father, Gai Nuo respected him as his own father. However, Gai Nuo is the king of the Scion planet. His words are commands, and even his father must obey Gai Nuo's orders, which is unassailable. Bum hurriedly said, King No, you are the king of the Scion planet, and all matters here are decided by you. How can I overstep my bounds? I believe you can do well, and everyone on the Scion planet believes you can do well too. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes, we believe in Lord Bum. Look, this is the will of the people. Dad, just agree to it. Bum looked at Gai Nuo, then at everyone, and said, all right, since everyone believes in me, I will take on this responsibility. Good, that's the way to go, Gai Nuo said. Now that Bum's matters are settled, let me explain the purpose of my return to the Scion planet. First, starting now, all Scions will train for a year. During this year, I aim to significantly enhance everyone's strength. I will provide the specific training methods to Bardock shortly, and Bardock will instruct you on how to cultivate. Second, Bum, select 50 diligent and outstanding Scions for me. I want to train these 50 individuals separately. I want their combat power to reach 1 million within a year. Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Achieving 1 million combat power in a year. What an arduous training regimen that would require. Seeing everyone's reaction, Gai Nuo said, "What's wrong? Is this the spirit of the Scions? Can't we achieve 1 million combat power in a year? If that's the case, then there's no need for training." Bum said, "King Scions are known for breaking limits. Achieving 1 million combat power in a year is certainly possible. I believe the 50 individuals I select can definitely reach 1 million combat power. Isn't that right, everyone? We Scions come to break the impossible. There are no limits for us. Don't you agree?" "Yes, Scions have no limits." "Good, this is the spirit of the Scions. Next, let me show you a spectacle you have never seen before and demonstrate just how powerful we Scions really are." Laiya let them witness the Super Saiyan. "All right, Gai Nuo brother, I have long wanted to show them what a Super Saiyan looks like, but you didn't allow me to transform, so I have been holding back." Gai Nuo shook his head and said, "All right, it's my fault. You can transform now and let everyone open their eyes. Everyone behold the strength of the Scions." Laiya floated into the air and suddenly unleashed her energy, then shouted, "Hiya!" Instantly, a powerful energy burst forth from Laiya, and with a loud bang, the energy around her transformed into golden flames. Her hair stood upright towards the sky, turning yellow. Her eyebrows became yellow, and her expression turned cold, with her pupils becoming light green. Everyone looked at Laiya floating in the air, shocked by her transformation. At this moment, Laiya's aura became immensely powerful. Everyone felt that before Laiya, they were like ants before an elephant, as she could annihilate them with just a finger. In truth, that is indeed the case. If Laiya wanted to eliminate them, it would be a matter of simply lifting a finger. This is the transformation of the Scions, the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Bum kept murmuring these words, and suddenly, he said, "Could it be that this is the legendary Super Saiyan of the Scions?" Gai Nuo said, "Yes, this is the Super Saiyan." Frieza wanted to destroy planet Vegeta for two reasons. One was to follow the orders of the god of destruction, and the other was that Frieza feared a super warrior would emerge among us Scions, specifically the Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is the nightmare of the Frost Demon clan. Laiya's transformation is that of the Super Saiyan. Do you all wish to become as powerful as Laiya? At this moment, everyone's enthusiasm was fully ignited by Gai Nuo, and they all shouted, "Yes, we want to transform into Super Saiyans." All right, if you want to transform into Super Saiyans, then everyone must give their utmost effort. As long as everyone works hard, everyone has the chance to transform into Super Saiyans. Gai Nuo, observing that everyone's spirits were fully roused, turned to Bardock and said, "Bardock, the training of all present is now entrusted to you. Slagger, I have a task for you as well. Please issue your command, Lord Gai Nuo. You may strike down 1 Scion per day, not to harm, but to demonstrate your overwhelming strength. Let them grasp that beyond every peak lies a higher summit, and beyond every master a greater power. Should you fulfill this duty flawlessly, I shall personally oversee your cultivation, elevating your combat prowess to an entirely new level, far surpassing your current foundation." Hearing this, Slagger's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. "I swear, I will carry out this mission to perfection, Lord Gai Nuo." "Very well. From this moment onward, all training responsibilities fall to Bardock." Laiya stepped down. Laiya reverted to her base form and approached Gai Nuo's side. "Broly, you must train diligently. May the glass cells within your body reach full maturity within this year." "Yes, brother Gai Nuo. I will strive without cease." "Father, select 50 individuals. I shall train them myself." "Understood. I'll assemble them at once." "Rest well. You've just returned." "Agreed. We'll rest first." "Bardock, accompany me to the royal citadel. I'll outline their regimen, and indeed this method may also benefit your own cultivation." "Yes, your majesty." Gai Nuo entered his royal citadel, followed closely by Bardock, Laiya, and Broly. "Slagger, you two join us." At Gai Nuo's summons, Slagger was overwhelmed with awe and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Gai Nuo," then broke into a swift trot toward the royal citadel. Next came Bumu's selection of candidates. All eyes burned with desperate hope. Being chosen for the king's personal guidance was the ultimate aspiration of every Scion. Bumu surveyed the assembly and declared, "The king has set 2 criteria: unwavering diligence and proven excellence. During his majesty's absence, I observed each of you closely. There is no need for contention. My selections are already decided. Opportunity favors only the prepared." Those who had neglected cultivation after Gai Nuo's departure now seethed with regret, while those who trained relentlessly were chosen by Bumu. Once the 50 were selected, Bumu addressed the crowd, "Do not despair. From this day forward, earnest effort opens the door, for all the chance remains." Moments later, Bardock, Slagger, and Broly emerged together. Broly turned to Bardock and said, "I'll begin my training now. Their training is now yours. Go ahead, Train well. I'll train too, and when it's time to act, call for me. Slagger spoke. Bardock replied with a wry grin. At last you can indulge your urge to fight. Those beatings Laiya gave you. Now you may channel that energy into their training. Bardock, what do you take me for? Am I truly so petty? Lord Gano entrusted me with their training. I would never betray such trust. Rest assured, I won't. Bardock retorted, let's hope you don't. Inside the royal citadel, Laiya asked Gano, Brother Gano, why entrust their training to Slagger? Aren't you afraid he'll repay kindness with treachery? On Slagger's homeworld, I thoroughly defeated him. Gano replied calmly, Slagger is intelligent. He may strike hard, but he will never strike to kill. Yet only Slagger can unlock their latent potential in the shortest time. Scion life has grown too comfortable. What they need is pressure to sever the rod of laziness once and for all. Brother Gano speaks wisely. Indeed, someone must apply that pressure to stir their diligence. Don't forget, Slagger is of the Demon Clan. Their methods are brutal, precisely the crucible these Scions require. In that light, Slagger proves an ideal choice for this role. Thus began the year-long Scion planetary training regimen. Days later, Bardock entered Gano's royal citadel. Your Majesty, I've implemented your prescribed regimen. Slagger trains them with merciless rigor. After each session, many Scions gnashed their teeth in fury at him. Were it not for your Majesty's decree, they'd have risen up against him en masse. Though effective, this regimen reveals a critical flaw in numerous Scions sustain injuries that fail to heal in time, compromising the next day's training. Doesn't our planet possess medical pods? Are they insufficient? Your Majesty, the medical pods we possess were acquired from Frieza's forces on planet Vegeta or seized during planetary conquests. We have scarcely dozens. Dr. Laiya has manufactured several hundred more, but still they fall drastically short. Our Scion population exceeds 1,000. Hundreds of pods cannot possibly suffice. That oversight was mine. Very well, bring me one medical pod. I shall journey to Earth and seek counsel from its scientists. Earth, the very world where your Majesty first mastered key control. Yes, the same Earth. Bring me a pod immediately. I depart at once. Meanwhile, instruct Dr. Laiya to accelerate production. Understood. I'll arrange it at once. Moments later, Bardock arrived bearing a medical pod, and behind him walked Dr. Laiya. Laiya, why are you here? Didn't I instruct you to prioritize pod production? Your Majesty, I heard from Bardock you're traveling to Earth to consult a scientist. As one devoted to science, I wish to accompany you, to study Earth's technological advancements firsthand. After a moment's reflection, Gano nodded. Very well. You may even exchange insights with Dr. Briefs, should the opportunity arise. Then I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Laiya bowed deeply. At that moment, Laiya and Broly arrived as well. We wish to go to Earth too. What business do you have on Earth? I go on urgent matters. Why abandon training to chase frivolity? Brother Gano, when I first visited Earth with you, those earthly delicacies remain vivid in my memory. I'm going for the food, Laiya declared. Brother Gano, I too must go to meet the cultivation masters you spoke of. Very well, everyone may come. Bardock, summon your wife. We depart for Earth together. I'll fetch Jine at once, Your Majesty. Moments later, Jine arrived. Gano said, come, join hands. Let us go to Earth together. With a flash of instantaneous movement, Gano arrived on Earth. In the instant his party materialized, the Guardian Korin and Master Roshi sensed their presence. Master Wutian raised his head, gazing toward the direction from which Gano and the others had appeared. Such formidable aura, he murmured. Two of these presences feel strangely familiar, yet he could not recall whose they were. Gano materialized upon Earth. Broly surveyed the planet before him and said to Gano, Brother Gano, the combat power of the beings here is astonishingly weak. A planet this primitive harbors masters of chi cultivation. Bardock and Jine nodded in agreement with Broly's remark. Gano observed Bardock's and Jine's expressions and silently mused, how would you feel if you knew your son Kakarot began right here, then ascended step by step across the cosmos to become a peerless warrior of Universe 7? Laiya interjected, do not underestimate this world. Though primitive, its martial cultivators possess mastery over chi far surpassing even our Scion warriors. Let us find Dr. Briefs. Gano soared toward Earth's largest structure, the residence of Dr. Briefs, the planet's wealthiest man. Capsule Corporation was Earth's most powerful enterprise. Dr. Briefs' revolutionary capsule technology had spread worldwide, amassing him unparalleled wealth and securing his status as the planet's richest individual. Gano instantly teleported to West City, where Dr. Briefs was at home. Upon arriving at the doctor's gates, Gano found the security guard collapsed unconscious on the ground. Gano sensed something dire had befallen Dr. Briefs. As he stepped forward to enter the residence, a voice erupted from within. What do you cretins want? Explain yourselves. I possess nothing you seek, so leave my home at once. Dr. Willow himself declared you Earth's foremost expert in biomechanics. Your research will elevate our mutant kind to unprecedented strength. Hand it over now. That despicable Willow, daring to create abominations like you. What of it? Our current form embodies humanity's true evolutionary path. Behold, tiger's strength, leopard's speed, eagle's talents. With that he slashed past Dr. Brief's face, the marble slab before the scientist cleaved cleanly in two. Behold this magnificent physique. And with your biomechanical devices we shall become invincible. Dr. Briefs broke into cold sweat as he stared at the effortlessly sundered marble. Yet glancing behind him at his wife and daughter Dr. Briefs spread his arms wide, shielding them with his own body. So you refuse to yield until death stares you in the face. Very well. I shall kill you first, then search at my leisure. As he raised his fist, Gai Nuo shattered the door with a single punch, flashed across the chamber in an instant, and stood before Dr. Briefs, placing himself squarely between the scientist and peril. While I stand here you will harm him no further. Dr. Briefs blinked in astonishment, and whispered, Gai Nuo, it's you. Gai Nuo turned, offering a warm greeting. Dr. Briefs, how long it has been. Are you well? Seeing Gai Nuo, Dr. Briefs exhaled in quiet relief and replied, Gai Nuo, it truly has been years. You grow ever more formidable. And don't forget me. Laiya chimed in urgently. At the sound, Dr. Briefs turned, and there stood Laiya. Beside him, Mrs. Briefs also spotted her at the threshold and smiled. Laiya, you've come too. Indeed. How are you both faring? We're well, though today has been rather trying. Fear not. These trifling nuisances are ours to deal with. Watching Gai Nuo and the others converse so casually, the mutant snarled, Hey, I'm still standing right here. Is there no dignity left for villains? Off topic. Who are you? And how dare you interfere in royal affairs? Step aside. This is none of your concern. Bardock retorted, voice sharp with disdain. A grotesque wretch who traded his humanity for power. Dare you speak thus to the king? Bardock's fingers flickered, a searing beam lanced forth, and the mutant dissolved into ash. Dr. Briefs, the threat is neutralized. We've come seeking your expertise on an urgent matter. From behind Mrs. Briefs emerged a small, curious face, none other than Bulma of the Dragon Ball realm. Laiya rushed over and knelt before Bulma, eyes alight. Little Bulma, you've grown so tall. You know me. Bulma pointed at herself. Of course. We held you as an infant back when you were still nursing. Gai Nuo and I both did. Hard to believe. Just a few years ago you were still toddling. Yes, Bulma. These two carried you before you could even walk. Is that so? I don't recall. You were far too young. How could you remember? Mrs. Briefs gently interjected. She turned to Dr. Briefs, darling. Since Gai Nuo seeks your counsel, let us retire to the drawing room. I'll have refreshments prepared for our guests. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies. Gai Nuo, let us proceed to the main hall and enjoy a meal while we speak. Agreed. Agreed. I've actually journeyed all the way here for Earth's cuisine, Laiya declared. Gai Nuo shook his head, amused yet indulgent. Ever the glutton, but yes, a proper meal sounds welcome. Very well, Dr. Briefs, let us continue in the drawing room, and allow me to introduce you to several companions. They entered the drawing room and settled into seats at their leisure. Moments later a lavish spread arrived, and Laiya's eyes gleamed with unrestrained delight. Gai Nuo sighed inwardly and said, Laiya, please discuss our medical regeneration device with Dr. Briefs and engage him in technical dialogue. As you command, your majesty. Laiya felt no pull toward feasting, only toward discovery. He approached Dr. Briefs, introduced himself formally, and soon immersed himself in deep scientific discourse. Meanwhile the Scions feasted heartily. Delicious. Truly, nothing compares to Earth's culinary artistry. Laiya declared, mouth full, praising each dish with unreserved fervor. Enjoy yourselves, no rush. There's plenty more to savor. Mrs. Briefs assured warmly. All the Scions dined with unrestrained gusto, while little Bulma watched them with wide-eyed fascination. She tiptoed behind Laiya's chair and stared entranced at the tail, swaying gently behind her. She reached out repeatedly, her tiny fingers prodding Laiya's tail with innocent curiosity. Sensing the gentle tugs, Laiya lifted Bulma into her arms and said with playful sternness, little one, you're quite mischievous. A Scion's tail is sacred and never to be touched lightly. It carries grave danger. Understood. Bulma nodded solemnly. Bulma nodded and asked Laiya, sister, why do you have tails growing from your buttocks? Why don't Earthlings have them? So these are Scions. How shall I put it? We hail from across the cosmos, fundamentally distinct from Earthlings. Earth is but an infinitesimal speck among countless celestial bodies. Divergent environments have shaped vastly different evolutionary paths. At first glance, Scions and Earthlings appear nearly identical, but Scions possess tails whereas Earthlings do not. That single distinction reveals our profound biological divergence. Ah, I see, Bulma murmured, nodding thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Dr. Rika and Dr. Briefs conversed animatedly. Dr. Rika explained the therapeutic device's operating principles, and, true to his genius, Dr. Briefs grasped its underlying invention logic within minutes. Jine had just finished his meal and approached Dr. Briefs. Dr. Briefs, he said, can you manufacture over 1,000 therapeutic units in the shortest possible time? The remaining units will be produced by Dr. Rika. Dr. Briefs replied, but mass-producing several thousand units poses a considerable challenge. This dilemma left Jine and his companions deeply troubled. Intensive Scion training was urgently needed, and the therapeutic units were indispensable. Their shortage threatened to severely impede progress. A soft childlike voice piped up, Daddy, if we have just one therapeutic unit, we can replicate it perfectly, and then delegate bulk production to automated machinery. No extensive manpower would be required. Jine and the others turned toward the voice, and saw Bulma standing nearby addressing them. Of course, exclaimed Dr. Briefs. How could I have overlooked machine replication? With a single prototype, we can duplicate it precisely. Dr. Brief strode over to Bulma, lifted the young girl into his arms, and carried her before Dr. Rika and Jine. Don't underestimate Bulma just because she's small. She already surpasses me in certain respects. That's undeniable. After all, in the future Bulma will invent the time machine. Jine reflected inwardly. It seems our little Bulma is already a budding scientist. Jine teased gently. Hearing his praise, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. I'm not yet a scientist, she declared, but I will become an extraordinary inventor. I believe you will, Jine affirmed warmly, then turned to Dr. Briefs. Then we'll leave it in your capable hands. Not at all. It's hardly enough to repay even 1,000th of your life-saving grace. In fact, why not stay on Earth a few more days? Dr. Rika and I have much to discuss academically. Dr. Rika is fascinated by my capsule technology, and I in turn am eager to learn about cosmic technologies. Let us exchange insights and complement each other's knowledge. Jine had initially intended to depart swiftly with Laiya and the others for urgent training, but seeing their hopeful, expectant gazes, he relented. Very well then. We'll remain on Earth a little longer. We hope we won't be too much of an inconvenience. Dr. Briefs. Nonsense. My home has ample space, accommodating a few guests is effortless. Upon hearing they'd stay on Earth for several days, Laiya leapt with unrestrained joy, so elated that she rushed straight to Jine and kissed him full on the lips right before everyone's eyes. Bardock and Jine seemed unfazed, but Broly burst out, Sister Laiya, how dare you kiss Brother Jine so boldly and openly? Look how many people are watching. Aren't you embarrassed? Laiya glanced around, realizing every eye was upon her, and instantly blushed scarlet. To ease the awkwardness, she vanished in a blur and reappeared before Broly. Leaning close, she growled, has it been too long since I taught you some manners? Are you itching for another lesson? Broly bolted for the door, only to find Laiya materialized behind him the instant his foot crossed the threshold. With a swift, powerful kick, she launched him headlong through the doorway. A sharp whoosh cut the air, then a thunderous boom. A perfect human-shaped imprint cracked across Dr. Brief's wall, and Broly had already punched clean through it. Bulma gasped, eyes wide with exhilaration. Sister Laiya is incredible. She sent that big brother flying in one kick. Laiya scooped Bulma into her arms and smiled. Would you like me to show you scenes like this every day, eh? Yes. Yes. Bulma clapped gleefully. Ahem, Jine interjected. Laiya, don't corrupt Bulma. She's still a child. Instilling such violent notions is most unwise. Children take words literally. How can you possibly kick Broly every day? Broly may not match you now, but what if he one day transforms into a Super Saiyan? Then you'll be outmatched, and don't expect me to rescue you. You know Broly's latent potential. Such a day is inevitable. I understand, Brother Jine, Laiya replied. I only wanted to make Bulma happy. Laiya set Bulma down, and Mrs. Briefs gently lifted her. Bulma, she said, Sister Laiya only meant to delight you. Don't take it literally. Bulma glanced at her mother, then said earnestly, I know, Mama. That big brother is actually quite nice. How could Sister Laiya kick him every day? That would just be bullying him. Jine chuckled. Well, little miss, looks like you've taken Broly's side. Dr. Rika, please begin your academic discussion with Dr. Briefs. We'll step out for a while. Understood, Your Majesty. Dr. Briefs, and I will delve into scholarly matters. Jine nodded silently. He called out, Broly, we're heading out. Coming. In a flash, Broly appeared before Jine. Where are you going, Brother Jine? I'm coming too. Good. I'll take you all to witness the dawn of legend. Legend? Who is it? Bardock, what do you think? You must have had a reason for bringing you here. Indeed, Your Majesty. After being struck by the illusion fist, I gained glimpses of the future, and this planet appeared in my visions. One day before Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, I placed my son Kakarot aboard a spacecraft, sending him to the world I'd foreseen. At the name Kakarot, Jine's expression lit with fervent emotion. You mean our son Kakarot is on this planet? She cried. Yes. Where? Let's go see him, right now. I can take you to Kakarot's current location, but you may only observe from afar. You must not reveal yourselves. When the appointed moment arrives, I will grant your reunion. Do you accept these terms? Bardock and Jain exchanged a quiet nod. All right, since you have agreed not to recognize your son, let me take you there. Everyone hold hands together, let's go. Geno activated his teleportation ability, and they arrived at the Bowsy Mountain on Earth. This is where Kakarot currently resides. Kakarot now has an Earth name, which is Sun Wukong. They reached a peak some distance from Bowsy Mountain and saw Sun Wukong training there. He was punching and kicking, although his techniques seemed flawed in their eyes. Every punch and kick was practiced with great seriousness. Bardock and Jain saw their son Kakarot and felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. If it weren't for the promise they made to their king Geno not to recognize their son, they might have rushed out to embrace him, telling him that he also has parents who love him. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will bring Kakarot to Planet Vegeta to meet you. How does that sound? Bardock and Jain bowed to Geno and said, Thank you, my king. It's not that I don't want you to recognize Kakarot. It's because I'm afraid that once he recognizes you, he will no longer be the Sun Wukong he is now. Kakarot has an Earth name now, which is Sun Wukong. Your appearance might change Kakarot's progress. Being on Earth is his best option. Bardock, what else do you dream about? I dreamt that my son Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza, saving a planet. This is the legend that belongs to Kakarot. Perhaps you think Kakarot's current strength is weak, but once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his cultivation talent will not be inferior to any of you. Kakarot has an inexplicable obsession with cultivation. How should I put it? Obsessed, yes, obsessed perfectly describes Kakarot. He is a martial arts fanatic. As long as he cultivates, he can go without food or drink, training continuously until he completes his training. Moreover, he is not afraid of strong opponents. Instead, he is excited, which makes him grow stronger step by step, eventually becoming one of the top experts in the universe. Laiya said, Geno, brother Kakarot is still young. How can you know what will happen to him in the future? Oh, I spoke too soon. Actually, I also possess a predictive ability similar to Bardock's. This is the result of my ability. So brother Geno can predict too. Phew, that was close, almost revealed too much. You all stay here, I will go and guide Kakarot's training. Hearing this, Bardock and Jain knelt on one knee before Geno and said, My king, we are truly grateful to you. We will never forget your great kindness and grace. Rest assured, from today onward, Bardock will be your weapon. Wherever you point, I will strike. Get up. No need for that. I also like Kakarot very much. I will guide him so he can overcome future difficulties. Even so, we still thank you for your guidance on Kakarot. Alright, I received your feelings, you may rise. I will go guide Kakarot now. Geno flashed to Kakarot's side. Kakarot had not yet noticed Geno's presence and was still practicing his punches and kicks with great focus. He was completely unfazed. Ahem, Geno cleared his throat. Kakarot snapped back to reality from his training, noticing the person in front of him, and showed a sense of vigilance. Ever since he transformed into a wild ape on the night of the full moon and accidentally killed his grandfather's son Gohan, he has been living alone. He often dealt with wild beasts. Had it not been for his own strength, he might have become food for them long ago. Thus, Kakarot is particularly sensitive to danger. Kakarot said to Geno, Who are you, and what are you doing at my Bowsy Mountain? The little guy is quite vigilant, Geno thought to himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Geno, here to guide you in your training. After I finish guiding you, you need to go to the Turtle Hermit to seek his mentorship. Then you can participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament where the best fighters from across the country gather, and you can showcase your skills there. So you are coming to guide me in training. That means you must be strong. How about we spar a bit? Kakarot said. In the distance, Laiya and the others were shocked to hear this. How bold to spar with Geno. As expected, Kakarot wants to spar with a formidable opponent. Bardock said, What is that kid doing? Sparring with the king. Isn't he looking for trouble? The king's strength is formidable now. This is akin to a louse on a monkey's head seeking a long life. No, I must go down and take a look lest this kid offend the king and provoke his anger. No need to go, brother Geno said. He would guide Kakarot, which means he knows Kakarot will challenge him. Look, brother Geno agreed. Everyone turned to follow Laiya's pointing finger. Geno said, Alright, I agree, but if you lose you must fulfill the 2 tasks I just mentioned. Alright, as long as you can spar with me I have no objections. Then let's go. Geno extended his hand, gesturing a welcoming pose toward Kakarot. Alright, watch this. Huh. Kakarot hurled a punch at Geno, who observed Kakarot's attack, and said the power of your attack is too weak and your intentions are too obvious. Geno easily dodged Kakarot's attack. Kakarot said, It seems you truly are a master. You dodged my attack so effortlessly. Kakarot's attack was easily evaded by Geno. Kakarot said, Don't get too pleased with yourself. Watch this move. Kakarot placed his palms on the ground and launched a kick toward Geno. Indeed, he is a martial artist with the strongest cultivation talent. Of course, this refers to the original work. With just a slight guidance, his attack style changed. Kakarot's kick was halted by Geno's single finger, which even numbed the soles of Kakarot's feet. Son Wukong, pay attention, let me show you something else. Geno extended his finger, and a light wave shot out from his fingertip, rapidly striking Kakarot's cheek. With a loud bang, Kakarot turned his head back and saw that the mountain behind him had been flattened. Kakarot stammered, is it really that powerful? Son Wukong, go and seek the turtle hermit as your master. He will teach you how to harness your chi. Just now I could flatten a mountain with a single beam of light. You can achieve that too in the future. Awesome. You're incredibly strong. Can I become a master like you in the future? Of course you can, Gai Nuo. Now I will teach you the understanding of chi. Today I will only give you a rough introduction to it, and from now on it will depend on your efforts. Alright, I will study hard today. Wukong said. Indeed, he is a martial arts enthusiast. When it comes to cultivation, and eagerness sparkles in Wukong's eyes, he longs to become powerful and to learn more techniques. Gai Nuo said, first close your eyes and feel the chi flowing within your body. Chi exists within you as long as you cultivate it, you just don't know how to develop it. Perceive yourself, feel the existence of chi, let it flow like the blood in your body and circulate throughout your being. The application of chi can strengthen your fighting capabilities, making battles more pure and allowing your body to be filled with chi. Following Gai Nuo's guidance, Wukong slowly begins to feel the chi within himself. Suddenly, with a loud bang, chi erupted around Wukong, and a whirring sound filled the air. The chi released by Wukong grew stronger, but abruptly, he could no longer maintain the output, and the chi dissipated, causing him to sit down on the ground. Oh, it's so difficult and so tiring. This is because you have just begun to sense the existence of chi, which is why you feel this way. The chi within your body will increase with cultivation, enabling sustained output during battles. This will require your own efforts in the future. I will strive to cultivate and become strong. Good, I look forward to that day when you are powerful. Alright, I must be going now. Son Wukong, keep it up. You're leaving already. I wanted to learn a few more moves from you. Wukong said. We will meet again in the future, then we can spar. Alright, it's settled then. Gai Nuo's body floated up, flying into the distance. At that moment, Wukong shouted, I still don't know your name. Gai Nuo's voice floated back, I am Gai Nuo. We will meet again in the future. Gai Nuo. I've remembered that name, but where is the turtle sage? How am I supposed to find him? Gai Nuo didn't provide me with a specific address. Forget it, I'll just ask while searching. Wukong returned to his small hut holding the 4-star Dragon Ball, left by his grandfather Wufan, and began his journey to find the turtle sage. Gai Nuo returned to Laiya and the others, watching as Wukong moved towards his goal. Gai Nuo, why don't you take Kakarot directly to that old man, the turtle sage? Why should Kakarot trek through mountains and rivers to find the turtle sage? Gai Nuo said this is a trial of willpower, and it allows Kakarot to experience things and people outside of his own home, Bowsy Mountain. He needs to grow. Bardock said that's true, the king's approach is correct. Kakarot needs to be tempered and to grow. Jin's maternal instincts were fully displayed at this moment, but he is so young and has to endure such hardships. My son truly suffers. Jin, what are you saying? Our son is afraid of such difficulties. If he cannot overcome even this, then is he still my son Bardock? Alright, indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog's son. Bardock, your son's future achievements will surely astonish you, Gai Nuo said. Of course I mean your younger son, not your elder son Raditz. I know that Raditz just follows Vegeta every day, he truly lacks ambition. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while. Raditz and Prince Vegeta should be back from their mission to Planet Vegeta by now, right? When Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Prince Vegeta should have already been informed. They probably don't know we have escaped. It's fine, I'll let them train outside for a while. When our Scion planet becomes strong, we will bring your elder son back. Alright, my king. Bardock said. Now, Broly, didn't you want to meet the Chi Master on Earth? I'll take you to him right now. Everyone put your hands on my shoulders. We are heading to meet the Chi Master. Good, I've wanted to meet the Chi Master that Gai Nuo mentioned for a long time. You will be astonished. Gai Nuo activated his instant transmission, and they arrived above the Turtle Sage's small island. Laiya said this old guy really knows how to enjoy life, living alone on such a spacious island, feeling the sea breeze and basking in the sun. How wonderful. Don't be misled by the lazy demeanor of Master Wu Tian. The reason he became the martial arts master on Earth is due to his diligent practice. All renowned figures have substantial abilities behind their fame, Gai Nuo said. I see this old guy hasn't really trained much day to day. This is merely the surface. When they appeared above the Turtle Sage's island, the Turtle Sage sensed several powerful auras approaching his island. At that moment, the Turtle Sage came out of his house and called to Gai Nuo and the others in the air. Welcome, since you have come from afar, please come down and meet me. Gai Nuo and the others landed before the Turtle Sage, and Gai Nuo said, Master Wu Tian, I am Gai Nuo. It's been years, don't you recognize me? Gai Nuo, why does that sound so familiar? The turtle sage looked at Gai Nuo when Laiya's voice rang out saying, "Old man, it's been years since we last met. You really are forgetful. Could it be that you have truly grown old and your memory has deteriorated? Oh, your voice reminded me of you all, Gai Nuo. And you are Laiya, right? Looks like the old man hasn't reached the point of amnesia yet. I was wondering why I felt two familiar auras that turns out to be you two little ones. What brings you to Earth this time? With your talents, I doubt you need to come learn about chi usage anymore, right?" Gai Nuo said, "We came to find a scientist on Earth. We have matters to discuss with him. By the way, Master Wutian, it's been years since we last met. Your combat power has improved. Have you been secretly practicing martial arts?" "I'm just casually moving my muscles and bones. Master Wutian, I found a disciple for you. He will come to find you soon, so please take him under your wing and teach him martial arts diligently. Rest assured his talent for martial arts is exceptionally strong, and you will surely be pleased with this disciple." At this moment, Bardock and Jine stepped forward, bowing to Master Wutian, saying, "We entrust our son to you for guidance, Master Wutian. You are his parents. Oh, why don't you teach him yourselves? Your combat power is far superior to mine." Bardock and Jine glanced at Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo said, "We Scions value violence and are passionate about battle. We have no experience in teaching and nurturing. The children we raise are often quite violent. So, Master Wutian, you are a highly respected master, and it is best for you to teach Ryukong. Since that is the case, rest assured, I will teach him martial arts and virtue well." In fact, Gai Nuo still has his own selfish motives. He does not want to interfere too much in the events of the Dragon Ball world, as it could cause some trouble. If his arrival disrupts the happenings in the Dragon Ball universe, he would have to bear certain consequences. Therefore, allowing Master Wutian to take Ryukong as a disciple is merely to set the Dragon Ball events on the right developmental path. Broly said, "Brother Gai Nuo, is this the so-called master of chi you mentioned? I don't think he's all that impressive. His battle power seems to be only a few hundred." Broly remarked disrespectfully, "If it's just a matter of physical sparring with Master Wutian, I bet Master Wutian will win. Alright, then I shall experience Master Wutian's martial arts. I wonder if Master Wutian is willing to teach me." Gai Nuo said, "Master Wutian have a match with this kid. Let him know that his combat skills are not as strong as he imagines." "Fine. If it's just a physical sparring match, I'm not afraid. Apart from you and Laiya, I fear no one else. Then you all come at once and let Master Wutian properly guide you, so that you won't be all talk and no skill day by day. Remember, it's only a sparring match with physical skills, no using chi." Broly, Bardock, and Jine nodded. Gai Nuo and Laiya stepped aside to give them room for their match. The match officially began. Broly was the first to launch an attack. He swiftly moved behind Master Wutian and threw a punch, but Master Wutian didn't even turn his head. He performed a backflip to evade Broly's attack. As Master Wutian landed, Bardock and Jine followed up with punches and kicks aimed at him. Observing their attacks, Master Wutian extended his hands from behind his back. He used his left palm to block Bardock's strike, while his right hand flicked, redirecting Jine's kick straight towards Bardock. Seeing the incoming kick, Bardock quickly retracted his fist to block his wife's foot with his arm. Jine's foot struck Bardock's arm. With a loud thud, Bardock was sent flying by his wife's kick. Gai Nuo watched Master Wutian's move from the side, marveling at its brilliance. Master Wutian used Jine's attack to send Bardock flying, while Jine's body lingered in the air due to inertia. Master Wutian executed a Tai Chi move, grasping Jine's ankle and forcefully flipping her towards the direction Bardock had been kicked away. With one move dealing with both of them, Broly felt the pressure on his side suddenly increase. Indeed, old people are more formidable. Looking at this frail old man, he never expected his combat skills to be so refined. Master Wutian looked at Broly's expression and said, "Kid, your power is great, but your combat skills need improvement. You still need to work hard. Old man, don't be too complacent. The victor hasn't been determined yet. How can you be sure I will lose? Watch this." As he threw a punch, Master Wutian observed Broly's fist. His body shifted, and he appeared in front of Broly, quickly grabbing his arm and executing a shoulder throw, sending Broly crashing to the ground. After a while, Bardock, Jine, and Broly approached Master Wutian and said, "Master Wutian, we have learned a lot." Gai Nuo approached them and said, "After returning, you all need to refine your combat skills. I believe you must have gained something from this spar." At this moment, a communication device from Bulma rang. Bulma said, "Some bad guys have come to their house. Gai Nuo, you all need to hurry back. Quick, let's go back. Dr. Brisfu and the others are in trouble. Master Wutian, goodbye. We will visit you when we have time." Broly and the others placed their hands on Gai Nuo's shoulder, and Gai Nuo activated instant transmission, leaving the place. Looking at the disappearing Gai Nuo and others, Master Roshi said, "Indeed, this kid has become even more unfathomable." Gai Nuo and the others appeared in Dr. Brisfu's house, seeing Brisfu and the others being held hostage by a monster with a leopard's body and a human face. The monster said, "Hurry up and hand over your research results. My patience has its limits." Gai Nuo spoke, "Take your filthy hands off them, or I will cut them off later." The leopard-faced monster turned his head and saw Gai Nuo and the others saying you are the one who killed my brother Black Tiger, aren't you? Black Tiger, that ugly monster with a tiger's body and human face, right? Yes, it was I who killed him. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Black Panther. How do you know my name? The person who modified you must be a low intelligence guy. A tiger's body is called Black Tiger, so you must be Black Panther. How about this? I will give you a chance to live, let them go, then take me to find your master, and I won't kill you. What a joke. Do you think just because you killed Black Tiger you can kill me? Let me tell you, I can take down a tank division. Oh, you are so powerful. Then I want to see just how strong you are. Gai Nuo flashed in front of Black Panther and kicked out, sending Black Panther flying like a cannonball into Dr. Brisfus' yard. Bang, the courtyard wall collapsed. Black Panther spat blood. Gai Nuo landed in front of Black Panther and said, not bad being able to take my kick, you can be proud. Or you can just die. With a punch, Black Panther's body was directly blasted apart by Gai Nuo, blood splattering into the air. Sigh, I wonder where that guy Willow is hiding. This won't do, I need to find out his hiding place. At that moment a voice came, Brother Gai Nuo, Dr. Willow is in the Mataroki Mountains. This was his old laboratory, but his research was not recognized by the country, so it has been abandoned for many years. I suspect they are hiding there. Mataroki Mountains, the southern mountains of Earth. You all stay here for now, I will be back shortly. In the blink of an eye, Gai Nuo arrived at the Mataroki Mountains. He looked at the mountain, and then saw a cave. Gai Nuo flew towards the cave. Inside the cave there was a figure made entirely of metal with a head on top of the metallic shell. This was Dr. Willow, Earth's top brain expert, who transformed himself into a mechanical monster for the sake of his research. He said, what is Black Panther doing? Why hasn't he returned yet? He won't be coming back, Gai Nuo's voice echoed. Who are you and how do you know this place? Who I am is not important, what matters is that you are about to die, Gai Nuo replied. Haha, I will die. Let me tell you, my body is made of ultra-titanium alloy. Even cannon fire cannot penetrate my body. Is that so? Then I shall test it. Saying this, Gai Nuo launched an energy ball towards Dr. Willow, and in the brilliance Willow was vaporized by the extremely high temperature. Not even a single cry for help. Gai Nuo flew out of Dr. Willow's cave and threw an energy ball into the cave. With a bang, the cave was directly destroyed, flattening the Mataroki Mountains. Now isn't this perfect? It eliminates future troubles. Gai Nuo eliminated the hidden threat posed by Dr. Willow, finally, putting his mind at ease. Now he could return to Dr. Brisfu and assure him that he need not worry anymore, for Dr. Willow would no longer disturb him and his family. Gai Nuo activated his instant teleportation and arrived directly at Dr. Brisfu's home. The moment Gai Nuo appeared, little Bulma spotted him and joyfully exclaimed, Brother Gai Nuo, you're back. She quickly flew towards him. Fearing that Bulma might fall due to her haste, Gai Nuo swiftly positioned himself in front of her and lifted her up, asking, why are you running so fast? Be careful not to fall. I know Brother Gai Nuo wouldn't let me fall, Bulma replied. What a clever little girl. Gai Nuo pointed at little Bulma. Dr. Brisfu approached Gai Nuo and remarked, Gai Nuo, it seems you have resolved the situation. Dr. Brisfu, Dr. Willow will no longer disturb you and your family. Forever, Gai Nuo assured Dr. Brisfu. Dr. Brisfu sighed and said, in truth, Dr. Willow was also a great scientist, it was just that he was too extreme, thinking to transfer the powers of animals to humans. But how can there ever be balance between two species? With different chromosomes, combining them would only result in stillbirth. There was no other choice, he chose this path, and must pay for his actions. Well, Dr. Brisfu, let's not talk about him anymore. How is the production of my treatment device going? Dr. Brisfu replied, the treatment device has already entered production in the last few days. I believe that soon the thousands of devices you requested will be fully produced. Oh, that's going smoothly. That's great, now I can rest easy. By the way, where is Dr. Laiya? I haven't seen him around. Bardock said, Your Majesty, Dr. Laiya is studying Dr. Brisfus' capsule. He said he would master this technology as soon as possible so that we Scions could use this capsule. Your Majesty, I must say I've seen this capsule in the past few days, and it's truly amazing. It can transform into a house for humans, complete with all the necessary toiletries. It can also be used to carry various items, making it incredibly convenient. Dr. Brisfu is indeed a genius. Bardock praised Dr. Brisfu so much that he became quite bashful. Dr. Brisfu said, Mr. Bardock, you flatter me. I'm not as exceptional as you claim. Oh, I merely apply my academic knowledge to life to make things convenient for people. Dr. Brisfu is too modest. I feel that your capsule technology shouldn't be limited to just Earth. I believe it can be utilized throughout the universe. Gai Nuo remarked, really? My capsule technology can circulate throughout the universe. Of course. However, you cannot travel to space, and the universe is far too dangerous. If your capsule technology falls into the hands of those space pirates, Earth will face great trouble. That is indeed a problem. Although my capsule technology is good, the inability to promote it universally is somewhat regrettable, Dr. Brisfu admitted. At this moment, little Bulma in Genos' arms said, Daddy, why don't you let Brother Gai Nuo promote your capsule? and promote the capsule technology in the universe under Brother Geno's name. Brother Geno has powerful military backing. I believe the capsule technology can quickly be implemented throughout the universe. But you must give Brother Geno a share of the profits. For promoting the capsule technology and providing military support, it's only fair that Geno holds a certain percentage of the shares. How did this conversation suddenly turn to me? I don't have time to promote your capsule technology, Geno thought to himself. Just as Geno was about to refuse, Laiya said, I think it's feasible. If Dr. Brisfa's capsule technology is to be promoted in the universe, it must have powerful military backing. Fortunately, we Scions are fond of battle and can provide that support. Upon hearing this, Geno suddenly had an idea. That's right. The Scions from Planet Saiyan could promote the capsule technology in space. It would both train them and give the battle-hungry Scions a chance to fight to their heart's content. So how much of a share do you want? Dr. Brisfu asked. Laiya was about to suggest half, but Geno interjected. Dr. Brisfu, this capsule technology is your invention and you hold the core technology. Therefore, you should have 60 of the shares and we can take 40. You want 40 of the shares? That seems too unfair to you. You will be promoting the capsule technology in the dangerous universe and need military support, and shouldn't you take the larger share? Dr. Brisfu, this is our first collaboration, and of course we should show some sincerity. I believe our collaborations will increase in the future. In the future, whoever holds the core technology will hold the larger share. If we ever hold the core technology, then the larger share will be ours. Dr. Brisfu, please don't feel sorry then. Alright, since you put it that way, let's do it this way. The next collaboration will depend on who controls the core technology. If it's you, then, without question, you'll take the larger share. Oh, isn't that just right? Then this time, Dr. Brisfu, you will hold 60 of the shares, and we will take 40 as enough. Bardock, go inform Laiya that he doesn't need to be holed up studying the capsule anymore. Dr. Brisfu has already collaborated with us. We can take our time to study it later, so let him stop his research now. I have decided that today marks the first collaboration between our Planet Saiyan and Dr. Brisfu. To celebrate our successful partnership, everyone can enjoy themselves tonight. We will drink and be merry. Upon hearing this, everyone led by Geno joyfully jumped up shouting, Long live the king. Then I shall have my wife prepare some celebratory food and drinks. Dr. Brisfu said, Wait a moment, Dr. Brisfu. Let Jain and Laiya join you. Let them help out. All right, let them come with me. Laiya and Jain followed Dr. Brisfu. Geno set down little Bulma and said, Bulma, go play for a while. I need to talk to these uncles and brothers about some matters. Bulma nodded and ran towards the yard. Your Majesty, do you have something to say? Bardock asked. Yes, I intentionally dismissed Laiya and Jain to discuss something with you. Once we return to Planet Saiyan, you two will be sent on a special mission. One will go to locate Frieza's lair, and I need to know the exact location. The other will seek out the Galactic Patrol. Do both of you remember? Bardock and Broly replied, Yes, we remember. By nightfall, everyone indulged in a feast, and the Brisfu family finally witnessed the immense appetite of the Scions as most of the food on the table vanished into the bellies of these Scions. Among them, the most formidable was our new Scion King Gai Nuo. During this time, they even held a contest. Bardock was the first to challenge Gai Nuo. Bardock declared, King, I challenge you. Hearing this, Jain exclaimed, Bardock, what nonsense are you talking about here? You dare challenge the king? Bardock replied, Mind your own business. Today, I must defeat the king. Gai Nuo immediately became interested, realizing that Bardock would not seek him out for a friendly spar. That would be pure self-torture. What exactly do you wish to challenge me on? Gai Nuo asked with a slight smirk. I challenge you to an eating contest to see who can eat more. What do you say, King? Will you accept my challenge? Bardock proposed. So it's a challenge to an eating contest. I thought we were going to spar. Bardock wasn't foolish. He knew this challenge was foolishness. Why would he challenge him in such a strong aspect? Gai Nuo's combat prowess was formidable. Could he really be just as strong at eating? Bardock knew he was no match for Gai Nuo. Scions could eat a lot, but Gai Nuo was just a teenager and his appetite couldn't compare to those grown Scions. However, Gai Nuo was an anomaly. Ever since he merged with the bloodline of ancient Scions, he found that his appetite increased daily. Bardock, not fully understanding the situation, easily challenged him. Fine, let him be convinced. All right, I accept your challenge. Come on, Bardock, let us see who can eat more. At this moment, Broly joined in saying, I also want to challenge Brother Gai Nuo to an eating contest. My combat power isn't as strong as Brother Gai Nuo's, but I don't believe he can eat that much either. All right, I'll accept both of your challenges. Let's have a good contest. Laiya said, Jain, and I will be the judges. No cheating allowed. Mrs. Brisfu, could you please bring out another table full of food? No problem. I also want to see just how much the Scions can eat. Bring in another table of food. At Mrs. Brisfu's command, all the maids brought out an array of delicious dishes, placing them on a long table 6 meters long and 4 meters wide. Food is ready. Are you three prepared? Laiya asked. Ready. The three answered in unison. All right, on your marks, get set, go. As soon as the command was given by Laiya, the three dove into the food with reckless abandon, devouring the dishes on the table. The Brisfu family watched Gai Nuo and the others eat in shock, jaws dropped. Mrs. Brisfu turned to Dr. Brisfu and said, "Dear, they can eat so much. Their speed is simply astonishing." Little Bulma's wide eyes were fixed on Gai Nuo and the others exclaiming, "They're incredible. This isn't eating, but it's like they're just swallowing everything whole. I don't understand how their throats can be so large. Look, Mom and Dad, that brother named Broly is devouring a roasted pig at such a fast pace. Look, that huge roasted pig is almost gone. It's unbelievable. What kind of race are these Scions?" Mrs. Brisfu remarked, "The Scions we've encountered are incredibly righteous, fiercely opposing evil. I wonder what other Scions are like." The contest lasted nearly 2 hours and Gai Nuo completely outmatched Bardock and Broly. Bardock and Broly, now holding their swollen bellies, said, "The king is simply too formidable. Our stomachs have swelled while the king seems unaffected at all. It seems the king cannot be judged by ordinary standards." After the revelry, everyone drifted into a peaceful slumber. A few days later, Gai Nuo's thousands of healing devices were finally completed. He packed them into capsules and put them away. Dr. Brisfu, thank you for your hospitality over the past few days. We had a wonderful time on Earth. As long as you're happy. Gai Nuo, are you heading back now? Yes, we've spent a few days on Earth, and I wonder how the Scions on planet Vegeta are progressing. Dr. Brisfu, we must take our leave. Alright, I won't see you off. I hope you will come to Earth again. Yes, I will visit Earth whenever I have the time. Goodbye. Dr. Brisfu, Mrs. Brisfu, and Little Bulma. At this moment, Little Bulma was crying her eyes out. Laiya approached her and said, "Little Bulma, don't cry. We're not gone for good. We must return to our planet to train. Without training, how can we maintain military support for the promotion of capsule technology? Don't you agree, Little Bulma?" Alright, then make sure to come back and play with me when you have the time. Yes, we will. By the way, Dr. Brisfu, I might need to go into seclusion for training after returning, so the promotion of your capsule technology might be delayed for a year. Without strong military support, how can we promote capsule technology? You should focus on training first. Once you Scions are strong enough, it won't be too late to promote capsule technology. Sharpening the knife does not delay chopping wood. I understand that logic. Alright, we will be going now. Everyone place your hands on my shoulders. We are heading back to Scion. In an instant, the teleportation was activated and Gai Nuo and the others returned to planet Vegeta. Finally back, Bardock called for all Scions. "I want to see how everyone's training has progressed while we were away." "Yes, King, I will gather everyone here right away." Laiya, invent a summoning device. It's too troublesome to notify everyone manually every time. With this summoning device, we can directly notify everyone of important matters. Yes, King, I will immediately go invent this summoning device. Laiya went straight to his laboratory. This trip to Earth had been very beneficial for him, and he wanted to digest what he had learned. After a while, all the Scions gathered beneath the royal city. Gai Nuo observed that all the Scions had significantly improved their combat power over the past few days. From now on, you will train for a year. You can continuously break your own limits. If anyone gets injured, they can enter the healing device to recover their bodies. Then on the second day, you will continue training as usual. You must complete all the training I require. In 1 year, I will transform you into a formidable Scion army. Geno had already made plans in his heart. He aimed to transform the battle power of all Scions within a year to forge a powerful Scion army, and then disperse all Scions to carry out respective missions, changing the universe's perception of them. Laiya, take out all the capsules. Everyone on planet Scion needs to have a healing device. I want them to continuously surpass themselves and unleash the potential of the Scions. Laiya distributed all the healing devices to everyone, one for each. All the Scions looked at the capsules in their hands with confusion, wondering how such a small thing could have healing capabilities. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Bardock stepped forward and said, "Everyone watch closely how I do this." Bardock tossed the capsule to the ground, and with a pop, the healing device emerged from within. Who would have thought that such a small capsule could hold such a large healing device? This is the convenience brought by scientific technology. Therefore, our planet Scion must not only possess strong military power, but also the presence of scientific technology. The scientific technology of the Zypher people is the most advanced, which is why I allowed Scions and Zypher people to live together. Geno said, "Without further ado, all Scions return to your training. Adjust the gravity chamber's pressure to suit your current heavy load. In a year, I want you to adapt to a weight of 500 times your normal gravity. Each person's training must exceed 10 hours daily, and after training, they should quickly enter the healing device to ensure that the next day's training isn't delayed by the overtraining of the previous day." Did all the Scions understand my requirements? Yes, we understood, King. Good, now everyone go train. I believe that this training will yield the results everyone desires. As everyone returned to train, only Laiya, Bardock, Broly, Boom, and Tasha remained by Geno's side. Hey, why haven't we seen Shrag? Oh, Shrag is unknown. Oh, ever since he came to Planet Scion, he has been training furiously. Except for eating and sleeping, all his energy has been devoted to cultivation. In the days you were out, he mostly stayed in the training room guiding the Scions in their cultivation boom set. Have we stimulated him? Gino said that old guy's intentions must be complex. Otherwise, why would he train like a madman? Laiya remarked. Let's go see Shrag's current training status. They arrived at Shrag's training room where he was training. The pressure in his training room was set to an unknown multiple and sweat was constantly dripping from his forehead. This guy is really insane. Gino, look, his pressure is set to 200 times. That's quite a lot, almost rivaling ours. Gino looked in the direction Laiya pointed, confirming that the pressure in the training room was indeed 200 times. Was Shrag really pushing himself to such extremes? In fact, the bodies of Namekians differ from those of Scions. Scions can continuously break through limits through pressure, while Namekians do not yet possess such physical qualities. Their arms can regenerate if broken, but Scions cannot. Thus, each race has its own advantages. The advantage of Namekians is regeneration, while Scion's advantage lies in continuous breakthroughs. However, such training could indeed enhance Shrag's battle power. Alright, everyone has seen it. He is putting in so much effort. What reason do we have to slack off? All of you return to your training rooms and train hard. Dad, Mom, here are these for you. Gino took out 2 spirit fruits and handed them to Boom and Tasha. Gino said, what is this fruit? It looks unremarkable. Laiya quickly replied, Dad and Mom, these 2 fruits are called spirit fruits. Eating them can enhance your battle power and your mental strength will become more solid. I didn't expect such a fruit to have such effects. Alright, we will accept them. We still need to train. Let's go, Boom. We haven't completed the task assigned by the king yet. Yes, King, then we will return to training. Dad, Mom, you don't need to call me King. I'm just their king, not yours. You are my parents. It's precisely because we are your parents that we must keep striving. We don't want others to say that Boom and Tasha owe their current status to their son. We want to earn what we desire through our own efforts. Fine. Then do as you wish. Boom and Tasha walked into their training room. Bardock and Broly also went to carry out the tasks assigned by Gino. Laiya said, Gino, since everyone is training so diligently, I cannot fall behind either. I will go train now. I know you already have your plans, so I won't disturb you. Goodbye, I'm going to train now. Alright, you go train. I will also train, Gino replied. Laiya went to train and Gino activated instant transmission to an unnamed planet where he unleashed the mystic gravity technique, causing the ground beneath him to crack. What Laiya didn't know was that Gino could now withstand pressure beyond that of the gravity chamber on planet Scion. Thus, he came to this unnamed planet to adapt to the 500 times pressure. Indeed, the 500 times pressure was immense. Although Gino was in a normal state, his physique had surpassed that of everyone. In his view, he should be able to withstand 500 times pressure. It seems he had underestimated the situation. The 500 times pressure was indeed too much for him to bear. He then adjusted the pressure to 400 times, which made it somewhat easier for him. Gino's footsteps moved slowly, leaving deep footprints in his wake. It seems that even 400 times pressure is not easy. However, Gino would not lower his standards for himself. He would start training at 400 times pressure. Everyone is making an effort, and as their king, he certainly could not lag behind. On the unnamed planet, sand and stones flew everywhere, presenting a desolate scene. Yet amidst this scenery was a vibrant sight, much like a rainbow at the horizon, colorful and beautiful. This unique sight was Gino diligently training. Gino's footsteps continued to move, and the footprints on the ground still remained. He was gradually adapting to the 400 times gravity, and as a day quietly passed, Gino finally acclimated to the immense pressure. At this moment, Gino could do push-ups while upside down. His punches and kicks struck out, the sound of his fists cutting through the air echoed. His figure flickered in the air, the 400 times pressure still surrounded him, yet Gino seemed to be strolling on this nameless star, jumping and flashing, his training shadows scattered everywhere. At first you saw him swinging his fists on the ground, but before you knew it, he was already in midair. With swift movements, his feet kicked out rapidly, followed closely by his fists. Gino suddenly exhaled, and an energy ball shot from his hand. The energy wave flew forward quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Gino's figure appeared before the energy wave, extending his palm to block the impact. Gino's veins bulged as he summoned the strength within his body to resist the impact of the energy wave. His feet slowly slid back on the ground, leaving deep imprints on the surface. In the end, the energy wave disappeared within Gino's palm. Feeling that the impact had ceased, he directly absorbed the energy from the wave. Phew, that was a bit exhausting, Under the influence of the overwhelming pressure, the power of the energy wave Gino released exceeded that of any he had previously fired. Unexpectedly, under the gravity technique, the strength of his shockwave had more than doubled. Well, since that's the case, I'll unleash a flurry of stars. Watch me out. Gino continuously launched energy bombs towards the sky. Watching the floating energy bombs, he leaped into the air, swiftly maneuvering his fists and feet. In an instant, every energy bomb suspended in the air was obliterated by his strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with energy bombs, all of which Geno smashed apart with brute force. If Laiya were here, she would surely say, "Geno, you are simply too violent, but I love it." Then her eyes sparkled with stars as she gazed at Geno. After eliminating all the energy bombs he launched, Geno brushed the dust off himself and said, "I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. A whole day has gone by, or it seems I need to head back. Otherwise, some naughty ones will not practice properly. I still need to deal with them myself." Once the gravity technique was removed, Geno felt himself becoming weightless. This was the sensation of zero gravity. If you stay in a high-gravity environment for a long time, and then suddenly the gravity disappears, you will experience the feeling of weightlessness. Let me walk for a bit to adapt, then I'll head back. Otherwise, if I return and can't even walk properly, how embarrassing would that be? A quarter of an hour later, Geno was already able to walk normally. He activated his instant teleportation and arrived at Planet Saiyan. By this time, it was already night on Planet Saiyan, and most people had fallen into slumber. However, some Scion's training rooms still had lights on, indicating they had not rested. Geno entered one of these training rooms and saw a young Scion around 12 or 13 years old, not very muscular, but with distinctly defined features. Although Geno was also a young Scion, he was the king of the Scions, which made the situation different. Geno walked into his training room, turned off the pressure, approached him, and asked, "Why are you still here at this late hour? Why haven't you gone back to rest? What are you still training for?" The young Scion, seeing that it was their king, stammered, "Why, your majesty, I am just a low-level warrior. I have no talent in martial arts, but I truly love martial arts. Even though my progress is slow every day, as long as I keep training, I believe that one day I will become strong like you." Geno replied, "You haven't seen me fight. How do you know I'm strong? Your majesty, don't you remember? All of us Scions underwent 6 months of hellish training. Once you fought simultaneously against Bardock and Broly and defeated them both with a single move. Since that time, I knew you were the strongest Scion. Although Lady Laiya has already transformed into a Super Saiyan, in my eyes, you are still the strongest. That's why I am training so hard to become strong like you one day." Geno thought to himself, "It seems this kid has quite an eye and a lot of perseverance. Then let me help this kid a bit." Geno flipped his palm, and a spiritual fruit appeared before him. He said, "This fruit is a reward for you. I hope it can make you even stronger." Upon receiving a reward from the king, the young Scion was so excited that he could hardly speak, muttering, "Thank you. Thank you for the king's reward. Your majesty, you can rest assured. Although I don't have the talent of those elite warriors, I have the heart to grow stronger. I will definitely succeed. I believe in you. What's your name?" "Your majesty, my name is Laiya." "Laiya, I will remember that. I will head back first then. You should train for a bit longer before returning to rest. The way of literature and martial arts requires both relaxation and diligence. If you don't rest, your body will still need to recuperate. Otherwise, you won't be able to guarantee your training tomorrow, and no matter how hard you work, it will be in vain. It's like building a house. If you only focus on the surface and neglect the foundation, even if you construct a tall building, it will just be a house of cards. With a gust of wind, such a house will collapse. I don't want my legion to be such an impractical facade possessing power, but having the actual combat capability of a mere chick. Such individuals are unnecessary in my legion, so do you understand? The body is fundamental. Laiya, train a bit longer, then hurry into the recovery device. Otherwise, you might fall behind in tomorrow's training." "I understand, your majesty. I will follow your command. After I finish this last round of training, I will stop and use the recovery device to restore my body before heading straight to sleep." "All right, then I will head back first," Geno said. Laiya bowed and said, "Farewell, your majesty." Geno left, and Laiya looked at the spiritual fruit in his hand, savoring it slowly. Before long, the spiritual fruit was completely consumed. He felt as though his combat power had increased, and his mental strength had also strengthened. "All right, one last round of training, then rest," Laiya said. "I never expected that this Laiya, just like Kakarot, though a low-level warrior, possesses an incredibly resilient will. It seems I should pay more attention to this warrior in the future," Geno said. Laiya's repeated training refined his movements, and then he entered the healing device to restore his fatigued body. Geno returned to his castle, sitting cross-legged with his legs folded. He aimed to cultivate his mental strength. Although he couldn't use his mental power for extended periods, occasional practice could solidify it. As he released his mental power, he manipulated the spatial energy. A cup on the table before him began to float under his influence. The cup slowly floated towards him. He reached out to grasp it, observing the water inside. It took the shape of the cup, just as water in a teapot would conform to its vessel. However, the power of water is exceedingly formidable. When water accumulates enough might, that massive force can obliterate everything. Could my mental power be trained in a similar manner? Although my current mental strength isn't very robust, if I gather it gradually like a drop of water, it will eventually become a tremendous force. Moreover, water is also omnipresent. A slight gap allows water to seep into the core areas. My mental power can be like water. As long as I can achieve precise control, it will become my secret weapon. Without hesitation, Geno released the cup from his hand, using his mental power to control it, causing it to spin in the air, rising and falling, moving left and right. Then he focused intently, compressing the spatial energy around the cup. Suddenly, with a crack, the cup shattered, and Geno used spatial energy to transfer the shards into the trash bin. Just as he intended to manipulate spatial energy again, he noticed his mental power beginning to dwindle. It seemed his reserves were running low, so he quickly retrieved a mental fruit to replenish his mental energy. With his mental energy restored, Geno again drew the spatial energy towards himself, eager to gauge the current potency of his control over it. The spatial energy surged towards him while his mental power continued to drain. Each time he fell short, he would take out a mental fruit to replenish his diminishing reserves, feeling the pressure of the spatial energy intensifying, sensing the surrounding space compressing. He measured the pressure of the spatial energy with his body, but after a while it shattered as Geno's mental power could no longer control it. Geno sat down heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gasped for breath, saying, manipulating spatial energy with mental power is indeed no easy task. In less than half an hour, both my stamina and mental strength could not support my control over spatial energy. It seems the road ahead is still long and arduous. This matter must be approached gradually. Geno took out another mental fruit, biting into it, and looked down at the fruit in his hand, saying, it appears I need to resolve an important issue. That is, I need more mental fruits. Otherwise, I won't be able to replenish my mental power and thus can't control spatial energy. I need to come up with a solution for this issue. Geno pondered, suddenly recalling that Frieza controls numerous planets. On every planet he rules, the natives typically do not survive. If I were to take control of all the planets in Frieza's possession, I could have an endless supply of mental fruits, which would allow me to train my mental strength freely and manipulate spatial energy at will. I sent Bardock to locate Frieza's hideout, hoping he would bring back good news. A month later, Bardock returned, and he did not disappoint, having found Frieza's base. 2 months later, Broly also returned to planet Scion. He had heard news about the Galactic Patrol, which was in the North Galaxy. What a coincidence! The Galactic Patrol is in the North Galaxy and Frieza is also in the North Galaxy. It seems all spacecraft have gathered in one place. Perfect. I can handle both of these matters together. Bardock, Broly, for the next few months you two should train hard. When our training year is over, we will immediately head to the North Galaxy to find Frieza. All right, Bardock and Broly replied in unison. Now we just need to wait for the training period to end, so I can obtain the cell reagent and then launch an attack on Frieza's army. Frieza, clean your neck and wait for me. I will come for you. At that moment, on a distant planet in the North Galaxy, Frieza, sitting in his pod, inexplicably sneezed. Achoo! Frieza rubbed his nose. What's going on? I've been sneezing a lot lately. Beside him, Dodoria said, my lord, it seems your reputation is so great that it has spread beyond the galaxy, and people keep mentioning your name. Ho, Dodoria, you still have a way with words. My lord, I'm merely speaking the truth, Dodoria replied. By the way, have we found that gem under our command? Frieza asked. No, my lord. It seems this person has vanished into thin air. No, Dodoria, he hasn't disappeared. He has been taken out. Taken out? That's impossible. Who in the universe doesn't know your name, my lord Frieza? Even if Jim encountered a master with your name, who wouldn't give you some face? Dodoria stated. Who knows? Dodoria, issue a decree. Whoever finds Jim will be rewarded with a planet. I want to see who dares to harm someone under my command. Meanwhile, on planet Scion, all Scions were engaged in battle, sometimes unknown, sometimes one against several. The intense training propelled their strength to new heights. Time passed, and during this year, Geno tirelessly moved between the Nameless Star and planet Scion. In addition to observing the training conditions on planet Scion, he also continuously practiced himself. Over the year, Geno's gravitational pressure could reach 1,000 times. At this moment, the Nameless Star was riddled with pits, and this 1,000 times gravitational pressure left deep imprints on the planet. Geno said, the year has finally come to an end. It's time for us Scions to emerge from our seclusion. During this year, I witnessed everyone on the Scion planet continuously growing and evolving, which brought me great comfort. Now my strength has also progressed over the past year, but it seems my foundational combat power hasn't increased much. I've only gained a mere several 100,000 in battle power. This shouldn't be the case, right? Shouldn't the 1,000-fold pressure have brought about a qualitative enhancement in my combat power? What could be the reason for this? At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in Genis' mind, detecting the host's confusion, and the system automatically awakened to answer the host's questions. Isn't it just like someone bringing a pillow when you want to sleep? This system is truly helpful. System, why has my foundational combat powers increase seemed to slow down since I transformed into the first stage of the ancient Super Saiyan? System, this is due to the special nature of the ancient Saiyan bloodline. The foundational combat power of ancient Saions grows the fastest in the early stages. Now that the host has just completed the first stage of transformation, an increase of several 100,000 in foundational combat power over a year is already quite rapid. Once the host transforms into the fourth stage of the ancient Super Saiyan, the foundational combat power must reach that of a god of destruction. Only when the foundational combat power reaches that level can the host transform into the fifth stage of the ancient Super Saiyan, at which point the host will be able to contend with the most powerful angels. System, are you joking? The foundational combat power required for the transformation to the fifth stage after the fourth stage of the ancient Super Saiyan must reach the strength of a god of destruction. How can I possibly achieve such heights? System, please don't be disheartened, host. Although it is challenging, you do possess the skill of energy absorption, don't you? This is tailored for the host. You can absorb energy from others to supplement your foundational combat power. Although this may seem like cheating, there is no other way, as the ancient Saiyan bloodline is far too powerful. Without a strong foundational combat power, the host cannot transform into an ancient Super Saiyan. Even though the host can absorb energy from others, the host must also diligently cultivate, for one must bear the weight if they wish to wear the crown. Simply absorbing energy from others is futile if the host's body cannot withstand it. So based on what you've said, my foundational combat powers increase is actually quite rapid, right? System, the host's questions have been resolved, and this system needs to take a rest now. System, why does this system always come and go in a hurry? Alright, it's time to return to the Scion planet. Gai activated instant transmission and returned to the Scion planet. Gai's body slowly floated into the air and shouted to all those training, "Everyone, please stop. The year-long training has come to an end. Now everyone gather at the martial arts square." Those who were training heard Gai's words and walked out of their training rooms. Many individuals emerged from the training rooms, some disheveled and others in tattered clothes, the most typical being Bardock, Broly, and Bumu. However, one person looked even more disheveled than the others. This person was Raylo. He had been training relentlessly for a year to break through the 5-0 combat power mark, and it seems he succeeded. Hard work pays off. Since Gai provided him with that spirit fruit, and with his continuous effort, he finally broke through the 5-0 barrier. This guy has finally done it. It seems he also has a chance to become a Super Saiyan. Gai addressed, "Everyone, you all have met my training requirements over the past year, and I am truly gratified. However, this is just the beginning. I see that everyone has made significant progress. From today onward, we Scions will re-emerge, letting the universe know that we Scions have returned. However, this time we are not going to invade other planets, but rather protect them." Protection is a term very unfamiliar to many Scions because in their mind Scions are a warlike race. Only through war can they find their place. If there is no war, how can we Scions fight? King, are you saying we should protect other planets? But we Scions have never protected anyone. We Scions only know how to invade and destroy, one person said. Thus, I want you to change and protect other planets resisting the invaders. By doing so, you will develop a sense of justice, and with a sense of justice, your glass cells will grow rapidly, allowing you to transform into Super Saiyan. Gai said, "Then King, what name shall we use to protect other planets? Is it merely to cultivate a sense of justice among us Scions? Of course not. Our title will be Galactic Patrolman. We Scions will take on the role of Galactic Patrolman. I will discuss this with the Galactic King, and I believe he will be very willing to have us Scions as Galactic Patrolman. Moreover, we will not only be Galactic Patrolman, but will also require some compensation. We cannot serve as Galactic Patrolman for free. For example, they should pay us to eliminate evil individuals. There must be some benefits to this arrangement." One person said, "Yes, to have us Scions eliminate evil, we must exchange it for something of equivalent value. For instance, money or some scientific technology." One person remarked, "That's right. Although we Scions may not understand science and technology, the Zypher people on our planet do. We can also seek scientific technology as one of our benefits. Alright, let's put the matter of the Galactic Patrolman on hold for now. I will discuss it with the Galactic King later. Now let me show you the 50 Scions I personally trained. Everyone come out. Let them see the achievements you have made over this year." From the royal castle, 50 figures swiftly flew out. Then they quickly flew to the martial arts square, kneeling on one knee and paying their respects to Gai Nuo. They said, "Hail, my king." Alright, everyone get up. The 50 of them stood up in unison. The Scions in the martial arts field looked at the 50 masters before them, and the aura they radiated made them instinctively take a step back, except for a few powerful individuals. The people in the crowd whispered, "It seems that the battle power of these 50 individuals has already exceeded 1 million, otherwise we would not feel so helpless against their aura." Yes, their battle power has indeed reached 1 million. Everyone need not envy. With diligent cultivation you too can reach such heights. Jinu looked at everyone and asked where is Shrag. Why isn't he here? You replied King Shrag is still in training. Still in training. Didn't I say the training was finished? Jinu roared Shrag get out here. With a wuxia figure appeared before Jinu, it was none other than Shrag who had finally emerged from his training. Jino said, what are you doing you rascal? I already told you that the training is over, so why are you still practicing? Sherlag replied, Lord Gino, it's not that I don't want to gather, but my body has undergone some changes today. I just came from Dr. Laiya who examined my body to see what was going on. Changes in your body. What kind of changes? Gino stared at Sherlag for a while, and then said, but I don't see any changes at all. It just looks like you've become much younger than before. Other than that, there aren't any significant changes. At that moment, Laiya approached Gino and said, Brother Gino, Sherlag has indeed changed. He doesn't seem as evil as he used to be. Really? How come I didn't notice it? Truly, if you don't believe me, Brother Gino, you should sense it carefully. All right, let me see if this old rascal has really changed for the better. Gino closed his eyes, his spiritual power enveloping Sherlag. While Gino's spiritual energy surrounded him, Sherlag felt as if he was facing the aura of a ferocious beast. Moreover, there was a divine aura as well. Has my Lord's spiritual power grown so strong now? I felt like a small boat before him, while Lord Gino resembled the vast ocean. If he were to merely express his anger, my little boat would be swallowed whole. Sherlag let go of his body and mind, allowing Gino to freely sense the aura within him. After a while, Gino opened his eyes and said to Sherlag, you really have changed. The evil aura around you is basically gone now. Since I started following you, Lord Gino, I have not committed any evil deeds, nor have I killed or burned at will. During this past year I lived and ate on planet Saiyan, witnessing the gradual transformation of the Scions. I often wondered if I could change myself as well. So I suppressed my evil heart and dedicated myself to training. Whenever thoughts of slaughter arose in my mind, I would run straight to the training room and subject myself to intense pressure, causing myself pain so that I could numb my feelings. Gradually my thoughts of slaughter diminished and my evil heart began to transform. Today is the day my training ends, so I came out of the training room early. After coming out, I noticed that my body seemed to have changed, so I had Dr. Laiya take a look. Dr. Laiya extracted my cells for study and found that I seemed to have an additional substance in my cells. I don't know what this substance is, but with it my body will become healthier and my combat power will grow stronger. Such a thing, why have I never heard of it? So you mean you're like a Scion, able to grow stronger as long as you keep breaking your limits? Gino said, Lord Gino, the substance in my body can't be compared to your Scion battle physique, but compared to other races my body should be unique. That's good news. Sherlag will be following me from now on. How can he keep up with me if his combat power is too low? This is great. Your future achievements will definitely not be low. Of course, following Lord Gino is the best decision I've ever made. Yo, are you two still bragging here? All right, enough with the mutual flattery. Brother Gino, didn't you have something to tell everyone? Then hurry up and say it. Everyone is already here. Cough, cough. After Laiya said that, Gino felt a bit embarrassed. Then let's get down to business. The combat power of our Scion planet cannot be said to be invincible in the world, but at this stage we truly do not take ordinary enemies seriously. Once I reach a consensus with the Galaxy King, each of you will have the opportunity to carry out missions. We Scions rely on battle to enhance our combat strength. Sending you out on missions will satisfy the Scions' fighting spirit. Now everyone can go back. Once I finalize things, I will let everyone execute their respective tasks. Everyone replied in unison, yes, my lord. Gino only kept 10 people behind as he had received 10 tubes of Scrade Cell Serum after completing the system task. He could use these 10 tubes of serum to cultivate 10 Super Saiyan. He kept his parents Jain and Lero along with 6 other Scions. These 6 Scions were deemed talented by Gino based on his observations over the past year, and they would be given the Scrade Cell Serum so that they could quickly transform into Super Saiyan. I kept you 10 here because your performance over the past year has been outstanding, so I'm giving you a special gift. With a wave of his hand, 10 tubes of Scrade Cell Serum appeared before the 10 individuals. Gino said, this is the Scrade Cell Serum. Once you drink this tube, the Scrade cells in your body will reach perfection, allowing you to transform into Super Saiyans. However, I must tell you that although you can become Super Saiyans, you cannot compare to those who have truly cultivated into Super Saiyans. If it comes to battle, those who transform into Super Saiyans through this serum will undoubtedly lose to Saiyans who have trained hard to become Super Saiyans. After all, you have taken a shortcut to reach this level, while they have painstakingly cultivated their combat power step by step. Have you thought it through? Will you take the Scrade cells to transform into Super Saiyans, or will you rely on your own efforts to become Super Saiyans? Boom and Tasha said, We have trained for a year, but our combat power has not increased much, which indicates that we have reached a bottleneck in our training. Besides, we are getting older, and our current wish is for you and Laiya to hurry up and get married, then have a big fat baby for us. Mom, why are you saying such things? Laiya blushed and said, didn't Brother Geno say that we should discuss this when we turn 18? Why are you bringing it up again? Hearing Laiya say this, Tasha replied, all right, no more talking. This girl doesn't even let people speak. However, before I can hold a grandchild, there is an unexpected joy, though I can actually transform into a Super Saiyan. As long as you and Geno have a little grandson for us, your dad, and I will take care of him. Whoever dares to bully my grandson, I will transform into a Super Saiyan and teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Geno thought to himself, am I starting to regret giving my parents this Grand Zeno serum? Indeed, whoever bullies my grandson, I Boom will not let them off easily. Geno directly covered his forehead with his hand and said, Dad, Mom, you are being overly protective. What if your grandson bullies others? Boom, and Tasha replied, then he deserves it, he is outmatched. Are they really a couple? What a pair of good parents. They allow their grandson to bully others, yet they won't permit anyone to bully their grandson. Such fierce protectiveness. Geno said, so Dad and Mom are going to use this Grand Zeno reagent to transform into Super Saiyans. Yes, let's use this Grand Zeno reagent. Now it's the world of the young. We old folks won't get involved, all we need is to transform into Super Saiyans, and that will be enough. Alright then, you two can take these 2 vials of Grand Zeno reagent. Tasha and Bu took the Grand Zeno reagents in front of them. Dad, Mom, you should head back first. After taking the Grand Zeno reagent, I'll have Laiya teach you how to transform into Super Saiyans. Okay, we'll go back to take the reagent now. Tasha and Bu returned to their training room. Jin said, at this moment, I will use this Grand Zeno reagent to transform into a Super Saiyan. I feel that my life is already quite good. I have no other desires. My son is doing well, and I am very happy. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is truly a blessing from the king, so I accept this Grand Zeno reagent granted by the king. Bardock said, Jin, don't you want to become stronger? Bardock, I have no other desires now. The king sees potential in you, which means you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Is it not enough that you become stronger? Can you not protect your wife? Bardock was rendered speechless by Jin's words. He pondered for a moment, and then said, I respect your choice, Jin. Hearing this, Jin felt very happy. It seems her husband has indeed changed. The stubborn Bardock of the past no longer exists, leaving only a considerate Bardock who seeks strength. All of this is thanks to the new king of the Scions before her, who changed Bardock. Well then, since you have made your decision, this vial of reagent is yours. After you take it, go train. He'll have Laiya teach you later. Thank you, King. I'll head back to the training room now. Jin said. Geno nodded. Looking at the remaining 7 people, he asked, what about you all? Will you choose the reagent or transform into Super Saiyans through your own abilities? The other 6 chose the reagent, and only one person did not choose it, and that person is Raylo. As expected, this guy still wants to rely on his own strength to transform into a Super Saiyan. Geno said, Raylo, why didn't you choose the reagent? Raylo replied, the king has made it very clear, Super Saiyans transformed through reagents are not as strong as those who transform through their own training. I know my talent is not very strong, but I still want to rely on my effort to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although it may take longer, I will absolutely not stop pursuing strength. Alright, I think this kid has potential, Bardock suddenly remarked. What's wrong, Bardock? Are you starting to like this kid's earnestness? Geno said. Yes, King. Although Raylo's talent is relatively poor, talent is not the determining factor for a person's worth. What matters most is having a heart brave enough to pursue strength and the perseverance to keep going. That is the essence of a strong person. Well said. I feel Bardock no longer resembles a warrior. What does he resemble then? Everyone asked. Geno said, I feel Bardock now resembles a scholar. You see, he speaks articulately and makes quite a bit of sense. Bardock said, King, stop berating me. I learned all of this from you. After being by your side for so long, I've unconsciously been influenced by you. Is that so? Is my charm that great now? I can influence others just by existing. Not to mention, Geno, ever since we followed you, I feel like we have become less like Scions and more like... How should I put this? Laiya thought for a long time, but could not find the words. At this moment, Broly interjected, more like the Earthlings we visited last time. Yes, that's exactly how to describe it. We are becoming more like Earthlings. The people there are approachable and live in harmony. Look at us Scions, we are just like Earthlings now, aren't we? Earth, although it is not the same as the Earth of the past, I am still an Earthling at heart. However, since I have come to this world, I will live a uniquely exciting life. Alright, enough about me. Bardock, since you like this kid, then you will be responsible for teaching him from now on. I hope you can train him into a qualified Scion warrior. Okay, King, I will ensure to deliver a brave and resilient Scion. Raylo, you will follow Bardock from now on. Starting today, Bardock is your teacher. Yes, King. Raylo approached Bardock, bowed to him. and said from now on, please guide me, teacher. Alright, since you called me teacher, I will teach you well. Now run around the martial arts arena of Planet Vegeta for 100 laps. Yes, teacher. Raylo dashed out running around the training arena. Oh, starting training already. Bardock, you have quite the sense of responsibility, don't you? Geno said. King, although I have never taught others how to grow, I can impart my battle experiences and life lessons to Raylo. I believe that is enough for him to learn. That's fine. Don't underestimate this Raylo. His willpower is incredibly resilient, possessing a tenacity that will not rest until he achieves his goals. Is that so? Then I couldn't ask for more. I admire this quality in Raylo. Are you seeing a bit of your former self in Raylo? Bardock was once a low-level warrior, but through his own efforts, he has gradually reached his current status and became a follower of the Saiyan King. Bardock has walked this path step by step, which is why Geno asked Bardock to teach Raylo. Isn't this a case of teaching according to one's abilities? Bardock has such experience which can help Raylo avoid some detours. Thus, Raylo will be closer to success. Ultimately, how high Raylo will reach depends on himself. Then I will hold on to this vial of reagent for now. I will give it to a suitable Scion when I find one. Now you all may disperse. I will first contact the Galactic King and discuss some details regarding our Scions undertaking missions, such as what benefits we can gain from completing them. Haha, I find that Geno is increasingly taking on the demeanor of a businessman. Now he talks about money all the time and is always seeking benefits. What nonsense. This is what we rightfully deserve. Geno is right, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything comes with a price. If you wish to lead a beautiful life, you must strive and work hard. If you do not put in the effort or fight for your goals, you will find yourself lying there one day with no one to give you money, food, or drink. This is the harsh reality. If the Galaxy King wants us Scions to undertake a mission, he must pay a certain price. This is the principle of give and take. Yes, whatever Brother Gai Nuo says is right. Are you going to set off now to discuss matters with the Galaxy King? Laiya asked. There's no time to waste. Broly and I will set off immediately. You all stay on the Scion planet. Once I finish my business, I will return right away. Broly, come here and put your hands on my shoulders. We are going to find the Galaxy King. All right, Brother Gai Nuo. Broly quickly came to Gai Nuo's back and placed his hands on his shoulders. Gai Nuo activated instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye they arrived on an unknown planet in the northern galaxy. Gai Nuo asked Broly, are you sure the Galaxy King resides in this star region? Brother Gai knew, well, the time is indeed tight this time. I just hurriedly gathered that the Galaxy King might be living in this star region. You idiot, you could have just said you didn't know instead of insisting you heard news about the Galaxy King. I did hear some news, but I didn't inquire carefully about which specific planet he's on. Hey you, I can see you just love to fight, don't you? You get all fired up during battles, but when it comes to handling matters you mess it up. Broly scratched his head and chuckled. Brother Gai Nuo, you know me, I love to fight and am passionate about it. If you need someone to brawl, just let me handle it, and you don't need to get your hands dirty. I won't say I'm not afraid of anyone except for you. I'm not afraid of anyone right now. So what you mean is that I can use you as a fighter. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Gai Nuo raised his hand and gave Broly a light tap on the head. Ouch, Brother Gai Nuo, why did you hit my head? I'm not smart to begin with, and now you're hitting my head. It's to wake up your little brain. I'm telling you, Broly, no matter what you do, your mind should always come first. Whether it's fighting or handling matters, you need to think. Also, you just said that besides me, you're not afraid of anyone. Does that mean your strength can now be compared to Laiya's? Brother Gai Nuo, through this year of training, I am almost becoming a Super Saiyan. Every time I train, I want to transform into a Super Saiyan, but I always feel like I'm missing something. However, if I were to spar with Sister Laiya now, she would no longer be my opponent. Oh, it seems you have gained a lot from this year of training. Were you so focused on training that you forgot the tasks I assigned to you, so you hurriedly inquired a bit and returned to the Scion planet? Brother Gai Nuo is still clever. How come you're so smart about this matter? Isn't this just using your brain? It seems your combat power has greatly improved, but even so you must not be arrogant. Broly, do you know that in this universe many people's combat power far exceeds mine? We cannot be blinded by a single leaf. I know that the combat power of the most powerful gods in this universe is truly terrifying. Even for me, if they just moved a finger, they could obliterate me. So strong. I feel that Brother Gai Nuo is already very powerful, at least an invincible existence in this universe. You're mistaken. Oh, what about the Pirate King Dales? Before I encountered him, I felt that with my strength, I could at least walk sideways in this universe. But during that battle, if I hadn't successfully transformed, we might have all perished. So always maintain a heart of learning, continually improve, and grow stronger. In this regard, Kakarot is the best example. Kakarot. He's still so young with low combat power, isn't he? Although Kakarot's combat power is low now, you will soon see how formidable he becomes. Alright, I look forward to Kakarot becoming a master, and then I can spar with him. That's right. Constantly sparring with masters helps us learn from their strengths, making our own power grow stronger. Alright, I've told you so much, or I just hope you understand that there are many strong individuals in the universe, and we must maintain a humble heart. Also, you need to use your mind when dealing with matters. Let's go to Earth and find someone to help. Going to Earth to find help. Can the people on Earth find the Galaxy King? Don't underestimate the people of Earth. Their energy can sometimes exceed your imagination. Let's go. Gai Nuo directly grabbed Broly and instantly transported to Dr. Brief's home on Earth. As soon as Gai Nuo appeared, Bulma saw him and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Gai Nuo, you're back to play on Earth again." Gai Nuo came before little Bulma and said, "I'm here to find your father." Dr. Brief asked Gai Nuo, "What brings you to find me?" "Oh, it's actually not a big deal. I just know that you have an elder daughter named Tai Si. Oh, does she have any connections with the Galaxy Patrol in the universe?" "Oh, you're talking about my eldest daughter." "Yes, her name is Tai Si. Unlike Bulma, her dream is to become a sci-fi writer, so she wanders in the universe, supposedly collecting materials. The Galaxy Patrol you mentioned seems to have some connection with Tai Si." Gai Nuo said, "Your elder daughter is quite bold, daring to wander alone in the universe. The universe can be very dangerous. She certainly wouldn't dare go far, as she only wanders around the outer atmosphere of Earth. Can you contact her?" "I need the address of that Galaxy Patrol," Gai Nuo said. "Alright, I'll call Tai Si right now." After a while, Dr. Brief came to Gai Nuo and said, "Tai Si has contacted the Galaxy Patrol. It seems they are coming back together." "Really? That's great news. Oh, what a coincidence this is." Before long, a spaceship landed in Dr. Brief's courtyard, and two people appeared on the spaceship, one being Tai Si, and the other the Galaxy Patrol member Jayakike. Jayakike was still chattering, "Tai Si, I'm really busy. Why did you insist on dragging me to Earth? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. My dad said someone from the universe is visiting, and I want to see what they look like." "What? People from the universe? Has Earth been discovered? I need to report this to the Galaxy King." Gai Nuo greeted them, "Hello, we are the so-called people from the universe." Geno and Tais turned to look at the source of the voice, and Tais quickly dashed in front of Geno and Broly, scrutinizing them closely. "So this is what humans in the universe look like. They seem quite similar to us Earthlings. Oh wait, you actually have tails. Aside from the tails, you beings from the universe do resemble us Earthlings, huh?" Geno extended his hand towards Tais and said, "I am Geno, and this is Broly. Nice to meet you." Seeing Geno's handshake gesture, Tais was a bit surprised. The beings from the universe knew about the Earth handshake. Not wanting to be rude, Tais extended his hand and lightly shook Geno's hand, introducing himself. "I am Tais, Bulma's older sister. I believe my father has already told you about my situation, right?" "Oh, we know a bit about you. We are mainly here to find the Galactic Patrol," Geno said. Yes, that's why I brought Jack along." "Jack, come quickly, these two are looking for you." Jack, who looked like a mini version of Ultraman, approached Geno and asked, "What do you need from me?" Geno replied, "We are looking for the Galactic King to discuss some matters." Upon hearing that, Jack instantly became alert. Jack asked, "Is there something you need to see the Galactic King for? Also, which race are you from in the universe? I've never seen you before. It's strange that you've seen us, little Galactic Patrol. How could you possibly wander into our star domain? You can only roam around in your small star area." "Oh, I forgot to mention we are Scions." Upon hearing the term Scion, Jack hurriedly approached Tais and pulled out a laser gun from his waist, aiming it at Geno and Broly. Jack said to Tais behind him, "Tais, you all should leave quickly. Scions are a very dangerous race. They often invade other planets and slaughter the natives mercilessly. You should hurry and take your family and run." Bulma, hearing this, stepped in front of Geno with her small body, shielding him from Jack's laser gun, and said, "You're talking nonsense. Brother Geno is a good person. He saved me and my parents from Dr. Willow, so there's no way he could be as evil as you say. I think you look more like a bad person wearing a mask in broad daylight. What's wrong, afraid to show your true face?" Jack was immediately flustered by Bulma's words, saying, "What do you mean I'm wearing a mask? This is just how I look, okay? This is my appearance. I am not wearing any mask at all." Geno picked up little Bulma from behind and said, "I didn't expect Bulma to protect Brother Geno like this." Brother Geno was very happy, but don't worry. That broken gun of his can't hurt me. Seeing Geno holding Bulma, Jack quickly aimed at Geno with the wall and said, "Hey, let me tell you something. She's just a child. Put her down quickly, or I'll have to shoot." Geno said, "Put away your gun. It won't do us any good. You should quickly take us to see the Galactic King. I don't have time to waste with you." Before Jack could finish his words, Geno's finger flickered, shooting out a red beam that sliced across Jack's cheek. Geno said, "Next time I won't miss." Jack was sweating profusely, trembling as he said, "I'll take you to see the Galactic King. Why didn't you say that earlier? Alright, tell me the exact location, and let's head over now." Jack said, "Aren't we taking a spaceship?" Geno replied, "Taking a spaceship is too slow. I'm in a hurry, so let's go quickly." Geno put down Bulma and said, "Little Bulma, I need to go take care of something first. I'll play with you when I get back, alright?" "Sure. Brother Geno, go and come back soon." Jack, "Give me a location, and we'll leave immediately." "Alright." To find the Galactic King's headquarters, you need to go to 70 degrees north latitude and 115 degrees east longitude. Alright, let's set off immediately, Broly. Broly understood Genos' meaning in an instant and placed his hand on Genos' shoulder, activating instant transmission, and they directly arrived outside the Galactic King's headquarters. So this is where the Galactic King resides. It seems that your Galactic King knows how to enjoy life. The Galactic King works day and night. It's only right for him to enjoy a bit. Jack said. No doubt this statement left you without any way to refute it. Then let's go in directly. Jack said. No need to bother, we'll go in directly. Geno grabbed Jack and used instant transmission, directly moving to the top floor of the Galactic headquarters where the Galactic King was located. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Geno and the others, the Galactic King said, Jack, you completed the task I assigned to you so quickly. Jack hurried to the Galactic King's ear and whispered something. The Galactic King's eyes widened. At this moment, Geno and Broly were also looking at the so-called Galactic King, who was nothing more than an octopus. Is this really the Galactic King? Jack whispered something to the Galactic King, and the Galactic King hurriedly shouted, what? Scions. Those ruthless beings who often invade other planets. That's right, it's the Scions. Jack said. Everyone on the top floor began to panic, and one person even tried to press the alarm button, but Geno directly released his inner aura, overpowering the person and knocking them down. Geno said, everyone, don't be afraid, we Scions don't eat people. I'm here today to discuss a partnership with the Galactic King, so some people shouldn't be too agitated. Now, aside from the Galactic King, everyone else please leave. I need to talk to the Galactic King privately about our collaboration. Broly ushered everyone out, leaving only Geno and the Galactic King. Galactic King, I'm here primarily to discuss a partnership. How do we go about this? The Galactic King asked. I will provide manpower, and you will provide funding. How about that? We Scions are responsible for protecting other planets, but for that we need our rightful rewards for the tasks we undertake. Isn't that a good deal? If you encounter Frieza's men, you can notify us and let the Scions handle them. Dangerous situations like these should be entrusted to us. I believe the Galactic King is well aware of the strength of your Galactic Patrol. So Galactic King, if you agree, we can sign the contract right now. The Galactic King sighed and said, all right. The Galactic Patrol indeed requires strong military support. For certain matters that the Galactic Patrol can't handle, we can let you Scions resolve those issues. The contract was soon signed, and Geno activated instant transmission, returning directly to his Scion planet. Geno returned to planet Saya, but Gak was still standing in place. His spaceship remained on Earth. How did Geno manage to drop him directly at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? At this moment, Gak stood before the Galactic King, bowing his head and listening to the King's reprimand. The Galactic King roared, Gak, what are you doing? I sent you to carry out a mission, yet you brought back Scions from the civilized universe. Are you trying to make me the Galactic King uneasy? Oh. The Galactic King's voice grew louder, his enraged roar echoing throughout the Galactic headquarters. Some people whispered, Gak has upset the Galactic King again. He always claims to be an elite in the Galactic Patrol, but I think he is just mediocre. Hey, don't say that. No matter what, we can't compare to Gak when it comes to provoking the Galactic King. He does it every few days, which leaves us far behind. Yes, your words hit the nail on the head. The two of them continued to criticize Gak. Gak said, Galactic King, I didn't mean to bring Scions to our Galactic Patrol headquarters. It was my good friend who said she wanted to take me to her hometown and who knew I would run into these two Scions at her home. However, please rest assured, Galactic King, I feel these two Scions are different from the others. They were very friendly on Earth. If they were like those other brutal Scions, Earth would have already fallen into their hands. You are right about that. These two Scions are indeed different from the others. They came this time to seek cooperation with us, the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic King said. Cooperation? Scions want to cooperate with us. This is absurd. Is this true, Galactic King? Am I lying to you? Look, this is the contract we signed, and the Scions want to become Galactic Patrol officers. Scions want to be Galactic Patrol officers. How is that possible? Don't they only know how to invade other planets? They probably have conditions, right? Yes, they do have conditions. Their condition is that if they are sent on missions, they want benefits such as money or even a planet. The Galactic King said. These Scions are truly despicable. They want benefits for carrying out missions. They are nothing but a bunch of bandits, Gak roared. There's no choice. The evil forces in the universe are too numerous and their power is formidable. Our Galactic Patrol is too weak. We need strong military support. The Galactic King stated. But we are not without gains. The new Scion King Geno said that as long as they repel the evil forces, they will take their share, and the rest will be distributed by us at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. That's more like it. We can't let the Scions take all the benefits, right? Gak said. You can't say that. They risk their lives in missions, and we are just picking up the spoils, so it is reasonable for them to ask for something. If you were to deal with the evil forces, could you do it? The Galactic King retorted. Gak stammered and couldn't respond. Oh, I can't deal with such powerful evil forces. Isn't that enough? Besides, the Scions are under Genos' leadership now. I feel they will soon take a different path than before. Our cooperation is just the beginning. The Galactic King continued to converse with Gak, when suddenly the alarm at the Galactic Patrol headquarters rang out. Beep, 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 alarm, alarm. A Galactic Patrol officer appeared before the Galactic King and report Galactic King, our patrol officers outside have sent a distress signal saying that a group of extremely powerful cosmic beings are slaughtering the indigenous people of planet Kaba in the galaxy. Damn it, these despicable guys. Gak's sense of justice erupted at that moment. Galactic King, let's mobilize the Galactic Patrol to deal with that group. The Galactic King waved his hand and said, not so fast. Let's first see who these guys are. The Galactic King pointed at the person reporting and asked, can you see which faction they belong to? Report Galactic King. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be from Frieza's army. Upon hearing that they were from Frieza's army, the Galactic King trembled involuntarily. Frieza's people. This is going to be troublesome. We cannot afford to provoke that guy Frieza. Indeed, to sit on the throne of the Galactic King, one must possess some intellect, otherwise this position would be meaningless. Gak said, Galactic King, didn't we just sign a contract with the Scions? We can leave these powerful evil forces to them to handle. Leave it to them. Those Scions almost got exterminated by Frieza. Who knows how they survived? How dare they provoke Frieza, the cosmic demon? Who knows? Since Geno wants the Scions to walk the right path, they will inevitably encounter Frieza's army sooner or later. Isn't this an opportunity? Gak said, well then, I'll contact Geno. Geno left a communicator for the Galactic King when he departed. At this moment, Geno was gathering all the Scions in the training square on planet Saya, informing them of the contract agreement reached with the Galactic King. As long as we Scions defeat the evil forces, we can take our share of the benefits first, and the rest will be given to the Galactic Patrol personnel. The King is truly a genius in business. This way of negotiating is great. We can pick the good stuff first. This is beneficial. We Scions will put in the effort while they just reap the rewards. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator rang for Geno. Geno looked at his communicator and said, it seems we have a mission. Geno opened the communicator and said, Galactic King, you contacted me so quickly. Is there a mission for us? The Galactic King replied, yes, our Galactic Patrol officers have seen a group of evil forces slaughtering the indigenous people of planet Kaba, so we need you Scions to carry out this mission. All right, we will take on this mission, Geno said. But the Galactic King hesitated about whether to tell Geno that this group was from Frieza's army. But what? Speak quickly, Geno urged. They seem to be from Frieza's army, the Galactic King said. From Frieza's army. All right, I understand, we Scions will take this mission. Remember our agreement, get benefits, and we Scions take our share first. Don't worry. I, the Galactic King, will not go back on my word. Now send me the location or I'll head over right away. Geno said. All right, I will send it to you now. Ding, the location information arrived. Geno said, let's go check out this mission first. Broly, Laiya, Slag, Bardock, and Lero, let's go. The selected individuals replied in unison. Geno activated instant transmission and arrived at the target planet. At this moment, planet Kaba was already in ruins and maniacal laughter echoed. Ha, brother, it feels so good to kill like this. Geno looked closely and recognized those were the Ginyu Force. It seems they were here to deliver heads. The one speaking was a short green figure with 4 eyes named Gudu. Watching the energy blasts continuously shooting from his hands, Genu was reminded of their past as mercenaries under Frieza, where they were just as ruthless, disregarding the lives of others. However, times have changed. The Scions are no longer the heartless killers they once were under Frieza's command. Now they hold their own fate in their hands. Genu and the others had not noticed their arrival. Seeing this, Bardock roared in anger, what are you heartless creatures doing? How can you arbitrarily slaughter the people of this planet? Genu, observing Bardock's demeanor, recalled how much he admired Kakarot when watching Dragon Ball in his past life. Kakarot would always say stop. You are simply unforgivable whenever he witnessed evil deeds. Like father, like son. Upon hearing Bardock's voice, the members of the Ginyu Force turned to look at Genu and his group. They were a bit surprised when they saw the tail behind Genu, as they all knew that the Scion planet had been destroyed by Frieza. Even if a few stray warriors survived to carry out missions, there shouldn't be so many of them. Gudu looked at Genu and said, I thought it was someone daring to meddle in our Ginyu Force affairs. Turns out it's just a Scion monkey from Lord Frieza's time. What? Wasn't your Scion planet destroyed by Lord Frieza? How did you manage to survive that explosion? We were once Frieza's henchmen, but now we Scions are in control of our own affairs. Besides, who do you think you are to be so arrogant in front of me? If you dare to say another word, I will annihilate you. As Gudu was about to respond, he suddenly felt a punch collide into his stomach, causing it to cave in. Gudu's eyes widened in shock as bile poured from his mouth. The one who struck was Broly, who said, Genu, brother, said not to let you speak another word. Do you really want to test me? Lucky for you, I did it. If Jinnu brother had done it, you'd probably be nothing but a puddle of blood right now. Jinnu coughed. Broly, what's the matter? I hadn't finished speaking. Why did you jump in? But brother Jinnu, didn't you say you didn't want this guy to say another word? I gave him a punch and look at him now hunched over in pain, unable to speak. I'm fine. I'm left speechless, Jinnu said. The members of the Jinnu force were astonished because they hadn't even seen Broly's attack. Clearly, they just felt a rush of wind pass by them, and then Gudu was knocked down. This could only mean one thing: Broly's battle power far exceeded theirs. But this was simply unscientific. At that moment, as they turned around, their power scouters displayed their battle power. None of them had battle powers exceeding 100, while Gudu had a power level of 1000. Yet despite this, Gudu was easily laid out by a single punch. At this moment, Jinyu pondered seeing Gudu attacked by the Scion monkey before him. Rikum, who was close to Gudu, was not pleased and said to Broly, "You damned Scion monkey. With a battle power not even reaching 100, you sneakily injured Gudu. What are you so proud of? Let me teach you a lesson, you arrogant fool. Take this. Watch my Rikum flying kick." Rikum's knee shot toward Broly. Watching Rikum's kick, Broly raised his right palm and directly blocked the attack. The clash of palm and knee resonated with a loud smack, and Broly's left hand swung out, sending Rikum flying with a single slap. With a whoosh, Rikum quickly fell backward, crashing into the rocky layers of Planet Kaba. Instantly, a human-shaped hole appeared in the rocks. Broly's display of power left the Jinyu Force members stunned. This guy's battle power was definitely not just 1000. Even Rikum's full-powered attack could not have been so easily resisted. This is it. And they call themselves Frieza's elite force. They don't even compare to the lowest tier of our Scion army. Since Jinnu aimed to transform the Scions into a formidable Scion army, the Scions on planet Scion are now classified by their battle power. There are no longer classifications of high-tier or low-tier warriors. They are now divided into 4 major categories: common, ordinary, elite, and super. The battle power of common warriors ranges from 100 to 500, ordinary warriors from 500 to 100, elite warriors from 100 to 300, and those who can transform into Super Saiyans are called Super Warriors. At this moment, Jinyu, hearing the mention of a Scion army, began to speak. "Are you saying that your Scions can now form an army?" "Yes." "What of it?" As Broly was about to speak, Jinyu interjected, "Switch." As Jinyu said switch, Jinyu stepped in front of Broly, using his time-space power to transfer a frog from Planet Kaba to stand before Jinyu, thus transforming the frog into Jinyu. Jinyu also turned into a frog. Jinyu has a unique ability to exchange bodies with his opponent. Jinyu had already anticipated Jinyu's move. So when Jinyu activated his exchange skill, Jinyu turned Jinyu into a frog. This was consistent with the plot of the original work. Seeing Jinyu transformed into a frog, Jinyu said, "This time, you won't be so lucky." An energy blast shot from Jinyu's hand, obliterating the frog that was once Jinyu into fragments. Seeing their leader defeated, Jinyu forces G's started to consider fleeing. Jinyu then said, "Quickly deal with the remaining few, or our mission will then be considered a success." Laiya had been waiting for this and said, "All right, Jinyu brother will take care of them right now." Laiya chose G's as her opponent. Broly pulled Rikum out from the rocky layers. Bardock faced off against Buddha, and Lalo targeted the severely injured Gudu. Shirag stood still and said, "Jinyu sir, they all have opponents, but I don't." "Sigh, another pointless trip." "I will give you the strongest opponent," Jinyu said. "The strongest opponent? You mean Frieza?" "Correct. From now on, when you encounter Frieza, he will be your responsibility." "All right, Jinyu sir, I will make sure to treat Frieza well." Before long, Laiya and the others had taken down the remaining members of the Jinyu force and returned to Gina's side. Jinyu said, "All right, mission accomplished. Let's go home." In the moment when the Jinyu force was destroyed on a certain planet far away in the North Galaxy, Frieza's spaceship hovered there. At this moment, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza was savoring a glass of red wine, when suddenly a trembling minion rushed up to him and reported, "Report, Lord Frieza, we have lost contact with the Jinyu force." Frieza replied with a casual "Oh," and said, "The Jinyu force is the most powerful warriors of my Frieza force. Are you sure they have been eliminated?" "You must be mistaken." "Report, Lord Frieza, our spaceship is equipped with the most advanced communication technology, allowing a unique connection with any member of the Frieza force. As long as they have breath, our technology can detect faint signals. However, the Jinyu force has completely lost contact with us, which indicates they no longer have any vital signs." Mr. Dodoria beside Frieza said, "It seems the Jinyu force has indeed been wiped out. It appears someone dares to challenge my Frieza force. Knowing that the Jinyu force is under my command, anyone who dares to eliminate them will certainly pay a heavy price." Frieza was in a very bad mood at that moment. He pointed with his finger, unleashing a beam of energy that instantly obliterated the trembling minion. This is the demon Frieza who kills his subordinates without a second thought when displeased. In the central command chamber, the others could only shudder in fear at Frieza's ruthless methods. Locate the last position where the Ginyu Force was killed. I want to see for myself who dares to harm my Frieza's subordinates. In Frieza's eyes, the Ginyu Force was merely a slightly larger ant. Eliminating them would be a matter of just a finger's motion. However, among the Frieza Force, the Ginyu Force represented the pinnacle of strength handpicked by him to serve his interests. After all, Frieza could not attend to every matter himself while ruling over numerous planets. Frieza then turned to Mr. Dodoria beside him and said, Dodoria, don't you think my brother Cooler sent someone to eliminate the Ginyu Force? In this universe, only my detestable brother has the power to wipe them out. Lord Frieza, I believe that is impossible, as our intelligence agents have not received any reports indicating that King Cooler has left the West Galaxy. What if it was Cooler's mech warriors? Frieza inquired. Lord Frieza, that is also impossible. Although Cooler's mech warriors are formidable, their combat power is on par with that of the Ginyu Force. They couldn't possibly eliminate the Ginyu Force in one strike. Moreover, the slag of the South Galaxy has gone missing, and King Cooler is currently gathering forces to conquer the slag of the South Galaxy. The mech warriors are the backbone of King Cooler's power. How could he allow them to leave his army at this time? Frieza lowered his head in thought for a moment, realizing Mr. Dodoria was indeed correct. But who could it be that dares to brazenly kill my Frieza's Ginyu Force? Lord Frieza, there is no need to be overly concerned. Once we reach the target location, we will find out everything. Alright then, let's hurry. Everyone increase the power and head at full speed to the planet where the Ginyu Force disappeared. Yes, Lord Frieza. At the Galactic Police Headquarters, the Galactic King was shocked to hear that Ginyu Force had been eliminated by Genu. Gak said, Your Excellency, the Galactic King, it seems that the people under Genu are quite capable being able to eliminate the Ginyu Force of Lord Frieza. The Galactic King replied, Indeed, Genu's subordinates are formidable. The notorious Ginyu Force in the universe has been taken down by them. It seems Genu truly possesses great power, as they can undertake special missions. Gak continued, Your Excellency, the Galactic King Genu has sent word that the natives on the planet Kaba have been completely wiped out by the Ginyu Force, so the planet Kaba now belongs to the Scions. Fine. Let the planet Kaba belong to the Scions then. I know this planet has nothing of value, said the Galactic King. Alright then. I will relay the message immediately. In fact, this is just Genu going through the motions. The Scion army under Genu doesn't aim to dominate the entire universe, but Genu no longer looks at Frieza's kind as a threat. Just as Genu defeated the evil forces, the planets they govern can be entirely claimed by Genu. On the planet Scion, Genu received Gak's message and said to Laiya and others that Galactic King fellow is quite reasonable. The planet Kaba now belongs to us Scions. Genu brother, what do you want with the planet Kaba? There is nothing valuable on that planet, Laiya said. Who says there's nothing valuable? What I am interested in is the environment of planet Kaba. Have you carefully examined the environment of planet Kaba after arriving there? I feel that if the Ginyu Force hadn't destroyed most of the vegetation, the environment of planet Kaba would have been absolutely pristine. The Ginyu Force slaughtered all the natives of planet Kaba, which allows us to justifiably plant spiritual fruit seeds there. Oh, so my brother Genu wants to plant spiritual fruit seeds. I was wondering what you wanted the planet for. But didn't you say that the spiritual fruit seeds are too dangerous? If we plant them, the planet Kaba will be ruined. Now that planet Kaba is already considered destroyed, we are merely planting spiritual fruit seeds as a matter of convenience. Besides, I need a large quantity of spiritual fruits. Not just I, but many in our Scion army require them. Although these spiritual fruits do not provide much combat power for us at our level, they can enhance our mental strength, which is already sufficient. This is merely Genu's excuse. He merely wants to use the spiritual fruits for cultivation. To master the power of time and space requires immense mental strength, so Genu has altered his previous thoughts, now needing a large quantity of spiritual fruits for his cultivation. In this world of Dragon Ball, only strength is fundamental. Frieza's spaceship sped through space, finally arriving at planet Kaba. Frieza floated out of the spaceship and surveyed the battle scars on planet Kaba. His rage brewed continuously. It seemed the Ginyu Force was killed in one blow. The one who did this must possess considerable strength. Since that is the case, let this planet accompany the Ginyu Force to their graves. Frieza's fingers danced quickly, gathering a massive energy ball, and he declared, let this planet be destroyed. The enormous energy ball surged toward planet Kaba. A colossal energy sphere hurtled toward the planet Kaba. In this critical moment, Gai Nuo suddenly appeared before the energy sphere. With a single hand pressed forward, the energy sphere halted its advance, then gradually shrank until it vanished entirely within Gai Nuo's palm. This was Gai Nuo employing the art of devouring spirits, an exceedingly rare energy indeed. Seeing his energy sphere disappear into Gai Nuo's palm, Frieza was taken aback. The immense energy blast he had gathered was effortlessly obliterated by this person before him through unknown means. Frieza looked at Gai Nuo and asked, "Who are you to interfere in the affairs of the universe, Emperor Frieza?" Gai Nuo replied indifferently, "I have my eyes set on this planet. If you destroy it, my plans will be thwarted. You desire it. What does that have to do with me? I, Frieza, will destroy it whenever I wish. Truly the universe, Emperor Frieza. How domineering. But today while I am here, you will not destroy the planet Kaba. You are truly seeking death. Since you are so unyielding, then you shall vanish along with this planet." Frieza extended his palm and unleashed his death destruction sphere, a more formidable energy sphere than before. The energy this time was even more terrifying. Laiya exclaimed as the king, "All right. The energy within this sphere is so dense." Broly and the others crossed their arms and calmly said, "Laiya, always have faith in our king. His strength is far beyond what the current Frieza can compare to." Laiya remarked, "Schlag, how does Frieza's current strength compare to his past?" From the attack, just now I can conclude that Frieza's battle power hasn't significantly increased from before. His current power level is still the same as when I fought him previously. Upon hearing Schlag refer to her, as Queen Leia's face flushed slightly before returning to normal. Everyone here referred to Gai Nuo as king, so it was only natural for them to call her queen. Thus she accepted it calmly, knowing that everyone around Gai Nuo understood she was destined to marry him. Laiya said Frieza has relied on his identity as a member of the Frost Demon race, neglecting training these past years. It seems his sense of superiority has made him disdainful of cultivation. Indeed, it should be like that. Do you have confidence in defeating Frieza today, Schlag? In the past I was injured and was no match for Frieza. But now my injuries have healed, and after a year of rigorous training my strength has grown significantly. Frieza should not be able to pose a threat to me now. Oh, so you are quite confident in yourself? Then let's see how you perform. Yes, Queen, thank you, and Lord Gai Nuo for this opportunity. Laiya, won't you let me participate? I am just one opportunity away from becoming a Super Saiyan, and Frieza is a perfect opponent. Yeah, and I feel I am also close to becoming a Super Saiyan. This chance is given to Schlag, Broly said. Upon hearing this, Schlag thought to himself, so the universe Emperor Frieza is merely a stepping stone for your growth in your eyes. That's the reason you Scions can act this way. Laiya stated your opponents have already been selected by Gai Nuo brother. Besides Frieza, there is also King Cold and Gula, right? Gai Nuo brother said King Cold is entrusted to Bardock, while Broly's opponent is Gula. So Gai Nuo brother had already made arrangements. That gives me peace of mind, Broly said. Frieza's massive energy sphere reached Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo again extended his hand and pressed down on the enormous energy sphere. Gradually, the energy sphere shrank and once again disappeared within Gai Nuo's palm. Gai Nuo felt his foundational battle power slightly increase after absorbing the energy from Frieza's energy sphere. A thought suddenly emerged in Gai Nuo's mind to confine Frieza continually absorbing the energy from him. But alas, such an idea was impossible. The universe Emperor Frieza would never allow himself to be toyed with so easily. How is this possible? My death destruction sphere was so easily neutralized by you. There is nothing impossible about it, Frieza. Let me introduce you to an acquaintance, Schlag, come here. Upon hearing Gai Nuo's voice, Schlag instantly appeared beside him. Frieza looked at Schlag and said, Schlag, so it's you. I was wondering where you disappeared to during this past year. So you were hiding away. What's wrong? Have you given up on the Southern Galaxy? If so, just say it directly. I wouldn't mind taking your territory entirely. Frieza, what do you know? This is called biding my time. Oh, it's not something a dim-witted person like you can comprehend. Schlag bowed to Gai Nuo and said, Lord Gai Nuo, allow me to take on Frieza. You take a rest for now. All right, it's in your hands. Gai Nuo stepped aside. Just as Gai Nuo's figure appeared next to Laiya and the others, the system's voice resonated. System ding, mission issued, eliminate Frieza. Reward divine language. Divine language. What a trivial reward, Gai Nuo remarked. Gai Nuo said, System host should not underestimate the divine language. The host can understand divine speech and use it to fulfill wishes such as obtaining Super Dragon Balls to realize a wish whereby the host would need to utilize divine language. Right? How did I forget about the Super Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball world? Well then, if that's the case, I am bound to annihilate Frieza. Gai Nuo looked at Schlag, who was battling Frieza, and said, let Schlag let off some steam first. For over a year he has been training hard for this moment, and I cannot let him feel disheartened. Schlag instantly appeared before Frieza and delivered a knee strike directly to Frieza's abdomen, causing Frieza's eyes to bulge and bile to spew from his mouth. He quickly retreated, staring at Schlag in disbelief, saying, how is this possible? How could you become this strong? Schlag replied, Frieza, do you think I am still the old me? I have undergone a complete transformation. You are no longer my opponent. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Schlag, you know this is only my first transformation. I haven't even completed my transformation yet. So my battle power hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Well then, hurry up and transform. You will realize that after not seeing me for 3 days you will need to reevaluate me. Moreover, I have been honing myself for over a year. Even if you unleash all your strength you cannot match me. Then watch closely, Frieza said. Oh. With a roar, Frieza's aura began to surge violently, his stature increasing and his mouth protruding slightly. This was Frieza's second transformation, yet he was not done. His aura intensified once more, and suddenly a brilliant light erupted as his body began to shrink. Finally, the horns on his head retracted, and Frieza completed his final transformation. Frieza, now fully transformed, said to Shrag, "Do you see? This is my ultimate transformation. My combat power is at 120 million. What are your thoughts?" "I have no thoughts. I expected something more impressive from you, Frieza. Is this just your old self?" "It seems that's all there is to you, Frieza," Shrag remarked. "Enough with the chit-chat. My transformation is complete, so let our battle begin." Frieza replied, "Come at me. Let me see how much your power has truly increased." "Huh. Take this." Shrag unleashed a blast of energy towards Frieza. Observing the incoming attack, Frieza swatted it aside, redirecting its path. The energy blast struck a mountain on the planet Kaba with a resounding boom, exploding on impact. This was merely a test from Shrag, who then dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Frieza's face. Frieza retaliated with a punch of his own. The two punches collided, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. The lower-tier warriors of Frieza's army were knocked back by the force. Geno and the others stood their ground, unmoving despite the ferocity of the shockwaves from the battle. They watched Frieza and Shrag fighting in the distance with their hands behind their backs. Standing next to Geno, Reno felt a deep longing within, a desire to grow stronger and to challenge such formidable opponents. Geno, noticing Reno's thoughts, said to him, "Reno, pay close attention to their battle and learn from it." "Yes, my king. I am diligently observing their fight, and there is much I can learn from it," Reno replied. The battle intensified, with Frieza and Shrag now fighting in the air, leaving traces of their combat in the sky. They fought here, and their white shockwaves constantly appearing in the sky. Their battle quickened so much that Reno struggled to follow Shrag's movements against Frieza. Reno exclaimed, "My king, their battle is so fierce. The speed is increasing, and my eyes can no longer keep up with their pace." Geno and the others turned their heads back and forth, their gazes locked on the direction of Shrag and Frieza's fight. Hearing Reno's words, Geno reassured him, "It's all right. Once you grow stronger, you'll be able to see their battle clearly." The two combatants suddenly created distance, with Shrag unleashing his ultimate technique, the Super Energy Wave. Watching the incoming energy ball, Frieza refused to back down, returning fire with his Death Revenge Blast. The two energy waves collided, and they began to clash. Both sides continuously funneled their chi into their energy spheres, striving to overpower the opposing energy wave. "Frieza, you are no match for me. For over a year, I have been training daily while you have sat on your throne enjoying your imperial privileges," Shrag proclaimed. "Your strength has significantly diminished since then. Look closely, this is the result of my training over the past year." Shrag intensified the energy transfer. Watching the energy wave encroaching upon him, Frieza exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could this guy become so strong? No, I refuse to believe it." Frieza increased his energy output, but his chi was nowhere near as abundant as Shrag's. The energy wave rushed towards Frieza at an alarming speed. "No, I cannot lose." The energy wave engulfed Frieza, and the sound of an explosion resonated. Dust and smoke billowed up. Boom, 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 boom. Frieza's army watched in shock as their king was overwhelmed in the clash. Some members of Frieza's army shouted, "Quick, run. Frieza has lost." Bardock remarked, "Is it true that Frieza could be taken down this easily? If such an attack could easily defeat him, he would not be worthy of his title as the Emperor of the Universe." Geno added, "Besides, Frieza must die by my hand. If Shrag kills him, then my reward for the divine words would be wasted." Geno would not allow such a thing to happen. In a moment of crisis, he would save Frieza and then personally deal with him. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's figure emerged before everyone's eyes. Seeing him unharmed, Frieza's army erupted in joyful cheers. At that moment, Frieza, covered in grime, had a twisted expression on his face. He kept muttering, "Impossible, this is impossible. How could this guy defeat me? I fought Shrag in the South Galaxy before, and our strengths were evenly matched. There's no way he could surpass me this much. Impossible." Frieza shouted, "How could you defeat me? Our strengths are very similar. How could you so easily push back the energy ball?" "Frieza, there's nothing impossible. Accept your fate. Today is your day of reckoning." Shrag once again gathered a massive energy sphere and hurled it directly at Frieza. Seeing the enormous energy ball, Frieza extended his hands, preparing to confront Shrag's attack head-on. At that moment, a figure appeared before Frieza, Geno. Geno placed his palm against Shrag's energy ball, and slowly the energy ball diminished and vanished within Geno's hand. Geno, having neutralized Shrag's energy sphere, turned to Frieza and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to save you. I am here to send you to hell myself." Geno gathered a massive energy sphere in his palm and unleashed it at Frieza. In a swift motion before Frieza could react, he was obliterated by Genos' explosive strike. System ding. The host has completed the task, and the rewards have been automatically issued. Geno has obtained the divine words. Geno thought to himself, great. From now on I can directly use the Super Dragon Balls. As the members of Frieza's army witnessed Frieza being reduced to ashes, one of them suddenly shouted, "Run. This guy has actually killed King Frieza, and now his target is us." Dodoria watched in the spaceship as Geno obliterated Frieza into dust. His heart trembled uncontrollably. He kept telling himself, how is this possible? King Frieza actually couldn't withstand a single attack from this guy. He is terrifying. He hurriedly ordered the crew in the spaceship to prepare for escape, but how could Geno allow them to escape? If he were to strike, it would be to eliminate them entirely. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished and spring winds will blow again. If they were allowed to leave, these pesky flies would continue to disturb him, which would drive Geno mad. Geno then said, Sherlag, for special reasons, I must be the one to eliminate Frieza. Sherlag replied, since my lord wishes to personally slay him, it's merely a matter of a finger's movement. This battle with Frieza has shown me my current strength, and I must thank Lord Geno for this opportunity. Geno said, don't worry, there will be plenty of experts for you to contend with in the future. Whether you can match them is hard to say. I will certainly strive to cultivate. This is not the end, but merely my starting point. Hearing this, Geno nodded. I hope you will work hard. I will indeed, Lord Geno. Very well, there are still some small fry that need to be dealt with. Laiya, why are you still dazed? There are still remnants aboard the spaceship. Go and eliminate them now. Hearing Geno's words, Laiya replied, oh right, how could I forget the remaining people on the spaceship? Laiya's palm glowed with energy as she fired an energy blast directly at Frieza's spaceship. Boom. The spaceship was blown open with a large hole. The members of Frieza's army inside began to scatter in panic. Broly, Bardock, and Laiya, not a single one would be spared, Brother Geno said, to eliminate Frieza's army completely. Bardock wanted to make his move the moment he saw Frieza, but since Frieza was Sherlag's opponent, Bardock suppressed his inner impulse. Now it was finally time to strike. Whether it was Frieza or the members of Frieza's army, they all deserved to die. Bardock charged into the crowd, unleashing a flurry of attacks, and many from Frieza's army were obliterated by Bardock's energy blasts. Broly, Laiya, Geno, and Sherlag watched Bardock in his frenzy. Laiya remarked, I didn't expect Bardock to harbor such hatred for Frieza. Look at him showing no mercy, every strike is lethal. Broly said, is this the bloodlust a Scion should possess? I too shall begin my rampage. Oh. Broly roared, releasing a massive shockwave directed at Frieza's army. This attack wiped out a third of Frieza's forces. Laiya said, that's truly violent, but I will be even more excessive, transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing my ultimate technique. Watch me, starburst obliteration. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously as Frieza's army was swiftly eliminated by the three of them. Now the only one still alive was Dodoria. Geno and the others looked at Dodoria, and Laiya said, I didn't expect you to survive my starburst obliteration. It seems you have some strength. Dodoria replied, your shockwave is indeed formidable, but I was constantly dodging your attacks before you struck, so, although I was injured, I still have a breath left. Geno said, so you mean to say that you survived because we showed mercy? At this moment, cold sweat appeared on Dodoria's forehead, for Geno could casually annihilate Frieza. My lord, you misunderstand me. That is not what I meant. I survived because I am still of use to you. It was also due to your leniency. Oh, you are useful to us. I do not recall any of Frieza's subordinates being of any use. As for Frieza's army, Geno will kill every last one. Do you know why? Dodoria asked, please enlighten me. Because we are Scions. Geno, Laiya, Broly, Bardock, and Laiya all flicked their tails. Since Geno arrived on the Scion planet, he has required them to wrap their tails around their waists to strengthen their Scion tails. The Scion tail is a weakness for Scions. If someone grabs a Scion's tail, they will instantly lose their power. To overcome this weakness, Geno instructed all Scions to wrap their tails around their waists to continuously train their tails. Seeing Geno and the others' tails, Dodoria said, I see now, no wonder you harbor such hatred for Frieza. It turns out there is a vendetta against your entire race. Well, now that you know the reason, you can rest easy on your journey. When you meet Frieza in hell, tell him that it was the Scions who obliterated him. Gina's palm pointed at Dodoria, and an energy wave directly turned Dodoria to ashes. Looking at all their enemies eliminated, Geno took out the seed of a spirit fruit and tossed it towards the Kaba planet. The seed landed on the ground, entered the soil, and began to absorb energy frantically. Soon the spirit fruit seed began to sprout. Then the sprout continued to grow, and slowly a robust tree appeared before Geno and the others. Indeed, these planets cannot provide energy for the spirit fruit seeds. Who cares? Brother Geno, since this planet is about to perish, it might as well benefit us. Just as the spirit fruit seeds are planted, when the spirit fruits grow, we will harvest them, and the life of this planet will come to an end. Right? Why should I think so much? Now we just need to wait for the spirit fruit tree to bear fruit. After 14 days, the spirit fruit tree was laden with spirit fruits, and Jinnu urged Laiya and the others to hurry and harvest them. Laiya, Broly, Bardock, and others began to leap over the spirit fruits, collecting them into their pockets. This time Sherlag also joined in the harvesting. Initially Laiya and the others were unwilling, but Jinnu said this time Frieza attacked. It wasn't just Sherlag being cautious. Do you think I would know about Frieza coming to Kaba planet without the information from Sherlag's spy by Frieza's side? That's why I knew Frieza was coming and brought you all here. So after harvesting the spirit fruits, Sherlag will be rewarded with 2 spirit fruits. Hearing that Jinnu would reward him with 2 spirit fruits, Sherlag thanked Jinnu profusely. He said, "Thank you, Lord Jinnu. No need this time, it is what you deserve." Gai Nuo said, "This spirit fruit has little use for you now. The stronger one becomes the limited the spirit fruit's enhancement to battle power. However, it can boost your mental strength." Lord Gai Nuo, I know that the stronger a person is, the less the spirit fruit enhances their combat power, but this spirit fruit can improve my mental strength. I've found that the stronger my mental power, the smoother my cultivation process becomes. So that's how it is. I need the spirit fruit because it can enhance my mental power. Recently, the strength I am cultivating requires an enormous amount of mental power, so I need the spirit fruit. It seems this spirit fruit has certain benefits for you as well. Perhaps it's due to your race. Speaking of races, Lord Gai Nuo, you mentioned taking me back to my hometown once things settle down. Do I actually have a hometown? In my memory, there has never been a concept of a hometown. All my memories are from Slag Star. Yes, you have a hometown. Oh, it is called Namek. The people there all look quite similar. You are all Namekians. Namek, I remember. When I have the time, I will definitely visit my hometown. Soon, once I finish my current tasks, I will take you to Namek to meet your kind. Then I thank you once again, Lord Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo said, "Let's hurry and finish picking the spirit fruits. Once I have the spirit fruit seeds, I will destroy this planet." Laiya and the others quickened their pace in harvesting. Swish, 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 their figures darted back and forth among the spirit fruits. In less than 15 minutes, all the spirit fruits on the spirit fruit tree were harvested. All right, you finished picking. Now it's my turn to work. Gai Nuo's hand reached into the soil of Kaba Star, grasping the spirit fruit seeds. Then his body floated in the air as energy rapidly condensed at his fingertips. Gai Nuo flicked his finger, and a massive energy ball slammed down heavily onto Kaba Star. The energy ball plunged directly into Kaba Star. Then, after a moment of silence, a loud boom rang out as Kaba Star exploded, its lifespan coming to an end. As he watched Kaba Star turn into cosmic dust, Gai Nuo said, "Let's head back. The task is complete. Let's see how many spirit fruits we've gathered this time." Lord Gai Nuo, we have quite a number of spirit fruits this time. My pocket is almost full. Broly and Bardock said our pockets are nearly full too. Sheila Gu said my pocket is only half full. That should be enough. Let's go back. Gai Nuo immediately activated instant transmission and returned to the Scion planet. Upon arriving at the Scion planet, Gai Nuo brought everyone to his royal fortress. Everyone took out their universal capsules. Laiya and the others threw the capsules to the ground, and with a bang, golden spirit fruits fell into everyone's sight. Quick count and see how many spirit fruits we have this time. Laiya and the others began counting 1, 2, 3, 5,000, 10900. Phew, we finally counted them all. Brother Gai Nuo, we have over 10,000 spirit fruits this time. Over 10,000. Take out 5,000 for us, Scions, to consume. Then I'll take the remaining 4,900. I need the mental power replenishment from the spirit fruits, so I'll take a bit more this time. Laiya, you take 300, Bardock 300, Broly 300, and the remaining 100 goes to Sheila Gu. I've changed my mind. Sheila Gu's reward is now 100, which he should receive this time. Hearing that he could get 100 spirit fruits, Sheila Gu was overjoyed. He never expected Gai Nuo would give him 100 spirit fruits. Sheila Gu, I hope you can use these many spirit fruits to cultivate well. Yes, Lord Gai Nuo, I will not disappoint you. Gai Nuo nodded. Bardock, Broly, Laiya, this spirit fruit won't significantly boost your current battle power, but it can enhance your mental strength. You must act according to your capabilities and not greedily consume too much. With stronger mental power, your cultivation will become smoother. Make sure to remember that. We will, Brother Gai Nuo. Now that the spirit fruits are distributed, you all go back to training. We must continuously cultivate to become stronger, so we cannot slack off. The opponents we encounter will become increasingly powerful, so we must also grow stronger. Yes, Brother Gai Nuo, we will return to training right away. After Laiya and the others left, Gai Nuo immediately used instant transmission and arrived at Dr. Briss' home on Earth. At that moment, Dr. Briss was enjoying lunch. As Gai Nuo appeared, he greeted Dr. Briss, saying, "Dr. Briss, I'm here to disturb you again." Bulma ran over to Gai Nuo upon seeing him. Gai Nuo picked up little Bulma and asked her, "Bulma, have you been good and studying hard?" Bulma replied, "The textbooks for elementary school are too simple now. I've already mastered them all, so I don't have to go to school anymore. I can self-study at home as well." Dr. Briss said Bulma indeed doesn't need to go to school now, but the material taught in elementary school is too simple for her. Oh, it seems little Bulma is quite impressive. Truly a little scientist. Now, little scientist, I have something to discuss with your father. Could you go play by yourself for a bit? All right, brother Gai Nuo. Little Bulma ran out of Gai Nuo's arms and went to play in the yard. Gai Nuo asked Dr. Briss, where's your storage room? Dr. Briss pointed in a direction. Gai Nuo walked over and began rummaging through the cabinets. After a while, he found a glass ball with 2 stars. Gai Nuo said, Dr. Briss, can you invent a device that can find this ball? Dr. Briss examined it for a while, studied it, and said, yes, it seems the little stars on this glass ball have special fluctuations. I can invent a device based on this. Good, then I'll leave it to you, Dr. Briss. No need for such formality, this matter is nothing. After several hours, Dr. Briss took out a device that displayed 7 star points and said, it seems this glass ball has 7 stars on Earth. Gai Nuo said, this is a wish ball. Once you gather all 7, you can summon the dragon and make any wish, and the dragon will help you realize it. Is it really that magical? Yes, Dr. Briss, please give me the device, I will go find the remaining 6. All right, here you go. You should quickly collect the wish balls and summon the dragon so we can see it. Then please wait a moment, I will be right back. Gai Nuo instantaneously transported to the Scion planet, handed the Dragon Ball radar to Dr. Laiya for him to inspect, and said, Laiya, I need a device that can detect energy balls in the universe. Please start inventing the Dragon Ball radar. Gai Nuo returned to Earth and began his journey to find the Dragon Balls. After Laiya replicated the Dragon Ball radar invented by Dr. Briss, Fugano directly returned to Earth with the Dragon Ball radar to collect the Dragon Balls on Earth. As for the creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar, Gano entrusted it to Laiya, believing that Laiya could develop the Super Dragon Ball radar, as the scientific technology of the Zypher people ranks among the best in the universe. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, Gano began his journey to find the Dragon Balls on Earth. In fact, with Gano's strength, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was quite easy. From what Gano knew, there were already 2 Dragon Balls located at Master Rose's place. One was Goku's 4-star ball, and the other was Master Rose's 3-star ball. Gano used instant transmission to arrive at Master Rose's residence, where Master Roshi had already taken Goku under his wing. Master Roshi was lounging comfortably under the sunshade, crossing his legs, while 2 children in the distance were continuously throwing punches. One was Goku, and the other was the bald-headed Krillin. Gano remarked, Master Wutian truly has exquisite taste. Sipping tea and enjoying snacks while lounging under the sunshade, how delightful. Upon hearing Gano's voice, Master Roshi immediately stood up from his lounge chair and said to Gano, Gano, what brings you here? Don't you find the universe entertaining? Why are you back on Earth? I came to Earth to find the Dragon Balls, specifically the small ball hanging around your neck. Master Roshi looked down at the glass ball around his neck and said, so this thing is called a Dragon Ball. I thought it was a decorative item, which is why I wore it around my neck. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. I currently have 1, you have 1, and Goku has 1, which makes 3. Now where are the other 4? Gano took out the Dragon Ball radar to look at the areas of the other 4 Dragon Balls. It seems this glass ball is of some use to you, so take it. Master Roshi took off the Dragon Ball and threw it to Gano. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm here? You just gave it to me. What if I did something bad? If you, Gano, wanted to do something, no one on Earth could stop you. But every time you come to Earth, you have a purpose. Otherwise, why would you keep coming back? Actually, Earth holds special significance for me, so I won't do anything to it, nor will I allow anyone else to have ill intentions toward it. Gano spoke softly. Master Roshi said, what? Gano, what are you saying? I didn't catch that. Gano snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. Then thank you, Master Wutian. You're welcome. He'll call Goku over to give you his Dragon Ball. No need, Master Wutian, will go over personally. Gano walked towards Goku, and Krillin, who was practicing martial arts, said to Goku, hey Goku, look, someone is coming towards us. Goku turned around, saw Gano, and cheerfully greeted him, saying, hey Gano, what brings you here? Gano replied, I have something to discuss with Master Wutian, and I also have something for you. You need something from me. Is there any way I can help you? Let's put the help aside for now, Goku. How about we spar a bit? Sure. Our last battle wasn't satisfying, and this time my strength has increased, so you better be careful, Goku said. Then let me see how much your strength has increased. Come on. Gano struck a fighting pose. Seeing Gano's stance, Goku said, all right, I'm ready too. Goku charged straight at Gano. As he got close, his fist swung towards Gano. Watching Goku's attack approach, Gano slightly tilted his head to the side, dodging Goku's strike. Gano's finger then pressed against Goku's abdomen, and with a flick, Goku was sent flying. Goku's figure flew straight towards the ocean, and with a splash, he was sent into the water by Gano's finger. Moments later, Goku emerged from the water and charged at Gano again, this time using both fists and feet, with a furious barrage of attacks. Gano shifted his footing, slightly evading all of Goku's attacks. As he moved, he said to Goku, When you attack, be as swift as lightning and as free as the wind in your movements. The reason I could dodge all of your attacks is that my strength surpasses yours and also because you leak too much energy during your strikes. An attack should be lethal in one strike, just like this. Gano flicked his finger under Goku's armpit, causing Goku to fall from the air. Wow, ouch, that hurts. Gano, you're still as powerful as ever. Goku exclaimed. Gano replied, did you remember what I just told you? Goku nodded. Yeah, I remember. But I still have one move I haven't shown. Gano, dare you take my final strike? Alright, then let me see the power of your final move. Come on, Goku. Alright, watch my final attack. Goku's hands formed a flower bud shape resting at his waist as he began to gather energy in his palms. Seeing Goku's posture, Master Wu Tian was taken aback. Goku hadn't been under his tutelage for long. Could he have mastered the Kamehameha so quickly? Indeed, Goku shouted, take this. Kamehameha. A white-blue energy wave surged towards Gano. The power of this energy wave wasn't very strong, but to the little bald-headed Krillin, it seemed incredibly powerful. Krillin shouted, Master Wushin's ultimate move, the Kamehameha. I never expected Goku to master it so quickly. As the energy wave approached, Gano extended his finger, blocking the Kamehameha just an arm's length away. The energy wave halted, and seeing this, Goku increased the output of his energy. With a shout, Goku powered up. At this point, Goku was already able to use his energy, and as he powered up, the energy beam of the Kamehameha thickened further, yet it still did not budge. After about a minute, Goku's energy was nearly depleted, and the Kamehameha dissipated. Goku, panting heavily, said to Gano, Gano, you truly are strong, but I will definitely catch up to you. Good, I look forward to that day coming. Gano produced a senzu bean and said to Goku, eat this senzu bean and you will recover your stamina. Goku grabbed the senzu bean and popped it into his mouth. With a crunching sound, he swallowed the senzu bean, instantly feeling full of energy again. This is amazing. I feel rejuvenated. Now Goku, give me your 4-star ball. Oh, I still need to search for more Dragon Balls. Goku pointed to the 4-star ball on his body, saying, you mean this? Yes, that's the one I need. Then take it. Goku tossed the 4-star ball to Gano. Well then, goodbye Goku, and farewell Master Wu Tian. With a whoosh, Gano vanished without a trace. Klin was directly stunned by Gai Nuo's disappearance, trembling as he said he is gone just like that, vanished before our eyes. Wukong was not particularly surprised and replied, yeah. Gai Nuo's strength was too formidable, so there were some techniques we had never seen before. This is not surprising. What excites me is that I want to be as strong as Gai Nuo in the future. At this moment, Master Wu Tian approached Wukong and Klin, saying to them, do you see? There are always stronger people out there. You are still far from that level. You should hurry up and practice. Yes, Master Wu Tian. Wukong and Klin replied in unison. It's already noon. If anyone fails to punch over 10,000 times after I finish lunch, there will be no dinner for today. Hearing that their meal might be cancelled, Wukong and Klin swung their fists vigorously, repeating the motion over and over again until their muscles formed a kind of memory. As he punched, Klin said, Wukong, I didn't expect you to have learned Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha wave. I underestimated you, but I will catch up, Wukong. Ooh, I must become stronger than you. Alright, Klin, let's get stronger together. Gai Nuo looked at the Dragon Radar. The last Dragon Ball was located above the Ice Snow Mountain. He arrived at the site, gazing at the display of the Dragon Radar in his hand. The last Dragon Ball was right here. Gai Nuo floated in front of the Ice Snow Mountain, arriving at a cave on the mountain where the Dragon Radar indicated the location was inside this cave. As Gai Nuo stepped a few meters inside the cave, he heard a commotion within. He quickly retreated, hovering in midair, and indeed a large swarm of bats rushed out from the cave. Gai Nuo's hands shone brightly, and all the bats turned to ashes. Now there should be no bats left in the cave, right? Gai Nuo entered the cave, concentrating energy in his hand, illuminating the cave with the light from his palm. He walked deep into the cave and finally saw the last Dragon Ball. Gai Nuo picked up the Dragon Ball and walked out of the cave. Finally, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. Gai Nuo's figure flickered, and he directly arrived at Dr. Brisfu's house. At that moment, Dr. Brisfu was enjoying afternoon tea. As Gai Nuo suddenly appeared, Dr. Brisfu hurriedly stood up and said to Gai Nuo, it seems you have collected all the wish orbs. Yes, all 7 wish orbs are here, Gai Nuo said, revealing 7 identical glass spheres in his hand. Dr. Brisfu asked, can these 7 together summon the dragon? Yes, Dr. Brisfu, Gai Nuo replied. Do you have any wishes? I can summon the dragon to help you fulfill them. No, the wish orbs are collected by you. You must have something in mind for collecting them. Me? Actually, I don't have anything. I just wanted to verify your invention. Indeed, Dr. Brisfu is worthy of being the top scientist on Earth. Your Dragon Radar is very useful. This wish orb can also be called a Dragon Ball. Your invention allowed me to find all 7 Dragon Balls quickly. It's great to help you. Since you have no wishes, let's see if my family has any wishes to fulfill. And alright, call them out. Before long, Bulma ties and misses. Brisfu stood before Gai Nuo. Bulma hurriedly said, Brother Gai Nuo, I heard from Dad that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish, is that true? Yes, Bulma. What wish do you want to fulfill? As for me, it seems I don't have anything to wish for. What about you, sister? Bulma asked Ties. I don't have any wishes either. I want to be a science fiction writer, but I want to rely on my own efforts and don't want to gain things without working for them. Ties said. Gai Nuo looked at Mrs. Brisfu and said, I know what wish you might need, madam. And Mrs. Brisfu had not spoken yet. Gai Nuo placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and then said, Come forth, dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls responded, and suddenly the day turned into night. A flash of light shot up from the Dragon Balls into the sky, and slowly the dragon appeared before everyone. Gai Nuo looked at the dragon up close and thought, Isn't this the dragon from Chinese mythology? The dragon spoke, State your wish, any wish can be fulfilled. Gai Nuo said, Please let Mrs. Brisfu remain youthful forever. The dragon replied, This is easy to fulfill. The dragon's gaze flickered, then said, Your wish has been granted. Then the 7 Dragon Balls scattered in all directions. Gai Nuo, quick and responsive, immediately gathered the 7 Dragon Balls back together. At this point, the Dragon Balls had turned into 7 stones. If one wanted to use the Dragon Balls again, they would have to wait a year before they could be used again. However, Gai Nuo could wait a year for good things. He wanted to return Wukong's Dragon Ball, as it was the only thing left to him from his grandfather's son Wukong. I can't just give Wukong a stone ball. And alright, the wish has been granted. Mrs. Brisfu, how do you feel? I feel like there's a surge of power inside me, like all my body cells have come to life. And, in any case, thank you, Gai Nuo. You are too polite, Mrs. Brisfu. Now that everything is settled, I should return to my planet. There are many things waiting for me to handle there. Alright, since you have matters to attend to, you should hurry back. Upon hearing Gai Nuo was leaving, Bulma rushed to him and said, Brother Gai Nuo, you are leaving already. I want to play with you a bit more. Bulma's face showed reluctance, and Gai Nuo said, Bulma, my planet has matters to deal with, so I must return. Next time I come, I will play with you properly. Dr. Brisfu said, Bulma, Gai Nuo has his own matters to attend to. He won't have time to play with you. Stop being mischievous and hurry back to your room to do your homework. It's no problem, children like to play. If they don't play when they are young, they won't have time to play when they grow up, right? Bulma. And Brother Gai Nuo is right. And alright, then next time Brother Gai Nuo will come to play with me. Goodbye, I will head back now. Bulma waved her hand and said, Goodbye, Brother Gai Nuo, remember to come and play with me next time. Alright, I will remember. Goodbye, Bulma. Goodbye, Brother Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo activated the instant transmission, and his figure vanished from the spot, returning to the Scion planet. Geno returned to planet Saiya, heading directly towards Dr. Rika's laboratory. As Geno entered Dr. Rika's laboratory, he saw Dr. Rika holding a Dragon Ball radar that was twice the size of the one invented by Dr. Brisfu. It seems that Dr. Rika has developed the Super Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Rika, it appears you have succeeded. You have created the Super Dragon Ball radar. Hearing Geno's voice, Rika turned around and slightly bowed to him, saying, My king, you have arrived. I have made the Super Dragon Ball radar for you. Please take a look. Geno took the Super Dragon Ball radar from Rika's hands and pressed a button on it. Rika explained, My king, the emission frequency of this Super Dragon Ball radar is much denser now. The radar waves can detect across an entire universe. As long as a Dragon Ball appears, the radar waves can pick up its frequency and display its location on the radar screen. Good, Rika, you truly deserve to be the top scientist of our planet Saiya. I have nothing else to reward you with. I'll give you this spirit fruit as a reward. Last time after Dr. Rika consumed a spirit fruit, he felt that the problems he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. It seems the spirit fruit has an effect. Thus Dr. Rika is quite eager for the spirit fruit. Seeing Geno directly reward him with a spirit fruit, Rika hurriedly expressed his gratitude, thanking the king for the reward. This is just a small reward. Once our planet Saiya grows stronger, I will entrust all the advanced technologies we acquire in the universe to you for research. I want our planet Saiya's technology and military strength to be at the pinnacle of the universe. Then I will surely create a high-tech planet for you, my king. Good, from now on the scientific technology of planet Saiya will rely on you. Thank you, my king. I can only handle scientific technology, though I don't have the talent for martial arts. That's true. Alright, I will take the Super Dragon Ball radar to search for the Dragon Balls. I need to arrange a few things. Rika, please inform everyone to gather at the training ground. Alright, my king, I will notify everyone immediately. Rika turned on the wireless broadcasting loudspeaker and shouted into it, Attention, everyone, the king has something to announce. Please gather at the training ground. Geno was astonished by such an operation and said, Rika, when did you invent such a device? My king, I think this wireless broadcasting loudspeaker is quite necessary. If you have something to say, you can use this loudspeaker to communicate with everyone. Lord Boom can also convey messages through the loudspeaker. It makes things more convenient, doesn't it? It certainly makes things much easier. Let's go. We need to head to the training ground. Geno flew towards the training ground with Rika. At that moment, the training ground was bustling with activity, filled with Ziffles and Scions. Rhea asked Geno, brother, is there something you want to discuss by gathering us all together? I need to go out to handle some matters. During my absence, I will leave the various affairs of Planet Saiyan to Boom. Also, everyone must not slack off in your training. Dad, if someone from the Galaxy King contacts us for a mission, please consider it. If our strength is sufficient for the task, we will accept it and send someone to execute the mission. However, if the task is too difficult, just decline it. We must not act recklessly and risk the military strength of our planet Saiyan. Boom said, my king, rest assured. I am well aware of these matters. I won't let our Scion warriors take unnecessary risks. If any difficult tasks arise, we can plan them once you return. Alright, let's handle the major matters once I return. Rhea, Bardock, Broly, and Shrag, you need to focus on your training. Bardock and Broly are just a step away from transforming into Super Saiyans. Rhea, you need to work hard. You still cannot transform into the second level of Super Saiyan. Your current state is merely mimicking the second level of Super Saiyan, so you need to exert more effort. Shrag, you also need to put in more effort in your training. Shrag replied, yes, my king, I will definitely work hard in my training. Good, I hope when I return this time, everyone's combat power will have improved. The matters I am dealing with this time are a bit special, so I cannot bring you all with me. However, I will return quickly after finishing my tasks. When I return, I will assess everyone's combat power. If anyone's combat power hasn't increased, I will give them special training. Hearing this, all the Scions couldn't help but retract their necks. Geno's special training was notorious for being grueling, but the results were significant. Once everything is arranged, you all may disperse. Some hurried back to their training rooms to begin their training, not daring to slack off. If their combat power hadn't increased by the time the king returned, they would be in big trouble. At this time, the only ones remaining were Rhea, and others along with Boom, Tasha Jine, and Rika. After I leave, I hope everyone will take good care of the affairs of Planet Saiyan. The responsibility for our technological security will be entrusted to Rika. In terms of science and technology, everyone should listen to Rika's advice. Rika, what do you think? Can we apply the laser handguns from Earth for the protection of our planet Saiyan? For example, inventing a large-scale laser firing device that can automatically fire to eliminate threats if unfamiliar beings approach our planet Saiyan. My king, this idea can be tried. I will thoroughly research your proposed automatic firing device. It truly is a good idea. Alright, I have nothing else to convey. Let's all work together to develop and strengthen our planet Saiyan. Everyone said together, alright, let's all work hard together. Now you all go back to training. I don't have anything else to do today, though I also need to rest a bit before setting off, so please head back. Bardock and Jine left first, and Rika followed. Broly went back to train by himself. Boom and Tasha had not left yet, and Rhea was still there. Dad, Mom, Rhea, you all should go back. I need to rest too. Boom said, Geno, is there any danger in the matters you are dealing with? Otherwise, why aren't you bringing Rhea and the others? Geno replied, there is no danger. This time it's not a trip, but a quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? What are those? Dragon Balls are wish orbs that can grant any wish. This time I am looking for the Super Dragon Ball, which is as large as our planet Saiyan. Such a large wish orb will require a lot of effort to move, and bringing them along would make it even more difficult. Moreover, if I encounter a skilled opponent, I would already be overwhelmed. If it's just me, I can escape at any time. Those skilled fighters won't be able to harm me. After hearing Geno's words, Boom said, you are right. This indeed suits you to handle alone. Yes, Dad, you can rest assured. Geno had arranged everything, and he allowed everyone else to rest. He too needed to recuperate, as the quest for the Super Dragon Balls was uncertain in duration, and maintaining ample energy was of utmost importance. Before he knew it, a whole day had passed. Geno looked at the darkening sky outside and felt it was time to set off. He picked up the Super Dragon Ball and the Universal Capsule, which contained his Spirit Fruit and Senzu Beans, placing both items inside the capsule. If he forgot these items, Geno's journey to find the Super Dragon Balls would be incredibly arduous. The Senzu Beans not only healed wounds, but also alleviated hunger. If Geno felt hungry, a single Senzu Bean would suffice to fill him. Moreover, if he felt mentally fatigued, a Spirit Fruit would invigorate him. Therefore, these two items were crucial for Geno. With everything packed, it was time for him to depart. Geno dashed out of the Scion planet. This quest for the Super Dragon Balls needed to be kept under wraps. He couldn't make a grand show of it with a spaceship. Besides, a Super Dragon Ball was as large as a planet, making it impossible for a spaceship to carry one. He would consult the system later to see if it could assist him in transporting the Super Dragon Ball. Geno arrived on a desolate planet in the universe. Holding the Super Dragon Ball radar, he scanned the area for any Super Dragon Balls. The radar beeped, and suddenly it indicated the presence of a Super Dragon Ball 1.0 kilometers away. Haha, he finally found one. It wasn't easy. Geno's body flickered, and he appeared before the Super Dragon Ball. This Super Dragon Ball resembled a lifeless planet. Without the radar signal, one would think it was just a dull planet. Geno launched a ki blast at it, and with a loud boom, the blast dislodged the dust and rocks from the surface of the Super Dragon Ball, revealing its true form. Geno stared in awe at the Super Dragon Ball, which was as large as a planet. Indeed, this Super Dragon Ball was extraordinarily adorned with 2 stars, indicating it was a 2-star Super Dragon Ball. But how could he transport this Super Dragon Ball? This was something the system would have to resolve. System, wake up. I have encountered a problem. Huh, what's going on? This system was still sleeping. Hurry up and say what you need, but don't disturb my sleep. System, I found the Super Dragon Ball, but it's too massive to carry. How can I take it with me? Is that all? You bother this system for such trivial matters. Didn't the host already possess the skill of space-time travel? And besides, the host has already used spatial power. Just use that to take the Super Dragon Ball. You mean I can use spatial power to transport the Super Dragon Ball? But using spatial power requires immense mental strength, and mine isn't strong enough yet. This method won't work. Is that so? Then there's no other way. The host can only use spatial power to carry the Dragon Balls. Without it, you will have to return empty-handed. No way. I refuse to return empty-handed. It's just about mastering spatial power, right? My mental strength can still be improved. I have spirit fruits, so I have nothing to fear. I will cultivate my mental strength right here utilizing spatial power. This Super Dragon Ball is the perfect object for verification. This Super Dragon Ball is indeed a great object for verification. I must obtain this Super Dragon Ball. Geno began to cultivate his mental strength, enhancing his mental power while growing familiar with the use of spatial power. Time passed swiftly during his training. A month later, Geno had made significant strides in his mental strength. He declared, "Today, I will definitely take this Super Dragon Ball." With his palm directed at the Super Dragon Ball, the surrounding spatial power surged towards it. Slowly increasing the output of his mental power, he finally saw the Super Dragon Ball move. He had mastered the Super Dragon Ball, and it began to drift toward him. After a month of training, he could finally take the Super Dragon Ball with him. Geno floated in the universe with the Super Dragon Ball. During this time, as he used spatial power, his mental strength became more solidified, and he grew increasingly adept at wielding spatial power. Next, he found the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Super Dragon Balls. Now 4 Super Dragon Balls were floating behind Geno, and he turned to gaze at them, marveling at the difficulty involved in obtaining them. After searching for 4 months, he had collected 4 Super Dragon Balls. There were still 3 Super Dragon Balls remaining not in this universe. Being well-versed in the Dragon Ball saga, Geno knew that the last 3 were located in the 6th universe. However, being from the 7th universe, it would be perilous to recklessly venture into the 6th universe. If he encountered the God of Destruction from the 6th universe, he might not survive. Yet Geno was unwilling to give up. Only 3 Super Dragon Balls remained. What to do? Should he just give up? No way. Having found 4, he was determined to locate the remaining 3. No risk, no gain. To fulfill his wish, he decided to take the plunge. It was just heading to the 6th universe, so off he went. Before this, Geno had already asked the system for maps of all 12 universes. Now, possessing the skill of instant transmission, he could travel to any universe in the blink of an eye. If he encountered the God of Destruction Kampa in the 6th universe, he would simply escape, as his instant transmission would allow him to evade pursuit. Geno arrived at the boundary between the 6th and 7th universes. Stepping into this area meant he had entered the 6th universe. He hoped his luck wouldn't run out by encountering Kampa. With a step, Geno crossed into the 6th universe. He was eager to find the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls, so he activated the Dragon Ball radar and began scanning the entire 6th universe. Soon the radar responded, and Geno rushed toward the location of the Super Dragon Ball. He repeated the process, swiftly breaking through the rocky surface of the Super Dragon Ball and using spatial power to take it away. 2 remained. There was 1 here. He looked at the radar display and approached the 6th Super Dragon Ball, using his cleansing ability to remove the dust from its surface. Then he took the Super Dragon Ball and made a quick exit, leaving only 1 left. Geno thought to himself, with just 1 last Super Dragon Ball remaining, he could complete this quest for the Dragon Balls. He hoped that this final Super Dragon Ball would not cause any trouble. Yet some things in this world are inexplicably bizarre. The very events you wish to avoid often unfold right before your eyes, leaving you powerless. The last Super Dragon Ball had already shown up on the Dragon radar, and Geno moved towards the target. However, unbeknownst to him from the moment he entered the 6th universe, the angel Vados had been monitoring his every move through her angel staff. At this moment, on the planet of the God of Destruction in the 6th universe, a cat resembling the God of Destruction from the 7th universe was shouting, "Vados, I have completed today's destruction mission. You must give me an extra goo-goo bird egg tonight." Vados did not even glance at the fat cat not far in front of her, whose name was Kampa, the God of Destruction of the 6th universe. Vados said, Lord Kampa, you need to lose weight. Look at your figure, it's gone out of shape, and yet you eat so much. You can only have one Gugu bird egg per meal, nothing more. Kampa replied, I don't care. I have exceeded today's destruction tasks, you should reward me. I have consumed too much energy today, so I need to replenish it. Under Kampa's strong demand, Vados had no choice but to agree to give Kampa another Gugu bird egg. Upon hearing Vados' agreement, Kampa joyfully jumped up, exclaiming, hooray! Vados truly treats me the best. Alright, I am going to take a bath. After my bath, I will enjoy dinner. Vados looked at her staff and murmured, should I inform Lord Kampa about this matter? Perhaps not. If Lord Kampa learns that the 6th universe was intruded upon by the 7th universe, he would surely fly into a rage, and that kid would be doomed. However, taking something from my 6th universe is not that easy. Vados pointed her staff towards the void. Geno had just finished clearing the dust from the last Dragon Ball, and was about to use his time-space power to take the Dragon Ball, but who could have imagined that his actions had already been observed clearly by someone? Geno felt as if his body was frozen, and then a tower directly descended upon him. How was he supposed to deal with getting trapped inside? This tower directly contained Geno along with his 7 Super Dragon Balls. At this moment inside the tower, Geno opened his eyes. He found himself at the very bottom of the tower, yet his Dragon Balls were positioned in the middle of the tower structure. What does this mean? Is it a trial I must overcome? A voice echoed within the tower saying, little one, you think you can stealthily take something from my 6th universe? It won't be that easy. Geno asked, who are you? Why have you trapped me inside this tower? Moreover, the Dragon Balls are inherently unclaimed objects. Only 3 of them are within your 6th universe. I had no choice but to come to the 6th universe in search of the remaining 3. So you mean that if all 7 Dragon Balls were in your 7th universe, you would gather them all without issue? But since 3 are in my 6th universe, and you intruded here without warning to take those 3, how can it be so easy? Then what must I do to take these 7 Dragon Balls? Geno inquired. It's simple, to conquer the God-slaying tower. Do you see the location of the Dragon Balls? If you can reach the position of the Dragon Balls, then you can take all 7. Well, you better keep your word, Geno asked. Of course, if you can reach the middle of the God-slaying tower, then you can take the 7 Dragon Balls. If you fail, then you may lose your life. The God-slaying tower, as the name implies, is a place where even gods risk falling. That's why it's called the God-slaying tower. You say this tower can slay gods. Well, it can slay gods, but it doesn't guarantee it'll survive. Come on, it's just a trial, right? I've not had a good spar in a long time. This is a perfect opportunity to hone my combat skills. Alright, the trial begins. In front of Geno appeared a beast that resembled a wild boar, yet it was not quite a wild boar. The beast charged directly at Geno. Well, then let's see just how powerful this so-called God-slaying tower truly is. Geno also charged towards the boar-like monster for a heating clash. He discovered that every time his strength grew rapidly, his physical resilience became increasingly formidable. Their bodies collided with a loud bang, sending the monster flying. Seizing the moment, Geno swiftly moved in and struck the monster's abdomen with a punch, causing it to spit out blood. Vados observed the situation through her staff and remarked, I didn't expect this little one to possess such formidable physical strength. It seems I underestimated him. The battle between Geno and the monster commenced. With just a few punches and kicks, Geno rendered the monster incapable of further resistance, then decisively finished it off with a powerful blow. Congratulations, you have passed the first level of the God-slaying tower. You are now entering the second trial. Geno arrived at the second trial of the God-slaying tower. The second trial began. Previously it was 1 monster, but now there were 3. It seemed this God-slaying tower upgraded through defeating opponents. 3 monsters, no problem. Geno directly positioned himself in the center of the 3 monsters, engaging them in combat without losing ground. The difficulty had increased, but I, Geno, am not so easily defeated. With a loud thud and a sharp crack, 2 of the monsters had already been sent flying by Geno, allowing him to focus on the remaining 1. He delivered a kick that landed squarely on the monster's face. The monster's body flew rapidly away, and Geno flashed behind it, delivering a powerful elbow strike to its back, causing it to spew blood. Now I shall ensure your permanent disappearance. Geno gathered 2 massive energy orbs with his hands and hurled them at the monster. The power of the 2 energy waves combined obliterated the monster. With this one taken care of, the remaining 2 must also perish. At this moment, the monster said, you think it's that easy to defeat us? That's a foolish dream. Whether it's a foolish dream can only be understood through combat. Without further ado, Geno launched a ki blast towards the 2 remaining monsters. Dust and smoke billowed up, and taking advantage of the monster's distraction, Geno dashed into the smoke. Within the smoke, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the 2 remaining monsters. Soon the 2 monsters were left battered and bruised. Geno declared, this is the consequence of underestimating me. At this moment, these 2 monsters had already started to look battered, resembling neither human nor beast. Was this what one would call a chimera? Hey, you two creatures, are you coming or not? Gano asked. One of the monsters replied, Don't be so smug, we just weren't paying attention when you landed a hit on us. Oh, is that so? If you're not convinced, then come and fight again. I must tell you I truly enjoy battle, but your strength fails to pique my interest, said Gano. Kid, how dare you underestimate us? Third brother, let's merge and teach this kid a lesson, declared the elder monster. The one called Third Brother said, Big brother, the second brother was defeated by this kid. Although our combined power is formidable, it does have a time limit. We can't worry about that now. Just seeing that kid's smug expression makes my teeth itch with anger, said the elder. Gano added, so you can merge too. Then hurry up. Don't worry, I won't mind if your combined strength is too weak. It should be enough for me to practice my skills. Oh, this is infuriating. Third brother, merge quickly, or I'll kill you first, and then devour you. Hearing this, third brother quickly moved in front of the elder and said with righteous fervor, Big brother, I will definitely cooperate with you to complete the merge. Honestly, I've been quite annoyed by that kid too. After we merge, let's properly teach this kid a lesson so he knows there are consequences for angering us. In truth, third brother was afraid of dying. If his elder were to kill him, he would be finished for good. However, once they merged, the time would be limited and they would automatically separate. Then he wouldn't have to die. But third brother was thinking too optimistically. From the moment they appeared, their fate was sealed. They were destined to become the withered bones beneath Gano's feet. Gano intended to fight his way up layer by layer, or else he wouldn't be able to obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Are you two going to merge or not? If you're not merging, come over here and die quickly. Otherwise, merge and then get killed by me. Gano shouted at the two creatures. Either way, dying early or late is still dying. Rather than suffering a painful death, why not let me end it for you? Don't worry, soon enough. At the moment Gano finished speaking, the two monsters merged. After merging, they looked quite normal, sporting a pair of horns, a large set of wings, exposed teeth, fierce eyes, and sharp claws, like a living dragon lizard. Then this dragon lizard began to unleash its aura, showcasing a combat power that was worlds apart from before. Kid, this is the power we possess after merging. Are you scared yet? If you're afraid, kneel down and beg for mercy, and perhaps I might leave your whole corpse intact. Hearing this suggestion from the dragon lizard, Gano nodded and said, All right then. Then I'll leave you with a whole corpse. After saying this, Gano flashed to the back of the dragon lizard and delivered a sweeping kick that struck the lizard's waist, sending it flying. With a cry of pain, the sound echoed from the dragon lizard's mouth. Gano seized the opportunity to position himself above the lizard's head, raised his right leg high, and delivered a downward chop. With a bang, the dragon lizard's body fell onto the steps of the god-slaying tower. With a thud, the steps were dented by the impact of the dragon lizard's body. Gano began to fire multiple energy blasts into the pit created by the impact, the shots raining down like a barrage. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted from the pit, while the dragon lizard's cries of agony echoed continuously within. As the smoke dissipated and the dust settled, the dragon lizard lay gasping for breath. Gano hovered before it and said, Now if you beg for your life, I will leave your whole corpse intact. If you think he'll beg for mercy, dream on. However, another thought within the merged being said, I beg you, spare my life. I don't want to die, or I can be your loyal servant. Shut up, you shameless creature, begging for mercy from your enemy. What's wrong? Living is the most important thing. As long as I'm alive, there is hope. If I die, everything will be lost. The two conflicting thoughts within the same body argued, causing Gano's head to spin. He bellowed, Enough. You don't need to argue, you're both doomed. As he spoke, Gano pointed his palm at the dragon lizard, an energy orb forming in his hand. He declared, I'll take care of you now. With a surge of power, the dragon lizard was reduced to ashes within the energy sphere. You have passed this layer of trials. Now you may ascend to the next layer. A flash of white light swept through the god-slaying tower as Gano's figure vanished from this level. In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus remarked, It seems I underestimated this kid. I didn't expect him to be quite strong. However, I want to see if he can truly obtain the Super Dragon Balls with his current strength. Thus, Gano spent 5 years within the god-slaying tower. Time passed swiftly, and today marked the day Gano faced the trial for the Dragon Balls on this level. Upon passing this trial, Gano would obtain the Super Dragon Balls. It hasn't been easy. He thought, has it really been 5 years since I entered here? I wonder how things are outside. What about Laiya and the others? How is the Scion planet faring? During these 5 years, Gano had been engaged in continuous battles. Each time he ascended a level, his opponents grew stronger, as if they were specifically tailored for him. Over these 5 years, Gano's foundational combat power saw significant growth. His fighting prowess increased steadily due to his experiences in the god-slaying tower. It felt like the spiritual energy within him had diminished, replaced instead by a different kind of energy. How to describe it? It should be divine energy. Over these 5 years, Gano's mastery of time and space powers became more adept. Now he could directly control a spatial domain. He could even use time and space powers in battle. In a recent fight, he had used time and space powers to eliminate his opponent. He directly sliced through the fabric of time and space, reducing his enemy to fragments. This was the first time he had used time and space powers in combat, and it amazed him. He realized that time and space powers could also be employed in battle. During later fights, he would occasionally use the force of time and space to restrain his opponents. For instance, while fighting using time-space stasis, could put his opponent in a brief moment of suspension. In that instant, Gai Nuo would swiftly execute his signature move to eliminate the enemy. Gai Nuo's most formidable ability was the time-space cutting force. As his mastery over time and space powers matured, he used this force to instantly defeat his opponents on this level. Gai Nuo thought to himself, this time-space power can serve as my trump card. Ooh, I must keep a hand in reserve. However, this power of his was noticed by Bardock, who, using the angel's staff, was astonished by the force Gai Nuo demonstrated within the god-slaying tower. Although she did not know it was the power of time and space, she could vaguely guess that the power Gai Nuo wielded was likely related to time or space. What shocked Bardock the most was that a mere mortal could possess skills akin to those of a god. Just like the angel Whis from the 7th universe who could reverse time by 3 seconds. This was indeed a divine skill. What Bardock did not know was that Gai Nuo also possessed the godly skill of instantaneous movement, a technique of the Kaioshin, which even they the angels did not have. At this moment, Gai Nuo saw the Super Dragon Balls floating above him and said, if I pass the trial today, I can obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Alright, let's tackle this trial, Heathen. Gai Nuo shouted to the sky. I am ready for the final trial. Please arrange my opponent. The voice of Gai Nuo came from the staff, and Bardock replied, if you pass the trial today, the Super Dragon Balls will be yours. If you fail, you will perish within this god-slaying tower. Gai Nuo said, okay, let's hurry up. I need to defeat my opponent, immediately get the Super Dragon Balls, and go home. I've been trapped in this god-slaying tower for 5 years. I don't have time to waste here. Alright, once you are ready, face your opponent. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a figure in front of Gai Nuo. No, it wasn't a person, but a giant ape reminiscent of a Scion in its berserk form. The giant ape pounded its chest with both hands, howling to the sky as it vented its anger. Gai Nuo felt an exceptionally sinister aura emanating from the ape, a presence that made him feel nauseous. The ape slammed its fists onto the steps of the god-slaying tower, causing them to resonate with the force of its powerful blows. Suddenly, the ape's gaze turned towards Gai Nuo, and its crimson eyes momentarily dulled before turning blood red again. Gai Nuo shouted, where did you find this opponent? Why is it so evil? The voice of Bardock rang out. This is a member of the Scion race from the 6th universe who has been tainted by the evil energy of a wicked god, making him bloodthirsty and combative. The Scions from the 6th universe couldn't defeat him, so they came to me for help. Seeing his strength, I decided to place him inside the god-slaying tower. I felt I wouldn't need his help, but who would have thought you'd come to our 6th universe at this time, wanting to take away the Super Dragon Balls? Thus I had to use the god-slaying tower to accommodate you, and this opponent seems quite fitting for you. Gai Nuo replied. Then let's make a deal. If I pass the trial, I can take the Super Dragon Balls, right? Yes, as long as you defeat this evil Scion, the Super Dragon Balls will be yours. I will remove the god-slaying tower and return your freedom. Alright, then let me show you how I will defeat this evil creature. I had no intention of killing a Scion, but your aura makes me uncomfortable, so you must die. Though the giant ape was not fully coherent, it could still understand Gai Nuo's words. After hearing him, the ape became even angrier and swung its massive fist towards Gai Nuo. As the giant fist came crashing down, Gai Nuo closed his eyes. This wasn't an act of despair. He was awakening the ancient Saiyan bloodline within him, testing whether it was a lineage of the Saiyan ancestors. The lower-tier bloodlines fear higher-tier bloodlines due to the suppression within the Saiyan lineage. The ancient Saiyan bloodline erupted forth, causing the giant ape before Gai Nuo to freeze in place. Its fist halted just inches from him, not advancing even a centimeter further. The giant ape sensed the suppression of the bloodline, feeling an instinctual fear towards this little figure before it, as if Gai Nuo were its ancestor, leaving it no room for resistance. Gai Nuo observed the giant ape's condition with great satisfaction, realizing how powerful the suppression of the ancient Scion bloodline truly was. Gai Nuo withdrew the power of the bloodline, and the giant ape suddenly felt the suppression vanish, revealing its fangs as it once again lunged towards Gai Nuo with a powerful fist. Gai Nuo no longer concealed his strength and began to transform into the ancient Super Saiyan, intending to eliminate this opponent as quickly as possible. The god-slaying tower trembled as a red-brown beam of light shot up into the sky from Gai Nuo's center. His hair and eyebrows turned red-brown, his eyes became blue, and his hair stood upright, his face growing more fierce. Gai Nuo had completed his ancient Scion transformation. I will use this move to thoroughly eliminate you. An energy sphere appeared in Gai Nuo's palm, and as he brought his hands together, the energy sphere instantly condensed. Behold my explosive strike. A red-brown energy beam surged towards the giant ape. Sensing danger, the giant ape unleashed its own energy beam to collide with Gai Nuo's. Gai Nuo declared, "To dare to clash with me is simply seeking death. Watch this." Gai Nuo maximized his power, and the red-brown energy beam pressed down towards the giant ape. With a thunderous boom, the giant ape vanished from the god-slaying tower. Bardock, witnessing Gai Nuo's transformation through the staff, remarked, "It seems this fellow has quite a few secrets." After 5 years, this was the first time he transformed to defeat an opponent. But a win is a win. We can't play dirty, can we? Bardock said to Gai Nuo, "You have one of the Super Dragon Balls are yours. I will remove the god-slaying tower." On the destroyer planet, Bardock pointed her staff at the ground, and the god-slaying tower, which had sealed Gai Nuo for 5 years, vanished. Gai Nuo breathed in the fresh air, exhaled deeply, and said, "The outside world is indeed better." Then he looked towards the Super Dragon Balls. He did not want to attract too much attention, so he planned to summon the Super Shenron in his own universe. Gai Nuo waved his hand, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls floated towards him. This was Gai Nuo's manipulation of the power of space. Good, now to return to the 7th universe. Gai Nuo's figure flickered and arrived in the 7th universe. It seemed to be about time he would summon the dragon here. He gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls together and said in the divine tongue, "Come forth. Dragon, I have a wish to make." The 7 Dragon Balls radiated brilliant light as a dragon possessing the body of an Eastern dragon and the wings of a Western dragon appeared before Gai Nuo, who was swallowed whole by the dragon. Within the inner world of the dragon, or rather its core, the dragon asked him what wish he wanted to fulfill. Gai Nuo expressed his desire to create the power of the Dragon Balls. The dragon's eyes flickered and Gai Nuo felt a surge of power within his body. The Super Shenron then transformed into 7 orbs of light and vanished between the 6th and 7th universes. "Finally, I have attained the power to create the Dragon Balls. It's time for me to return to planet Vegeta." Geno had been away for 5 years, and he wondered how planet Saiyan was doing. Therefore, he searched his mind for the coordinates of planet Saiyan and activated instant transmission. Geno's figure vanished from that place, and at that moment, he floated in the sky above planet Saiyan. Surprisingly, the detection system of planet Saiyan did not register Geno's arrival. What was going on? This shouldn't be the case. If someone approached planet Saiyan, the detection devices should have picked up on Geno's presence. Why was there no reaction at all? As Geno looked at planet Saiyan, before him an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. The once bustling planet Saiyan now felt heavy and lifeless. Geno shouted, "I am the king of planet Saiyan. I have returned. Where are the people of planet Saiyan?" In the defense cave, Laiya heard Geno's voice and said to everyone, "Did you hear the king's voice?" "I think I heard the king's voice." Tasha replied, "My son Geno has been away for several years. How could he possibly return today? Don't forget, today is the day of the king of the Turbulent Zone's attack." Laiya and Broly went to confront the king of the Turbulent Zone. I wonder if they are a match for him. It could be that one of his subordinates is impersonating my son Geno's voice to lure us out and force us, which would prevent Laiya and the others from fighting at full strength. We cannot hinder Laiya and the others. Moreover, you have activated the planetary defense system. As long as someone approaches planet Saiyan, the defense system will sound an alarm and the laser cannons will automatically attack. That's true. If the king has returned, my invented planetary defense system would also sound an alarm. Based on Laiya's training, as long as a person has chi flowing in their body, the defense system will sense it. The king's chi is immense. If he has returned, the alarm will surely go off. However, what they did not know was that now Geno possessed more divinity. Divinity and chi are fundamentally different, just like the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis, they both possess divinity. When they visited Earth, the powerful beings there failed to detect their presence because mortals cannot sense divinity. Geno shouted again, and this time Laiya understood clearly. It was indeed Geno's voice. Our king has returned. Laiya said, "You all stay in the defense cave. I will go check." Tasha replied, "What are you doing? What if it's a subordinate of the king of the Turbulent Zone? Aren't you risking your life?" "Don't worry. I am the top scientist of planet Saiyan and will not expose myself. Last time I was on Earth, I saw that Earthlings had a kind of binoculars. After returning, I invented this kind of binoculars. I will use it to observe whether it is truly the king outside." "All right then. Be careful," Tasha said. "Don't worry. I will be careful," Laiya replied. Laiya arrived at the entrance of the defense cave, took out a pair of glasses from his pocket, which was actually a monocular. He extended the lens out, and through the binoculars Laiya saw Geno's figure. Geno had grown taller and had become stronger, but his appearance had not changed much. After all, he had spent 5 years in the God-slaying tower where he was engaged in constant battles. Thus, Geno was now covered in strong muscles, and his physique had become more robust. Laiya excitedly said to Tasha, "The king has returned." Our king has returned. He pushed open the door of the defense cave and walked out. After Laiya emerged, he shouted to Geno in the air, King, I am here. You have finally returned. Geno saw Laiya and landed in front of him, asking Laiya, why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Don't worry, King. Everyone else is here. They are all in the defense cave. I will go call them. Just as Laiya was about to call everyone out, Tasha had already exited the defense cave and rushed directly to Geno, hugging her son tightly. Though this son is not my biological child, he feels like my own. Tasha held Geno and said, my son, you have finally returned after 5 years. Where have you been all these years? We thought you. Mom, it's a long story. I will explain it to you later. What about Laiya and the others? Where did they go? Hearing Laiya's name, Tasha pushed Geno aside and said, quick, go find Laiya. They may need your help. Mom, don't be anxious. Please tell me what happened so I can formulate a strategy. Tasha then briefly explained to Geno what had transpired over the years. The essence was that the Scions had been executing missions outside, and the perception of Scions in the universe had changed. Laiya and the others had also successfully introduced the universal capsule, which was now selling explosively in the universe, attracting many who wanted a piece of the pie. King Cooled and Gula, the Frozen Demon clan, wanted to acquire the invention technology of the universal capsule. However, Laiya would never disclose the secret of the universal capsule, nor could she reveal the existence of Earth, as the martial artists on Earth had yet to grow. Thus Bardock and King Cooled, along with Broly and Gula, engaged in a fierce battle. King Cold's mech forces were annihilated by the Scion warriors. During the fight with King Cooled, Bardock and Broly successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, quickly eliminating King Cooled and his forces. This battle intimidated some nefarious individuals, making them realize that the Scions were not only powerful, but also possessed a strong sense of justice. This led to a new height in the pre-sale of the universal capsule, which became somewhat in short supply. Laiya directly mobilized all the Zayful people of Planet Saiyan to work overtime to manufacture the universal capsule. Laiya also used instant transmission to reach Earth, urging Dr. Brisfu to hurry up with the production of the universal capsule. While the universal capsule was selling like hotcakes, another group in the universe saw it as a lucrative opportunity. This was the Space Pirates. The Space Pirates demanded Laiya and her team hand over the invention technology of the universal capsule. Broly refused and directly annihilated the group of Space Pirates. Little did they know that this group of Space Pirates were subordinates of the King of the Turbulent Zone. In the Turbulent Zone, there is a saying, better to meet the King of Hell at midnight than to encounter the Butcher in the daytime. The King of the Turbulent Zone is referred to as the Butcher by the people of the Turbulent Zone. The Butcher is incredibly powerful. In the Turbulent Zone, though Darius is called the Pirate King, the true ruler of the Turbulent Zone is the Butcher. The Pirate King Darius is merely a subordinate of the Butcher. Yet Darius boasts about being the king of pirates in the universe, while in front of the Butcher, he does not dare to breathe. This is the vain Darius, who ultimately turned to ashes at the hands of Geno. The Slayer issued his ultimatum today: either surrender the invention technology of the Omni Capsule, or the Saiyan planet shall be annihilated. Upon hearing this, Geno scoffed, what audacity to threaten the destruction of our Saiyan planet. He lacks the power to back such a claim. Then he asked, just how formidable is this Slayer? Tasha replied, Laiya once mentioned that none have ever witnessed the Slayer's true strength. Yet even one of his underlings could effortlessly overpower your father and the others. Thanks to your cell serum, your father has already achieved Super Saiyan transformation. His combat power now reaches 50 million. Still, he stands no chance against them. So this Slayer is truly an overwhelming force. If even his subordinates are this formidable, I had believed that with rigorous training and the cell serum, we could elevate several warriors on Saiyan planet to Super Saiyan status, making our collective might among the most elite in the cosmos. Yet reality proves otherwise. Even Super Saiyan transformation falls short before his might. This Slayer is terrifying. Against your current strength, resistance is futile. Hiding is the only prudent course. Mother, as you instructed, Laiya, Broly, Bardock, and Slug have intercepted the Slayer in deep space, while Father and the other Super Saiyans engage as lieutenants. Indeed, the Slayer holds us in utter contempt, so he split his forces. One contingent advances upon Saiyan planet itself, while the other wages battle against Laiya and her allies across the void. To safeguard Saiyan planet, Laiya challenged the Slayer directly. Should she fall in combat, she would surrender the Omni Capsule's invention technology. Geno exclaimed, that reckless girl. She's walking straight into certain death. Then he urged urgently, Geno, hurry and save Laiya. She cannot possibly defeat the Slayer. Understood, Mother. I'm going now. Let me sense Laiya's ki. Geno closed his eyes. As he probed for Laiya's energy signature, he suddenly detected a familiar aura, not hers, but his father Bum's. In an instant, Geno vanished from Saiyan planet. Laiya said, Tasha, rest easy. So long as the king stands, Laiya and the others will remain unharmed. Let us hope so, Tasha murmured. This adversary is no ordinary foe. He is the sovereign of the turbulent realm known far and wide as the Slayer. Such a title alone attests to a power beyond that of common adversaries. I trust the king implicitly. I believe that with him present, every crisis will resolve itself. Tasha lowered her head in quiet contemplation, then whispered, let us hope so. Gai Nuo activated instant transmission and materialized at Bum's battlefield. Their Bum and the other Scions lay bloodied and gasping, their life force nearly extinguished, so weakened that even an ordinary human could end them. Ha ha ha. So these are the Scions of the civilized cosmos, once infamous conquerors of alien worlds. Have you truly reformed? Even if you have weakness, remains weakness. A space pirate pressed his boot onto Bum's face as he spoke, when suddenly a voice drifted toward him, remove your foul foot, or else I'll tear you limb from limb. The pirate turned toward the source of the voice. Bum and the others, hearing that unmistakable tone, broke into radiant grins. In unison they cried out, King Gai Nuo, you've returned. I have, he replied. You've borne enough burden. Now leave this to me, Gai Nuo affirmed. The space pirate stared at Gai Nuo, less than 10 meters away, and realized with unsettling clarity that he hadn't sensed Gai Nuo's arrival at all. Even now, standing before him, Gai Nuo emitted no discernible ki. The pirate snarled, who dares interfere with my affairs? Gai Nuo roared, I told you. Remove your filthy foot. Did you not hear me? Ha ha ha. You're barely more than a child, yet you presume to lecture me. These men are my captives. I'll toy with them as I please. What business is it of yours? And who exactly do you think you are, to shout orders at me? Not only will I keep my boot on his face, I'll erase him entirely. What can you? Before he could finish, Gai Nuo appeared inches from his face, then struck with blinding speed. The pirate was hurled backward like a shattered comet. A crimson arc erupted from his mouth. Gai Nuo gently lifted his father and murmured, Father, I arrived too late. This is my failure. No, you came at precisely the right moment. I'm unharmed. Then take this Senzabine, father, and you two comrades. Gai Nuo tossed several beans toward the warriors behind Bum. They caught the beans and bowed deeply. Thank you, your majesty. After consuming them, Bum and the others' wounds healed instantly. They sprang up renewed and vigorous. Father, wait here for a moment. I'll deal with that wretch. Be careful, Bum cautioned. Rest assured. Such mediocrity isn't worthy of my strength. Gai Nuo rose slowly into the air, drifting toward the pirate, who now seethed with rage. How can you be this powerful? No. Impossible. In all the cosmos, none rival the Slayer. He is the strongest being I have ever beheld. Alas, how tragic. You know neither the vastness of the universe nor the multitude of its masters. Enough words wasted. I warned you, remove your foot and die with dignity. You chose to ignore me. Now comes the hour of reckoning. Gai Nuo raised his palm toward the pirate, and the man froze, utterly immobilized. It was Gai Nuo's spatial binding technique, a mastery drawn from the art of spatial manipulation. This is spatial binding. And watch closely, this is spatial severance. With a single sweeping motion of his hand, Gai Nuo cleaved the pirate apart into countless infinitesimal fragments. Before the pirate could even register his own dissolution, he was gone. Since you've already been reduced to dust, let me grant you one final mercy. Light blazed from Gai Nuo's palm, a torrent of raw energy incinerating every particle of the pirate's remains into ash. Having dispatched the pirate, Gai Nuo approached Bum and declared, Father, I'll take you all home. Yes, let us return home. With instant transmission, Gai Nuo whisked Bum and the others back to Saiyan Planet. Tasha's face lit with joy at Bum's sudden appearance, until her expression hardened. Where's Laiya? Didn't you go to rescue her? Why did you bring this old man back first? Mother, no need to rush. On my way back, I sensed Laiya's ki. It's turbulent, but not yet critical. Father, however, was near death's threshold. Had I delayed even a moment longer, you might never have seen him again. Your priority now is rescuing Laiya. This old man's stubbornly indestructible. He won't perish anytime soon. Father, look at this. Bum leaned close and whispered, Son, never argue with a woman. Gino lowered his head in thought for a moment before speaking to Bum, saying, Dad, I think you are right. At this moment, Tasha's face turned dark as she exclaimed, Bum, what are you talking about? Do you want to die? Hearing Tasha's words filled with menace, Bum quickly shrank his head and said, No, I didn't say anything. You can ask Gino if you don't believe me. Gino was also shocked by his father's antics. He had heard of fathers being troublesome, but never of a father who would throw his son under the bus. Gino clearly had not said a word. Gino did not expect to get caught in the crossfire just standing there. Tasha turned to Gino and asked, Gino, didn't your dad say anything to you? Gino learned to mimic Bum's antics, saying, I don't know anything. I seem to have forgotten what Dad just said. I need to go help Laiya, so you should ask Dad. Upon hearing Gino's response, Bum's expression soured, saying, You little brat, are you trying to frame me? Gino deliberately replied, Well, Mom, you should ask Dad properly. I'm going to help Laiya now. Gino closed his eyes, sensing Laiya's aura, and activated instant transmission, disappearing from Planet Saya. This time Boom was in serious trouble, and Tasha said directly, Boom, let's go. Let's go home, we need to have a good talk. Boom replied, Tasha, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. They'll come home after I finish my business. But before Boom could turn around, Tasha grabbed him and flew towards their home. Boom shouted, Tasha, I still have things to do. Once I finish my tasks, I'll come home. I know you well enough. There's no rush. Let's take our time to talk once we get home. When Tasha and Boom arrived home, Tasha directly threw Boom into the room, and sounds of wailing immediately echoed from inside. Hearing such sounds, Laiya and the others could easily imagine Boom's miserable state. Ah, don't hit there. The cries of pain made Laiya and the others shrink their necks in fear. It seems that the king is not the most formidable on our planet Saya. The strongest should be the women among the Scions. After Laiya said this, she felt several gazes turn towards her. She turned around to see Gina and several female Scions staring at her in astonishment. Realizing she had misspoken, Laiya said, there are still some matters to handle in my lab. ISO, let's head to the lab. Upon hearing Laiya's voice, ISO hurriedly responded, yes, Dr. Laiya, let's hurry back to the lab to work on the unfinished experiments. ISO also sensed that it was not appropriate to linger here, so he directly echoed Dr. Laiya's words. Dr. Laiya unconsciously gave ISO a thumbs up, thinking to herself, I didn't expect this kid to understand me so well. He truly deserves to be the one I've worked with the longest. Gino arrived at the location where Laiya was fighting At this point, Laiya and Bardock had already been defeated and had reverted from their Super Saiyan transformations. Gino did not see Shrag's figure, and lying weakly on the ground, he was filled with rage upon seeing how injured Laiya was. He instantly flashed in front of Laiya, who sensed someone appear before her, and thought it was the slaughterer coming to finish her off. She unconsciously closed her eyes and murmured, oh, I'm going to die. I didn't even get to see my brother Gino one last time. I don't even know where he is now. Well, I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give him a good scolding. After all, he doesn't know. You stinky Gino, you said you would be back in a few months, but you haven't returned for 5 years. Do you know how much pressure I've been under in these 5 years? To gain the recognition of the universe for the Scions, I had to take on dangerous missions just to let the universe see that we Scions are different from the past. To let the universal capsule circulate in the universe, I have been constantly accepting challenges from powerful beings. Today one comes to challenge me, tomorrow another, and it's driving me crazy. Luckily, with the help of Broly and Bardock, I was able to escape. I didn't expect this guy to be too strong. I know I'm no match for him. But for the sake of Planet Saya, I have to fight. Even if I die, I have no regrets. But Broly is still so young. He's the one you personally brought back. I know you see Broly as a brother, but today's enemy is far too powerful. Although Broly has the Super Saiyan bloodline, he has just transformed into a Super Saiyan and can't perfectly control the transformation. Once he loses control, he will become a killing machine, and at that point Broly will exhaust himself to death. We will also die? Haha, it seems like I'll never get to see you again, brother Gino. Come on. Slaughterer, I've exposed all my feelings. I have no regrets left. Come on. After all, I'm about to die anyway, so just give me a quick end. Laiya waited for the Slaughterer final move, but after waiting for a long time without the energy blast arriving, she opened her eyes and saw Gino before her. Her eyes sparkled and she said, it seems I must be hallucinating. How could brother Gino possibly appear before me? Gino's voice rang out saying, I didn't expect you to hate me so much, you little girl. I even came to save you. Laiya immediately perked up and said, brother Gino, is it really you? You're back. Of course. How could I not come back? If I didn't, wouldn't you hate me to death? How could I know the heavy burdens you've shouldered in these 5 years? Gino's figure flashed and he appeared directly in front of Laiya, picking her up while taking out a senzu bean, saying, why didn't you eat the senzu bean if you're injured? Did you finish all the senzu beans you had? Laiya didn't expect Gino to pick her up directly. After so many years, this was the first time Gino had taken the initiative to hug her. Laiya's face flushed slightly as she said, I used up the senzu beans when I was fighting that guy. Bardock and Broly don't have any senzu beans left either. Shrag was killed by him. There are no more senzu beans. Okay, I understand. Quickly eat the senzu bean. Laiya obediently opened her mouth and Gino placed the senzu bean into her mouth. Before long, Laiya's injuries healed and her body was once again filled with energy. Bardock also saw Gino's arrival and felt very happy. But you can't keep showing off your affection and forget about me, a heavily injured person. Bardock shouted, King, I'm still gravely injured. Hurry and give me a senzu bean. Laiya was still in Gino's embrace, feeling his warmth when Bardock's voice interrupted her. Gino said, Laiya, once you're healed, get down. I still need to save Bardock. Laiya glanced at Bardock, who also noticed her gaze, but there was nothing he could do. If I don't save him soon, he really will die. Gino set Laiya down and approached Bardock, giving him a senzu bean, which helped Bardock recover from his injuries. Bardock said, thank you, King. No need for thanks, this is what I should do. Genos' gaze turned to the sky. At this moment Broly and the Slaughterer were still locked in battle. Bardock and Laiya's gaze also turned to the fierce battle in the sky. Laiya approached Gai Nuo and said, Brother Gai Nuo, although Broly possesses the legendary Super Bloodline and has transformed into a Super Saiyan, I feel that his transformation is highly unstable. It seems that Broly still cannot perfectly control his Super Saiyan transformation. Gai Nuo watched the battle above and sensed the terrifying power emanating from Broly, but he could not control it well yet. Gai Nuo said, Indeed, Broly cannot yet control the immense strength within him, and he is at risk of going berserk at any moment. We cannot let him continue fighting. At this moment Broly exuded a terrifying aura. His hair turned green, and the energy around him was also green. His pupils alternated between brightness and hollowness. He was extremely angry because this guy had attacked Sister Laiya, who was the kindest to him besides Gai Nuo. Although Laiya sometimes bullied him, he knew that she cared for him and treated him like her younger brother. He was also willing to be bullied by her. After all, isn't it natural for a sister to bully her brother? When Gai Nuo and Laiya rescued him from that desolate planet, Broly was still wary of them. However, through their interactions, he realized that Gai Nuo and Laiya genuinely cared for him and treated him like a brother. Broly was furious and shouted, You are so audacious to dare harm Sister Laiya. She is such a good person, how could you hurt her? Since you have harmed her, I will take your life. The Slayer laughed heartily and said, Take my life. You need to have the ability to do that. Come and try. Broly continued to unleash his energy, which had become extremely terrifying. He felt he was on the verge of losing control over the power within him, but he couldn't think about that now, and defeating this guy was his top priority. A green beam of light erupted from Broly and shot into the sky. Broly charged at the Slayer and threw a punch. The Slayer, seeing Broly's attack, also threw a punch. Their fists collided and a powerful shockwave blasted outward. Laiya and the others on the ground could feel the strong shockwave. The Slayer was knocked back by Broly's punch, which surprised him. He hadn't expected this guy's strength to have improved. However, he thought to himself that Broly still did not have enough strength to take him down. Broly then unleashed a wave of energy towards the Slayer. The green shockwave quickly approached the Slayer, who scoffed, How laughable, you think you can take me down with a shockwave? The Slayer conjured a black energy ball in his palm and hurled it at Broly's shockwave. Boom. Boom. The energy waves collided, producing a loud crash sound, and a cloud of smoke rose. Broly swiftly dodged and appeared behind the Slayer, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at the Slayer's waist. With a poof, the Slayer spat out bile as his body was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Broly quickly ascended above the Slayer and brought down a powerful strike. The Slayer attempted to block Broly's downward strike with his arm, but Broly's leg strength was too overwhelming, causing the Slayer to crash down into the ground. However, Broly was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he reached the ground and declared, I will end this with this move. Witness my super wave attack. A massive shockwave surged toward the Slayer, engulfing him as an explosion erupted in the sky. The successive attacks severely drained Broly's stamina. He stood on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling that he had defeated this guy. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. That attack was somewhat interesting. Do you have an even stronger attack? My body is still holding up. Such attacks will not eliminate me. Broly fixed his gaze on the Slayer, his fists clenched tightly. However, his stamina was running low and he could not afford to lose. Science never give up easily. Broly prepared to go all out, his aura surging once again. If he continued, he would completely lose his sanity, and he was still releasing energy, his pupils slowly turning white. At that moment, a voice called out, Broly, that's enough. Don't increase your energy any further. If you do, you will lose control and be harmed by your own power. Hearing the familiar voice, Broly turned around and saw Gai Nuo. He immediately retracted his energy, returning to his normal state. In fact, he had already surpassed his limits and was out of stamina. Hearing Gai Nuo's voice, he felt his body and mind relax. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he fell backward. Gai Nuo quickly appeared in front of Broly, supporting him, as Broly said, Gee, Gai Nuo, I couldn't. I let that guy hurt Sister Laiya. I failed to protect her. Gai Nuo replied, You have done very well. Leave the rest to me. Here, eat the senzu. Just as he was about to mention the senzu bean, Broly fell into unconsciousness. Bardock supported Broly. Laiya asked, Is Broly alright? Don't worry. Broly possesses the Super Bloodline, and his physique is far stronger than yours. He has just exhausted his stamina. Laiya, you all go back to Planet Scion. I will deal with this guy. In fact, Laiya knew that Gai Nuo could not fight with his full focus here, so she nodded and said to Gai Nuo, Be careful. This guy's power is beyond our previous opponents. Don't worry. I will take this guy down, Gai Nuo assured. Laiya activated instant transmission and took Bardock and Broly away, disappearing from the scene. The Slayer, seeing that Laiya and the others had vanished, turned to Gai Nuo and said, Who are you to dare let my prey go? Gai Nuo replied, Me. Let's just say, I am the one who will take your life. Gai Nuo activated the soul-devouring technique, which he had learned in the Godslayer Tower. This technique had greatly aided him, allowing him to absorb the energy released from battling enemies to strengthen himself, quickly enhancing his foundational combat power. He was now able to use the soul-devouring technique directly in battle. If one looked closely, they would see many small, swirling vortexes on Gai Nuo's body, a sign of the soul-devouring technique enhancing him. Kid so arrogant. Watch me obliterate you. Gai Nuo extended his hand, beckoning with his finger, and said, "Come here." The Slayer saw Gai Nuo's gesture and became extremely angry, saying, "Kid, how arrogant. I see you're looking for death." In an instant, the Slayer surged with energy, teleporting directly in front of Gai Nuo, his massive fist crashing towards Gai Nuo's face. Gai Nuo raised his arms to block the Slayer's attack. A powerful force surged from the Slayer's punch, numbing Gai Nuo's arms. Gai Nuo's body was sent flying. As he was being propelled backward, Gai Nuo completed a somersault using his palms to push off the ground, landing steadily on his feet. Gai Nuo shook his arms and said to the Slayer, "Good fellow, what a powerful attack, what a sharp fist force. You've numbed my arms." The Slayer replied, "To withstand my punch shows you have some strength, but that was only 2/10 of my power. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Since you haven't gone all out, then I will. Watch closely." Oh. Gai Nuo began to surge with energy, his aura rapidly increasing. Suddenly, a reddish-brown beam shot from Gai Nuo's body into the sky, the fierce airflow knocking down surrounding trees, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Gai Nuo's hair and eyebrows began to turn reddish-brown, his pupils changed to blue, and his hair stood upright towards the sky, completing his transformation into the ancient Super Saiyan. The Slayer felt Gai Nuo's aura multiplying, realizing that Gai Nuo's transformation made him even stronger, instilling a slight sense of danger in the Slayer. But it was merely a hint of threat. "Come on, Slayer, this is my power. Let's have a great battle. To be honest, you severely injured my most important person, so today, I will take your life." How arrogant. Do you think that by transforming you can defeat me? Let me tell you, your current strength is still insufficient to kill me. In fact, your increase in battle power has ignited a spark of fighting spirit in me. The previous opponents had too low a power level to pique my interest, but you have made me want to continue the fight. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. System mission: eliminate the Slayer, reward Chi Sickle. Hearing the system's task, Gai Nuo instantly felt motivated. Chi Sickle, that's a technique of Black Wukong. This Chi Sickle is extremely lethal and a rare technique. Alright, if that's the case, this guy must be eliminated. Gai Nuo directly declared, "Slayer, let's fight." "Good, then let's meet your request." The Slayer surged with energy again. This time his aura significantly increased, indicating that he was bringing forth his full strength. "Come on." Gai Nuo instantly launched his attack, teleporting behind the Slayer. The Slayer remained vigilant of Gai Nuo's figure, but Gai Nuo's teleportation was a divine skill, not a common technique. Shocked by Gai Nuo's speed, the Slayer quickly turned around. Gai Nuo's sweeping kick struck the Slayer's body, sending him flying and piercing through several mountain peaks. Finally, he embedded himself in the largest peak. Taking advantage of your illness, Gai Nuo showed no mercy to his opponent, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the Slayer. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as the entire mountain was flattened by Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo added his ultimate move, Explosive Strike, as light surged from his palms. Two reddish-brown energy waves merged into one and slammed towards the Slayer. With a loud bang, smoke rose, and the entire mountain disappeared, leaving only a sky full of lingering smoke. Gai Nuo knew his attack couldn't kill the Slayer, for this enemy was indeed formidable. A figure swiftly emerged from the smoke, approaching Gai Nuo. The Slayer now appeared somewhat disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his breathing remained steady. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Gai Nuo, "Kid, is that all you have? You almost fell for my trick. Your strongest attack should have been that last hit, right? To be honest, I thought that energy wave could take me down. I did feel a sense of danger, but my strength is formidable. Your greatest attack only made me bleed a little. I've seen your techniques, now it's my turn to strike." As he spoke, the Slayer suddenly flashed in front of Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo activated his flash skill to evade the Slayer's attack, but the Slayer's speed was too fast. The flash skill lost its effect, and the Slayer's fist struck Gai Nuo's abdomen, causing him to feel a tumultuous upheaval in his belly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward at high speed with the sound of crashing. The mountain was directly collapsed by Gai Nuo's body, and rubble covered him. Amidst the rubble, Gai Nuo lamented, "Ouch. This guy's strength is indeed formidable. My current ancient Super Saiyan level 1 is no match for him." However, I sensed the opportunity for my breakthrough, which was the deathly pressure the Slayer imposed on Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo tossed a heavenly bean into his mouth, recovering his body, and immediately surged with energy, breaking through the rocks that covered him. He charged towards the Slayer, who was taken aback, not expecting that his punch wouldn't severely injure Gai Nuo. This guy is truly a freak. Watch out. Gai Nuo approached the Slayer, throwing a punch. The Slayer attempted to block it with his palm, but Gai Nuo feigned executing a 360-degree spin and landing a whip kick to the Slayer's face, causing blood to spill from his mouth. However, the Slayer withstood the whip kick's attack only slightly, turning his face away. He remarked, "That attack was decent, but still not enough to seriously injure me." The two began to exchange blows, fighting from the ground to the sky, white sonic booms flashing in the air. Suddenly, Gai Nuo was sent flying backward. Ignoring his internal injuries, he grabbed several heavenly beans and placed them in his mouth, swallowing one and charging towards the Slayer again. The Slayer was baffled. How could this guy become stronger with each encounter? He noticed that as their battle continued, Gai Nuo's power was steadily increasing while his own power was declining. Now Gai Nuo was only thinking about battle because he felt he was on the verge of transforming into ancient Super Saiyan level 2. Gai Nuo had gone mad, laughing maniacally. "Slayer, this kind of attack isn't enough, far from enough. Come on." The battle continued with booming sounds. Gai Nuo grew bolder with each fight, while the Slayer's power waned the longer they battled. Oh! Gai Nuo unleashed a burst of energy, sending the Slayer flying backward. Finally, it has come. Ah! Lightning flashed in the sky and a massive energy beam shot into the heavens. Gai Nuo's face became colder, his cheekbones lifted, his gaze sharper, and lightning crackled around him. Gai Nuo successfully transformed into ancient Super Saiyan level 2. How is this possible? The Reaper looked at Gai Nuo not far from him, deeply shocked. Gai Nuo's aura now far surpassed his own. Only moments ago his combat power wasn't this formidable. How could it have surged so rapidly now? Could it be that this guy treated me as a sharpening stone? Having completed his transformation, Gai Nuo gazed at his ancient Super Saiyan level 2 form, which was essentially no different from the Super Saiyan level 2 transformation, both enhanced by lightning with a tremendous boost in combat power. The standard combat power of a Super Saiyan level 2 is 100 times the norm, while Gai Nuo's ancient Super Saiyan level 2 form boasts a standard 500 times increase. And given Gai Nuo's already high base strength, his current combat power is indeed astonishing. In fact, Gai Nuo could have transformed into the ancient Super Saiyan level 2 mimetic state during the God-slaying tower. He just needed to spar with a powerful opponent to trigger the external stimulus necessary for his level 2 transformation to succeed seamlessly. The Reaper's strength posed a threat to Gai Nuo's life. Under such pressure, Gai Nuo's intense desire to survive unleashed the potential within him, finally allowing the ancient Super Saiyan level 2 transformation to succeed. Gai Nuo clenched his fist, truly relishing this immense power. The Reaper, seeing Gai Nuo's relaxed demeanor, felt an overwhelming rage, roaring, "Brat, do you think you can use me as a sharpening stone?" Gai Nuo snapped out of his daze and said to the Reaper, "You got it right, but there's no reward, so I've decided to thank you properly. My gratitude is sending you to hell. Given your deeds, I'm sure the King of Hell will take special care of you." The Reaper replied, "Kid, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you've changed forms. Let me tell you, when I dominated the universe, you didn't even know where you were. Does gaining strength now mean you can look down on everything?" Gai Nuo stated, No, I haven't become infatuated to that extent. Although my strength has increased in the grand scheme of the universe, I'm merely a small fry, insignificant. However, in front of you, your current strength means nothing to me. You can be crushed at my will. So don't act tough in front of me. You should be begging me to leave you with a complete corpse now." What a joke. My title, the Reaper, wasn't earned through begging, it was forged through my own fists. Let me show you the terror of the Reaper. Death Destruction Bomb. A massive energy orb surged toward Gai Nuo. Observing the incoming energy blast, Gai Nuo simply extended a hand and pressed down on the Reaper's overwhelming energy orb. Quickly, the energy orb shrank until it vanished within Gai Nuo's palm. "My Death Destruction Bomb was neutralized by you. Are you really?" Before the words were finished, the Reaper coughed up a mouthful of blood as Gai Nuo's fist struck his abdomen. "Isn't it just tit for tat? Gai Nuo is quite the vengeful person. How does it feel to experience my power now?" Ugh. Blood spewed forth as the overwhelming force penetrated the Reaper's body. He felt his internal organs shatter under such power. The Reaper's body toppled backward, crashing to the ground. Gai Nuo looked down at the Reaper lying on the ground and said, "Your fate was sealed the moment you harmed Laiya. Now you shall die. Rest assured, I'll tear you into pieces and turn your body into cosmic dust." Gai Nuo directed his palm at the Reaper and uttered divine technique, space cutting. Instantly, the Reaper's body was disassembled into countless fragments by the power of space, and before he could utter a word of mercy, he was completely disintegrated. A reddish-brown energy orb formed at Gai Nuo's fingertip, rapidly expanding. With a flick of his finger, the energy orb hurtled toward the planet. "Reaper, may you turn to cosmic dust along with this planet." Boom, boom. The planet exploded, and the Reaper's body was reduced to ashes by the powerful energy wave. This battle finally came to an end. Gano reverted from his ancient Super Saiyan level 2 form to his normal state. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. System, congratulations host for killing the Reaper. Rewards have been issued, please receive them. Gano silently thought to accept, and the method for the Chi Scythe appeared in his mind. Gano's aura expanded as he said Chi Scythe. In his hand appeared a 3-meter-long handle with a 1-meter-long red-brown scythe blade. This was the Chi Scythe. Let's test the power of this Chi Scythe. Gano sliced through the air with the Chi Scythe and a rift opened in space. It seemed the power of the Chi Scythe was indeed formidable, capable of working in tandem with the power of space. The torn space slowly healed, and Gano was quite satisfied. He put away the Chi Scythe. Alright, the task is done. I should return to the Scion planet. This time the Scion planet has suffered significant losses. It seems the combat power of the Scion planet is still insufficient. We need to cultivate more experts to ensure the safety of the Scion planet. Gano activated instant transmission, appearing above the Scion planet where Laiya and the others were anxiously awaiting his return. Laiya with her sharp eyes spotted Gano the moment he appeared. She shouted, "Brother Gano, you're back," and swiftly dashed to Gano, hugging him tightly. Such a gesture left Gano at a loss, but he wrapped his arms around Laiya, comforting her anxious heart. It's alright, don't worry. See, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Don't worry so much." Ahem, after holding Gano for a long time, Tasha coughed from the ground and said, "Alright, you two come down. Do you want the entire Scion planet to witness this scene? We know your relationship is good. Just come down already." Only then did Laiya awaken from Tasha's cough, slowly releasing Gano. With a slightly flushed face, she looked at Gano and asked, "Brother Gano, are you really okay?" "Rest assured. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Gano even deliberately spun around in front of Laiya, and upon seeing that Gano bore no injuries, her worries vanished completely. "Well, I'm heading down now." Gano grasped Laiya's hand and said, "Down for what? From today onward, you are my woman. There's no need to be so reserved." Gano, holding Laiya's hand, declared to the people below, "From today, Laiya is my woman, which makes her your queen." Everyone on the Scion planet knelt on one knee, bowing to Gano and Laiya in the sky, saying, "We greet our king, we greet our queen." Gano spoke first, saying, "Everyone rise." Then he looked at Laiya, who also displayed the authority of a queen, saying, "There's no need for such formalities. Everyone please stand up." The people of the Scion planet replied in unison, "Thank you, our king, thank you, our queen." Everyone stood up, gazing at Gano and Laiya floating in the air. Their king had finally returned, and the Scion planet would once again become what it once was. Gano said, "Rest assured, everyone. The butcher has been eliminated by me, and his subordinates will no longer appear. You can all return to your previous lives." Upon hearing such uplifting news, joy spread across everyone's faces. This incident should serve as a lesson. Only by strengthening ourselves can we avoid being easily manipulated by others. Therefore, we must diligently cultivate our strength, for unknown enemies in the future could obliterate our Scion planet in an instant. Bardock took the lead and said, "The king is right. The Scion planet is our home, and we cannot allow it to be destroyed. Henceforth, we must train doubly hard to become stronger so that we can face the powerful enemies of the future." Yes, Lord Bardock is correct. Our Scion planet cannot be destroyed. We must work even harder in our cultivation. Many on the Scion planet whispered among themselves, "Indeed. If we always rely on the king to protect us, where is the pride of us Scions? We must also become strong. Striving to enhance our own power is of utmost importance." Gano spoke from the air, "Alright, many have perished on our Scion planet, but do not be disheartened. I will use the Dragon Balls to bring them back to life." Dragon Balls, both the people of the Scion planet and Laiya heard this term for the first time. Gano explained, "There are 7 Dragon Balls. Once gathered, summoning the dragon will grant you your wishes." Is it really that miraculous? Such unheard of things exist. Gano said, "There are many things you have yet to see. What's there to make a fuss about? Everyone." They all thought as being uninformed a sin. Can't the king show us a little respect? After all, we also have our pride. The people of the Scion planet could only murmur in their hearts. They dared not speak out in front of Gano. Gano took out a universal capsule and waved his hand, revealing the Dragon Balls he had collected on Earth before everyone. Gano said, "This is the Dragon Balls. When the 7 are gathered together, they can grant your wishes." Laiya said, "Quickly summon the dragon and revive those who have died." "Yes, but these 7 Dragon Balls are the ones I collected on Earth. As for the Dragon Balls, I can also create them myself." Everyone was utterly shocked by Gano's words. How is that possible? The king can use magic to create Dragon Balls. It seems everyone does not quite believe me. Let me show you how I create the Dragon Balls. Gano remembered in the original story how Mr. Popo sculpted the dragon from clay, which was then endowed with magic by the deity, bringing the dragon into existence, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls. It seems that sculpting the dragon is the first step. Gano decided to act. He quickly dashed to his royal castle and retrieved a special yellow clay that contained fragments of divine essence from the God-slaying tower. During his training in the God-slaying tower, Gai Nuo had this plan. He knew he had to obtain some divine essence along the way, otherwise how would he create his Dragon Balls? Gai Nuo began the process of sculpting the dragon. As a traveler, the dragon is a revered symbol in Chinese culture representing nobility and authority. Gai Nuo closed his eyes, slowly shaping the image of a dragon from his mind. As his fingers danced, a majestic dragon model appeared in his hands. Having completed the first step, the second step was to imbue the sculpture with life force. The Namekians possess magic as they are descendants of the dragon god Salam, enabling them to bestow life upon sculptures. Gai Nuo derived his creative power from the Super Dragon Balls, which were personally crafted by the dragon god Salam. Thus, Gai Nuo's creative force far surpassed that of the deity and the Namekians. With a wave of his hand, Gai Nuo imbued the dragon sculpture with creative power. In an instant, the dragon sculpture seemed to come alive, and Gai Nuo uttered a phrase in earth language that Laiya and the others did not understand, meaning come forth. Dragon. A burst of colorful light shot from the sculpture, soaring into the sky. The sky of the Scion planet darkened, and golden lightning flashed down from above. Then a powerful, imposing red-brown dragon emerged from the dim sky, speaking human words. Thank you, Master, for creating me and bestowing upon me the power of life. I apologize for looking down at you from such a height, Master. Gai Nuo said, it's all right, and now that I've summoned you, you should understand my intent. The dragon said, Master, I understand. I will now resurrect those who perished in this battle. The dragon's eyes flashed, and those who fell in battle gradually revived. Shrag had also been revived. His body was brought back by Laiya and placed in the rejuvenation chamber. Shrag opened his eyes, gazing at his surroundings, and with a flick of his finger, the rejuvenation chamber door opened, and he emerged. Looking at his environment, Shrag said, Isn't this the Scion planet? Wasn't I killed by that butcher? How am I alive again still on the Scion planet? Shrag's gaze turned to the sky, where he saw the red-brown dragon appearing over the Scion planet. He thought the Scion planet had been invaded. He flew swiftly towards the dragon, shouting, Who are you, and why are you on the Scion planet? I advise you to leave at once, otherwise I'll make you regret it. Shrag fixed his gaze on the dragon. The moment it moved, he would immediately eliminate it. He did not notice Gai Nuo and the others' presence. At that moment, the dragon spoke, Take a look at the situation before acting. You want to fight without knowing what's happening. To be honest, if it comes to a fight, you are no match for me. Shrag followed the dragon's gaze to see Gai Nuo and the others on the ground. Seeing Gai Nuo had returned, he joyfully exclaimed, Lord Gai Nuo, you are back. I knew you would return. Gai Nuo nodded and said, I have returned. You have worked hard, Shrag. I will always do my utmost for Lord Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo said, Then I shall grant you a wish. What do you wish for? Truly, Lord Gai Nuo, can I wish for anything? Yes, any wish can be granted. Then I wish to regain my youth. Can that wish be fulfilled? Gai Nuo looked at the dragon, who replied, That wish can indeed be fulfilled. In an instant, Shrag's eyes flashed, and he began to grow younger. Shrag immediately felt the vitality of his cells intensifying. He truly was becoming younger. Incredible. Lord Gai Nuo, this dragon can really grant any wish. Yes, this is our Scion planet's dragon. The divine dragon emerges, shaking the world. Gai Nuo looked at the divine dragon he had created, nodding in satisfaction. This dragon truly matched his temperament. Domineering and majestic, its color reminiscent of Gai Nuo's transformation into an ancient Super Saiyan, a reddish-brown. The divine dragon said, Master, your wish has been fulfilled, so I shall take my leave. All right, you can go now. With a loud bang, the divine dragon's body dissipated, and 7 reddish-brown dragon balls scattered around the Scion planet. Gai Nuo was quick to react. With a sweep of his hand, the 7 dragon balls returned to his grasp. Seeing this display, Laiya and the others were somewhat incredulous. More than anything, they were astonished. It seemed Gai Nuo's strength had greatly improved. In fact, Gai Nuo was utilizing spatial power. He had become increasingly adept at wielding this force, able to use it freely in battle. Laiya approached Gai Nuo and said, Brother Gai Nuo, has your strength significantly increased? I fear we may no longer be your match. Gai Nuo replied, You aren't lacking either, right? You should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan too now. Bardock and Broly can also transform into Super Saiyans. It seems you haven't slacked off in your training over the years. So Laiya, after Broly transforms into a Super Saiyan, do you and Bardock find yourselves unable to match him? At this moment, Sherlagu said, Lord Gai Nuo, ever since Lord Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, neither Queen Laiya nor Lord Bardock can compete with him. Laiya turned around and glared at Sherlagu, saying, Why are you saying this here? Just speak freely. Are you itching for a reaction? Upon hearing Laiya's words, Sherlagu instinctively shrank his neck and obediently stepped aside. Gai Nuo observed Sherlagu's expression and thought to himself, It seems that during my absence, Laiya has already established her authority on the Scion planet. This is good. It saves me the trouble of gradually getting the people of the Scion planet to recognize Laiya's status without relying solely on my influence. Gai Nuo said, so Broly is currently quite powerful then. Broly Gai Nuo exclaimed as Broly suddenly appeared before him and said, Brother Gai Nuo, I'm right beside you. Why shout so loudly? I can hear you. Broly, your strength has increased. How about we have a spar? Brother Gai Nuo, let's skip it, shall we? Even if I'm strong, I can't compare to you. Sparring with you would just be asking for trouble. I'm not that foolish. It's just a spar. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I'll only use my first transformation. Alright, since Brother Gai Nuo wants to test my combat power, I'll spar with you. Gai Nuo soared into the air, heading directly for the arena, with Broly closely following. In no time, the area surrounding the arena was filled with spectators eager to see how much their king's power had grown over the past 5 years. Gai Nuo began to transform with his energy surging wildly, a reddish-brown column of energy shooting into the sky. Broly also began to unleash his energy, a green beam shooting up towards the heavens, his hair turning green as his aura expanded wildly. Those with relatively low power around the arena were blown away by the energy wave emanating from Broly, while only Laiya, Bardock, Sherlagu, and others capable of transforming into Super Saiyan stood firm. Bumu said, Broly's energy is swelling rapidly, and the aura he emits is quite chaotic. Indeed, this is the downside of the legendary bloodline. If not controlled properly, Broly may become a killing machine due to this backfire. Laiya said, although the legendary bloodline is powerful, its drawbacks are quite evident. Bardock added. Sherlagu on the side remarked, however, Lord Gai Nuo's transformation is different from Broly's, and yours, his hair, is reddish-brown, while yours turned golden after transformation, and Broly's hair is green. Does this mean his bloodline power is even greater? Bumu said, it's possible. Just like Broly's parents are ordinary Saiyans, but Broly possesses the legendary bloodline. Gai Nuo must also have a very powerful bloodline. At this moment, Broly was already engaged in combat. As Broly threw punches and kicks, Gai Nuo merely extended a hand to block all of Broly's attacks. Gai Nuo said, is this your power, Broly? No, it's not. You can become stronger. Show me your true strength. Alright, then unleash it fully. Broly's energy surged once again, his pupils flickering. Gai Nuo knew this was due to Broly's inability to control his power, and he shouted, Broly, maintain your focus. Oh, don't let the power control you. You must control it and make it your own. Broly kept chanting, maintain focus, oh, don't let the power control me. I must control the power. Broly closed his eyes and his energy stabilized. Suddenly, with a loud crack, all the released energy surged back into Broly's body. Broly's legendary transformation became stabilized, his strength grew even more formidable, and his energy became denser. Broly looked at the changes in his body, feeling the powerful force firmly under his control. He turned to Gai Nuo and said, Brother Gai Nuo, I've finally mastered this power. Gai Nuo nodded and said, come on, Broly, our battle isn't over yet. Alright, I'm coming, Brother Gai Nuo. Broly vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of Gai Nuo. He threw a punch that passed straight through Gai Nuo's body. Broly realized this was Gai Nuo's illusion, but when did Brother Gai Nuo evade? As Broly was puzzled, Gai Nuo appeared behind him and said, you're too slow. With a loud smack, Broly was sent flying, crashing down to the ground. With a thud, the ground was smashed into a large pit. Broly's transformation was immediately undone. It seemed Gai Nuo's strike was quite powerful. Gai Nuo slowly descended and stood before Broly, saying, your power is too loose and your speed is too slow. It seems you still need to train hard. Broly, rising from the pit, shouted, ah, that hurts. Brother Gai Nuo, your attack is too strong. I was sent back to my original form with just one hit. This is to toughen you up, but your strength has indeed improved significantly. Keep it up. Everyone saw Broly, so powerful, defeated in one move by Gai Nuo, further solidifying their belief in Gai Nuo's ever-growing strength. Before Gai Nuo's return, Broly was the mightiest force on planet Scion. However, it was terrifying that such a formidable individual could not withstand a single attack from Gai Nuo. Gai Nuo, observing the astonished expressions on their faces, said to them, everyone needs to practice diligently. I have actually been training these past 5 years, but my training is quite unique, so I want to elaborate further. The competition has ended. Oh, everyone should head back. During your training, pay attention to enhancing your mental strength. As your mental power increases, so will your combat abilities. This was merely Gai Nuo's perspective, as he intended to alter the training path of the Saiyans. There are 2 routes. One is the divine training method, which involves cultivating mental energy, a route that Son Goku followed in the original Dragon Ball Super. The other is the training method from the GT world, which focuses on maximizing the Saiyans' physical strength through extreme power training. Gai Nuo's powerful physique allows him to train in the strength cultivation from GT, as well as the divine path that requires mental strength to refine time and space powers. Thus, Gai Nuo aims to advance on both fronts. Gai Nuo believes that the divine path is suitable for the current Saiyans. Once they can transform into Super Saiyan 3, they can adopt the divine path. For now, focusing on mental training is a plan for the future. As for me, I will soon seek out the Galaxy King and assign you tasks. Yes, King, we are ready at any time. Alright, everyone head back. The onlookers returned home to begin their new training, while a few remained, including Laiya and others. Jinu knew that Laiya and the others were curious about where he had been for the past 5 years. Observing their expressions, Jinu said, "Alright, let me tell you what I have been doing these 5 years." Jinu then recounted his experiences over the past 5 years. An hour later, he finally finished sharing what had transpired. Laiya remarked, "So you were trapped in a tower for 5 years because of that Super Dragon Ball?" "Yes. Moreover, inside the God-slaying tower, I had to face different opponents every day, fighting continuously. A moment's carelessness would have meant death." Broly said, "It seems that Jinu brother hasn't had it easy these past few years. Compared to us, what you've experienced seems even more dangerous." "Well, that's all in the past. Although I was trapped for 5 years, my strength has increased, my combat power has risen, and my mental energy has significantly improved. Isn't that a good thing? Alright, everyone should head back. After a long day, rest well, and we will continue training tomorrow." Everyone returned home except for Laiya, who remained. Since Jinu said that Laiya is now his woman, she should reside in Genis' royal castle, sharing meals and sleeping together. Laiya's face turned red. As Broly left, he teased Laiya, saying, "Sister Laiya, don't get too excited tonight. Otherwise, Jinu brother won't be able to handle it." Laiya immediately blushed, deeply glaring at Broly and saying, "Are you looking for a fight? Are you itching for trouble?" Sister Laiya can't beat me now." "Oh, just because you can't beat me doesn't mean I can't handle you, right?" Laiya grabbed Broly's ear and he instantly felt pain, hurriedly saying, "Sister Laiya, spare me, spare me. I want dare again." Laiya said, "You still want a second chance?" "And no, there won't be a second time. I won't say a word. Hurry and let go, my ear feels like it's about to be twisted off." Laiya finally released him, but Broly, with mischief in mind, turned to Jinu and said, "Jinu brother, keep an eye on your woman or your days might become difficult later on." Upon hearing this, Laiya exploded in anger, fiercely saying, "Bro, leave." Seeing Laiya about to lose her temper, Broly quickly fled. Bardock and Shrag also left, casting a glance at Laiya, as if to say, "Young people should know moderation." Bumu and Tasha also departed, and as they left they said to Jinu, "Xiao Nuo, remember to be gentle, Laiya is still inexperienced." Laiya stomped her feet angrily, saying to Bumu and Tasha, "Dad, Mom, why are you joining in on the teasing?" Tasha, being experienced, replied, "What's the big deal? It's just the usual boy-girl stuff. But you all need to be cautious since it's your first time." "Mom, what are you even saying? I'm not talking to you anymore." Jinu added, "Dad, Mom, Laiya and I aren't married yet. Such things happen naturally. It's not like just because a man and a woman sleep in the same room it will lead to that, right? Don't you agree? Besides, I'm not that kind of person. After Laiya and I marry, such things will happen naturally, so don't worry about that." "How can I not worry? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchild. Can I not be anxious?" Tasha said. "Alright then, I will follow mother's wishes, so Laiya, let's head inside." Laiya did not expect Jinu to be so direct, still in a daze as he picked her up and walked towards his royal castle. Bumu and Tasha watched as Jinu and Laiya entered the castle, and then they left. Bumu remarked, "Isn't that right? This is how a man should be. He needs to be assertive when necessary." Jinu carried Laiya into the castle and laid her on the bed. Laiya's small hands moved restlessly, and she said to Jinu, "Jinu brother, do we really have to be so quick?" Jinu replied, "What are you thinking? Every day I place you on the bed so that you can rest well. You've been through a lot lately, hurry up and rest." Hearing Genis' words, Laiya felt a bit disappointed. It's strange sometimes when a girl resists something and suddenly you stop, she seems to expect it. But when you do it, she will think you only desire her body, not that you love her. "Well then I will sleep first." "Jinu brother, if you're tired, come up and sleep too." "Alright, you sleep first, I will rest after I'm done." Laiya closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Laiya fast asleep, Jinu walked over to the bed, tucked her in, and took out a blanket for himself, quickly falling into a deep slumber as well. This sleep was truly refreshing. It had been a long time since Gai Nuo had such peaceful rest, allowing his body and mind to relax fully. The 5 years in the God-slaying tower were both tormenting and challenging for Gai Nuo. He faced different opponents daily, keeping himself in a state of light sleep. When an enemy appeared, he would immediately awaken to prevent a surprise attack. In such circumstances, Gai Nuo's mental strength was honed as he needed to ensure he could fight at any moment, thus constantly enhancing his mental acuity. Gai Nuo stretched lazily, gazing at the crimson sun outside, estimating that it was probably around noon. At that moment, Laiya approached Gai Nuo's bedside with food. Seeing that Gai Nuo had awakened, she hurriedly asked, "Brother Gai Nuo, did you sleep well last night?" "It's already lunchtime." Gai Nuo replied, "During the years in the God-slaying tower, I hardly slept at all. Oh, every day was only about fighting. I don't know which guy trapped me in there, but the outcome was not bad. My strength has increased, and I obtained what I wanted. Alright, I know you worked hard, brother Gai Nuo. Let's eat. This is the meal I prepared, you should try it. Gai Nuo was taken aback by Laiya's words, his eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of look is that? Over these 5 years, I haven't just interacted with people from the universe. In my spare time, I've been going to Earth to learn cooking techniques. My culinary skills are no longer just mediocre. But you've never cooked before, right? Aren't you a foodie? How could you possibly learn to cook? Who are you looking down on? I've been diligently learning to cook. And now I can cook. Yet in her heart, Laiya thought at Dr. Brisfa's house, she often mooched food whenever she visited. Over time, Laiya developed the thought of cooking for herself. One day, Mrs. Brisfu said, Laiya, do you like Gai Nuo? Is it that obvious? Laiya asked. We can all tell Dr. Brisfu responded. Let me tell you something. Liking someone is not just about having feelings, you must know how to capture their heart. Laiya asked, how do I do that? On Earth, there's a saying that to win a person's heart, you must win their stomach. So you need to know how to cook their favorite foods to firmly hold them. Thus, Laiya began her arduous journey of learning to cook. However, as a Scion, she was primarily focused on fighting, and the task of cooking intimidated her. There was no choice. Laiya gritted her teeth and started cooking. At first, the meals she prepared were nearly inedible, and even the smell would make her wrinkle her nose. As time passed, Laiya's cooking skills improved significantly, and her dishes became increasingly delicious, earning her praise from the Brisfu family, who called her a genius. This satisfaction filled Laiya's heart, proving that effort yields rewards. Now she could cook anything she desired. Hurry, try it, Laiya urged. Gai Nuo picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. With his eyes closed, he bit down, expecting Laiya's cooking to be subpar, but at the moment his teeth met the meat, the juices flowed into his throat, filling his palate with an exquisite flavor. Gai Nuo opened his eyes and took another piece of meat, savoring it carefully. Indeed, it was fragrant and delectable. Gai Nuo picked up the bowl, finishing all the food inside. Is there more? He asked. Of course. Someone bring more dishes, Laiya replied. As Laiya called out, Zypher people brought various delicacies to Gai Nuo. Looking at the array of delectable dishes, Gai Nuo said to Laiya, did you make all of this? Before Laiya could respond, one of the female Zypher said, the queen woke up before dawn to prepare these meals. All of this was cooked by the queen. Gai Nuo looked at Laiya, surprised that she had risen so early to cook for him. In his world, such a woman would be called a virtuous wife and good mother. However, he had also encountered such women in the Dragon Ball world. It seemed he had come to the right place. Gai Nuo said to them, you can put down the dishes and leave now. Yes, the Zypher replied. After all, the Zypher had set down the food and left. Gai Nuo quickly approached Laiya and directly hugged her, causing Laiya to panic. Brother Gai Nuo, she exclaimed. What am I thinking? Laiya wondered. Gai Nuo set Laiya down at the dining table, then picked up his chopsticks and brought a piece of food to Laiya's mouth, saying, Laiya, let's eat together. But this time I'll feed you, you just focus on eating. Laiya felt her heart fill with happiness and nodded obediently. Gai Nuo and Laiya spent several hours enjoying their meal, sweetly savoring the moment. After finishing, the bowls and dishes were taken away. Gai Nuo remarked, it's been a long time since I visited Earth. Laiya, why don't you accompany me on a trip to Earth? I also need to thank Mrs. Brisfu. Is that alright? By the way, let's invite Bardock and his wife, as well as Broly and Shrag. First we'll ask if they want to go. If they do, we'll go together. If not, then forget it. Alright, brother Gai Nuo, I'll go find them now. After a while, Bardock and his wife Broly and Shrag all arrived. Shrag had never been to Earth, so this time, they would take him along for a tour. Brother Gai Nuo, are we going to Earth again? I miss Earth's food so much. Let's hurry up and go, Broly said. It's been a long time since I saw Kakarot. I wonder how he's doing now, Bardock and his wife remarked. We'll find out when we go to see him. Alright, everyone is here, so let's go. Gai Nuo activated instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye they arrived on Earth. The first thing they did upon arriving on Earth was to go to Dr. Brisfu's house. Upon arriving at Dr. Brisfu's house, they found that the Brisfu family was not home. Gai Nuo asked a passerby, who replied the Brisfu family went to watch the world's martial arts tournament. Gai Nuo said, the world's martial arts tournament. Let's go have a look. Laiya added, since we have nothing to do, let's check out this martial arts competition on Earth. What about you guys? Are you coming? They all nodded. Gai Nuo and the others swiftly flashed to the site of the world's martial arts tournament. At this moment, atop the world's greatest martial arts stage, Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle with Tianjin Fan. According to the original story, Tianjin Fan was supposed to win the championship in the end. I wonder if Wukong, after Gina's guidance, can now seize the crown. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of intense combat rang out as Bardock's eyes fell upon Kakarot in the arena. Oh no, he should be called Son Wukong. Jine couldn't help but shed tears upon seeing her son. She said, it seems our son is living well on Earth. Look at that fighting spirit, Bardock. It resembles your old self so much. Jinnu remarked, Kakarot's desire for battle is stronger than anyone else's. Bardock cannot compare to Kakarot's fighting spirit. Look at him fighting that three-eyed man. His body and mind are wholly immersed in the battle. Broly said Kakarot should be able to easily defeat the three-eyed man now. I can sense that Kakarot's aura far exceeds that of the three-eyed man. But why doesn't he just finish off his opponent in one move? Because Kakarot enjoys the fight. Each battle is a pleasure and a learning experience for him, which is why his combat power increases so rapidly. Look, the outcome is about to be decided. Tianjin Fan hovered in midair, his palms together forming a triangle, preparing to unleash his Kikaho against Kakarot. Currently, Tianjin Fan cannot yet use his energy freely, so he aimed his palms at Kakarot and began gathering power. At this moment, Bardock exclaimed, why isn't Kakarot taking the opportunity to attack? This is Kakarot's flaw. He only strikes when his opponent uses their most powerful move. Tianjin Fan had finished gathering his energy and said to Kakarot, Son Wukong, my move is quite powerful, so don't you dare fall. Son Wukong replied, then bring it on. Let me see the full might of your ultimate technique. Prepare to take my Kikaho. With a loud boom, Tianjin Fan's Kikaho created a massive crater in the arena, and Kakarot's figure vanished from sight within the pit. Tianjin Fan's three eyes scanned for Son Wukong's silhouette. At that moment, Son Wukong was already above Tianjin Fan, his hands forming a flower-like shape as he shouted Kamehameha. A blue and white energy wave surged toward Tianjin Fan. With no time to react, Tianjin Fan was blasted off the stage by Son Wukong's Kamehameha. According to the rules of the match, falling out of the ring or losing combat ability results in defeat, so Tianjin Fan lost. The announcer shouted, Tianjin Fan has fallen from the stage, making Son Wukong the champion of this martial arts tournament. We congratulate champion Son Wukong. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, but an uninvited guest arrived at the martial arts event. Damblin, a minion of the Demon King Piccolo. Damblin had a pair of wings sprouting from his back, looking exceedingly sinister. He pulled out a stack of photographs, and upon looking at one, spotted Krillin's face. All right, you are my next target. The others have already been dealt with. The announcer, unaware of the impending danger, said to Damblin, my friend, this martial arts tournament has concluded. If you wish to participate, you must wait for the next Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. Damblin stated, I'm not here to compete, I'm here to kill. Just as he finished speaking, he vanished and appeared right in front of Krillin, saying, You are the bald-headed kid, Krillin, right? Krillin asked, Who are you? Damblin replied, It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that today you are going to die. With that, Damblin's finger pierced Krillin's heart. Krillin fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, quickly losing all signs of life. Seeing his dear friend killed, Wukong exploded with rage and rushed directly at Damblin, throwing a punch. As Damblin saw Wukong's fist coming, he extended a hand and effortlessly blocked all of Wukong's attacks. You scoundrel! Why did you kill Krillin? This is unforgivable. I fought and fought, both combatants battling from the ground to the sky, each evenly matched. Suddenly, Damblin swept his leg, striking Wukong in the abdomen, causing him to plummet from the sky. Damblin completed his task and flapped his wings, heading towards his next target. Kakarot shouted, You won't get away. Son Wukong chased after him, leaving the spectators in shock at the scene. Jine saw her son charging alone after the enemy and wanted to follow, but Bardock stopped her. Bardock said, You'll hinder our son's growth if you do this. Jinnu nodded, acknowledging the truth of this. Kakarot's path is one he must walk alone. Let's go see. Laiya and the others nodded and immediately took off after him. Midway through the chase, Kakarot still couldn't match Damblin's speed. Kakarot felt extremely hungry at that moment. He had no strength left in his body. He dropped down to the ground. As soon as he landed, he caught a whiff of a delicious fish aroma and followed it to find a 3-meter-long, 1-meter-wide grill. He didn't care whose fish it was and rushed up, devouring it all in a whirlwind. Satisfied, he patted his round belly. Suddenly, a disheveled figure with knots on their head and a knife at their waist appeared. Seeing his grilled fish gone, he drew his knife. He exclaimed, Which bastard ate all my grilled fish? He spotted Son Wukong, who was lying there content. Seeing Wukong's slightly bulging belly, Yachirobe drew his knife and pointed it at Son Wukong, saying, You bastard ate my grilled fish, you're asking for death. Wukong instinctively dodged Yachirobe's attack, saying, I didn't know it was your grilled fish. I can exchange for another one. How about I get you a super-sized grilled fish next time? But I need to chase after the enemy now, so I can't replace your fish here. Just as he spoke, a creature resembling a dinosaur with a long beak and wings, a minion of the Demon King Piccolo, arrived. His name was Simbalu. His purpose for coming here was to block Wukong. Wukong was furious. How many more of these guys are there? He moved swiftly, appearing right in front of Simbalu, delivering a powerful punch that severely injured him. At that moment, Yachirobe said, You ate my flying grilled fish, so this guy is mine. He looks like a decent meal. Simbalu roared in anger. You fatso, you think him food? I'll show you my terror. Simbalu charged at Yachirobe, who drew his knife with a swift motion, slicing Simbalu in half. Wukong exclaimed, impressive. Too bad I can't spar with you, I still need to chase after the enemy. That guy killed my friend Krillin, and I won't let him get away. Wukong charged toward Dambalin's direction. At this moment Danbal had flown onto the ship of the Demon King Piccolo. His mission was complete. The Demon King Piccolo represented the dark side of the divine, declaring himself a Demon King. In those times he stirred up chaos, shrouding the earth in darkness, until Master Roshi and Master Korin sealed him away in a rice cooker using the demon sealing wave. The Demon King Piccolo was released by 3 reckless little fellows known as the Pilaf Gang. Pilaf had long aspired to rule the earth, and in a twist of fate, he inadvertently freed the Demon King Piccolo from the rice cooker. Initially, the Demon King Piccolo intended to eliminate the Pilaf Gang, but upon hearing the secret of the Dragon Balls from Pilaf, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Having reached his twilight years, he sought the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. Danbal approached the Demon King Piccolo and said, "My lord, I have eliminated the martial artists on earth as you commanded. No one can seal you away again." "Well done, Danbal," the Demon King Piccolo replied. "At last I can dominate the earth. However, the Dragon Balls have yet to be found. What shall we do about that?" Meanwhile, Genu and the others watched as Goku chased after the minions of the Demon King Piccolo. Jin said, "My king is my son, all right. Is he a match for that Demon King Piccolo?" "Don't worry, Jin," Genu reassured her. "The Demon King Piccolo is now at the end of his strength. He may have been a formidable opponent before, but Goku's power has now far surpassed that of the Demon King." "Is that so? Then I can rest easy," Jin replied. "By the way, I still have the Dragon Balls in my possession. The Demon King must rely on Shenron's power to regain his youth. But he is now powerless. If he wants the Dragon Balls, he must come to me to take them. Let's go see the battle between Kakarot and the Demon King Piccolo." At this moment, Goku had caught up to Danbal. Spotting the Demon King Piccolo's ship, he shouted towards the interior, "Get out here. I have followed your energy. You despicable creature dare to kill my good friend Krillin." Hearing the commotion outside, the Demon King Piccolo said to Danbal, "What is happening? Didn't I send Simbalu to assist you? Has something happened to Simbalu?" As he spoke, the Demon King Piccolo felt a sharp pain in his chest and told Danbal, "Simbalu is already dead." "Impossible. I know Simbalu's fighting strength. Though he is not as strong as I am, he should have been more than capable of dealing with the martial artists on Earth." "My instincts are never wrong," the Demon King Piccolo asserted. "It seems Simbalu has been defeated by that guy outside. Bring the ship down, I want to see who dares to shout so boldly." The ship slowly descended, and the Demon King Piccolo stepped out, followed closely by Danbal. Goku immediately recognized Danbal and said, "You heartless monster. You dared to kill my good friend Krillin. Oh, prepare to pay with your life." "Look at Goku," the Demon King Piccolo said to Danbal. "Hurry and dispose of him. Once he's dealt with, I still need to find the Dragon Balls." "Understood, Demon King Piccolo," Danbal responded. Danbal flashed in front of Goku and said, "Killing Simbalu shows you have some strength, but my fighting power is not something that Simbalu can compare to." "What Simbalu, what Karabalu? I don't know them, but anyone like you should die. Such arrogance for a mere frog. Since that's the case, let's see just how much power you truly possess." Goku retorted, "Enough with the chatter." He directly flashed to Danbal's front. His speed was so fast that Danbal had no time to react. Just as Danbal was about to speak, Goku struck him in the abdomen with a punch, causing Danbal's body to arch, and then Goku delivered a side kick that sent Danbal flying. With a loud crash, Danbal was sent flying, crashing into several large trees. Goku followed closely behind, reaching the spot where Danbal was about to land first. He shouted, "Kamehameha, here it comes." A blue and white energy wave surged towards Danbal, obliterating him into fragments. After defeating Danbal, Goku approached the Demon King Piccolo and said, "You must be their leader. Eliminating you should restore peace to the earth." The Demon King Piccolo replied, "Kid, I admit your power is impressive, but you still lack the strength to defeat me, the Demon King Piccolo. Even your strongest martial artist, Master Roshi, could not eliminate me. You are simply not enough." Piccolo shook his head, declaring, "Then let's see if you're right." Goku began to unleash his energy, his fighting power rapidly approaching that of the Demon King Piccolo. Seeing the aura emanating from Goku, a flicker of concern crossed the Demon King Piccolo's face. "It turns out you were hiding your power. I must regard you as a true opponent." In the sky, Genu and the others observed the battle below. Laiya asked Strag, "Is this Demon King Piccolo one of your demon clan? Have you seen him before?" Strag replied, "There are only so many demons in our Strag star, but I haven't encountered this guy before. This guy's fighting power is too low. Our demon clan from Strag star does not possess such low strength." Genu stated, "This Demon King Piccolo is a manifestation of the divine. How should I put it? He is the evil side of the divine, so Piccolo is the divine, and the divine is also Piccolo. Moreover, both the divine and Strag are warrior-type Namekians from planet Namek. You are all part of planet Namek." While Jinnu was still discussing Planet Namek, Broly said it's about to be decided this Demon King Piccolo is going to lose. Indeed, as soon as Broly finished speaking, Goku's fist pierced through the abdomen of the Demon King Piccolo. In his dying moments, he spit out an egg towards the distance, declaring the Demon Clan will never perish. Afterwards, his body dissipated into the air. Goku emerged victorious, and just as he was about to take a break, Genis' applause rang out saying, "Well done." Goku quickly turned around, assuming a fighting stance. Upon seeing a familiar face, he asked, "Who are you? Why does your energy feel so familiar?" This left Jinnu speechless as he replied, "I even trained you. Have you forgotten? My name is Jinnu." As he spoke, Jinnu fired an energy blast from his hand, obliterating a nearby mountain peak. Seeing the flattened mountain peak, Goku remembered and said, "You're Jinnu. I just recalled who I didn't expect to see you again. Yes, I came to Earth to deliver the Dragon Balls to you. The Dragon Balls can grant any wish, allowing those who have passed away to return to life. As long as you summon Shinran, you can bring them back." "Really? Then hurry and give me the Dragon Balls," Goku exclaimed. Jinnu took out the Dragon Balls and handed them to Goku before flying away. Genis' voice echoed, "If you want to become stronger, go check out Korin Tower." Upon hearing Genis' words, Wukong pondered how to become stronger and thought about finding Korinta, but where exactly was Korinta? If only Jinnu would just tell me the direction. No matter, the most important thing now is to revive those who have died. Wukong placed the Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted, "Come forth. Shenlong, grant my wish." The Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, and a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, darkening the heavens. Shenlong appeared before Wukong and said, "State your wish, I can fulfill it all." Wukong said, "I want all those killed by Piccolo Daimao to be revived." "Your wish can be granted." Shenlong's eyes flashed red, and all those slain by Piccolo Daimao were brought back to life, including Krillin. "All right, your wish has been fulfilled." After saying this, Shenlong transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the earth, but at this moment the Dragon Balls had turned to stone and could not be used again for a year. "This will do. I'll go check if Krillin has revived." Wukong flew towards the martial arts tournament where there were hardly any people left. Krillin's appearance made the few remaining spectators think they had encountered a ghost. Suddenly a figure appeared at the tournament, truly bewildering everyone. Wukong dashed towards the venue and saw that Krillin had indeed revived, filling his heart with great joy. Krillin was still in a daze. Wasn't he killed? How could he come back to life? Wukong explained that he had used the Dragon Balls to revive him. Hearing that there was something on Earth that could bring back the dead, Krillin felt it was unbelievable. "All right, let's head back. I wonder how Master Matedo is doing," Wukong remarked. "By the way, Master Matedo is also a martial artist from Earth. He hasn't been taken down, has he? Let's hurry and check." Krillin had now learned the flying technique and flew directly towards Master Rose's island. On the island, a person was practicing the Mafuba technique learned from Matedo. This person was Tien Shinhan. Master Matedo appeared behind Tien, leaning on his cane, and said, "Do not rush in your training. Do not be hasty in practice. The more anxious you are, the less you can unleash your potential." Tien replied, "But Master Matedo, Piccolo Daimao has already appeared. If we don't hurry, Earth will fall into darkness. Don't worry. If anyone has to die, let it be us old folks. You young ones are the future of Earth." Just as he finished speaking, 2 powerful auras approached Master Rose's island. Tien sensed the incoming presence and prepared for battle. "Damn it, I didn't expect them to find this place." Master Matedo said, "Tien, there's no need to be so tense. They are our people. Don't you recognize these 2 familiar auras?" Before Tien could say anything, 2 figures swiftly flew in front of them. Upon seeing it was Sun Wukong and Krillin, Tien exclaimed, "Krillin, are you a human or a ghost? Didn't you get taken down by Piccolo Daimao's minions?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Krillin replied. "Yes, but I came back to life." Wukong then recounted how he defeated Piccolo Daimao and used the Dragon Balls to revive all the deceased. He also mentioned Genis' arrival on Earth. "By the way, Master Matedo, Jinnu said that to become stronger, I should go to Korinta." "Where is Korinta?" "Korinta is the holy land of martial arts on Earth. It is said that those who can climb Korinta can meet the immortal who will guide them in their martial arts. I spent a great deal of effort climbing Korinta back in my day. It took me 3 full years to reach the top. For Earthlings, Korinta is a hellishly difficult challenge. Curious if that's the case, then I shall climb Korinta. I want to see what the legendary immortal looks like." With that, Wukong flew in the direction of Korinta. Seeing Wukong take off, Krillin said to Master Matedo, "Master Matedo, I also need to get stronger. I want to climb Korinta too." Krillin also flew towards Korinta. Tien Shinhan pondered for a long time on the spot. Master Matedo noticed his thoughts and said, "Now that Piccolo Daimao has been eliminated, it doesn't matter whether you learn the Mafuba or not. If you want to get stronger, then go ahead." This statement broke Tien's defenses, and he replied to Master Matedo, "Master Matedo, I have offended you in the past, and now I am no longer a disciple of the Crane School. What I want is simple, to become stronger continuously." "All right, I understand. Then go ahead." Tien donned the turtle school uniform and flew towards Corinta. Wukong arrived at Corinta, looked up, and saw the endless tower of Corinta. Indeed, he couldn't tell how far it was, but for the sake of becoming stronger, he was determined to climb Corinta. This is the rule of Corinta: anyone wishing to receive guidance from the immortal must climb Corinta. Of course, for someone like Jinnu, such rules seem unnecessary. Just as Wukong was about to start climbing Corinta, Krillin arrived. Soon after, Tien also reached the spot. Seeing Tien wearing the turtle school uniform, Wukong and Krillin understood that Tien had joined the turtle school. Alright, it seems we all have the same goal, which is to become stronger. So let's get started for our own ambitions. Let's see who climbs Corinta first. Good, let's have a little competition. Krillin was the first to charge towards Corinta. For the first few hundred meters he ran up, but Corinta is a manifestation of willpower. Being the first to rush towards it does not guarantee being the first to climb it. Before long, Wukong caught up to Krillin, and then Tien surpassed Krillin. This stimulated the bald-headed guy, but Krillin's earthling physique couldn't compare to that of a Scion or a three-eyed man. Wukong reached the top of Corinta first, taking 3 days to finally climb it, and upon reaching the summit, he saw a fat cat looking at him. "Excuse me, is there an immortal here?" "I am looking for the immortal. Where is the immortal?" The fat cat replied, "The immortal you're looking for is me. I am Corinta's immortal." "Oh, so the immortal is a cat. I thought the immortal would be a handsome, dignified figure." "Hey, what are you saying? I have lived for over 800 years. 300 years ago, when Mateto climbed Corinta, I was the one who taught him." "Oh, so you've lived for over 800 years. It seems you truly are an immortal. Can you teach me to practice?" "I can, but I have to wait for those 2 kids. Ew, I can't be unfair to any of you. I treat you all equally." "Well then, let's wait for them." 3 months later, Tien climbed Corinta, and 6 months later, Krillin reached the top. Finally, all 3 of them reached the top of Corinta. On that day, Corinta's immortal called them together and said, "If you can grab the bell in my hand, you may take your leave." "Alright, I'll go first." Geno and the others are currently enjoying a delightful meal at Dr. Brisfa's house, while Goku and the others are still undergoing training. The others are savoring their food with Gnei absent-mindedly chewing on a chicken leg. Seeing Gnei's distracted demeanor, Bardock reassured her, saying, "Don't worry. Kakarot will definitely pass the training, and moreover, masters on Earth will generously share their knowledge with their disciples." At this moment, Geno remarked, "That's right, Kakarot can significantly enhance his strength under the training of Master Korin, and then he will go to the Supreme Kai to cultivate, preparing for the challenge from the Demon King 2 years later." "Demon King 2, who are you referring to? Could it be Piccolo's son?" Bardock inquired. "Not exactly Piccolo's son, but rather Piccolo himself." "How can this be explained?" "Did you see the egg that Piccolo spat out the moment Kakarot pierced his body? That egg will become the new Piccolo in the future. However, this guy's lifelong goal is to defeat or kill Kakarot, but his fate will be that Kakarot will crush him thoroughly." Hearing Genos' words, Gnei finally felt relieved. Beside them, Dr. Brisfu asked, "Will this Demon King Piccolo be reborn 2 years later?" "Not reborn, but continued. However, this Piccolo is vastly different from the one that Goku killed. The previous Demon King Piccolo was extremely evil, aiming to fill the entire Earth with sin, while the new Piccolo only seeks to strengthen himself to defeat Goku and has no interest in ruling the Earth." "Now that you say this, I feel reassured," Dr. Brisfa said. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We came to Earth this time just to return the Dragon Balls, and now that they have been returned, we should head back." "Are you leaving just like that? You all have just arrived on Earth. Stay a few days longer," Dr. Brisfu urged. "No need, I have many matters to attend to on my planet, so I won't stay on Earth any longer. We are heading back now," Geno replied. "Alright, if that's the case, then when you have time, come to Earth often to visit, okay?" "Yes, I will. Earth is like my second hometown," Geno said as Laiya and the others looked at him, puzzled about his statement. Geno quickly explained, "What I mean is Earth has so much delicious food, and we often come here to enjoy it, right? I plan to buy a house on Earth in the future and live here for a while. That way Earth can truly be considered my second hometown, right? So that's how it is." Laiya was very happy and said, "Brother Geno, this idea of yours is great. Hey, let's buy a house on Earth. That way every time we come to Earth we won't have to trouble Dr. Brisfu anymore." I think that's a good idea. It's a hassle to always trouble Dr. Brisfu every time we visit Earth. If we buy a house, we can come to Earth anytime we want. Dr. Brisfa said, "I actually look forward to you coming to my house. How could it be a trouble?" Laiya replied, "Dr. Brisfu, although you don't mind, but if we keep staying at your home every time we come to Earth, won't that cause people to gossip? People will say, why are these individuals always mooching off Dr. Brisfa's food and drinks? Don't they have their own place? How can we come to Earth like this? Isn't that right?" "Oh, since you put it that way, then it's fine for you to buy a house on Earth. Oh, after all, you're not short on money now." Indeed, Dr. Brisfa's universal capsule is quite useful, making it practical for people in the universe, which is why its sales are so booming. Haha, my technology is so popular in the universe. That's unexpected. Let's end our discussion here for now. We should head back now, Dr. Brisfu. Goodbye. Alright, will you come to Earth to play again next time? Yes, we are leaving now. The figures of Geno and the others disappeared from the spot, returning to Planet Saiyan. At this moment, Planet Saiyan was under attack. Geno returned to Planet Saiyan, frowning at the sight of it being attacked. These people are truly audacious, daring to attack my planet. They must not want to live. Geno and the others swiftly arrived at Planet Saiyan, where Boom and the others were battling the invaders. Geno approached Boom, snapped his fingers, and the robot attacking Boom instantly shattered into pieces as Geno had used spatial power. Boom, seeing Geno had returned, was very happy and said, "The king is back. Citizens of Planet Saiyan, let's drive these invaders away together." Looking at so many invaders, Geno remarked, "Why do these invaders look so familiar?" Laiya said, "Isn't that the Gula I defeated? How has he turned into this ghastly form? It seems he has become a robot." "No, this isn't a robot, but Metal Gula." The attacking Gula ceased his assault and declared, "That's right, I am Gula. Now my strength is even greater, and this planet will be the first sacrifice after my resurrection. To celebrate my resurrection." So it was Gula? How has he become so arrogant after turning into Metal Gula? Haha, it's not arrogance, it's confidence. My strength now exceeds what it once was by a great margin. Dealing with you is a piece of cake. Is that so? Geno directly used spatial confinement to freeze Metal Gula suspended in the air, then clenched his palm, causing all the Metal Gula trapped in the air to explode. The remaining Gula that survived said, "I cannot be killed, I am merely a clone. As long as the main body remains alive, I will forever be reborn. You think I can't find you? Laiya, you all go eliminate the other Gula, I will find his main body." Geno closed his eyes using spatial power to search the entire area. At this moment, the main body was on planet Begao. Gula said, "This Geno is quite formidable. My brother Frieza was defeated by him. Although my combat power has increased now, I am still no match for this Geno." The intelligence core of planet Begao said, "Capture this Geno for me. I need to modify him. This Geno will be the key to planet Begao dominating the universe." "Are you crazy? Wanting to modify Geno? This guy is not something you can control." The intelligence core said, "Do as I say, execute my orders." As Gula held his head, he cried out, suffering from a severe headache, which was a method of control from the intelligence core. While the intelligence core continued punishing Gula, Geno's voice rang out, "You want to catch me to modify me? All right, I'm coming, get ready to welcome me." Gai Nuo swiftly arrived inside by Gao Xing, and upon seeing the sudden appearance of Gai Nuo, Gula instinctively took a step back. Gai Nuo did not look at Gula, but instead focused on an enormous screen above by Gao Xing, which was the brain of Bai Gao Xing. So this is the high-tech brain that controls Bai Gao Xing. It looks just like a giant television. How can it control such a massive planet? The brain of Bai Gao Xing was equally astonished to see Gai Nuo appear in its control room, not expecting that this fellow could actually find his way here, considering that I am several star systems away from the Saiyan planet. But how could the brain of Bai Gao Xing know that Gai Nuo possessed the divine ability of instant teleportation? The brain exclaimed, "How did you find your way here? My Bai Gao Xing is several star systems away from your Saiyan planet. How could you arrive so suddenly? Is it as you see? I arrived instantly. With your kind of brain, you cannot comprehend the means of a cultivator. Do not think that just because you have mastered scientific technology, you can control others at will. I, Gai Nuo, am not someone like you that can be controlled. You wanted to transform me, didn't you? Now that I am here, come on. I want to see how you plan to transform me. Before we talk about transformation, the first step you need to take is to subdue me. Come on. I am standing right here, make your move." Seeing Gai Nuo's defiant demeanor, the brain of Bai Gao Xing became very angry. It commanded Gula, "Gula, seize him. I want to transform him into the most powerful warrior." Gai Nuo glanced at Gula and said, "So your reliance is on him, huh? Then come on." Gai Nuo stretched out his hands, waiting for Gula to attempt to control him. Gula saw the look in Gai Nuo's eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively took 2 steps back and stammered, I am not your match. Besides, I do not wish to die without a grave." Gai Nuo nodded and said, "It seems you still have some self-awareness." The brain of Bai Gao Xing saw that Gula had not made a move and shouted, "Gula, what are you doing? Why aren't you making your move? Do you not wish to live?" The brain began to punish Gula, who rolled on the ground holding his head. Seeing Gula like this, Gai Nuo said to the brain, "It seems this is your means of controlling Gula. In that case, I can just destroy you." 2 energy spheres appeared in Gai Nuo's palms, which he hurled directly at the brain. With a loud bang, the sound of the screen shattering echoed, and thus the brain of Bai Gao Xing was destroyed by Gai Nuo, freeing Gula from its control. Seeing the brain destroyed by Gai Nuo, Gula knelt on one knee before Gai Nuo and said, "Lord Gai Nuo, thank you for saving me from the control of Bai Gao Xing. My life now belongs to you. You wish to pledge your loyalty to me, but do not forget my Vegeta planet was destroyed by your Ice Demon clan. The Scions and your Ice Demon clan have a deep-seated enmity. Gula replied, this was the act of my brother Frieza and has nothing to do with me. Even if Frieza dies, the Ice Demon clan would show no mercy. In the Ice Demon clan, such things as family ties do not exist. My loyalty to you is my own matter, others have no say in my decision. Have you thought it over? If you pledge your loyalty to me, you can only be my subordinate. Of course, if you do not pledge your loyalty, I will surely destroy you today. I will not allow such a powerful enemy to exist. Upon hearing Gai Nuo's words, Gula was at a loss. Should I pledge my loyalty or not? After all, living is better than dying. Gula said, from today on you shall be my master. You tell me to go east, and I will never go west. I will be the most loyal subordinate to you. Looking at Gula's devoted expression, Gai Nuo said, loyalty is still too early to say, time will test it. Yes, my lord, let time prove my unwavering loyalty to you. Good then, for now stay by my side. Now that the brain of Bai Gaoxing has been destroyed by me, the technology of this planet is absolutely unparalleled in the universe. We cannot waste it. I will take this planet with me. Lord Gai Nuo, such a massive planet, how will you carry it? Can it not fly? Gai Nuo's figure flashed outside Bai Gaoxing with Gula following beside him. Gai Nuo waved his hand at Bai Gaoxing, and an immense force of spatial energy instantly enveloped Bai Gaoxing. Then Gai Nuo began to carry Bai Gaoxing towards his own planet. At the moment Gai Nuo took off, Bai Gaoxing also began to move. This massive planet followed closely behind Gai Nuo. Gula, witnessing Gai Nuo's abilities, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that choosing to pledge loyalty was the smartest thing to do, otherwise I would have turned to dust in the universe by now. Gula was confident he could destroy a planet, but flying with a planet was impossible for him unless one possessed immensely powerful strength to make the planet move. Of course, Gula did not understand spatial power, so he certainly could not take Bai Gaoxing. Meanwhile, on the Saiyan planet, all the metal Gulas stood still in the void. This situation left Laura and the others dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were these metal Gulas not moving? The reason was naturally that Gai Nuo had destroyed the brain of Bai Gaoxing, and without the brain's control, the metal Gulas would not move. Broly said, who cares? Now that they have lost their ability to move, isn't this the best opportunity for us to annihilate them? Everyone unleash your ultimate moves to wipe out these metal beings. Broly was the first to attack, unleashing a powerful shockwave that wiped out a large number of Gulas. Laura also did not hold back, directly launching her ultimate move, Starburst Obliteration, turning countless metal beings to ashes in an instant. All the Scions, seeing Laura and the others make their move, also unleashed their ultimate techniques, with explosions ringing out incessantly and fireworks appearing in the void. This was their masterpiece. A relentless bombardment resulted in all the metal Gulas being completely annihilated. At that moment, they saw a planet flying towards their Saiyan planet. Laura and Broly hurriedly stood in front of everyone. When the planet approached Laura and the others, they realized that it was Gai Nuo bringing the planet back. Brother Gai Nuo, you are back. Laura exclaimed happily. Yes, I am back, and I have brought back something good. Everyone's gaze turned to Gula. Could it be that the good thing Gai Nuo mentioned is Gula? Looking at everyone's gaze, Gai Nuo said, I am talking about this planet. What are you all thinking? This planet possesses top-notch technology that can elevate the technology of our Saiyan planet to new heights. Laiya, come out, I have brought you a technological planet. Hey, I'm coming. Laiya arrived in front of Gai Nuo. Laiya appeared before Gai Nuo, who asked her, Laiya, have you heard of Big Star? Of course I've heard of it. The scientific technology of Big Star is like comparing the heavens to the earth when set against our Saiyan planet. The technology of Big Star is the most advanced in the universe. No other planet's technology can compare to that of Big Star, Laiya replied. I never imagined Big Star's technology was so remarkable. In that case, let's apply Big Star's technology to our Saiyan planet. What? Are you saying we should bring Big Star's technology to our Saiyan planet? But as far as I know, Big Star is controlled by a super intelligent AI and has many cyborgs with formidable combat abilities. Many have coveted Big Star's technology, but all have returned empty-handed. That's their problem. Look at this. With a wave of Gai Nuo's hand, a massive planet appeared before Laiya and the others. This is Big Star, Gai Nuo said. Laiya's eyes widened as she exclaimed, My lord, this is Big Star. Yes, it's just as you said, she added. No way. Big Star is guarded by cyborgs. Ordinary people cannot conquer it. Furthermore, the metal beings created by Big Star's AI are not to be underestimated. It's hard to believe my lord so easily subdued Big Star. Indeed, the metal being you mentioned from Big Star is right here. Gai Nuo pointed to Gula, who is now my subordinate. The AI of Big Star has already been vanquished by me. Is that so? Such feats can only be accomplished by you, my lord. Others lack the ability to conquer Big Star. So does that mean Big Star is now ours? What I mean is that all the technology of Big Star will be entrusted to you for research, and I want you to create a metal warrior based on Big Star's technology. Gai Nuo said, Metal warriors. Are you referring to the metal Gula that invaded us earlier? Yes, I want you to build an army like that, and their combat strength must be even greater than that of the Metal Gula. Alright, since my lord has requested the creation of a Metal Warrior army, I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill your orders. However, I need a sample for my research. Sure, isn't this a ready-made sample? Gula cooperate with Laiya for the research. Upon hearing Gano's request, Gula was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly received a glare from Gano and heard him say, "Do you have any objections?" Seeing Gano's expression change, Gula immediately replied, "Yes, my lord, I will definitely cooperate with Dr. Laiya and contribute to his research." Gano's face softened a bit at Gula's response. He looked at Gula and said, "I do not wish for such incidents to happen again. Do you understand?" Cold sweat broke out on Gula's back as he trembled and said, "There will absolutely be no next time, my lord, I promise. Hope you hold me to that. But rest assured, I am not the AI of Big Star. While you work under me, you are free. I will not control your words or actions. However, the tasks I assign to you must take priority. Yes, my lord, I will prioritize the tasks you assign. Alright, Laiya, I will leave the resources of Big Star in your hands. Research the metal materials needed for the Metal Gula, and then start constructing the Metal Warriors. Understood, my lord. I will create a Metal Warrior that satisfies you in the shortest time possible. Good, now you may go ahead and get busy." Laiya mobilized all the Zypher people to classify the metal resources of Big Star and began researching its technology. Seeing that Laiya had begun to take action, Gano nodded in satisfaction. He turned to gaze at the Saiyan planet, now riddled with destruction, sighed, and said, "The Saiyan planet is still too fragile. Such a small skirmish has left the Saiyan planet so shattered. It seems I must find a way to make the Saiyan planet stronger." Laiya came to Gano's side and asked, "Brother Gano, do you have any ideas on how to restore the Saiyan planet to its original state?" "Of course I have a solution, but it will take some time." "Why must we wait?" Laiya inquired. "Because we just used the Dragon Balls, of course. In 3 months the Dragon Balls can be used again. If we summon the Eternal Dragon, we can wish for the Saiyan planet to be restored to its original appearance." Upon hearing the term Dragon Balls, Gula paid special attention. Seeing Gula's expression, Gano understood what he was thinking. It seems this guy knows about the existence of the Dragon Balls, Gano thought. "Gula," Gano called out. "Yes, my lord." Gula immediately ran to Gano. "What? Do you have any thoughts about the Dragon Balls of our Saiyan planet?" He would certainly not admit to having any such thoughts. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "My lord, even if I were bold, I wouldn't dare to covet the Dragon Balls on the Saiyan planet." Gano said, "Stop thinking about unrealistic things like immortality or eternal life, etc. These things are impossible to achieve. The Dragon Balls do not have the power to grant such wishes. No one can be immortal. As long as one's strength is strong enough, they can eliminate any enemy." This reminded Gano of how Zama's wished for immortality with the Super Dragon Balls, but ultimately, he was destroyed by the Omni King. Therefore, no one is truly immortal. As for eternal life, as long as you keep cultivating and continuously improve your strength, your level of life will naturally increase, and your lifespan will extend. It is just extended, not eternal. If anyone were to possess eternal life, it would only be the Creator, perhaps. "Who is the Creator?" Laiya asked. Gano said, "It's a legend from the Western world on Earth, of course referring to the Earth of his past life." "Alright, let's consider today's matters understood. Let's head back. Although our planet may be unremarkable, it is still our home, isn't it? Let's go home and rest." Gano led everyone back to the Saiyan planet, and thus began the reconstruction journey of the Saiyan planet. 3 months later, Gano and the others used the power of the Dragon Balls to restore the Saiyan planet to its original form, and Gano even had the Eternal Dragon enhance its ability to withstand attacks. Indeed, after being reinforced by the power of the Eternal Dragon, the Saiyan planet's ability to withstand attacks has improved. Previously, a simple energy blast from Gano would create a large crater on the Saiyan planet, but now his attacks only leave a small dent on its surface. It was Gula's first time seeing the Eternal Dragon, and he exclaimed in astonishment. As Gula gazed at the Eternal Dragon in the sky, the dragon glanced at him, causing Gula to shudder and lose any desire to covet.